Chapter 1. The Summoning System of the Celestial Heroes. Chen Xinghe. In this contest, you have ultimately triumphed. You have schemed with malice, disregarding the bonds of blood, slaughtering kin, and usurping the throne. Now, you have achieved your desires, ascending to the imperial seat. But why? Why can you not spare your brother? Do you possess no humanity? Such ruthlessness and cruelty, do you not fear the scorn and condemnation of the world? The frantic and mournful wails echoed throughout the grand hall. Within the Changshu palace, a woman clad in a golden phoenix robe, regal yet despondent, collapsed onto the floor. Gazing upon the handsome youth adorned in a black and gold dragon robe, her pale visage was suffused with boundless hatred. Mother, you are too naive. Since ancient times, the imperial family has been devoid of compassion. The struggle for the throne knows no fraternal ties. It is merely the law of the jungle victors and vanquished. The existence of my seventh brother has always posed a threat to my rule. As long as he lives, I shall find no peace. Chen Xinghe's expression remained indifferent. He looked down upon the disheveled woman, her face ashen. Within his deep, unfeeling eyes, there was not a trace of emotion. Moreover, mother, you orchestrated schemes countless times for the sake of my seventh brother's claim to the throne. Poisoning, assassination, framing attempting to bring about my demise. Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, I would have long perished at your hands. And has your heart ever softened? Upon hearing this, the woman offered a grim smile. Amidst her madness lay endless regret, as she gritted her teeth and uttered, indeed, I only lament my oversight back then, failing to eradicate you, this wretched spawn, sooner. Now, having nurtured a tiger, I have dug my own grave. Bold, outrageous, clang, clang, clang. Upon hearing her words, the eunuchs and guards beside Chen Xinghe were instantly enraged, drawing their blades and stepping forward. Stand down. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xinghe spoke calmly, devoid of any visible anger. Yes. Obeying the command, the eunuchs and guards sheathed their weapons and returned to their positions. All that you have inflicted upon me, I shall never forget. Gazing down at the woman, Chen Xinghe's eyes turned cold, his voice increasingly frigid. Now that father has passed into the afterlife, as the former empress, why do you not accompany him to the netherworld? As for the harem, only my biological mother, this sole empress dowager, suffices. Rest assured, dear mother, I shall not allow my seventh brother to journey alone. I will soon send my esteemed nephew and niece to accompany him. After all, in the chilly depths of the palace, a frail child succumbing to a mere chill is not an uncommon occurrence, is it? As his words fell, an icy murderous intent flickered across Chen Xinghe's face. Observing this, several blue-clad eunuchs stationed nearby understood the implication, drawing forth white silk and slowly advancing. Chen Xinghe, you would dare to commit matricide and annihilate your kin, leaving no survivors? How vicious you are! As she beheld the grotesque faces of the approaching eunuchs, the woman's expression turned to one of terror as she retreated repeatedly. Oh, the world knows that mother succumbed to grief over father's passing, falling ill and dying suddenly. And how could I be accused of matricide? A wicked smile curled upon his lips as Chen Xinghe turned to depart. A few eunuchs let out sinister chuckles as they tightened the white silk around the fair neck of the woman, their grip intensifying. The faint sounds of cracking bones mingled with her muffled, unwilling gasps. The woman's face turned crimson, her pupils dilating as her breath abruptly ceased. Your Majesty, both the crown prince and the former empress have perished. It is likely that the officials in the court and several royal relatives may exhibit signs of unrest. Should we notify the Eastern Depot and take preemptive action? As he stepped out of the palace gates, the pale-faced eunuch Lu Jin respectfully inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe's starry eyes flickered, and in a hoarse, magnetic voice, he replied indifferently, There's no need. Convey orders to the Eastern Depot to continue monitoring the movements of both civil and military officials in the court, as well as the regional princes. Report any developments immediately. Additionally, instruct the chief of the Eastern Depot, Yu Huatian, to reinforce the personnel at the Heavenly Prison and keep a close watch on Prince Jin, until I reclaim the military power of the Northwest. Kill. Yes. Lu Jin bowed in acknowledgement. Returned to Qianxing Palace. Turning, Chen Xinghe ascended the dragon cart. The Qinqing Palace, situated at the heart of the Forbidden City, has served as the imperial residence for generations of martial emperors. At this moment, within the dim and silent confines of Qinqing Palace, Chen Xinghe sat high upon the dragon throne, his eyes tightly shut, reflecting on the treacherous path he had traversed over the years in the struggle for succession. 20 years prior, Chen Xinghe had crossed into this otherworldly realm of Jiuzhou, becoming the fifth prince of the Dawu dynasty. He found himself ensnared in a brutal contest for the throne. The palace was rife with intrigue, the treachery among factions from the previous dynasty, and the fierce competition between royal princes for supremacy, all of which constantly tugged at Chen Xinghe's nerves. Living within the depths of this palace, Chen Xinghe was inherently at a disadvantage. Had it not been for his luck, cunning intellect, and ruthless decisiveness, he might have perished long ago. Now, though he had ascended to the throne, it was merely the beginning. Within and beyond the court, numerous threats and hidden dangers remained unaddressed. Countless rebellious princes eyed his throne, ready to pounce at the slightest misstep. Moreover, the waning national strength and the lingering repercussions of the succession struggle could easily ignite civil strife, leading to rebellion, foreign invasions, and the utter ruin of Dawu, plunging it into an irreversible inferno. Since I can emerge victorious from the fierce contest among the princes, what have I to fear from mere treacherous rebels? Though the Dawu dynasty had endured for 8 centuries, and he possessed certain covert means of survival, having lived 2 lifetimes, he no longer cared for life or death. After all, having teetered on the brink of mortality countless times, surviving to this day felt like enough. What he desired was nothing less than overwhelming power and the exhilarating sensation of conquest, even if it were but fleeting. Beep. The compatibility of the host personality with the system has been detected at 99.99. The summoning system of the heroes of all realms is now bound. The summoning system of the heroes of all realms is being activated. Beep. Activation successful. Every month, the host will receive a complimentary opportunity for random summoning. Summon the heroes and deities from all realms. The summoned heroes and deities possess memories of their past lives and are utterly loyal to their host. Beep. Activating the lottery mode. Each time the host breaks through a significant martial realm, they will receive 1 opportunity for random summoning and 1 chance for a random lottery. Beep. As this is the host's first binding, a beginner's gift package is generously bestowed upon them. Would you like to use it? Upon hearing the system prompt echo in his mind, Chen Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and decisively replied, "Use it." Beep. The beginner's gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a cleansing elixir. It has been automatically stored in the system space. Beep. The system is performing a random summoning. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the hero, Yu Huatian. Yu Huatian, from Dragon Gate Conspiracy, a prominent figure of the Western Factory, a martial arts master of unparalleled skill, ruthless and cunning. Cultivation, Grand Master Level 5. Martial Arts, Sunflower Manual. Techniques, Evil Abyss Sword, Pointing Soldiers, Heavenly Gang, 9 transformations. Divine Ability, None. Yu Huatian. Gazing at the character profile displayed on the system panel, Chen Xinghe narrowed his eyes. The prominent figure of the Western Factory in Dragon Gate Conspiracy? In that narrative, Yu Huatian wields immense power, ranking just below the Emperor, a figure of authority and influence. Not only is he striking and regal, with martial prowess that surpasses all, but he also commands the largest intelligence agency of the court, the Western Surveillance Bureau. Though a eunuch, he possesses a meticulous mind and exceptional intelligence. Yet, what captivated and astonished Chen Xinghe the most was Yu Huatian's martial cultivation. Grandmaster Level 5. It is essential to understand that this is a world belonging to martial artists. The strong traverse the seas and lands with ease, while the weak are oppressed, finding it difficult to move. Martial cultivation is the defining measure of a warrior's strength in this realm. Postnatal, innate, master, Grandmaster. Each tier is further divided into 10 levels. The postnatal realm, commonly referred to as the Bai Qi realm, refines the body and enhances vitality. Upon entry, one's strength sees a significant increase, possessing a power that ranges from hundreds to thousands of pounds, officially joining the ranks of martial artists. The innate realm, also known as the true Qi realm, involves inhaling and exhaling true energy, refining it within oneself, and unblocking the 9 meridians. Those who reach the innate realm are already distinguished warriors, masters in their own right. With a mere gesture, they can release true energy, capable of harming even from a distance. A single palm strike can shatter boulders. As for the master level, all who attain it are renowned figures within the martial world. With a mere flick of a finger, they can kill without a trace. The true energy within them condenses into a formidable force. When unleashed, it can devastate buildings and crack the ground within a 10-zhang radius. Its destructive power is immense. Yet in the public eye of the martial world, the master level represents the pinnacle, with only distinctions in strength. As for the grandmaster level, it approaches the zenith of martial arts, a force capable of contending against thousands. Such formidable beings possess true energy as profound as the abyss, wielding tremendous power while greatly extending their lifespan, reaching a state of returning to simplicity. Beyond the Grandmaster lies the legendary and elusive realm. Ancient texts refer to it as breaking void, a state that few have ever achieved throughout history. Thus, in the entire world, the Grandmasters have reached an unparalleled pinnacle, exceedingly rare, only achievable through extraordinary fortune, and they seldom emerge into existence. Even during the zenith of the royal dynasty, only one such figure was ever revered. To my astonishment, Yu Huatian's prowess has ascended to such a terrifying level. It is evident that he must have undergone systematic enhancement. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xinghe silently inquired, "System, when will Yu Huatian arrive?" "Ding. In 15 minutes, Yu Huatian will come to meet the host." Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe's mind steadied, and he ceased further conversation. "Your Majesty." At that moment, a soft, feminine voice resonated. The personal eunuch, Lu Jin, hastily entered the room. Chapter 2. The Arrival. Your Majesty, urgent news from the Eastern Depot. Lu Jin bowed deeply, presenting a letter with utmost respect. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xinghe accepted the document and cast his gaze downwards. Moments later, his expression turned icy. At the western outskirts prison, I had dispatched 1,000 elite guards from the Eastern Depot for joint defense. How could a mere dozen swordsmen from the Jianghu breach our defenses? Abducting Prince Jin and slaying Minister Yu Huatian? Cold sweat beaded on Lu Jin's forehead as he knelt before the emperor, not daring to raise his head. Chen Xinghe rose, pacing to the window, gazing into the heavy night beyond the palace, and inquired softly, "Have the identities of those Jianghu swordsmen been ascertained?" "Why, Your Majesty," Lu Jin stammered. "It is the disciple of the sword saint of Shushan, Ning Qingyun, along with a group of nameless swordsmen." "Ning Qingyun?" Chen Xinghe's eyes darkened slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This Ning Qingyun has been a thorn in my side long before my ascension to the throne. His audacity has only grown since then." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lu Jin quickly reassured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. The Eastern Depot has sealed off the capital's main routes, and the Imperial Guards, alongside the Jinhui, are conducting a thorough search. There is no way for Prince Jin and that scoundrel Ning Qingyun to escape." Chen Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze fixed on the flickering palace lanterns outside, his demeanor tranquil as water. The prince was the only grandson of the esteemed border marquis, Huang Gongmin, and a crucial pawn in Chen Xinghe's long-conceived plan to reclaim military authority in the northwest. The original scheme was flawless. Use Prince Jin as bait to lure Huang Gongmin into the capital for execution, thereby recovering the 30,000 border troops without a single drop of blood. However, the peace had slipped from his control. Should Prince Jin indeed flee back to the northwest, Huang Gongmin would undoubtedly retaliate. At that point, the 30,000 iron cavalry could march eastward, raising the banner to cleanse the court. Would the imperial throne remain secure then? Now, with the court in decline, many masters had perished in the royal turmoil, and the governance over various regions had become increasingly lax, losing its former prestige. This had emboldened the major sects among the populace to act with impunity, disregarding royal law, attempting to seize the opportunity to extend their influence into the court for their own benefit. Ning Qingyun of the Shushan sword sect, Chen Xinghe murmured under his breath, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, the sound of steady footsteps echoed unexpectedly. A man clad in a magnificent white and gold robe, possessing an exquisite and regal countenance, strode into the hall. Approaching the emperor, he knelt gracefully, his voice smooth as silk. Your servant, Yu Huatian, pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Who are you to dare intrude upon the imperial palace? As Lu Jin regarded the unfamiliar figure before him, a wave of suspicion washed over him. It must be noted that the palace guards numbered in the thousands, with the weakest among them possessing innate prowess. The strongest among the trusted guards were formidable masters at the 3rd level. How had this man managed to enter the hall without alerting the palace guards? Moreover, with his mastery at the 7th level, it was impossible to discern his true strength. Fearing that this intruder harbored ill intentions, Lu Jin positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Xinghe, remaining on high alert. Rise. With a slight droop of the eyelids, Chen Xinghe scrutinized the exquisite figure before him, a beauty hailing from the world of Dragon Gate flying sabers. Indeed, the individual was breathtakingly elegant and remarkably handsome. The complexion was as fair and delicate as that of a woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Xinghe from his past life, perhaps even surpassing him. Had this individual existed in his previous life, they would have effortlessly outshone any male celebrity, and no woman could possibly resist their allure. Your Majesty. Yu Huatian respectfully bowed as he gradually rose. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xinghe waved his hand, signaling Lu Jin to step aside, and spoke. In the past, Yu Huatian proved to be quite capable in his duties, serving as my eyes and sharp weapon, assisting me in seizing the throne and eliminating numerous threats. Thus, after my ascension, I established the Eastern Factory and placed my trust in him. However, now, with the deaths and injuries among the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Factory, it has become leaderless and its power has significantly waned, rendering it of little use. Having said this, Chen Xinghe turned his gaze towards Lu Jin and inquired, "What is the current status of the Western Factory?" Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain why His Majesty would inquire about the Western Factory, he hastily replied, "Replying to your Majesty, the Western Factory was established only recently and is currently under the control of the Eastern Factory. This prison break incident has also resulted in some loss of personnel." Pausing briefly, Chen Xinghe resumed, "I recall that the current supervisor of the Western Factory is Ma Yuliang, correct?" Lu Jin affirmed, "Indeed, your Majesty, it is Ma Yuliang, the esteemed eunuch Ma." This prompted Chen Xinghe to reminisce about his 2 most trusted eunuchs, Yu Huatian and Ma Yuliang, who had both played pivotal roles in his ascension to the throne. In the past, the 2 had engaged in countless subtle competitions. Although their martial prowess was comparable, their means and ambitions diverged greatly. Consequently, during this period, the Western Factory had been overshadowed by the Eastern Factory, remaining obscure and underutilized. Despite Ma Yuliang's high martial skill, his lack of charisma and leadership made him unsuitable to lead the Western Factory as its chief. Thus, Chen Xinghe decreed that he should assume the position of chief of the ceremonial office, while concurrently overseeing the Western Factory's major affairs. With a pointed gaze, he turned to Yu Huatian and declared, "Yu Huatian, I bestow upon you authority. From this day forth, you shall be the chief of the Western Jishur Factory, tasked with eradicating rebellious factions both within the court and beyond. I require you to establish a network of informants throughout the realm and among the nobility and clans. Should any officials or local lords conspire with traitors or harbor ill intentions, they may be executed on the spot without prior report to me. Understood, your Majesty. I shall not fail to meet your expectations." Yu Huatian responded, bowing deeply as he accepted the decree. Upon the conclusion of Chen Xinghe's orders, Lu Jin stood in stunned silence. While he could reluctantly accept the appointment of this unknown Yu Huatian as the chief of the Western Factory, he never anticipated the emperor would grant such extensive powers, essentially equivalent to imperial authority, into the hands of this uninvited intruder. Such authority was not easily bestowed upon anyone unless there was absolute trust and significance attached to it. To grant such power after merely a single meeting was astonishing indeed. Nonetheless, the emperor's will was not something a mere palace eunuch could question. "I fear that the future will usher in an era dominated by the eunuchs of the Western Factory. After all, the Eastern Factory has proven ineffective, and its chief, Yu Huatian, was brazenly slain by a rogue, bringing great shame to the court. His Majesty has become utterly disillusioned with them. The dignity of the court must not be provoked. The imperial authority cannot be trampled upon. A dragon possesses its reverse scales, To touch them is to invite death. Chapter 3. Breaking through to the innate realm. The second summon. Chief of the Eastern Factory, Cao Zhengchun. As dusk descended, the Forbidden City's Qianqing Palace was illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting a warm glow upon the intricately adorned hall. With Lu Jin and Yu Huatian departing, Chen Xinghe, seated upon the dragon couch, recalled the marrow-cleansing elixir previously bestowed by the system. With a thought, he retrieved it. In his palm appeared an exquisitely crafted red pill, exuding a refreshing medicinal aroma. Is this the marrow-cleansing elixir? Chen Xinghe mused softly. Indeed, upon ingestion, this elixir not only purifies the meridians and refines the marrow, enhancing one's innate potential, but it also directly propels the host to a higher realm, without any adverse effects. The system's notification resonated suddenly. Taken aback by this revelation, Chen Xinghe unhesitatingly placed the pill into his mouth. Moments later, the elixir took effect, and a torrent of searing heat surged through his body, cascading through his limbs and bones with fervor. His body felt as if pierced by 1,000 needles, and waves of intense pain elicited beads of cold sweat. After a brief interval, foul energy seeped from his pores, swirling into a mist, and Chen Xinghe's aura transformed dramatically. The tumultuous power of blood surged within him like a tidal wave breaking its banks, rapidly escalating. Postnatal 8-fold, postnatal 9-fold, postnatal 10-fold, innate 6-fold, innate 7-fold. As the internal energy transitioned into true qi, Chen Xinghe's presence grew ever more formidable. The immense true qi surged and roiled around him, manifesting the hallmark of the innate realm. Generally, one would require a minimum of 5 years to ascend from postnatal 7-fold to innate 7-fold, regardless of innate talent, consuming vast resources in the process. Yet, he had achieved this milestone in mere seconds. Moreover, compared to others within the same realm, his true qi was even more abundant, allowing him to challenge those of higher tiers with ease. A significant breakthrough in a single leap, coupled with the enhancement of his innate potential and the benefits of the marrow-cleansing elixir, Chen Xinghe felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. As his inner strength ascended to a new echelon. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the innate realm. You have gained one summoning opportunity. A chance for a random draw. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Chen Xinghe replied. Ding. Commencing random summoning. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning a hero, Cao Zhengchun. Cao Zhengchun, chief of the Eastern Factory from the first under heaven, cunning and treacherous, astute and deeply calculating. Cultivation, Grandmaster Level 5 Technique, Heavenly Gang Boy Skill Martial Arts, 10,000 Rivers Return to the Sea, Heavenly Gang Bodyguard Divine Powers, Nun Cao Zhengchun. Upon seeing this name, Chen Xinghe's spirit jolted with astonishment. To think that this old fellow has been summoned. In his previous life, he had watched the drama The Greatest Under Heaven numerous times, and thus retained some impressions of this character. Chen Xinghe's assessment of him was that he was an ambitious individual, skilled in action, and adept at seizing the moment, a good dog in service. This characterization was vividly portrayed in the drama. In the narrative, Cao Zhengchun is depicted as fiercely ambitious, eager to monopolize power, and inclined to form cliques for personal gain while ruthlessly eliminating rivals. He shows no mercy to those who threaten his authority, often disposing of them with remarkable swiftness, exhibiting an extreme ruthlessness. Moreover, this old man possesses an exceptional talent for discerning the will of the sovereign. Most importantly, he stands at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily played on Chen Xinghe's lips. With 2 Grandmaster-level subordinates, the 2 chief overseers of the Eastern and Western censors, each more cunning and vicious than the last. For too long, the martial world, along with those self-styled chivalrous individuals, had conspired against him in collusion with the various princes. They had even participated multiple times in the struggle for succession. This had led to unforeseen complications in an otherwise flawless plan, nearly bringing him to the brink of death. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Countless times, he had sought to utilize the Eastern and Western censors to eradicate these chaotic factions from the martial world. Yet, in the end, every attempt had ended in failure. Now, with these 2 individuals in command, he need no longer worry about those troublesome factions. He could simply follow his plan and gradually consolidate military power. Once he stabilizes his authority and secures the throne, he could deploy the censors' forces to thoroughly cleanse the martial sections. Ding! The random lottery begins. Ding! Congratulations, Host, you have obtained the Emperor's Heart Sutra. The Emperor's Heart Sutra is divided into 7 levels. As the host has yet to comprehend the first level, only the effects of the first level are displayed. Cultivating to the first level, it significantly enhances the host's imperial aura and extends lifespan by an additional 300 years. It unlocks the power of national fortune, allowing cultivation to be augmented by the nation's vitality. The more prosperous the nation, the faster the cultivation speed. Upon reading this introduction, Chen Xinghe felt a jolt of exhilaration. An extension of 300 years? The cultivation of this technique even offers the benefit of longevity? This is far more profound than the imperial Qi technique practiced by the monarchs of the Great Wu dynasty. After all, for a sovereign, nothing is more alluring than the prospect of immortality. Otherwise, emperors throughout history would not have been so obsessed with alchemy and the pursuit of eternal life. Although he had already entered the innate realm, his lifespan would not exceed a little over 100 years, unless he could attain the Grandmaster realm, which would allow him to extend his life by several decades. Yet, for a ruler with grand ambitions and aspirations, even that is far too fleeting. Thus, the mere prospect of a 300-year lifespan provided him with an irrefutable reason to cultivate, not to mention the power of national fortune that lies within. However, the current empire has already entered its twilight, hardly distinguishable from disarray. The various regional lords harbor their own ulterior motives, paying lip service to his commands while secretly acting in defiance. They outwardly honor him, but are, in reality, carving out their own territories. Only by truly grasping the entire empire could he fully reap the benefits of the power of national fortune. As Chen Xinghe diligently delves into the study of martial arts. In Tianjin City, Yu Huatian, having received the imperial decree, promptly sets about assuming the role of the director of the Western Bureau. In his previous life, Yu Huatian was indeed the director of the Ming Dynasty's Western Investigation Bureau. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, he navigates this role with remarkable ease. Without much ado, with a single maneuver, he decisively subdues his predecessor, the master of the Third Realm, Ma Yuliang, asserting an unparalleled dominance as he takes control of the Western Bureau. Subsequently, he swiftly reorganizes the Bureau, expelling all inept individuals, retaining a cadre of elite guards. He zealously recruits skilled practitioners to bolster their strength. In a matter of days, the once declining Western Bureau undergoes a remarkable transformation, exhibiting an audacious demeanor, even temporarily overpowering the Eastern Bureau. Once the restructuring of the Western Bureau is complete, Yu Huatian begins preparations to take charge of the Eastern Bureau's pursuit of Prince Jin and the wandering swordsman, including Ning Qingyun. Due to the Eastern Bureau's ineffectiveness, His Majesty has become incensed and has issued a final decree. Should they fail to apprehend Prince Jin and the rebellious swordsman, the upper echelons of the Eastern Bureau will face dire consequences. Chapter 4. Cases unsolvable by the Eastern Bureau shall be resolved by us at the Western Bureau. Longan Temple, located 1,000 miles from the capital, was once a royal temple established during the founding of the Great Wu dynasty. Now, it lay in desolation, having become a temporary refuge and stronghold for the high-ranking eunuchs of the Eastern Bureau. At this moment, within the 18 Arhats Hall at the center of Longan Temple, Su Lichuan, the chief of the Eastern Bureau, occupies the main seat, his pale face shadowed with gloom. Chief, in our relentless efforts to capture Prince Jin and those brigands from Mount Shu, we have scoured the area for 4 or 5 days, reported a senior member of the Eastern Bureau, his voice heavy with despair. Now, with His Majesty's wrath ignited, the final edict has been issued. If we fail to apprehend Prince Jin and Ning Qingyun, we shall all be compelled to take our own lives in atonement. It is all that damned Ning Qingyun's fault. He has driven us into such a predicament. Su Lichuan's expression darkened further as he listened to another high-ranking official. The Eastern Bureau, the Jinhui, and the garrison troops dispatched from various regions total over 10,000. Yet despite our extensive search, we have found not a trace of Ning Qingyun. Could it be that he has taken refuge in the heavens? No matter where he hides, whether in the skies or the depths of the earth, we must retrieve him. Otherwise, we shall all meet a grim fate. In the center of the hall, the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Bureau gritted their teeth in frustration. Su Lichuan, his countenance equally grim, lightly tapped the table and interjected, "Enough. Do you think I am unaware of your concerns? We have at most 3 days left. Dispatch my orders to intensify the search. Mobilize all available guards and Jinhui to this location. Expand the search radius. relentlessly scour the area. We must turn this place upside down to locate Prince Jean and those rebellious scoundrels. As his words fell, suddenly, a young eunuch rushed in, visibly flustered, and bowed to report. Chief, the director of the Western Bureau, Yu, has unexpectedly arrived and has already entered the Great Hero Hall. Upon hearing this, Su Lichuan furrowed his brow. What business does the Western Bureau have meddling in our affairs? What concern is this to him? However, just as the crowd was enveloped in confusion, a strikingly handsome man clad in a platinum python robe entered briskly, accompanied by a dozen blue-clad eunuchs. You have allowed a mere handful of ruffians to instill fear, bringing shame upon the court, hiding here like a timid turtle while the enemy is at your doorstep. And yet you claim it has nothing to do with you? With an indifferent gaze fixed upon the senior officials of the Eastern Bureau, Yu Huatian swept his robe aside. Beside him, a clever agent of the Western Bureau immediately bent down to serve as a stool for Yu Huatian to perch upon. Upon hearing this, Su Lichuan furrowed his brow and retorted, "What do you mean by the enemy at the door? It is merely a few disorderly factions. The Eastern Bureau will handle them." Yu Huatian's gaze, dark and alluring, swept over the assembly as he spoke in a low, sultry voice. Laced with disdain, the Western jail is heavily guarded. A nameless thief by the surname Ning dispatched Yu Huatian with just a few moves. What right do you, a cluster of inept mice, have to deal with such a person? Narrowing his eyes, Su Lichuan's expression darkened further as he impatiently explained. That day, Supervisor Yu was merely careless. He underestimated his opponent. With a derisive laugh, Yu Huatian scoffed, underestimated? More like incapable. The so-called experts of the Eastern Bureau were swiftly dispatched amid the chaos. The three supervisory offices, ceremonial, imperial horse, and internal affairs, will soon find themselves in your position. Preposterous. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Bureau erupted in anger. They were about to draw their blades when Su Lichuan raised his hand to stop them. Gazing at the furious officials, Yu Huatian's contempt deepened. Is lamenting from the temple of any use? We, the officials, are here to alleviate the emperor's burdens. With a chilling smile, Su Lichuan slowly reached for a porcelain cup on the table. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes as he coldly declared, "What is the Western Bureau? You have barely been established for half a year. What qualifications do you have to alleviate the emperor's burdens?" As he spoke, the porcelain cup was sent soaring towards Yu Huatian. The fierce energy it carried created a deafening sound as it sliced through the air, capable of inflicting severe injury upon any innate martial artist struck by it. However, before the cup could reach Yu Huatian, it was abruptly halted by an invisible wall of energy, shattering in a resounding explosion. You wish to question the worth of the Western Bureau? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, Yu Huatian's foot barely stirred. Suddenly, a fragment of debris lifted into the air, akin to a roaring cannonball, shattering the entire dragon-subduing Arhut statue behind Su Lichuan. Witnessing this, Su Lichuan and the senior officials of the Eastern Bureau felt a chill creep over them, instinctively retreating a few steps. Cases that the Eastern Bureau cannot resolve will be handled by the Western Bureau. Moreover, listen closely. Rising to his feet, Yu Huatian grasped a nearby chair and exerted a gentle force. Cracking sounds echoed as the chairs crumbled into dust. Those whom the Eastern Bureau cannot eliminate, I shall. Matters the Eastern Bureau dares not touch, I will oversee. In summary, what the Eastern Bureau can manage, I will take charge of. What it cannot manage, I shall take even more responsibility. Execute first, report later. This is the privilege of the imperial authority. This is the Western Bureau. Is that clear enough? Upon exiting the palace doors, Yu Huatian turned to glance at the entourage from the Eastern Bureau that had followed him out. With a voice both soft and alluring, he remarked with a sinister smile. Observing the departing Yu Huatian, the members of the Eastern Bureau exchanged hushed, discontented murmurs, expressing their unease. Having just taken control of the Western Bureau, he comes here with such arrogance, oppressing us of the Eastern Bureau. The depth of Yu Huatian's power is simply unfathomable. Who is he, and from whence has he emerged? As they voiced their grievances, Su Lichuan squinted slightly, clasping his hands behind his back as he sighed. In days gone by, the Western Bureau was merely a vassal at our whim. How weak they were. Now, with Yu Huatian as the newly appointed head of the Western Bureau, favored by His Majesty, it seems we shall find it increasingly difficult to enjoy our days of ease. As Su Lichuan's words fell, a swift-footed officer from the Eastern Bureau approached him, whispering urgently. Su Lichuan's expression shifted from shock to a profound darkness. What's the matter, Chief? A nearby leader of the Eastern Bureau inquired, noticing the change in Su Lichuan's demeanor. Ah, it's nothing. Very well. There is no business of ours here any longer. We must return to pay our respects to the newly appointed Director Cao of the Eastern Bureau. With that, Su Lichuan offered a cold smile. A flicker of unwillingness crossed his deep-set eyes, and without waiting for further reactions, he led over 100 officers of the Eastern Bureau away from the scene. Director Cao? The heads of several Eastern Bureau officials exchanged glances, pondering briefly before departing as well. In the Forbidden City, within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Emperor Chen Xinghe sat upon the dragon throne, reviewing several rows of memorials before him. The attentive eunuch Lu Jin stood by his side, serving him with utmost care. How fares the mission of the Eastern Bureau? Have Prince Jin and Ning Qingyun and the other bandits been captured? After sipping a delicate cup of tea, Chen Xinghe raised his head and inquired nonchalantly. In response, Lu Jin stepped forward and quickly replied, "Reporting to your majesty, there has been no progress as of yet. The Eastern Bureau is still in the process of sending out search parties. However, I have just received word that Director Yu has met with the Eastern Bureau at Long and Temple. The task of capturing Prince Jin and the bandits has now been transferred to the Western Bureau." Hearing this, Chen Xinghe nodded, his expression calm, revealing no surprise. Indeed, this was his intention. Yu Huatian, with his meticulous mind and exceptional intelligence, was a top-tier expert who had reached the pinnacle of mastery. It was only fitting that he personally handle this matter. What of the Northwest? Has Director Huang Gongmin responded? Chen Xinghe continued, shifting the topic. The Northwest has dispatched a messenger, stating that in 7 days, they will depart for Tianjin City. With a finger lightly tapping the dragon table, Chen Xinghe narrowed his eyes, coldly declaring, "When Huang Gongmin arrives in the capital, seal off all city gates and strongholds immediately. This time, I do not wish to encounter any unforeseen circumstances." Understood. Lu Jin bowed in response. Very well. Setting aside his administrative duties, Chen Xinghe stood and said, "It has been a long time since I visited the harem to pay respects to my mother. Lu Jin, let's make our way to Xinhe Palace." Chapter 5. The Struggle for Imperial Power, where kinship holds no weight. Xinhe Palace. Situated at the heart of the Forbidden City, near the Hall of Heavenly Purity, lies the chamber of the current Empress Dowager. Following the secret execution of the late Empress by Chen Xinghe, the vast imperial harem now contains but this solitary Empress Dowager, whose status is undeniably exalted and unparalleled. In the Grand Hall, the air is infused with the gentle fragrance of incense. As the Empress Dowager sits regally upon her phoenix throne, her delicate fingers caressing the lustrous jade bracelet upon her wrist, seemingly lost in reverie. 24 years prior, on a similarly tranquil night, she was not yet the Empress Dowager, but merely an uncherished beauty in the late Emperor's court. That night, amidst torrential rain, she was ensnared in a conspiracy during childbirth, blood flowing profusely, with the imperial physicians rendered powerless. As her consciousness waned, it was the mother of Prince Jin, Consort Shu, who braved the storm to burst into her chamber, disregarding protocol, and personally bestowed upon her the jade safety bracelet, urging her to persevere until the very end. Yet now, that old friend has long since departed, and the world has irrevocably changed. A soft sigh escaped her lips when suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The head maid of Xinhe Palace stepped inside, bowing to the Empress Dowager and announcing, "Your Majesty, His Imperial Highness has arrived at Xinhe Palace. The Emperor has come?" Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager composed herself, slowly rising with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xinghe entered the Grand Hall with brisk strides. Bowing to the Empress Dowager, "Your son pays his respects to you, mother. There is no need for such formalities, my son. Come, take a seat." The Empress Dowager gestured for Chen Xinghe to sit, her eyes reflecting a trace of maternal affection. "Lately, the affairs of state have been numerous, and you toil day and night. Do take care of your health." Shaking his head, Chen Xinghe replied with a smile, "Mother, you worry too much. As a warrior, my constitution is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. This little hardship is nothing. And how is your health these days, mother?" The Empress Dowager lightly traced the cloud patterns on the jade bracelet. "I have merely experienced some common ailments lately. However, I often find myself restless at night, plagued by dreams of bygone acquaintances." Shifting her gaze from the bracelet to the falling phoenix tree leaves outside, she spoke softly, "It is of no concern. You need not fret over me, my son. Chen Xinghe's gaze sharpened as it fell upon the radiant jade bracelet on the Empress Dowager's wrist. He was all too familiar with this object. It was indeed the safety bracelet that Consort Shu had braved the rain to deliver to the delivery room. The unspoken sentiments behind the Empress Dowager's words were clear to him. Yet, the old affections within these palace walls could not withstand the chilling reality of imperial power struggles. He paused, allowing his gaze to linger on the Empress Dowager's slightly fatigued features before lowering his eyes with a soft chuckle. If you find it difficult to sleep, I shall have the Imperial Medical Bureau send some calming sandalwood tomorrow. He then lifted his teacup for a sip, continuing, as for those old dreams, it would be best for you to think less upon them. Dwelling too much on the past can be burdensome. As his words fell into silence, the hall was enveloped in a stillness that lingered. After a considerable time, it was the Empress Dowager who broke the silence, her voice trembling as she inquired, "My son, did the late Empress and the Duke's mother perish?" With a nod, Chen Xinghe replied indifferently, "I have ordered their secret execution." And Prince Jean? The moment the question left her lips, she regretted her urgency, yet it was too late to retract her inquiry. The mother of Prince Jean, Consort Shu, cared for him deeply during her lifetime. Their bond was as close as that of biological sisters, providing mutual support amidst the harsh realities of the imperial harem. She treated Prince Jean as her own child and could hardly bear to witness the brothers turning against each other, embroiled in fratricidal conflict. Prince Jean must perish, Chen Xinghe declared coldly. His existence is a threat to my claim to the throne. But he is your brother, the Empress Dowager exclaimed. Do you not recall the time you plunged into the icy waters of the imperial garden to save him, disregarding the edict? When the late emperor punished you, you knelt at the gates of Qianqing Palace for 3 days and nights to take the blame for him. Have you forgotten all this? Gazing upon Chen Xinghe's indifferent demeanor, the Empress Dowager felt an unbearable ache in her heart. Brother. Chen Xinghe lowered his gaze, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly scoffed. Mother. From the moment I chose to ascend the throne, I have long forgotten the notion of having a brother. Are you aware of what Prince Jean has done to me for the sake of the throne? How many times has he conspired with those from the Jianghu to take my life? Had it not been for my ruthlessness, you and I would have long been corpses without a complete burial in this palace. In 2 lifetimes, Chen Xinghe had endured countless trials of life and death, acutely aware of the desires and avarice that plague human nature, born into royal lineage. If he could not ascend to the pinnacle of power and occupy the exalted imperial throne, then his fate would be beyond his control. Mother, I hope you can understand me. I never wish to drag you into the royal strife and taint your vision. I have always borne this burden alone. Some matters are not as beautiful as you imagine, he sighed, shaking his head. Since he opened his eyes in this foreign realm, the Empress Dowager had been the only one who genuinely cared for and cherished him. If not for this, how could Chen Xinghe hold such deep respect for his biological mother? He understood all too well that in the struggle for the throne, there are no eternal familial bonds. Even biological brothers could become bitter enemies when it comes to power. He harbored no illusions about wanting to eliminate Prince Jean, just as Prince Jean harbored intentions to kill him to ascend to that supreme throne. Witnessing Chen Xinghe's resolute intent, the Empress Dowager's face turned ashen. Will you leave Prince Jean with a whole corpse? I wish to personally see him buried, which would alleviate some of my guilt towards Consort Shu, she said, casting a hopeful glance at Chen Xinghe. After a moment of silence, Chen Xinghe nodded in agreement. Very well. In the stillness of the night, under a moonlit sky scattered with stars, the city of Tianjing lay silent. Within a grand and imposing mansion, several elegantly dressed men with dignified and scholarly appearances gathered in a secret chamber, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Upon closer examination, the individuals in the chamber were all powerful officials of the court, notable figures of high standing. Old Liang, have you summoned us here at this late hour for some urgent matter? A middle-aged man with a square face inquired, his voice low and filled with curiosity. In response, the elder at the forefront leisurely sipped his tea, surveying the assembled individuals before slowly speaking. Indeed, there is a significant matter that I wish to discuss with you all. Esteemed guests, you are all scions of distinguished families and esteemed officials, representing the illustrious lineages at court. The purpose of gathering you here is rooted in our shared heritage. We thrive together in honor and prestige. Surely, you are all acutely aware that since the passing of the late emperor, the usurper has ascended the throne, repeatedly unleashing tyranny upon us, suppressing our noble houses while favoring the lowborn and empowering the eunuchs. He has even established the so-called secret factory to monitor us. The eunuchs, like hawks, infiltrate every corner, making it nearly impossible to defend against their schemes. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, a palpable sense of resentment and anger brewing among them. Indeed, since the usurper's rise to power, every decree he issues is clearly aimed at diminishing the influence of our noble families in the court. Humph, does he not realize that without our support, he could not sit securely upon the dragon throne? Throughout history, which emperor has not been subject to our noble houses? The usurper's actions are tantamount to digging his own grave. The tyrant is obstinately foolish. We, the noble families, need not endure this indignity any longer. Why not establish a new emperor? Let us rally behind a royal relative. The assembly chuckled coldly in unison. Indeed, after the passing of the late emperor, I had intended to reach out to you and the court officials loyal to the rightful heir, secretly initiating a coup to elevate him to power. Alas, before I could act, the usurper preemptively imprisoned him. Subsequently, I managed to contact informants hidden within the palace and uncovered the grim truth. The rightful heir and his mother had already been ordered to their deaths by that tyrant. At this revelation, the assembly fell into stunned silence. What? The usurper is so brutal? To slay a rightful mother and harm his own kin? Such heinous acts are truly wicked beyond measure. With such a merciless tyrant, we cannot guarantee that our noble houses will be spared from his wrath. We must make preparations at once. Liang, have you found a candidate? The assembly inquired eagerly. Liang Shuli stroked his beard, a light smile gracing his lips. Naturally. Oh, which royal relative do you speak of? A man asked, looking at him intently. It is none other than His Highness the Duke of Lu from Jizhou. Liang bowed slightly in respect. The Lu lineage? The assembly exchanged glances. Although the Duke of Lu is not of the late emperor's direct descent, he is a descendant of the founding emperor's bloodline, and, in terms of noble lineage, is perhaps even more esteemed than the current sovereign. Has Liang already made contact with the Duke? Of course. Liang nodded, addressing the assembly. The Duke seeks the throne, and he has previously sent envoys to discuss matters with me in private, hoping I would assist him in orchestrating a coup to seize control of Tianjin. This is a matter of great consequence. How confident are you, Liang? Is the Duke reliable? Those eunuchs from the East Factory are not to be underestimated. What if the plan is uncovered? Concern etched on their faces. Rest assured, the discussions held today shall remain confined to those present. No outsider will learn of our intentions. Furthermore, as one of the vassal kings, the Duke possesses formidable strength, commanding over 100,000 troops and receiving support from martial sects. His forces greatly surpass the mere 100,000 stationed in the capital. Moreover, our noble families have kin embedded within the capital's military and city defense. As long as you all cooperate with King Ru, mobilizing the troops and the city defense guards to open the city gates and allow King Ru's army to enter, the foolish monarch shall meet his downfall. Elder Liang chuckled, stroking his beard. In that case, we shall act as Elder Liang advises. Upon hearing this, the others felt reassured and nodded in agreement. Chapter 6. Informed that old man Liang Shuli. His schemes have been uncovered. The narrative unfolds in two directions. While Elder Liang and the aristocratic families conspired, a servant stealthily departed from the Liang residence. Oh, that old man Liang Shuli is secretly summoning several court officials for a clandestine meeting in the dead of night, within a secret stronghold of the Eastern Depot. An elderly man with silver hair and a kindly visage observed the Eastern Depot agents before him with a faint smile that belied a sinister intent in his deep-set eyes. This man was Cao Zhengchun. Indeed, my lord, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Eastern Depot agent knelt cautiously, reporting, among them Arzwafeng, the current left deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel, as well as Lord Yu Huatian, the right deputy minister of the Ministry of War, Lord Du Tong, the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and Lord Zheng Wencan, the right imperial censor. The group entered a room and locked the door tightly. I could not discern their discussions within. I understand. You may leave and receive your reward. Cao Zhengchun waved his hand. Yes. After bowing deeply, the Eastern Depot agent slowly withdrew. My lord, these individuals hail from the most prestigious aristocratic families and hold significant positions in the court, with them gathering at Liang's residence. Could there be a conspiracy at play? Nearby, Su Lichuan, the head of the Eastern Depot, leaned in, whispering. Upon hearing this, Cao Zhengchun shot him a glance before responding with a cold smile. Of course. Otherwise, why would that old man Liang Shuli summon several ministers under the cover of night? Such furtive behavior indicates malicious intent. I believe it prudent to inform His Majesty of this matter and allow him to make the decision." With that, Cao Zhengchun departed, heading straight for the Forbidden City. At this moment, within the Forbidden City, in the Qianxing Palace, Chen Xinghe remained awake, seated in meditation upon a soft couch, cultivating his breath and contemplating the Emperor's Heart Sutra. The Dewu dynasty was founded upon martial prowess. Thus, every emperor throughout the ages had been enamored with martial arts cultivation. However, due to limited innate talent, the highest achievement reached only the realm of a grandmaster. Although wielding supreme authority, they ultimately could not escape the fate of aging and death. Yet this was still fortunate. The most ill-fated was his martial-obsessed father, whose mediocre talent led him to become overly ambitious. In his haste to break through to grandmaster, he became consumed by his own fervor, resulting in his sudden demise, leaving no testament for his successor. Fortunately, Chen Xinghe had made early arrangements, securing control over the majority of the troops in Tianjin City, and feigned a testament, thus ascending to the throne. He was acutely aware that this testament bore many discrepancies, easily discernible to the astute. Some even suspected it was a scheme orchestrated by him, with the sudden death of the late emperor closely tied to his machinations. But so what? In the end, he emerged victorious. However, reflecting on the past, the years of fierce competition for power have made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Although his innate realm of the 7th level might seem formidable to some ordinary individuals, it is evidently insufficient within the tumultuous world of martial arts and royal rivalries. In fact, he had narrowly escaped death on several occasions due to the covert assassination attempts from those within the martial community. The allure of power is intoxicating. Having ascended to the pinnacle of authority, he realizes that many will seek his demise, whether from the realm of the martial world or the court. Contemplating this, Chen Xinghe's resolve to eradicate the martial arts sects grew ever stronger. The chivalrous act of wielding power often leads to transgressions, and the literati's manipulation of laws breeds chaos. The martial sects and noble families are nothing but malignant tumors and parasites of the empire that must be uprooted entirely. Your Majesty, just as Chen Xinghe set aside his training to ponder these thoughts, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. "Enter," he called. Upon hearing his command, Lu Jin stepped in, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Your Majesty, the head of the Eastern Depot, Lord Cao, has arrived and claims to have urgent matters to discuss with you. Let him in," Chen Xinghe commanded. "Yes," Lu Jin responded affirmatively before ushering in Cao Zhengchun. The elderly servant, Cao Zhengchun, bowed deeply, his face adorned with sycophantic expressions as he proclaimed, "Long live your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Upon entering, Cao Zhengchun performed an elaborate bow, his countenance brimming with obsequiousness. "Enough. Such formalities are unnecessary in this setting. What business do you bring?" Chen Xinghe inquired, fixing his gaze upon Cao Zhengchun. "Your Majesty, just moments ago, I received word that the Minister of Rites, Liang Shuli, has summoned several officials to the Liang residence late at night for a clandestine meeting. After entering a secret chamber, they locked the door, seemingly plotting something." Upon hearing this news, the elderly servant did not dare to delay and promptly reported to the emperor. After speaking, Cao Zhengchun bowed once more, anxiously awaiting Chen Xinghe's response. "Liang Shuli?" Chen Xinghe's brows furrowed at the mention of the name, and he pressed further, "Which officials did he summon?" "Among them are Zhuo Feng, the left Deputy Minister of Personnel, Yu Huatian, the right Deputy Minister of War, Du Tong, the right Deputy Minister of Revenue, and Zheng Wencan, the right Censor-in-Chief." Cao Zhengchun replied respectfully. Upon hearing these names, Chen Xinghe fell silent. All were members of noble families? Did Liang Shuli intend to conspire against the throne? Sensing the deepening gravity in Chen Xinghe's voice, Cao Zhengchun trembled in fear and immediately knelt. "Command your subordinates to apprehend all officials who are clandestinely meeting at the Liang residence tonight, and confine them in the imperial prison for rigorous interrogation. We must uncover their conspiracy," Chen Xinghe ordered calmly. "Yes, this old servant shall see to it." With Chen Xinghe's command, the entire capital of Tianjin was placed under strict martial law. Thousands of Eastern Depot guards and Jin Yi sprang into action, surrounding the residences of the ministers involved in the secret meeting, ensuring no escape. Countless torches flickered, illuminating nearly half the capital. Listening to the commotion outside, the citizens of the capital hurriedly locked their doors and extinguished their lights, fearful of being caught in the turmoil. "Open the door. Open up. Bang, bang, bang." Outside the Liang residence, a relentless series of knocks resounded. Here they come. Who is so bold as to knock at this hour? Have they no fear for their lives? Unbeknownst to him, this was the residence of the Minister of Rights, Lord Liang. A servant, cursing under his breath, approached and swung open the grand door. As the door creaked ajar, a torrent of Eastern Depot agents surged in, resembling a relentless tide, and the servant was unceremoniously kicked to the ground. "Who are you?" he gasped, clutching his abdomen, his face a mask of terror. Just as he attempted to rise, a long blade was pressed against his throat. "We are the Eastern Depot conducting an investigation. Quickly summon that old coot, Liang Shuli. His misdeeds have come to light." Chapter 7. The ambitions of the King of Lu in the chaotic city of Tianjin. The cacophony of hurried footsteps persisted well into the night before gradually subsiding. Within the dim and damp confines of the imperial prison, several grim-faced Eastern Depot agents wielded a thorn-laden whip, mercilessly striking an elderly man before them, who was bare-chested. The force of each lash was such that it threatened to tear away large strips of flesh. At that moment, Liang Shuli had long since lost his former composure and authority. His body was a canvas of injuries, with gory streaks of blood marring his skin, and in the most grievous wounds, one could glimpse the stark whiteness of bone. A scorching iron was pressed against his chest, each inch of skin painfully torn asunder, eliciting heart-wrenching cries from his lips. Under the unbearable torture of the Eastern Depot's various inhumane punishments, Liang Shuli eventually could no longer endure the agony and revealed his original plans in full. Upon hearing Liang Shuli's confession, a jubilant smile blossomed upon the weathered face of Cao Zhengchun. With the confession in hand, he made a beeline for the imperial palace. In the emperor's study within the royal hall, Chen Xinghe narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized the confession before him. Though he was already aware of Liang Shuli and others' treacherous intentions, he was taken aback by their audacity. They had brazenly conspired with the King of Lu to launch an assault on the capital and instigate a coup. It was crucial to note that these noble families wielded considerable influence both within and beyond the court, with their offspring strategically placed within the military and city defenses. Had he not acted decisively and apprehended these conspirators in advance, the consequences would have been dire. How astonishing that such a malignant tumor could fester beneath my very eyelids. It appears my cousin harbors ambitions for the throne that rival my own. Currently, outside the court, there were 4 feudal lords holding territories: the King of Bashu, the King of Lu in Jizhou, the King of Qin in Longxi, and the King of Jing in Xianjiang. Since Chen Xinghe ascended to the throne, these 4 had consistently feigned loyalty to the court while amassing military strength, openly defying imperial authority. Their rebellious intentions were glaringly evident. Dispatch orders to imprison all traitorous conspirators identified in the confessions, embedded within the military, city defenses, and the palace itself. All officials involved in this coup must be stripped of their positions, their properties confiscated, and their entire clans obliterated. Furthermore, send your agents to closely monitor the King of Lu. Should there be any signs of unrest, report immediately. Yes, Your Majesty, Cao Zhengchun promptly affirmed. Night soon passed, and as the first light of dawn broke, Chen Xinghe, attended by palace maids, proceeded to the hall of Fengtian to prepare for the morning court session. Meanwhile, in the capital, as the appointed hour for court arrived, the civil and military officials swiftly donned their official robes and hurried to the noon gate of the imperial city. In the early court of the Great Wu Empire, every spring and autumn season, ceremonies would take place before the Fengtian gate outside the Fengtian Hall. This arrangement not only facilitated the ministers in presenting state affairs and the emperor in conveying his edicts, but also allowed for an expansive view, fresh air, and a clear mind. Soon, the resounding chimes of the court opening echoed through the air. The grand gates of the imperial city swung wide, and the civil and military officials entered in succession along the royal path, arriving before the Fengtian gate. Once all the officials were present, Chen Xinghe, supported by Lu Jin and numerous eunuchs and guards, ascended the dragon-patterned platform and took his seat upon the dragon throne. Ministers, pay your respects to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Upon the Emperor's settling into his seat, the civil and military officials collectively bowed in reverence. With a calm demeanor, Chen Xinghe surveyed the officials gathered below and spoke with an air of composure. "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials straightened in unison, expressing their gratitude. Last night, the city of Tianjin was suddenly placed under lockdown. I am sure you are all quite curious about what transpired. Chen Xinghe addressed the assembly, his voice steady. At his words, the officials fell into a profound silence. Due to the late-night curfew, few officials ventured outside. Yet, the cacophony of hurried footsteps and distant cries had reached their ears unmistakably. Despite their bewilderment, none dared to speak on the matter. "Now, I shall enlighten you," Chen Xinghe declared, casting a glance at Lu Jin. Lu Jin understood and stepped forward, stating, "The traitors Liang Shuli and Zhou Feng conspired in secret last night, intending to rebel, and the evidence is irrefutable." His words ignited an uproar among the officials below. Liang Shuli, as the Minister of Rights, was a revered elder of 3 reigns, esteemed for his integrity and hailing from one of the foremost aristocratic families of Jinzhou. With former students and loyalists spread throughout the court, who could have imagined that in a single night he would be accused of treason? "Your Majesty, surely there must be some misunderstanding. Minister Liang is a venerable elder, known for his uprightness. His loyalty is beyond reproach. How could he harbor such treacherous intentions? We implore you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Do not let yourself be deceived by slanderous whispers, causing a loyal minister to suffer unjustly." A former protégé of Liang Shuli, gathering his courage, stepped forward to plead on his behalf. Soon after, several other former students joined in the appeal. Upon hearing their words, Chen Xinghe narrowed his eyes, his voice low and inscrutable, causing unease among the officials. "Do you truly believe me to be foolish? Liang Shuli clandestinely meets with ministers under the cover of night. His intentions are as clear as day. Were it not for intelligence from the Eastern Depot, I might have remained oblivious. Yet you choose to defend him? What is your true intention? Do you, too, share the same treasonous aspirations?" His calm words fell like a heavy hammer, compelling the ministers to bow their heads in silence, too intimidated to speak further. The few officials who had pleaded for Liang Shuli were now stricken with fear, eager to explain, but given no opportunity to do so. "Guards, arrest all those who defended Liang Shuli, strip them of their positions, confiscate their properties, and imprison them for life. All male members of their families shall be exiled to Lingnan, while the female members will be sent to the Imperial Academy." "Understood." With a command from Chen Xinghe, dozens of palace guards swiftly advanced, forcefully seizing the pleading officials and dragging them out with considerable brutality. "Your Majesty, we mean no offense. We beseech your Majesty for mercy." The lamentations and cries for pardon faded into the distance, leaving the civil and military officials with their heads bowed, each lost in their own thoughts. Among them, the officials from noble families could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the fate of their peers, their dissatisfaction and fear towards the emperor's ruthless methods intensifying. Conversely, some loyal to the emperor felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, admiring his decisive actions and unyielding resolve. Meanwhile, certain aristocrats, representing the hereditary dukes and marquises of the great Wu dynasty, maintained an indifferent demeanor. Occasionally, some, perplexed by the emperor's cruelty, harbored doubts but dared not voice them, merely bowing their heads in silent contemplation. "I am aware." Chen Xinghe's cold gaze swept over the gathered ministers. "Some among you may harbor discontent regarding my actions, deeming me cruel and bloodthirsty. However, let me assure you, anyone who dares to threaten my reign will find me willing to sacrifice 1,000 innocents rather than spare a single traitor." With a dismissive gesture, he signaled Lu Jin to commence the morning court session. Lu Jin understood the cue, brushing off the dust as he announced, "Speak if you have matters to address. Otherwise, you may withdraw." As the earlier disturbance came to an end, the previously tense atmosphere among the officials gradually eased. Soon, a middle-aged man, clad in official robes and possessing a dignified appearance, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." Hearing this, Chen Xinghe turned his gaze towards the speaker, Yang Tingyue, the Minister of War. "Speak." "Your Majesty," Yang began, "yesterday, General Pang Lingzhong of Tianxiong Pass reported to the Ministry of War that the northern barbarians from the Cha-Er tribe have allied with various tribes from the grasslands, amassing an army of 200,000 archers, preparing to invade Jinzhou before winter and engage in rampant plundering. The forces at Tianxiong Pass number only 30,000, inadequate to withstand such a formidable enemy. Thus, we urgently require reinforcements from the court." Upon hearing this news, Chen Xinghe furrowed his brow deeply, feeling a wave of agitation wash over him. Just as one crisis seemed to settle, another arose. He had recently ascended the throne, and the internal strife from the succession dispute had yet to be resolved, while external threats loomed on the horizon. "What do you all think?" "Your Majesty, Tianxiong Pass is a crucial stronghold in the northern frontier. It must not fall. We implore you to send reinforcements at once," spoke Sun Shuwen, the left vice minister of war, stepping forward. "Which of you esteemed officials is willing to lead the troops?" Chen Xinghe inquired, looking towards the military officials. "Your Majesty, I am willing to go." An elderly general emerged from the crowd of military officers. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe regarded the man and nodded slightly. The elderly general was none other than Lan Chengwu, his future father-in-law and the current governor of the capital region, a loyal supporter who had stood by Chen Xinghe throughout his rise to power. The Lan family had invested significantly in aiding Chen Xinghe's ascent, risking their entire family's fortune and political future. Following Chen Xinghe's accession to the throne, the status of the Lan family had correspondingly risen. Lan Xingwu's son and daughter both held positions in the military, with his son serving as a captain in the capital's left division. The daughter was married to Chen Xinghe as a concubine, and after ascending the throne, she was granted the title of Yifei by him. Indeed, General Lan, renowned for his loyalty and valor, with you at the helm, I am assured of our triumph. Thus, I shall elevate the old general to the position of commander of Jibei, overseeing all troops in the northern territories. Henceforth, I command the mobilization of the Great Army to rush to the aid of Tianxiong Pass. The Ministry of War, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Revenue shall arrange all necessary military provisions, relieving the old general of any concerns. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 8, Panlong Town. Panlong in the northwestern border, nestled within the vast desert, lies the territory adjacent to the Persian Empire. Since the founding of the Great Wu, territorial conflicts with the Persian Empire have frequently arisen, prompting successive emperors to station heavy troops along this border for defense. At the junction of Liangzhou and Longxi prefectures, Qingyun remarked, "Ahead lies Panlong Town. Once we pass through, we shall reach Liangzhou, guarded by my maternal grandfather. Our safety will be assured." Outside Panlong Town, Prince Jean gazed into the distance, observing the town amidst the sandy expanse. A look of relief washed over his weary face, a testament to having survived a harrowing ordeal. "Indeed, we are finally safe," Ning Qingyun murmured in agreement. To evade the relentless pursuit of countless imperial soldiers, they had fled for several days and nights. Utterly exhausted in body and spirit, now, they had at last escaped from peril. "I must express my gratitude to Brother Qingyun and all the heroes. Were it not for your selfless rescue, I would surely have perished. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." With that, Prince Jean dismounted and bowed solemnly. Witnessing this, the others rushed forward to assist him. "Your Highness, you must not. How could we accept such a grand gesture? Your Highness, your benevolence is destined to be protected by heaven. How could you fall to the hands of a tyrant? Indeed, the tyrant fails to discern loyalty from treachery, favoring eunuchs and corrupt officials, inflicting harm upon kin and frequently invoking mass imprisonment. We, the people of the rivers and lakes, are aggrieved by such actions. You bear the hope of saving the common folk. We shall protect you with our very lives, even if it means shattering our own bodies." Gratefully regarding those around him, Prince Jean clasped his fists and said, "Such kindness requires no thanks. The debt of gratitude from you heroes shall remain etched in my heart. To extend further pleasantries would only render us insincere. I see that the hour grows late. Brother Qingyun, shall we not seek an inn to rest for the night and resume our journey come morning?" "Certainly." Ning Qingyun nodded in agreement. With that, the group set forth, riding directly into Panlong Town. Within Panlong Inn, in a corner, a merchant disguised as a Western factory officer observed the group entering the inn. He quietly instructed the two Western factory guards beside him, "Quickly report to the commander that Prince Jean and Ning Qingyun's band of outlaws have taken residence at Longmen Inn." Understood. The two guards promptly acknowledged and departed. Outside Panlong Town, at Shirley Slope, within a temporary stronghold of the Western factory, dust swirled, obscuring the sun, as over 1,000 guards and imperial guards were stationed there. Inside, Yu Huatian stood with hands clasped behind his back, his deep, sinister eyes scrutinizing a map. Lost in contemplation. "Commander, your foresight is remarkable. Prince Jean and Ning Qingyun's faction have indeed taken refuge at Panlong Inn. Shall we mobilize our forces for immediate capture?" Approached Ma Yuliang, a Western factory officer adorned with twin blades, his expression filled with respect as he inquired. "Exercise patience, for we are in close proximity to Liangzhou Prefecture. Should we disturb the grass and frighten the snakes, the bandits may escape, and you are well aware of the consequences." Yu Huatian spoke coldly. Ma Yuliang bowed his head in response. "You shall lead all the innate masters accompanying the Western Depot to proceed ahead, taking residence at the Panlong Inn, keeping a close watch on the likes of King Jin and Ning Qingyun along with their band of rogues. Yu Huatian continued at an unhurried pace. I shall instruct the remaining forces to seal off all major routes, cutting off any possible escape for them. This plan must not falter. We must capture King Jin and Ning Qingyun along with their entire gang of outlaws. Do you understand? The subordinate replied, I understand. Meanwhile, within the Panlong Inn, candlelight flickered, casting a dim and gloomy ambience. At this moment, Ning Qingyun and King Jin, along with their entourage of wandering swordsmen, were ushered in by the inn's attendants, taking their seats in succession. Soon, an attendant approached. Esteemed guests, what would you like to eat? Our meat buns and fine wine are truly exceptional. Would you care to sample some? Oh, meat buns. What kind of filling do they contain? Ning Qingyun raised his eyelids slightly, casually inquiring. It is lamb, of course. The attendant replied enthusiastically. In that case, let us have 10 plates of meat buns. And some side dishes. There is no need for wine. Just some tea will suffice. Ning Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Certainly. The attendant noted down the order and promptly withdrew. As the attendant departed, Ning Qingyun surveyed his surroundings. His gaze soon landed on the Western Depot's spy who had been observing them. What is it, Brother Qingyun? King Jin furrowed his brow, following Ning Qingyun's line of sight. There are spies here. We are being watched, Ning Qingyun remarked in a somber tone, looking towards the Western Depot's spy. Upon hearing this, King Jin's heart raced. Could it be that the imperial pursuers have caught up with us? It is very likely. However, Your Highness need not worry. With me, Ning Qingyun, here, your safety is assured. As their conversation unfolded, dishes began to arrive one after another. The sight of the steaming meat buns made the wandering swordsmen's mouths water. Just as they were about to take a bite, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing several meat buns to tumble to the ground. Brother Qingyun, what are you doing? Why did you knock my bun down? A hot-tempered swordsman with a fierce beard rose, angrily questioning. What? Do you wish to eat this white meat? Ning Qingyun shot him a cold glance, replying indifferently. What? The bearded swordsman, being brash and having roamed the martial world for over a decade, understood the implication behind the words. You there, how dare you suggest we eat human flesh? Is this in seeking to close down? At this, the entire inn's patrons fell silent, some even bowing their heads in disgust. King Jin felt a wave of nausea wash over him, unable to believe that they had unwittingly entered a den that served human flesh. This esteemed guest. One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. When have we ever served you human flesh? A sultry voice chimed in, as a captivatingly beautiful woman sauntered out from the back hall. Such a lovely lady. The patrons in the inn were awestruck by her beauty. Judging by the young lady's tone, could it be that you are the proprietress of this Panlong Inn? The wandering swordsman was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing her from head to toe as he inquired. Indeed, I am the proprietress of this inn, Lung Qingxiu, with a charming smile. She spoke in a tone laced with an undercurrent of frost. Esteemed guest, earlier you claimed that we served you human flesh. Such slander, do you possess any proof? Proof? Huh. This meat is tender, though masked by the gaminess of lamb, yet the faint, unmistakable odor of decay cannot escape my notice. What explanation do you have for this, innkeeper? Before the swordsman could respond, Ning Qingyun interjected, a smirk playing on his lips as he countered. As he gazed into Ning Qingyun's deep, elongated eyes, Lung Qingxiu appeared calm on the surface, but her heart trembled. How could this individual possess such keen insight and olfactory acuity? Just a glance, and he discerned the anomaly in the meat. Could he also be a martial artist? She found herself tempted to probe further into his martial prowess. My esteemed guest, you jest. I assure you, I only serve authentic fresh lamb. If you do not believe me, you are most welcome to accompany me to the kitchen for a look. Lung Qingxiu offered, gesturing invitingly. Very well. Ning Qingyun replied with a cold chuckle, rising to his feet. Brother Qingyun, wait. Be cautious of deception. The Prince of Jin hastily rose to intercept him. Rest assured, Your Highness, they cannot pose a threat to me, Ning Qingyun declared confidently just as he stood. Outside the inn, a violent crash echoed as the door was forcefully breached. Moments later, a dozen men clad in raincoats, armed with swords and knives, stormed in. The innkeeper rushed forward to attend to them, yet the leader, a pale-faced scarred man, paid no heed. He directly led his entourage to take their seats. His hawk-like gaze fixed coldly upon the Prince of Jin and Ning Qingyun, radiating an aura of deep-seated animosity. Chapter 9. Ning Qingyun. After years apart, do you still remember me? The head of the Western Bureau? Ma Yuliang. Ning Qingyun furrowed his brows, his eyes locked onto the scarred man before him. Astounded that the head of the Western Bureau would personally come here. Did this imply that the Western Bureau's forces had also descended upon this location? With this thought, Ning Qingyun's expression grew increasingly grave. With his cultivation at the 4th level of the Master Realm, he had no fear of these imperial hounds. Years prior, during the struggle for the throne, he had clashed with Ma Yuliang on multiple occasions. The long scar on Ma Yuliang's face was a testament to their bitter rivalry, which had escalated to a point of no return. However, given the current situation, should he find himself ensnared once more, lacking the meticulous plans and strategies from his previous prison break, escape would prove far more challenging. Brother Qingyun, the Western Bureau's men are closing in. We must not linger here any longer. The Prince of Jin spoke gravely beside him. As one of the prominent princes involved in the power struggle, he recognized the head of the Western Bureau. He, alongside the Eastern Bureau's Inspector Yu Huatian, were known as Chen Xinghe's most capable and ruthless enforcers, both possessing formidable strength at the 3rd level of the Master Realm and should not be underestimated. Your Highness, please do not act recklessly. These eunuchs from the Western factory, daring as they are to intrude without restraint, must have some backing. I fear they have already surrounded this inn with troops. At present, our only hope lies in seizing that eunuch Ma Yuliang. Only then can we hope to break free. With narrowed eyes, Ning Qingyun calmly devised a plan. Upon hearing this, King Jin solemnly nodded. Ning Qingyun, after years apart, do you still remember me? A cold and venomous voice abruptly echoed within the inn, laced with an icy chill that intensified the atmosphere of impending violence. Both parties instinctively placed their hands on their waists, poised to draw their weapons at the slightest signal, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Of course, I remember. May I inquire if the scars on your face have healed somewhat? Do they still ache? Ning Qingyun replied with a smile that barely concealed his intentions. The two exchanged pleasantries, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. However, the tension in the air created an oddly unsettling scene. Upon hearing the mocking words, Ma Yuliang's fury ignited, his scarred face contorting into a more ferocious mask. Huh, Ning Qingyun, even at death's door, you remained so irreverent. Last time, fortune favored you, allowing your escape. This time, your luck shall not hold. Ma Yuliang's raspy voice dripped with malice, sending shivers down the spine. Just as both sides drew their weapons, preparing for a clash, an unexpectedly incongruous voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a captivating woman approaching gracefully. It was the proprietress of the Panlong Inn, Lung Qingxiu. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you. My humble establishment cannot withstand such turmoil. Look around. Your presence has frightened away all my patrons. How can I conduct business under these circumstances? If there are grievances, I kindly ask you to step outside and resolve them there, if you would be so kind. Audacious. A furious henchman of Ma Yuliang drew his embroidered spring blade with a sharp clang, his face cold as he threatened. The Western factory is here to enforce the law. All idle onlookers, clear out at once. Otherwise, you shall be treated as accomplices to these rebels and dealt with accordingly. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxiu's previously cheerful demeanor turned frosty. Ning Qingyun, witnessing this, allowed a cold smile to grace his lips and raised his voice deliberately. Lung, these eunuchs from the Western factory are notoriously tyrannical. Not only have they frightened away your customers, but they would not hesitate to burn your inn to the ground. After all, these rootless individuals are inherently vile and depraved. How could they possibly understand the value of compassion? His words dripped with a sardonic tone, ostensibly defending Lung Qingxiu but concealing deeper intentions. Ning Qingyun observed her reaction from the corner of his eye, already formulating a plan. This alluring proprietress, managing to thrive amidst such perilous conditions, must possess considerable cunning. If I could draw her into my ranks, it would prove invaluable. You seek death. At this, a henchman beside Ma Yuliang could no longer contain his rage. His face turned ashen as he unsheathed his embroidered spring blade with a metallic ring and charged forward. The others could not hold back either. Without awaiting Ma Yuliang's command, they brandished their weapons and surged ahead. Meanwhile, the swordsmen of the Jianghu behind Ning Qingyun were equally resolute, drawing their blades with a swift whoosh. Instantly, the inn was engulfed in a chaotic dance of flashing steel. As true energy dispersed in every direction, tables and chairs toppled, and the sounds of shattering dishes echoed throughout the hall, plunging the entire space into disarray. Ning Qingyun, the grievances between us over the years must finally reach a conclusion. Ma Yuliang sneered, his venomous gaze fixed upon Ning Qingyun. "Rest assured, I shall not grant you an easy demise. I will carve 1,000 cuts upon your visage and sever your tendons, forcing you to experience the torment of being unable to live or die." Observing the malice etched upon Ma Yuliang's face, Ning Qingyun scoffed disdainfully, his words becoming increasingly caustic. "Heh, is that all you've got? That old eunuch Yu Huatian begged me for a swift end before he perished. You, a mere waste cowering under his shadow, think to challenge me? Since your Eastern factory eunuchs are so eager to court death, I shall gladly escort you to your demise." After years of conflict, Ning Qingyun had long since deciphered the simple-minded, brash nature of the Western factory's leader. He had never truly regarded him as a threat. His only concern was the potential arrival of a large contingent of imperial soldiers outside the inn. Thus, swift resolution was imperative. By provoking Ma Yuliang into revealing a flaw, he could seize the initiative and break free from the encirclement. Indeed, upon hearing Ning Qingyun's taunts, Ma Yuliang's eyes turned crimson with rage, and he could no longer contain his murderous intent. With a sharp ring, his twin blades were drawn, and he charged forward with ferocity. Sensing that his plan to enrage Ma Yuliang had succeeded, a smirk crept onto Ning Qingyun's lips as he unsheathed his own sword. The combat that ensued was markedly different from that of the others. A unique and fierce energy surged forth, creating shockwaves that resonated through the air. The ground and surrounding walls bore the brunt of their clash, cracking under the pressure. Ma Yuliang's twin blades whirled like lightning, each strike a lethal blow, as if he had succumbed to madness. Ning Qingyun, however, moved with ease, parrying the attacks while occasionally hurling insults. "Ma Gonggong, your swordplay pales in comparison to that old dog Yu Huatian's. No wonder you remain a second-rate lackey. Shut your mouth." Ma Yuliang's temples throbbed with fury, his technique becoming increasingly frenzied and brutal. In an explosive surge of energy, a large area around the two was cleared, leaving no one daring to approach. Meanwhile, due to Ning Qingyun's earlier mockery, the Western factory personnel had come to view Lung Qingqiu as an accomplice of the rebels. 4 or 5 of their officers charged at her with blades drawn. "I had no intention of unleashing a slaughter, but you eunuchs seem to think me an easy target. Do you truly believe I am so easily intimidated?" Lung Qingqiu's face hardened, her murderous aura palpable, as 2 slender daggers appeared in her delicate hands. In an instant, she dispatched the advancing officers with ruthless efficiency. Upon closer inspection, the fallen Western factory officers lay in grotesque positions, each having suffered a fatal cut to their throats from her razor-sharp blades. Seeing this woman's ferocity, those who had intended to attack her abruptly halted. The expressions of several heads of the Western factory darkened. "Damn it, this witch's agility is exceedingly strange. Could she possibly be a master of the Grandmaster realm? Disregard her. Swiftly mobilize our forces to encircle and annihilate the Jin Wang and his band of rogues. We must not allow them to escape." The grim-faced Tang Dihai, a second-in-command of the Shichong, commanded the others. They were not equipped to engage in battles of the caliber of Ma Yuliang, yet they felt confident in subduing Jin Wang and the swordsmen surrounding him. After all, the Shichong had dispatched a considerable number of elite warriors, with dozens of innate masters and over 100 acquired masters, in addition to 1,000 soldiers and archers lying in ambush outside the inn. However, they had underestimated Ning Qingyun's prowess. At this moment, Ning Qingyun had decisively seized the upper hand, transitioning from defense to offense. The 2 combatants clashed from within the inn to the arid desert beyond. Throughout this skirmish, the barrage of arrows unleashed by the archers outside was effortlessly blocked and deflected by him, leaving him unscathed. Ma Yuliang, confronted with the tempestuous onslaught of azure sword shadows, found himself increasingly beleaguered and disheveled as the nightmares of years past resurfaced, further unsettling his state of mind. Not far away, the innkeeper, Lung Qingqiu, stood atop the eaves, observing the unfolding chaos. Witnessing the exquisite and ethereal swordplay of Ning Qingyun, he could not help but feel a tremor of astonishment. Who was that young swordsman? Could he possibly be a disciple of the Shushan sword sect? A gravelly male voice abruptly broke the silence. A lanky man dressed as a chef, wielding a bone knife, had approached unbeknownst to him. "Ning Qingyun," Lung Qingqiu explained coolly. "He is the esteemed direct disciple of the Shushan sword sect, a prodigy who ascended to the master realm at the tender age of 23. Chapter 10. The Arrival of Yu Huatian. It seems that the prince is in peril. Standing atop the inn's eaves, Lung Qingqiu gazed coldly upon the melee below. The sword lights intertwined as 12 swordsmen continued their fierce struggle against the innate masters of the Xichang. Despite being of the same innate rank, it was evident that the experience of these rogues in combat was far superior. Though the Xichang relied on sheer numbers for a coordinated assault, they were not swiftly gaining the upper hand. However, the swordsmen were clearly cautious, compelled to divide their attention to protect Jin Wang, which led to frequent ambushes and numerous injuries. If it weren't for these eunuchs, how could Mayan be reduced to such ruin? As he surveyed the ravaged establishment, Lung Qingqiu's fury ignited, his resentment intensifying. Feng Jiudao. He pointed towards the fray, his voice icy. Go and reduce those Xichang eunuchs to mere meat paste. Let them know that I, Lung Qingqiu, am not to be trifled with. Understood. Chopping meat is my specialty. Feng Jiudao grinned broadly, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. With that, he vanished like a specter, leaping into the air, his blade aimed directly at the crown of a Xichang enforcer's head. Swish! The blade flashed, and blood gushed forth. The enforcer barely had time to scream before his body was cleaved in two, blood spraying from his severed cranium, splattering those nearby. Gasp! The tumultuous crowd abruptly fell silent, with several Xichang enforcers retreating in horror, their faces ashen. Do not retreat. Kill. First, eliminate that chef with the knife. In the midst of the scene, the Western factory guards appeared to waver, prompting the second-in-command, Tang Dihai, to sternly admonish them, his blade pointed directly at Feng Jiudao. Upon hearing his words, the guards exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before gritting their teeth and charging forward. Come on, Feng Jiudao remarked with a hint of amusement, his figure vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of blade energy flashed by, and several of the advancing guards suddenly collapsed to the ground. Such swiftness! Tang Dihai's heart quaked as he gazed at the lingering blade mark on the floor. Who would have thought that such a formidable master lurked within this desolate inn? His expression darkened, and he swiftly unsheathed his embroidered spring knife, his form darting forward like lightning toward Feng Jiudao. Rebel, seeking death. The clash of blades erupted, a sharp metallic sound resonating as both men retreated several paces. Tang Dihai felt a numbing sensation in his hands, and had yet to regain his footing when a glint of cold light struck from the side. The willow leaf blade of Lung Qingqiu had arrived. Tang Dihai hastily withdrew, bellowing, release the arrows. Outside the inn, hundreds of archers simultaneously drew their bows, a rain of arrows whistling through the air. Lung Qingqiu let out a cold laugh, her dual blades whirling as arrows splintered and fell to the ground. Form ranks. Attack. The soldiers advanced with shields, their spears forming a dense forest, aiming to encircle Lung Qingqiu. Yet, she moved with agility, swiftly retreating from their grasp. Tang Dihai, concealed behind the military formation, wore a countenance of fluctuating emotions. Eunuch, is that all you can do, hide? Lung Qingqiu taunted. Tang Dihai ignored her, instead coldly commanding, continue the slaughter, do not let her escape. Simultaneously, outside the inn, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed as hundreds of figures clad in black trench coats and masks rode in, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Among the cavalry, a masked guard from the Western factory cautiously advanced. He observed that the chief, Ma Yuliang, was engaged in combat with a young man. He turned his horse and respectfully reported to a man wearing a black mask and draped in a platinum python robe. Report, supervisor. The individual ahead is the thief Ning Qingyun. Upon hearing this, the man slowly removed his mask, revealing a handsome visage with deep, cold eyes gazing down at Ning Qingyun. Meanwhile, Ma Yuliang, seeing that Yu Huatian had arrived, was filled with elation. He retreated several steps, grinning sinisterly. The supervisor has arrived. Ning Qingyun, your time has come. Ning Qingyun furrowed his brow at this revelation. The supervisor of the Western factory? Wasn't he that the man before him, Ma Yuliang? Having been on the run for several days, he was unaware of the changes within the Western factory, believing it to be the same as before. However, he paid little mind to it. Even if the Western factory had a new supervisor, what of it? After centuries of decline, the court could hardly produce many competent masters. As long as a large army was not present, he felt confident in his ability to cope. As for this so-called supervisor of the Western factory arriving, merely another soul to be claimed by his blade. In light of this, Ning Qingyun's gaze fixated on Yu Huatian's countenance. As the cavalry surrounded the inn, the Western factory guards embroiled in the melee ceased their struggle. Soon, the Jin Prince and his band of renegades joined forces closely behind Ning Qingyun. The two factions stood in stark opposition. You must be the new chief of the Western factory, Ning Qingyun remarked. Gazing at the unfamiliar figure before him, Ning Qingyun felt a desire to test his capabilities. With a courteous smile, he appeared gracious, yet his words dripped with provocation. How boastful! The companions of Yu Huatian, standing nearby, caught the undertone of challenge in his statement and glared in anger. In stark contrast to the others, Yu Huatian's strikingly beautiful face remained utterly impassive. He deftly seized a long sword from one of his subordinates, positioning it horizontally before him, as an overwhelming surge of qi erupted forth, shattering the blade into fragments. With a thunderous sound, the splintered sword, propelled by the potent qi, hurtled towards Ning Qingyun. His pupils dilated as he sensed an overwhelming aura of death rushing toward him. Escape. This singular thought raced through his mind. Should he be struck by this attack, he would surely face grave consequences. In a frantic bid for survival, Ning Qingyun swiftly dodged. However, as he evaded, the silhouettes of several martial artists revealed themselves behind him. The fierce shards of the shattered sword descended upon these swordsmen. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as 12 martial artists fell, bloodied and lifeless. Prince Jin, retreat quickly. This individual possesses unfathomable strength and is not to be underestimated. Ning Qingyun exclaimed, clutching his injured left arm, his face a mask of terror. Prince Jin stared in disbelief at the scene before him, struggling to comprehend how 12 formidable experts had been annihilated in an instant by a mere technique. My brother's subordinates? When did such a terrifying figure emerge from the West Factory? Cold Manager, you must recognize the current predicament. Having slain so many of the West Factory's agents, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Our only course of action is to join forces against this West Factory overseer if we are to have any hope of survival. Ning Qingyun shouted at the distant figure of Lung Qingqiu. Chapter 11. Instant Kill. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingqiu, who had been silently observing the battle, promptly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, having eliminated numerous agents of the West Factory, she had already forged a deadly enmity with them. If she did not ally with Ning Qingyun now, she would likely become their next target. After a moment's deliberation, she nodded in agreement to join forces with him. Cold Manager, this person's martial prowess is beyond comprehension. We must expend every ounce of our strength in this battle if we are to have any chance of breaking free. Ning Qingyun warned, his form trembling slightly. His expression grave as he addressed Lung Qingqiu. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Huatian moved. He elegantly accepted a three-edged sword handed to him by his subordinate, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Ning Qingyun's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he raised his sword to block. With a resounding clash of metal, an overwhelming force surged towards him, causing excruciating pain to radiate from his hands. The sword slipped from his grasp, and he was sent flying like a puppet with its strings severed, crashing heavily into the ruins. As she beheld this scene, Lung Qingqiu was struck with disbelief. The strength of this individual was astonishing. With a single strike, he had rendered Ning Qingyun, a master of his craft, utterly defenseless. However, before she could react, Yu Huatian's figure flickered and vanished once more. A cold glint flashed by, and before Lung Qingqiu could even comprehend how Yu Huatian had drawn his sword, a thin line of blood appeared on her snow-white neck. Lung Qingqiu dead. Beside her, Feng Jiudao gazed in horror at the slain proprietress, his resistance evaporating as he grasped his bone-cutting knife, intent on employing his earth-escaping technique to flee into the yellow sands. Observing Feng Jiudao's frantic bid for survival, Yu Huatian remained calm and unhurried, unleashing a powerful surge of sword energy with a mere wave of his hand. With a resounding explosion, the once tranquil yellow sands were instantly whipped up to considerable heights, transforming into a swirling storm that engulfed the heavens. As the dust settled, a rigid corpse emerged starkly in view, gradually succumbing to the engulfing sands of the Gobi Desert. Take the Crown Prince and Ning Qingyun back to the capital to report to His Majesty. Mounting his horse, Yu Huatian elegantly produced a white handkerchief, leisurely wiping his immaculate hands that bore no trace of dust. Yes, the officials from the Western Factory echoed in unison, their faces etched with reverence. In the early morning, the horizon began to brighten. The city of Tianjing was shrouded in a hazy mist. The palace's eaves and corners appeared ethereal in the soft dawn light. Outside the Qinxing Palace, Cao Zhengchun stood with his hands at his sides, his crimson dragon robe fluttering gently in the morning breeze. He gazed at the brightly lit inner hall and cautiously addressed Lu Jin, who held a feather duster, with a respectful bow. Master Lu, has His Majesty risen? I have urgent matters to report. I beseech you to convey my request. Lu Jin flicked his duster, a smile creasing the corners of his eyes. You arrived just in time, Director Cao. His Majesty has only just risen and is currently being attended to by the palace maids for his grooming. Please wait a moment. Once His Majesty is ready, he will summon you. Thank you for your trouble, Master Lu. Cao Zhengchun inclined slightly, his demeanor replete with humility. You are too kind, Director. As the frost and dew dripped in the palace courtyard, approximately a stick of incense later, the vermilion palace doors creaked open. Lu Jin emerged with delicate steps, softly announcing, Director Cao, His Majesty summons you into the palace. Cao Zhengchun acknowledged and adjusted his attire, hastening into the hall. Inside, the scent of dragon's saliva incense wafted through the air, the candlelight illuminating the figure draped in dark golden robes behind the imperial desk. Your Majesty, the mastermind behind the prison break has been identified, Cao Zhengchun declared as he knelt, his voice resonating clearly in the vast hall. Who is it? Chen Xinghe inquired calmly, his back turned to him. Your Majesty, it is none other than the Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhang Baping. Cao Zhengchun lowered his voice further. This prison break was entirely orchestrated by Zhang Baping. Not long ago, he conspired in secret with Ning Qingyun, exploiting his position to collude with bandits and break into the prison to rescue the crown prince. The reason Ning Qingyun and the bandits were able to escape safely and vanish without a trace is all due to him. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe abruptly turned. Zhang Baping. Huh, how splendid. A cold chuckle escaped him as he continued. I never anticipated that these rebels could hide so deeply. I believe those treacherous subjects who supported the crown prince had been entirely eradicated. Yet, it appears remnants still linger in this world. Chen Xinghe's expression turned frigid. In the days of yore, the struggle for the throne among the kings was indeed fierce. Chen Xinghe harbored an intense ambition for the imperial seat. Thus, in pursuit of the position of heir apparent, he resorted to every conceivable means in the shadows, his cunning and malevolence reaching unprecedented heights. In the court, the faction loyal to Prince Jin suffered greatly, as many were ensnared and assassinated by Chen Xinghe through various treacherous tactics. The skilled subordinates of several princes also fell victim to his schemes, either fleeing to the wilderness or being framed to meet their demise at the hands of the late emperor. Among the numerous princes, though Prince Jin may not have been the most talented or wise, he was undoubtedly the one held in the highest regard for his character and reputation, garnering the support of many officials. Had it not been for Chen Xinghe's covert machinations that stirred the tempest, intensifying the conflicts among the princes and igniting their disputes, resulting in many of the noble families suffering losses, and with the additional control over military power, it would have been improbable for Chen Xinghe to ascend to the throne, regardless of his cunning and deceit. Yet, could any other conspirators be uncovered? Chen Xinghe inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Cao Zhengchun broke into a cold sweat, hastily responding, Your Majesty, this old servant is unaware. However, the Eastern Depot is still conducting interrogations, and I believe an answer will emerge shortly. As noon approached, following a morning court session, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire capital city. The streets echoed with heavy footsteps as countless armored soldiers and cavalrymen of the Imperial Guard traversed the thoroughfares, galloping through the throngs of people. Within and beyond the city gates, thousands of soldiers, armed with blades and swords, patrolled and secured the area, completely sealing off the gates and forbidding any passage. Today, the capital was in turmoil, and the populace was filled with trepidation. This unrest stemmed from a list presented by the head of the Eastern Depot, Cao Zhengchun, to the emperor. The document contained the names of remnants from Prince Jin and other royal factions, as well as significant court officials who had been in contact with the Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhang Baping. The fates awaiting these individuals were dire, ranging from demotion, confiscation of property, and exile to the southern regions, to immediate execution and the annihilation of their entire clan. In the past, the officials aligned with Chen Xinghe swiftly ascended to power, filling the vacant positions left behind. This was a brutal purging, meticulously orchestrated since Chen Xinghe's ascension to the throne, aimed at eliminating the traitorous factions both within and outside the court. For those officials and generals with ulterior motives, he was prepared to err on the side of caution, willing to wrongfully execute 1,000 rather than allow a single traitor to escape. Chapter 12. The Sword Sect of Shushan in the land of Shu. Historically renowned as the land of abundance, the terrain is characterized by steep mountains, lush waters, and fertile soil. making it one of the most tranquil and prosperous regions across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. In the Ba County, the continuous peaks of the Bashu Mountains rise and fall dramatically. Among them, the most renowned sects are the Sword Sect of Shushan and the Tang Sect, perched atop the 2 principal summits. As prominent sects with a legacy spanning centuries, both are celebrated for their familial lineage and strong cohesion, boasting thousands of disciples among their ranks, truly ranking among the largest and most prestigious sects in the martial world. At Lingyun Peak, within the hall of the Sword Sect of Shushan, an elderly man with white hair yet youthful demeanor, clad in a moon-white striped robe, sat with an imposing presence at the head of the table, gazing down at the disciple kneeling before him. His expression darkened, and with a voice aged yet cold, he declared, "Preposterous. Qingyun is the sole direct disciple under my tutelage and the youngest sword master of the Shushan sword sect in centuries. How could he be so easily captured by those court hounds? When did the current court produce such formidable experts?" Below, the elder in the lead, an elderly man clad in gray robes, simultaneously gazed at the disciple who delivered the news and solemnly inquired, "You claim that Qingyun was intercepted by the newly appointed director of the Western Bureau, Yu Huatian? Is this true?" Upon hearing this, the disciple dared not be negligent and quickly bowed, replying, "Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The director Yu Huatian possesses extraordinary martial prowess. Brother Qingyun was no match for him and was gravely wounded by a single strike, nearly losing his life." Recalling that scene made the disciple shudder uncontrollably. At that moment, he had been hiding in a corner 100 meters away and had witnessed Yu Huatian unleash his power, shattering swords and annihilating 12 innate masters, leaving him utterly astounded. Uncertain if it was mere coincidence or intentional, Yu Huatian suddenly turned his gaze toward him, revealing a sinister and chilling smile. Instantly, the disciple felt a wave of terror wash over him, as if death itself had locked its gaze upon him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Fortunately, Yu Huatian merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing him entirely. The director of the Western Bureau, Yu Huatian, to inflict such severe injuries upon Qingyun. His cultivation level must be at least that of a 7th-tier master. Who would have thought that the current court harbored such a powerful figure? I had believed that after years of royal turmoil and the decline of the court, the true experts had perished or been gravely injured. However, it now seems we have underestimated the royal family's hidden depths. The head of the sect, known in the martial world as the Sword Saint of Shushan, Ning Wansong, murmured gravely, "Sect leader, the urgent matter at hand is to rescue Qingyun swiftly. Otherwise, with those eunuchs' cruel methods, Qingyun may be in grave danger." Several elders below said anxiously. As the only chief disciple of the Shushan sword sect and a once-in-a-century prodigy of swordsmanship, Ning Qingyun's significance and status are beyond question. Should he truly encounter misfortune, it would undoubtedly spark turmoil within the sect. Turning his gaze to the 3rd elder, Ning Wansong spoke, "Wanson, you shall personally lead the rescue of Qingyun, with the assistance of the 5th and 9th elders. Remember to exercise caution around that Yu Huatian. After rescuing Qingyun, return swiftly without delay." Upon hearing this, the 3rd elder, Ning Wanson, immediately rose and replied, "Sect leader, rest assured, I shall confront that so-called director of the Western Bureau and bring Qingyun back to our Shushan sword sect unscathed." After bowing respectfully, Ning Wanson and the 2 other elders gradually exited the grand hall. As the elders departed, Ning Wansong slowly rose, his profound gaze sweeping over everyone as he spoke solemnly, "Esteemed colleagues, the world is undergoing tumultuous changes. The court's control over the martial world is waning, and sects across various states are secretly forming alliances to seek their own interests. After careful consideration, I have resolved to align with the prevailing trends." Coincidentally, yesterday, the king of Shu sent envoys to visit, seeking to ally with our Shushan sword sect for a greater cause. Upon this declaration, the hall erupted in a clamor. The grand elder, seated at the forefront, furrowed his brow. Astonishment etched on his aged face. Does the sect leader imply that we are to assist the king of Shu in his quest for supremacy? "Indeed," came the reply. Ning Wansong nodded slowly, his hands clasped behind his back as he explained, "The king of Shu commands an army of over 100,000 valiant soldiers, firmly established in the southwest. Should we assist him in ascending to the throne, our Shu Mountain Sword sect shall undoubtedly rise to greatness and take the lead in the martial world." Upon hearing this, the elders displayed a spectrum of emotions. Some wore expressions of concern, while others nodded in agreement. Among the crowd, the second elder, Ning Wanhai, stood up and inquired, "Master, our Shu Mountain Sword sect is merely a humble sect in the martial world. Is it wise to involve our entire sect in the political strife?" Ning Wansong interrupted with a wave of his hand. Since that tyrant ascended the throne, he has favored the eunuchs of the Eastern and Western censorship, meddling incessantly in the affairs of the martial realm. The major sects of the martial world have long been at odds with the court. A conflict is inevitable. Moreover, the king of Shu's allies extend beyond our Shu Mountain Sword sect. The Tang sect is also included. If we miss this golden opportunity and allow the Tang sect to gain power, who will dictate the future of the Bashu martial world? At this, the expressions of the elders in the hall shifted dramatically. "Master, you are perceptive. The tyrant's rule is unjust, and he foolishly seeks to balance the martial world with the Eastern and Western censorship, which is indeed audacious. Now, he has ordered the Western censorship to apprehend our sect's most esteemed disciple. He utterly disregards our Shu Mountain Sword sect, having already severed ties with the court. We have nothing to fear. It is prudent to seize this moment and wholeheartedly support the king of Shu. This tyrant, lacking the people's support, will inevitably be overthrown. Our Shu Mountain Sword sect must plan ahead." Observing the fervent discussions among the crowd, Ning Wansong cleared his throat to signal for silence. "Very well. I have my own arrangements regarding our alliance with the king of Shu. What you must do now is return swiftly and urge our disciples to practice diligently. I sense that chaos is approaching, and if our Shu Mountain Sword sect wishes to secure a place in this martial world, we cannot afford to stagnate. In times of great strife, to stand still is to fall behind. Our Shu Mountain Sword sect shall never be subdued." Upon hearing this, the elders of both the inner and outer sects rose in unison, respectfully responding, "We shall diligently follow the Master's decree." As dusk descended and the sun fell like blood, outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City, Yu Huatian stood silently, resembling a lifeless statue, awaiting the emperor's summons from within the hall. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as the doors of the hall slowly opened. Lu Jin emerged, trembling and moving hastily, his pallid face betraying his unease. "Master Yu, His Majesty summons you to enter the hall." Lu Jin's voice quivered as he spoke, his demeanor cautious, as if greatly frightened. "Thank you, Lord Lu." Yu Huatian nodded slightly and stepped into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Outrageous. A mere deputy minister of revenue has embezzled a staggering 800,000 taels. And that minister of rights, Liang Shuli, along with the traders, have collectively hoarded 3 million taels of illicit silver. Had I not ordered the inspection of their residences, we would still be in the dark. What purpose do the Eastern censorship's informants serve? What use is it to keep you worthless officials? In the hall, Chen Xinghe glared at the account ledger before him, his voice cold as he reprimanded. "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. This old servant acknowledges his guilt." Cao Zhengchun knelt before the imperial desk, feeling the icy aura emanating from the emperor, cold sweat cascading down his brow as he dared not breathe a word, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the late head of the Eastern censorship. In fact, since he assumed the position of the chief supervisor of the Eastern Depot, merely 4 to 5 days have passed. There has been scarcely enough time for him to implement any reforms. Moreover, while the intelligence network established by the Eastern Depot appeared to be robust, it was riddled with flaws and grossly inadequate. From the very inception of the prison break scheme devised by the Vice Minister of Justice, Zhang Baping, to the successful collusion with rebellious factions that led to the escape of these miscreants from the Imperial Army's pursuit, it becomes evident how utterly incapable the Eastern Depot's intelligence network truly is. Astonishingly, the Eastern Depot remained oblivious throughout this entire debacle. They are akin to a group of blind men. Damn you, Kunhai. Even in death, he brings no peace. Now, we are left to bear the brunt of this disgrace. Upon contemplating this, Cao Zhengchun seethed with indignation, wishing fervently to unearth Yu Kunhai's corpse and lash it in a fit of fury. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me a chance. I shall diligently reform the Eastern Depot, ensuring its intelligence network permeates every corner of the realm. From this moment forth, I shall meticulously document every action and utterance of the ministers, down to the minutest detail, and report it all to your Majesty." Gazing down at the prostrate figure of Cao Zhengchun, who repeatedly bowed in assurance, Chen Xinghe lowered his eyelids and spoke calmly. "Enough. Rise. I do not hold you accountable, but rather the Eastern Depot's utter inadequacy raises doubts about how I can place my trust in it. What I require are eyes and ears that can reach every corner of the realm, ensuring that the corrupt officials of this court have nowhere to hide. Not merely a simple apology. Now that you are the new chief of the Eastern Depot, should it continue to be so woefully inefficient, it will be of no use to me. Do you comprehend my meaning? Upon hearing this, Cao Zhengchun finally exhaled in relief, standing to pledge fervently, I understand. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I am willing to stake my life on the fact that within 3 months, you shall witness a revitalized Eastern Depot. At this, Chen Xinghe has ceased to engage further, turning his attention to the side. He inquired of Yu Huatian, how goes the matter? Have the Prince of Jin and the rebellious Ning Qingyun been apprehended? Chapter 13. Cao Zhengchun's trial. Yu Huatian immediately bowed respectfully in response. Thanks to Your Majesty's great fortune. These two were intercepted on their flight towards the northwest. The 12 ruffians involved in the prison break were all eliminated without a single survivor. Currently, Ning Qingyun, gravely injured and unconscious, has been confined in the dungeons. The Prince of Jin has also been separately detained, awaiting Your Majesty's orders. Chen Xinghe nodded slightly, his cold voice affirming, well done. Additionally, while capturing Ning Qingyun, I observed a suspicious figure lurking nearby. Based on his demeanor, I surmise he is likely a disciple of the Shushan sword sect. The Shushan sword sect. Chen Xinghe's gaze turned icy, his slender fingers tightening around the dragon-carved armrest. Once again, it is the Shushan sword sect. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips, and his voice sent shivers down the spine. Their ambition is rather considerable, it seems. Tapping his fingers lightly against the armrest, Chen Xinghe gazed into the dim twilight beyond the palace, his tone softening with a hint of amusement. However, now that Ning Qingyun is in my grasp, considering their level of investment in this direct disciple, I doubt they will hesitate to come to his rescue. If so, I shall use this pawn to lay a trap and engage them in a delightful game. That night, as Cao Zhengchun and Yu Huatian emerged from the Huangji Hall, the sky had already succumbed to a deepening twilight. Cao Zhengchun scrutinized the young man before him, who shared his rank yet enjoyed the emperor's favor, and a flicker of jealousy and unease stirred within him. Nevertheless, having lived in the depths of the palace for decades, he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions, excelling at manipulating the hearts of men. Thus, he refrained from overtly expressing his feelings. Instead, narrowing his eyes with a smile, he lauded Yu Huatian. Director Yu, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Since I assumed my position at the Eastern Depot, I have frequently heard of your decisive actions at the Western Depot, which have earned you the Emperor's trust. Even the authority to execute without prior approval has been granted to you by His Majesty. Such honor is indeed a source of envy for me. In contrast, I have faced the peril of dismissal due to my ineffectiveness. As he spoke, Cao Zhengchun let out a soft sigh, his countenance marred by a sense of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian paused momentarily, turning his gaze towards Cao Zhengchun, his eyes lowered as he replied indifferently, Director Cao, you flatter me. The Western Depot, as the Emperor's sharpest blade, must diligently alleviate His Majesty's concerns and eradicate all treacherous individuals. You, Director Cao, have just assumed your post and already uncovered a major conspiracy against the Emperor. Although His Majesty may not articulate it, he certainly acknowledges this merit. Noticing Yu Huatian's grave demeanor and the unwavering steadiness of his emotions, Cao Zhengchun felt a surge of astonishment, regarding Yu Huatian with newfound respect. Alas, while the Emperor's heart is inscrutable, all my power is bestowed by His Majesty. I am immensely grateful that he has chosen to show mercy upon me. I shall serve him faithfully. Cao Zhengchun continued, his smile a mere facade. You, Director Yu, are favored by His Majesty and hold his esteem. I hope that in our future collaboration, you will lend me your guidance. Director Cao is too kind. I cannot presume to offer guidance. Both the Eastern and Western depots serve as the Emperor's trusted forces. As long as we wholeheartedly strive to alleviate His Majesty's burdens, we shall naturally earn his favor. As I take my first steps in the Western Depot, I shall undoubtedly seek your wisdom, esteemed Director Cao. Yu Huatian replied with a formal politeness. The night breeze swept past the palace walls, the copper bells at the eaves chiming softly, scattering their conversation into the profound darkness. As Cao Zhengchun watched Yu Huatian's retreating figure, the smile faded from his face, leaving only a lingering sense of foreboding and wariness. The night deepened, the moonlight gleaming like frost. Inside the Huangji Hall, the candlelight flickered brightly. After completing the last memorial on the imperial desk, Chen Xinghe set down his vermilion brush and gently rubbed his weary eyes, casting a fatigued gaze out the window. What time is it? His voice was low, tinged with exhaustion. Lu Jin stepped forward respectfully, presenting a cup of warm ginseng tea with both hands, replying dutifully, "Your Majesty, it is already the third watch of the night. Your health is paramount. You should rest." Chen Xinghe accepted the cup, his fingertips brushing the warm porcelain, the aroma of tea enveloping him. After taking a delicate sip, he gently placed it back on the table. "Your Majesty, will you be gracing the inner palace tonight?" Lu Jin inquired, his voice soft and laced with a hint of probing. In response, Chen Xinghe slowly rose, paused for a moment in silence, then gestured dismissively. "There is no need. Return to Qianxing Palace." In truth, it was not that Chen Xinghe was unwilling to indulge in the gentle embrace of the inner palace. Having traversed through a foreign realm for over 2 decades, he navigated his existence with utmost caution, treading delicately and never daring to relax for a moment. Now, in the prime of his youth, he could not deny the allure of indulgence and pleasure. Yet, the throne he occupied was ultimately seized amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Moreover, his ascension had occurred only recently. His foundation remained precarious, and the court was rife with undercurrents. A single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin, a truth he understood all too well. At this moment, only strength mattered. Only strength could serve as a true support. Presently, he stood on the brink of a breakthrough in his understanding of the Emperor's Heart Sutra, just a step away from mastery and entering the first level. Once everything fell into place and imperial power was firmly established, he would indulge in the pleasures of wielding authority and reveling in the company of beautiful women. Noticing the Emperor's reluctance to spend the night in the inner palace, Lu Jin prudently fell silent, refraining from further comment. In his heart, he lamented, "Oh, consortie, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather that His Majesty has no intention of staying in the inner palace." Ever since the Emperor's ascension, the vast harem had been reduced to but a handful of consorts. Though he had benefited from consort Yi's favor, he was not foolish enough to jeopardize his life for such trivial gains by offending the Emperor. The foremost principle of survival within the inner palace is to be adept at reading the room. One must discern which words are permissible and which are utterly forbidden. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Jin continued his tasks without hesitation, swiftly preparing the dragon carriage and summoning the palace guards. The night was as dark as ink. Within the Qianxing Palace, in the sleeping quarters, Chen Xinghe sat cross-legged upon the dragon bed, quietly contemplating the Emperor's Heart Sutra swirling in his mind. It must be said that the system's crafted heart method was indeed profound. Upon reaching the first level, Chen Xinghe felt a notable intensification of his aura and imperial pressure. His cultivation speed had significantly increased compared to before. If such effects could be achieved at merely the first level, what might await him upon reaching the 7th? Would he not become invincible, capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth? Chen Xinghe mused that the Emperor's Heart Sutra, extracted by the system, seemed excessively extraordinary, far beyond what the current martial world could possess. Its effects had even approached the realm of high martial arts or even immortal cultivation techniques. Could it be that this world was not merely the ordinary martial realm he had envisioned? Chapter 14. The Emperor Brothers' Skillful Tactics and Ruthless Heart, just like years past. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, the morning assembly commenced as the resonant chimes of the opening bell echoed through the air. Outside the Forbidden City, the Meridian Gates stood wide open, and the civil and military officials entered in sequence along the imperial path leading to the Fengtian Gate. Once all officials had arrived, the Emperor Chen Xinghe, donned in a dark golden 5-clawed dragon robe, ascended the dragon-patterned platform. "Your subjects pay their respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Gazing down at the officials bowing in reverence, Chen Xinghe raised his hand in a gesture of calm authority and spoke, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials responded in unison, straightening their posture. "State your concerns if there are any, or withdraw from the court if there are none." With Lu Jin's sharp voice ringing out, Qian Tao, the then Minister of Revenue, hurriedly stepped forward from the crowd, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, it is urgent." Months ago, a sudden drought struck Hunan province, leaving the riverbeds cracked and the crops withered. To this day, the local populace has resorted to cannibalism, and grievances have reached a boiling point. In the most severely affected areas, mobs have even risen against the authorities. Before Qian Taoli could finish his statement, the assembly erupted in chaos. Chen Xinghe was equally taken aback by this news. His expression darkened as he coldly demanded, why was this matter not reported sooner? What purpose do the Ministry of Revenue and the local governor serve? At these words, Qian Taoli, terrified, hastily knelt and pressed his forehead against the cold gold bricks of the floor, trembling as he replied, I, an old minister, have only just received the report. The governor of Hunan is audacious enough to conceal the calamity. What a concealment! Chen Xinghe suddenly laughed coldly, sweeping his gaze across the civil and military officials present before stating ominously, not long after my ascension, such a vile occurrence transpires. Do you officials think me easy to manipulate? Is that why you dare to deceive me so brazenly? Listening to the chilling tone of the emperor, the officials bowed their heads, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might attract his attention. After a brief silence, Chen Xinghe's icy voice resounded once more. The governor of Hunan, having known of the disaster yet failed to report it, has allowed the situation to deteriorate, inciting public outrage. Issue a decree to confiscate his estate and execute him. Let the execution be overseen by Cao Zhengchun of the Eastern Depot, and let his entire clan, regardless of age, be put to death. Spare not a single soul. Your servant obeys the decree. Cao Zhengchun stepped forward swiftly from the crowd, bowing to accept the order. The Ministry of Revenue shall immediately dispatch personnel to gather funds and provisions to open the granaries in Hunan for disaster relief. There must be no errors. We shall comply. Your Majesty, witnessing the emperor's fury, which could lead to the annihilation of the entire governor's family, Qian Taoli was left trembling in fear. The other officials felt a chill run down their spines, gaining a renewed understanding of the emperor's brutality. As this matter reached a conclusion, the morning court session unfolded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Within the Qihui Palace, in the Hall of Diligent Governance, Chen Xinghe sat upon the dragon throne at his desk, slowly accepting a cup of pre-rained dragon well tea from Lu Jin. What of Lord Huang Gongmin from the northwest? Has he set forth? Taking a gentle sip of the tea, Chen Xinghe inquired calmly, his gaze fixed on Yu Huatian before him. Reporting to your Majesty. At dawn, Lord Huang Gongmin sent word that he has already departed and is en route to the capital, expected to arrive in 3 to 4 days. Yu Huatian knelt on one knee, respectfully delivering the report. Good. The fish has already taken the bait. The lure is no longer needed. To avoid unnecessary complications, eliminate Prince Jean discreetly. Be careful not to let any word slip, Chen Xinghe commanded, his eyelids lowered, issuing the order indifferently. Yes, I shall obey. In the dark, narrow, and damp confines of the Eastern Depot's interrogation chamber, a disheveled young man with unkempt hair sat slumped in a corner, staring blankly at the ceiling beams above. Your Highness. Prince Jean, we meet again, a soft, deep voice echoed. A handsome man draped in a white and gold python robe entered slowly, his appearance regal and striking. Upon seeing this man, the expression of Prince Jean shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in alarm. A fleeting glimmer of fear was barely perceptible in his gaze. Earlier, he had been rescued from prison by Ning Qingyun, the foremost disciple of the Shushan sword sect, along with a dozen martial heroes. After escaping the heavenly prison, they stealthily made their way to the northwestern desert. They believed that once they crossed Longmen Town, they would safely reach the northwestern border. However, unbeknownst to them, they were intercepted midway by a multitude of experts from the Western Factory, led by Ma Yuliang. In a life-and-death struggle, they fought valiantly. With Ning Qingyun's mastery and the assistance of the skilled swordsmen, they managed to slay numerous agents of the Western Factory. Yet, just as hope flickered, Yu Huatian arrived. And with a single devastating strike, he grievously wounded Ning Qingyun, bringing him to the brink of death. The 12 innate martial artists were also annihilated by Yu Huatian's formidable technique that shattered their weapons. This man appeared as a demon, dispatching lives as effortlessly as crushing ants. Devoid of any humanity. Your royal brother sent you to kill me, did he not? The crown prince inquired, his voice trembling as he faced Yu Huatian. With an indifferent gaze, Yu Huatian replied, Indeed, your highness is astute. The emperor's character should be well known to you. He will not allow any threats to survive. Not even if they are of royal blood. Not even his own brother. Slowly closing his eyes, the crown prince shook his head in self-mockery. The victor writes history. After years of fierce contention for the throne, filled with deceit and treachery, it seems my brother has triumphed. I am no match for him. Lowering his head, the crown prince ceased to speak further. Though bitterness swelled in his heart, the extraordinary skill and power of Yu Huatian extinguished any flicker of rebellion within him. Moreover, his supporters in the court had long been eradicated by Chen Xinghe. The outcome of this struggle was no longer in doubt. He was powerless to turn the tides. Your Highness, Our benevolent emperor has granted you the mercy of a complete corpse. You shall be buried in the royal tomb. Yu Huatian coldly declared as he accepted a cup of wine from a young eunuch behind him. This is the poisoned wine bestowed by the emperor. Within moments of consumption, you shall meet your demise. Your Highness, please. With a graceful gesture, Yu Huatian's handsome visage twisted into a sinister smile. Observing this, the crown prince fell silent, lifting his gaze to the cup before him. After a moment, his trembling hand slowly grasped it, and with a bitter smile, he remarked, "My brother possesses both cunning and ruthlessness, just as in the past. He leaves no room for future grievances. To fall by his hand is not unjust for me." With a sigh of resignation, the crown prince recognized his fate was sealed. He raised the cup and drained it in one gulp. As the poison coursed through him, Yu Huatian's mocking laughter echoed until the crown prince drew his last breath, at which point he leisurely turned to exit the prison. Inform the emperor that the crown prince is dead. Furthermore, suppress news of his death. Should anyone dare to leak this information, they shall face immediate execution and the annihilation of their entire family. Yu Huatian commanded coldly, glancing back at the dozen or so guards from the Western factory, who nodded in compliance. There were far too many uncontrollable factors within the court. Knowing the emperor's temperament, he would never tolerate any betrayal or defiance. It seemed that the capital would soon witness a tempest of bloodshed. Yu Huatian murmured softly, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickering in his strange eyes. Chapter 15. The most detestable are those lawless martial artists who defy the sovereign. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, as Chen Xinghe listened to the news of the death of Prince Jin relayed by the guards of the Western factory, his gaze remained composed, revealing no trace of emotional turbulence upon his handsome visage. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the years of fierce competition for the throne. In his relentless pursuit of this supreme position, Chen Xinghe had undoubtedly taken countless lives. Now, with the imperial court weakened, various noble clans and feudal lords, driven by ambition, were keen to incite internal strife and instigate a coup. Although he had eliminated the two powerful princes, the Duke of Ding and Prince Jin, through formidable means, the turmoil within the royal family persisted. Until the various factions and insurgents throughout the realm were subdued, the conflicts within the imperial clan would remain unresolved, leaving the Great Wu Empire in a state of perpetual unrest. Sitting upon the dragon throne, Chen Xinghe furrowed his brow, his mind incessantly echoing the phrase "diminish the fiefs." To truly seize control of this decaying and tumultuous empire, dismantling the feudal system was an imperative he must undertake. The long-standing fiefdom system had evolved into the greatest threat and peril for the empire, with military generals dispatched to various regions and feudal lords asserting their dominance. The local feudal lords, bolstered by the support of prominent families and sects, had nurtured considerable ambition. Should he fail to act decisively and resolve this issue promptly, the vast Great Wu Empire would inevitably face fragmentation akin to the latter days of the Han and Tang dynasties, resulting in a scenario of warlords vying for control. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Xinghe felt a pressing urgency to eliminate Prince Jin and reclaim the military authority of the Northwest. Fortunately, with Prince Jin dispatched, he need only follow the plan to successfully lure the Northwest's commander, Huang Gongmin, into the capital for execution. The 300,000 troops stationed in the Northwest would thus return to the control of the court, becoming Chen Xinghe's most formidable support in quelling the rebellion and curtailing the feudal lords. He harbored hopes that the forthcoming opportunity for summons would yield a talented general, proficient in both civil and martial affairs. As Chen Xinghe slowly opened his eyes, a sense of anticipation welled within him. Currently, the court possessed only a handful of usable talents, notably the generals Lan Chungu and Yin Zian. However, their military prowess could only be classified as competent, rather than the exceptional leadership he required. The majority of the empire's noble warriors were merely idlers, indulging in a life of luxury, wholly ineffectual. Eventually, Chen Xinghe would have to deal with this group of inept individuals. Nonetheless, there was one nobleman who stood apart, the Marquis of Wuyang, Li Chang'an, who had never engaged in royal conflicts and possessed an extraordinarily gifted martial talent, earning the favor and trust of his father, Emperor Longjing. It was said that this marquis had reached the realm of a grandmaster 15 years prior. During the competition among the princes, several major princes had expended great efforts to draw him into their ranks, only to be met with his unwavering refusal. Initially, Chen Xinghe thought him to be biding his time. Yet, to this day, the Marquis of Wuyang maintained an air of detachment, leaving others perplexed about his true intentions. Thus, Chen Xinghe opted only to monitor him discreetly, neither employing nor purging him. In light of these reflections, Chen Xinghe's thoughts turned, gradually sketching a blueprint and strategy for pacifying the realm. However, at present, the utmost priority lies in adeptly employing the two formidable instruments of the Eastern and Western factories to further cleanse the remnants of traitorous factions within the court. It is imperative to eradicate the spies planted by the vassal kings and aristocratic families within the palace, thereby consolidating imperial authority and enforcing an absolute autocracy. This ambition was, indeed, the very foundation upon which he established the Eastern and Western factories at the onset of his reign. Lu Jin, coming to his senses, Chen Xinghe turned to the eunuch Lu Jin, who stood faithfully by his side. "Your servant is here," Lu Jin replied, bowing respectfully. "Go, summon Ning Qingyan for me. I wish to see him." "Yes, your majesty," Lu Jin promptly acknowledged, then slowly retreated from the grand hall. After a brief interlude, a knock resounded at the door. Upon Chen Xinghe's invitation to enter, several imperial guards dragged in a young man, covered in filth and blood, his complexion exceedingly pale. "Ning Qingyan." Chen Xinghe turned to face him, his gaze calm, yet penetrating. This very Ning Qingyan had persistently disrupted his plans during the fierce struggle for succession in the past, even conspiring with Prince Jin on multiple occasions, nearly leading to his demise. Now, reduced to a state of utter ruin, with shattered meridians and lost cultivation, his fate was indeed self-inflicted. "Revive him," Chen Xinghe commanded with a wave of his hand. "Understood." In unison, the guards prepared buckets of water, dousing Ning Qingyan's face with a vigorous splash. Ning Qingyan opened his eyes with a pained scream, blood trickling from his wrists and feet, every nerve in his body trembling in agony. "Ning Qingyan, in the past, you repeatedly opposed me and thwarted my plans. How audacious and reckless you were. Did you ever contemplate that you might meet such a fate today?" Chen Xinghe gazed down coldly, his voice measured, struggling to lift his head. Ning Qingyan fixed his glare upon Chen Xinghe, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Dog Emperor, now that I have fallen into your clutches, I have nothing to say. Whether you wish to kill or torture me, do as you please. Impudent Ning Qingyan, on the brink of death, you still dare to insult the emperor." The words of disrespect ignited fury in Lu Jin and the surrounding guards, who advanced, eager to rend the traitor apart. Yet, Chen Xinghe dismissively waved his hand. "Step back." "Yes, your majesty," they responded, reining in their anger and glaring fiercely at Ning Qingyan as they returned to their positions. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Xinghe remarked coolly, "Those who defy the law under the guise of chivalry are the very ones I despise the most. You, a band of self-proclaimed heroes, show utter disregard for the law and are unruly. Do you truly believe I am blind to the schemes of your sword sect of Shushan, seeking to take advantage of the turmoil within the royal family to further your sect's interests? Are you not afraid of bringing ruin upon yourselves, facing the annihilation of your clan?" At these words, Ning Qingyan momentarily faltered, but swiftly regained composure, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Dog Emperor, you are tyrannical and unjust. You harm your kin and slaughter the loyal. The world is filled with righteous indignation against you. Throughout history, emperors have never meddled in the affairs of the martial world. Since your ascension, how many heroes and disciples have perished at the hands of the court? The major sects of the martial world have long harbored deep-seated hatred for you. Even if you kill me today, countless heroes will follow in my footsteps to take your tyrant's life, ensuring you will never find peace, day or night." Observing the seemingly deranged Ning Qingyan before him, Chen Xinghe coldly smiled. "The various sects of the martial world will eventually be purged by me. Alas, you shall not witness that day. Very well, take him away and ensure that the guards of the Western Bureau attend to him diligently. He must not perish." "Yes." Several imperial guards bowed deeply, swiftly rendering the boisterous Ning Qingyan unconscious before slowly dragging him out of the grand hall. Chapter 16. The plot to rescue as noon approached. The sun blazed high in the sky. In Tianjin City, on Zhuke Street of the Southern District, the flow of pedestrians surged like a tide, ceaseless and bustling. On both sides of the long street, paved with blue stones, vendors gathered, displaying an array of dazzling goods. The hawkers' shouts mingled with the sounds of bargaining and conversation from the passing crowd, creating a lively and extraordinary atmosphere. As the capital of the Wu dynasty, Tianjin City thrived as a political center, boasting a registered population exceeding 2 million. Merchants and travelers from all corners of the realm converged here, trading spices from the western regions, silks from the south, and furs from the north. The vibrancy of the commercial streets surpassed that of other provincial cities, with a scene that rivaled the grandeur of Chang'an during the prosperous Tang dynasty and Bianliang in the northern Song. Amidst the throng, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, strolled with his hands clasped behind his back, dressed in simple garments, exuding an air of composure. Following him were two middle-aged men and four spirited youths. The elder surveyed his surroundings, stroking his beard and lamenting. It has been a decade since my last visit to Tianjin City, and I am astonished that, after all these years, this place remains as splendid as ever, truly deserving of its title as the capital of the realm. Indeed, master, one of the youths exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder as he took in the sights. This place is far more lively than our mountain. If only junior sister were here, she would surely be overjoyed. Qingping, a middle-aged man behind him, admonished sharply, his brows furrowed. We have come to the capital to rescue your senior brother, not for sightseeing. If you delay our mission, you shall face consequences upon our return. Upon hearing this, Qingping retracted his neck and hastily lowered his head in acknowledgement. Yes, master, I understand my mistake. Ning Huatian nodded slightly, his voice grave. You are right, fifth junior brother. Qing Yun is ensnared in the clutches of the eunuchs of the Western Bureau. Every moment we delay, he suffers further torment. However, we currently lack knowledge of his whereabouts. Acting recklessly could lead to unforeseen complications. We must ascertain the situation before devising our plan. Just as he finished speaking, another middle-aged man stepped forward and clasped his fists. Senior brother, I shall go. Ning Huatian nodded. Then I shall rely on you, ninth junior brother. Exercise utmost caution and avoid falling into the traps of the Western Bureau. Once you ascertain Xingyun's location, return immediately to regroup. Rest assured, senior brother. Ning Huatian solemnly replied, turning away and swiftly vanishing into the throng. Ning Huatian withdrew his gaze and addressed the others. It is still early. Let us first find an inn to rest before we act under the cover of night. Father, third master. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed from above. The group looked up to see a lithe figure leaping down from the rooftop, landing gracefully before them. It was a beautiful young girl clad in simple yet elegant attire. Her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating, her skin as fair as snow, exuding a playful spirit. Xinar. Ning Huatian's expression shifted dramatically, his voice stern. Who allowed you to accompany us? Did I not instruct you to remain at the sect? How dare you descend the mountain without permission? What if something were to happen? The girl pouted defiantly. Father, I am merely concerned for senior brother. Moreover, my martial prowess is commendable. Can I not be of assistance? Assistance? Ning Huatian seethed, his beard trembling with indignation. You have yet to step into the innate realm. What assistance can you provide? Do not let the opportunity to save Qingyun slip away, only to jeopardize yourself instead. The young maiden furrowed her delicate brows and retorted, Father, you underestimate me far too much. While I may not rival my esteemed senior brothers, I am nonetheless among the elite within our sect, and I assure you, I will not be a burden. Ning Huatian was about to reprimand her further when Ning Huatian raised his hand to interrupt. Enough, junior brother. Ning Huatian spoke gently. Xinghe is merely concerned for our well-being. Since she has come, it would be unwise to send her back alone. Let her accompany us. I shall ensure her safety. With a heavy sigh, Ning Huatian ultimately relented. Conceding reluctantly, very well, I shall defer to your counsel, senior brother. Upon hearing this, the maiden's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her cheeks adorned with two faint dimples. As she sweetly exclaimed, Indeed. Thank you, third uncle. You are the most caring towards Xinghe. Are you? Ning Huatian chuckled indulgently. That night, under the cloak of darkness, the winds howled and silence reigned. Within a guest house's second-floor private chamber on Zhuke Street in the southern city, Elder Ning Huatian, Elder Ning Huatian, and four disciples, including Ning Qingping and Ning Yisin, gathered around a table, strategizing their rescue operation for the night. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Responding swiftly, the nearest disciple approached and opened the door. Ninth uncle. As the door swung open, Elder Ning Huatian entered briskly, appearing weary from travel. Junior brother, what news? Have you discovered where Ning Qingyun is being held? Observing the fatigued figure of Ning Huatian, Ning Huatian hastened to inquire. I have found him. Qingyun is imprisoned in a celestial prison on the western outskirts. There, the West Factory guards are numerous, with thousands of Jinhui and imperial troops jointly stationed. Storming in to rescue him will not be an easy feat. Upon hearing this, Ning Wansen furrowed his brow deeply and turned to the ninth elder, asking, "Have you encountered the West Factory as chief, Yu Huatian?" To this, the ninth elder shook his head in response. "He has not made an appearance. Something is amiss." Ning Wansen murmured solemnly. "With Yu Huatian absent, he is likely lurking in the shadows, and it is highly probable that he has set traps and snares, waiting for us to walk into them. What should we do then? Are we not going to rescue him, master brother?" Ning Yisen pouted, her small face filled with urgency. "Xinghe, do not interrupt. Allow your third uncle to finish speaking." Ning Wanchun scolded. Hearing this, Ning Yisen promptly sealed her lips. "Of course, we must proceed with the rescue," Ning Wansen declared. "The wind is strong tonight, making it suitable for fire. Wanchuan, you shall lead Xinghe and Qingping to start numerous fires, creating chaos and compelling the imperial troops and Jinui within the celestial prison to divide and respond to the flames. Thus, the prison's defenses shall surely weaken. At that moment, we can stealthily infiltrate the prison. Should Yu Huatian reveal himself, I shall confront him while you all charge in to rescue Qingyun." A splendid plan. The group's eyes lit up with excitement. But what of the escape route and rendezvous point? Ning Wanchun suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Ning Wanchuan promptly produced a rudimentary map, one he had sketched earlier that afternoon while searching for Qingyun. It indicated several hidden waterways leading outside the city. Well, the plan is set. Let us embark. Chapter 17. Could he be a grandmaster? In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. The dense darkness shrouded the entire western suburb prison, rendering it impenetrable. Within the austere prison walls, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. Thousands of imperial guards and brocade-clad officials stood rigidly in place, their long blades glinting coldly at their waists, while only the occasional spark from a torch dared to pierce the stillness. "Fire! Fire! Hurry to extinguish it!" A sharp cry shattered the tranquility. Looking up, smoke billowed from the northeast corner, where crimson tongues of flame greedily licked at the wooden structures, growing fiercer in the night breeze. "Quick! Hurry to put out the fire!" commanded a captain from the brocade-clad guards, gripping the hilt of his embroidered spring blade. The sound of rushing footsteps reverberated through the corridors as hundreds of guards surged toward the inferno. In an instant, the once heavily fortified prison was left with only a sparse contingent of guards. "Brother, the plan has succeeded." Outside the prison, beneath the cloak of darkness, Ning Wanchuan, Ning Yisen, and others donned black garb and veils, converging at one spot. Observing the diminished guard presence, Ning Wanchuan declared, "The troops have been significantly diverted. We can now rescue Qingyun." "Excellent." Ning Wansen nodded. "Remember to act with caution. Do not stray from the group. After rescuing Qingyun, we must retreat swiftly. Xinghe, stay close to your father. Should that officer Yu Huatian strike, I fear I will have no time to attend to you." "Yes, third uncle," Ning Yisen replied earnestly. Once all instructions were given, Ning Wansen drew his sword and, with the others in tow, leaped into the prison. "Who goes there?" A guard, startled by the sudden intrusion of cloaked figures, looked on in shock. However, before he could react, a flash of sword light swiftly silenced him, blood gushing from the severed throat. "Bold intruders! How dare you storm the prison and attempt a rescue? Kill them!" A pale-faced officer from the West Factory sprang forward, barking orders. In a flash, 3 piercing needles shot forth from his wrist, aimed directly at Ning Yisen's throat. Ning Yisen's eyes widened in alarm as the lethal projectiles approached, her body unresponsive to the imminent danger. Just then, Ning Wansen deftly reversed his sword, producing a series of sharp clangs as he deflected the darts. Sparks flew as the nearby torch was severed by the residual force of his strike. "Kill!" The 3 elders moved like lightning, leading the charge into the fray. Utilizing the Shushan sword art with unwavering precision, they transformed into a whirlwind of cold light and sword shadows, forcing the guards to retreat in disarray. However, behind them, Ning Yisen, Ning Qingping, and the other disciples found themselves in dire straits. Dozens of West Factory enforcers ensnared them, while crossbows blocked their path and iron caltrops littered the ground. They faced a barrage of hidden weapons, leaving them in a precarious position. Yet, as the elders repelled the nearby guards, the West Factory enforcers, faced with reinforcements from the elders, began to falter and retreat deeper into the prison. "Follow me. We must rescue Qingyun." As a few individuals rushed deep into the dimly lit dungeon, Ning Wanchuan cast a glance around before directing his gaze toward a cell in the innermost part. "Hasten to rescue him. I shall deal with these Western Factory henchmen outside," he commanded. With a swift surge of sword energy, a thunderous crack resonated as the iron bars blocking their path shattered into pieces. Excellent. The others nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to dart toward the cell. Soon, they entered the confinement. Eldest brother, one disciple of Xu Shan hurried over, observing the disheveled figure, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to assist him. Do not approach, Ning Huatian warned, his heart filled with trepidation as he noticed the figure, slightly more corpulent than Ning Xinghe. Yet, it was too late. The figure had already turned, revealing a concealed dagger that plunged into the chest of the Xu Shan disciple. The disciple stared in disbelief at the dagger hilt embedded in his chest, staggering back a few steps, attempting to utter something, but found himself unable to speak as blood poured from his mouth. The figure grinned wickedly, then tore off the human mask covering his face. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Qingyan has been switched. Ning Huatian's eyes widened in horror. But before anyone could react, a series of grinding gears echoed ominously. Suddenly, the once accessible dungeon was sealed tight by several heavy iron doors forged from fine steel. Immediately following, a man draped in a platinum python robe, with a strikingly handsome yet sinister visage, stepped forth. Behind him loomed Bai Qi, the fierce head of the Western factory, alongside Tang Dihai, whose expression was sly and malevolent. Friends from Xu Shan, since you are here, why not stay a while and visit my Western factory? Yu Huatian's languid voice carried an icy undertone as he gently stroked the cloud patterns embroidered in gold on his robe. Where have you hidden Qingyun, you castrated cur? Ning Huatian's eyes blazed crimson, his sword trembling with rage, its blade reflecting a blood-red hue in the flickering firelight. Are you referring to him? Yu Huatian's lips curled into a wicked smile as he waved his hand. The heavy clanking of chains echoed from the darkness, and several henchmen dragged forth a bloodied figure. As the onlookers beheld the sight, they were horrified to see that the man was missing fingers, and his phalange bones were pierced by iron hooks. Each movement left a glaring trail of blood on the ground. Qingyun, eldest brother, Ning Yisin cried out in shock, tears streaming down her face. She attempted to rush forward, but Ning Huatian firmly held her shoulder. Xiner, stay calm, Ning Huatian admonished, his gaze fixated on Yu Huatian. Do not act rashly. With great difficulty, Ning Qingyun lifted his head, and beneath swollen eyelids, his once bright eyes were now devoid of luster. He opened his mouth, and blood immediately trickled from the corner. Master uncle, flee. You are no match for him. Before he could finish, Ma Yuliang laughed cruelly as he tugged at the chains, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Ning Qingyun. Stop it, Ning Huatian bellowed, pointing his sword at Yu Huatian, gritting his teeth in fury. Even if it costs me my life today, I shall see you torn to shreds, you castrated cur. As Yu Huatian listened, he gently shook his head, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Do you truly believe that you remnants stand a chance? His slender fingers caressed the hilt of his sword, his eyelids lowering, his voice as frigid as an icy spring. The moment you chose to oppose his majesty, your fate was sealed. Today marks your end. Upon finishing his words, he accepted the three-edged sword presented to him by the Western factory's subordinate. The instant the blade was unsheathed, Yu Huatian's figure transformed into a blurred shadow, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Junior brother, retreat swiftly, Ning Huatian shouted in urgency. However, the warning came too late. A cold gleam, sharp as a startled swan, surged forth, drawing nearer in Ning Huatian's widened eyes. With a swift motion, blood erupted from his throat, painting the air with a tragic arc. The ninth elder of the Xu Shan sword sect, Ning Huatian, did not even have time to raise his sword in defense before he collapsed with a thunderous crash. This power was far beyond that of a mere master. Ning Huatian's hand trembled slightly around the hilt of his sword, his heart roiling with immense rage as he gazed upon the ninth elder's still form, which bore the shock of his demise, only to be consumed by a deeper fear. Ning Huatian knew the ninth elder's strength all too well. Even with his own mastery at the 8th level, victory would require numerous exchanges. Yet, before the Western factory's chief Yu Huatian, a formidable master at the 5th level had not even managed to withstand a single strike. He had not even had time to block, succumbing to death in an instant. Could it be? Was he a grandmaster? Yu Huatian's figure reappeared amidst the pool of blood, a drop of crimson slowly falling from the tip of his sword. He cast a detached glance over the gathered crowd, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at his lips. Chapter 18. The game must end. Ninth uncle. A piercing cry shattered the night as several Xu Shan disciples knelt upon the ground, gazing at the bloodied figure with despairing wails. Ning Huatian gripped his longsword tightly, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Countless Western factory subordinates closed in like an impenetrable wall, their cold blades glinting ominously, exuding a palpable aura of death. At the forefront stood the chief Yu Huatian, clad in a platinum python robe, arms folded behind him, emanating an aura as deep and vast as the ocean. Merely standing there, he resembled an invisible mountain, pressing down with an oppressive weight that made it difficult to breathe. A grandmaster. Despite Ning Huatian's decades of cultivation, having achieved a tranquil heart, he could not help but feel despair in this moment. His elder brother, revered in the martial world as the sword saint of Shushan, Ning Huatian, possessed unparalleled swordsmanship, yet, even he had only reached the threshold of a grandmaster. The gap between a master and a grandmaster, though a mere word apart, represented a chasm as vast as the heavens and the earth. In the entire realm, those who could attain such a level could be counted on one hand. Each was a peak powerhouse of their era, a being of monstrous caliber capable of altering the very landscape of the martial world. Yet now, the court had actually recruited such an existence. It seemed that our Shushan sword sect was truly in grave peril. Father, I shall avenge my elder brother and ninth uncle. Ning Yisin bit down hard on her delicate lip, blood almost seeping forth, her almond eyes ablaze with overwhelming hatred as she fixed her gaze upon Yu Huatian. With a flick of her wrist, her sword hummed, as she prepared to charge forth. No, Shiner, do not throw your life away. Ning Huatian's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped his daughter's wrist with such force that it almost crushed her bones. His voice, hoarse and strained, commanded, "Go. Father will lead you out." Ning Huatian was jolted from despair. The veins on his aged face bulged as he turned sharply, shouting, "Exer, heed your father's words. Quickly flee. Your master will hold them off. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your escape." He raised his sword, his aura surging like a tempest, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Third senior brother. Ning Huatian's anguished cry resonated, filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. "Go." Ning Huatian's eyes burned crimson, his hair standing on end, resembling a cornered lion. His energy erupted violently, his robes billowing as he bit his tongue. A drop of vital blood splattering onto the sword's edge, causing it to hum with power, radiating an intense azure light. The sword intent of Mount Shu surged forth like a multitude of returning blades. In an instant, countless azure sword phantoms erupted around him, the overwhelming force of sword energy tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. The entire prison trembled under this terrifying might. The ground cracked. Stones flew as if the heavens and earth themselves were about to be cleaved in twain. This was a desperate strike fueled by the essence of a master at the 8th level, possessing catastrophic potential. Even a half-step grandmaster would not dare to confront its brilliance head-on. Seeing this, Ning Huatian dared not hesitate any longer. He seized Ning Yisin and the remaining 3 disciples, rushing wildly towards the iron door. However, at that very moment, a sinister, serpentine voice slithered into their ears, sending chills down their spines. Yu Huatian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. Here, there is only a dead end. Before his words could fully settle, an overwhelming force, vast as an abyss, surged forth, freezing the very space around them. Bang! 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 The dazzling azure sword phantoms conjured by Ning Huatian exploded in an instant, scattering like brilliant fireworks, reduced to countless flickering motes of light. The sword's momentum shattered. The energy dissipated. Ning Huatian trembled violently, his body quaking as disbelief filled his eyes. The ultimate attack he had unleashed with his life essence had failed to even graze his opponent's garments, easily crushed instead. He staggered backward, his visage aging instantly like withered wood, despair and defeat flooding his gaze. Was this the power of a grandmaster? Before such an absolute disparity in strength, all struggles were but futile gasps of a dying creature. Meanwhile, Ning Huatian shielded his daughter, desperately slashing at the encroaching guards, yet they were still ensnared, unable to advance. Suddenly, piercing screams erupted. Several poisoned iron barbs whistled through the air, embedding themselves in the backs of a few Shushan disciples. In quick succession, blades sliced through flesh, toppling them to the ground, heavy in pools of blood. Senior brother. Ning Yisin's voice cracked, her eyes widening in horror as she helplessly watched her beloved seniors being butchered by the guards, her heart aching with unbearable anguish. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a spring knife lunged at her. Xinar. Beside them, witnessing this scene, Ning Wanchuan's eyes widened in anguish as he beheld the descending blade. With every ounce of strength, he lunged forward. The clash of swords resonated powerfully, a torrent of energy surged forth, and the aftermath spread like ripples. The embroidered spring knife was instantly sent flying by an unmatched sword force, shattering into countless fragments. After spinning rapidly in the air, it plunged deep into the ground. Before Ning Wanchuan could catch his breath, two blades radiating ferocious energy struck from the side. Instinctively, he crossed his sword, hastily gathering protective energy to block the attack. However, this assault was no longer from the feeble minions of the Western Depot, but rather from Ma Yuliang, the second-in-command, a master of the third level of cultivation. A ghostly blue light flashed as the violent blade energy descended, instantly tearing through Ning Wanchuan's hastily formed protective barrier, causing his blood to surge. Staggering backward several steps, he left spiderweb-like cracks in the dark red stone floor beneath him, and a taste of blood filled his throat, forcing him to spit out a mouthful. "Dad!" Ning Yixin cried out, witnessing the scene. She fought off several of the minions in front of her and hurriedly rushed to support Ning Wanchuan. "Dad, you must break through this iron gate and escape." Ning Wanchuan, unsteady, reached out to caress his daughter's cheek, his voice hoarse. "No, I cannot leave you behind," Ning Yixin cried, tears streaming down her face, her nails digging deep into her palms. "Listen, hurry and go, even if there is but a glimmer of hope. Do not give up." Ning Wanchuan strained to channel his internal energy, raising his sword to slay several minions attempting to ambush him, then unleashed a torrent of sword energy toward the iron gate. With a thunderous roar, the surging sword energy struck down, cracking the ground inch by inch, and the prison reverberated with a booming sound. The iron gate, forged from sturdy metal, was instantly torn to shreds, sending plumes of dust and debris soaring into the air. "Run!" Ning Wanchuan staggered back a step, a mouthful of blood splattering onto the blade. He knelt on one knee, using his sword as support to steady himself, his insides feeling as though they were being scorched by raging flames. Nearby, Ma Yuliang observed the father-daughter duo with a sinister grin on his face, a chilling smile creeping across his features. What a profound bond between father and daughter, but alas, it is all in vain. As the dust settled, behind the shattered iron gate, 300 crossbowmen stood in grim formation. Their armor glinted with a ghostly cold light, the sound of crossbows being drawn creating a unified cacophony. The cold gleam of the crossbow bolts, illuminated by the flickering torches, wove a net of death. Ning Wanchuan's pupils constricted. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended Yu Huatian's intent. The reason the Western Depot's commander allowed them to escape was clearly to force them to witness that the so-called path to survival was merely a deeper abyss of despair. Like a cat toying with its prey, first allowing it to struggle, only to then break its bones. So it was. Ning Wanchuan smiled bitterly, his bloodied fingers gripping the sword hilt tightly. The sound of his daughter's suppressed sobs behind him pierced his heart like a knife. This hunt had been doomed from the very beginning. At that moment, Ning Wanchuan, witnessing the scene before him, felt equally desolate. His hand trembled slightly around the sword, droplets of blood from the blade trickling down the groove. Gazing at the crossbow formation obscured in the distant haze, he forced a bitter and despairing smile. What a remarkable West factory, traversing the martial world for over 50 years. The renown of the third elder of the Shushan sword sect resonates profoundly within the realm of martial arts. Yet today, he finds himself like a cornered beast, toyed with at the whims of another. As the platinum python robe of Yu Huatian glimmers coldly in the firelight, slender fingers caress the edge of the three-edged sword. The game must come to an end. No sooner had the words left his lips than the sword's edge transformed into a striking, mournful gleam. Ning Wanchuan's pupils contracted sharply. Even before the sword's aura reached him, the piercing intent of death was already causing his skin to prickle painfully. Instinctively, he attempted to raise his sword in defense, only to discover that all his energy was firmly restrained, rendering even his fingertips immobile. The shadow of death loomed over him with an unprecedented clarity. In a daze, he seemed to envision the morning mist atop Lingyun Peak, witnessing several junior brothers demonstrating sword techniques in the training grounds, and recalling the youthful Ning Yixin, exuberantly showcasing the Shushan swordplay for the very first time. In that fleeting moment, as the sword's aura enveloped him, he suddenly comprehended the truth. The centuries-old foundation of the Shushan sword sect ultimately pales in comparison to the towering might of the imperial court. Whether it be the intrigues of power or the grievances of the martial world, all are mere trifles in the face of absolute strength. With a soft thud, blood blossomed from his chest, and Ning Huatian staggered backward, his sword clattering to the ground. He gazed down at the blood gushing forth from his torso, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he collapsed to the earth. Yu Huatian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In the dim light of the fire, he slowly raised his right hand and gestured. Kill. The single word emerged from his lips, echoing ominously down the corridor. In an instant, hundreds of crossbows quivered in unison. The piercing shriek of arrows slicing through the air shattered the final vestiges of silence, weaving a net of death beneath the flickering flames. Ning Huatian instinctively spread her arms to shield her father. The dull thuds of arrows embedding themselves in flesh resounded relentlessly, causing the fragile form of the young girl to tremble violently. An arrow pierced her shoulder, releasing a spray of blood. Another lodged itself in her abdomen, staining her dark attire a glaring crimson. Shiner. Ning Huatian's heart twisted in agony, yet he could do nothing but watch helplessly as his daughter, akin to a butterfly with broken wings, gradually succumbed. An arrow penetrated her shoulder blade, pinning her mercilessly to the damp stone floor. Blood trickled down the shaft, forming slender streams that meandered through the crevices of the blue stones. Yu Huatian observed the scene with cold detachment. The sight of the dying girl was indeed hauntingly beautiful. Her pale cheeks were speckled with droplets of blood, and her disheveled hair lay scattered amidst the crimson pool, reminiscent of white plums ravaged by wind and rain. Yet, to him, this spectacle was merely a task to be completed. Clean it up, he commanded, turning away, the hem of his robe sweeping over the congealed blood on the ground. Behind him, the sound of crossbows being reloaded echoed, soon followed by the more frequent sounds of arrows slicing through the air. Chapter 19. The Emperor's Fury, 1,000,000 Fallen. The following day, in the city of Tianjing, as dawn broke and the mist lingered, a steed galloped down the tranquil street, having raced from Hunan Prefecture, its hooves striking the ground like drums, startling the birds perched beneath the eaves. Upon the horse, a diligent agent of the Eastern Factory clutched a memorial tightly, daring not to delay even for a moment, and rode directly into the Forbidden City. Outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Lu Jin stood with his head bowed. A messenger rushed in with great urgency, his eyes flickering as he extended his hand to receive the urgent edict. Thank you, Lord Lu. This urgent report bears the personal script of the governor. He commands that it must be presented before the emperor by noon. The East Factory officer, weary yet respectful, bowed deeply, his demeanor imbued with reverence. Holding the still warm edict, Lu Jin smiled, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he gently replied, "You exhibit commendable courtesy. Allow me to assist you." With that, he turned and made his way towards the Imperial Hall. "Thank you, Lord Lu," came the grateful voice of the East Factory officer from behind. Soon, Lu Jin arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Hall and lightly knocked on the door. "Enter," resonated a deep voice, authoritative yet calm, from within. Lu Jin pushed the door open and stepped inside soundlessly, approaching the emperor's desk where he bowed respectfully and presented the edict with both hands. "Your Majesty, an urgent report from the East Factory." Behind the desk, Chen Xinghe set down his vermilion brush and took the edict, slowly unfolding it. The calligraphy of Cao Zhengchun was sharp as a blade, each character imbued with a chilling aura. "This old servant, Cao Zhengchun, respectfully wishes your Majesty peace and health. In the recent execution in Hunan, I am fortunate not to have failed my duty, having beheaded 137 members of the provincial governor's family, along with 17 implicated officials in the West Market. During the execution, their accomplices put up a fierce resistance, and even some desperate outlaws attempted to seize the prisoners. However, the majesty of the heavens cannot be trifled with. I led my guards to eliminate all traitors without exception. Furthermore, I discovered that the drought in Hunan has persisted for 3 years. Last year, the relief grain dispatched by the court was largely embezzled by local officials colluding with wealthy clans, leaving the common people with less than 20%. By imperial decree, I confiscated the governor's mansion in Hunan, securing 310,000 taels of silver, along with 3 carts of gold and jewels. From the residences of all implicated officials, I seized an additional 870,000 taels of silver and 5 carts of jewels. In addition, I have received reports that a shipment of 30,000 stones of relief grain allocated by the Ministry of Revenue was immediately plundered upon entering Hunan. Upon learning this, I did not dare delay and sent my guards to investigate discreetly, uncovering that the bandits had close ties with prominent families such as the Zhangs and Zhas. Even more astonishing, the quantity and types of grain stolen matched exactly with those recently sold by the Su, Zheng, and Lin families. I dare to deduce that this is a conspiracy among the significant families of Hunan, secretly orchestrating the grain theft to profit by selling the stolen goods in the market. Chen Xinghe's gaze lowered slightly, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the edict. The flames of the candles flickered suddenly, casting an eerie chill that spread throughout the grand hall. Excellent, he chuckled softly, his voice as light as a whisper, yet as piercing as a frostbitten blade. 30,000 stones of grain. They need not fear being overwhelmed. Lu Jin knelt on the ground, feeling a bone-chilling cold surge up his spine, as though an invisible hand was constricting his throat, rendering his breath shallow. He lowered his head firmly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and splattering onto the golden bricks, yet he dared not make a sound. When an emperor is enraged, a million may perish. Yet, His Majesty did not display anger, did not slam his palm on the table, nor even raise his gaze. This was not mere anger. It was the certainty of intent to kill. Lu Jin closed his eyes, a profound sense of dread enveloping his heart. It seemed that Hunan was destined to flow with rivers of blood. As he lifted the memorial, Chen Xinghe had delicately inscribed 2 characters in red ink: investigate and eliminate. There were no lengthy annotations, no superfluous considerations, only these 2 words. They were concise, chilling, and laced with murderous intent. Root out the corrupt officials of Hunan. Annihilate the powerful clans. He intended to make those wolves, who had hollowed out the state coffers and drained the lifeblood of the people, atone for the countless bones that had accumulated during 3 years of drought with their own blood. Since they dared to undermine the roots of the empire, Chen Xinghe would eradicate their lineage. He would cut the grass and eliminate the roots, leaving not a single one behind. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended the actions of the Ming Taizu in his past life. Why Zhu Yuanzhang wielded the butcher's knife to incite a series of grand purges. Why he would execute thousands with a mere word. Because without bloodshed, the malevolent spirits could not be deterred. Without it, the corrupt court could not be cleansed. If these avaricious and oblivious noble officials were not eradicated, the empire would inevitably perish at their hands one day. Only through violence can violence be quelled. Instilling fear in them would deter their greedy hands from reaching out too easily. 3 years of severe drought had left the land parched. He could hardly fathom the extent of the people's grievances, so he could only suppress the rioters with an iron fist to temporarily curb the chaos. Yet, after the bloodshed, good governance must follow. He still needed to select a capable minister to go to Hunan and rectify the administration, restoring the livelihoods of the people. Convey my edict. Summon the Inspector General Gao Lian of the Censorate to the palace immediately. Chen Xinghe commanded calmly. Yes, Lu Jin promptly replied, rising without a hint of hesitation, retreating from the great hall. Before long, a steady footfall echoed outside the palace doors, and a man in his 40s entered the hall of diligent governance. Clad in a deep blue official robe, his jade belt jingled lightly at his waist. His countenance was resolute, and a righteous aura emanated from his brows. Approaching the emperor, he straightened his attire and respectfully bowed, saying, I, Gao Lian, Inspector General of the Censorate, pay my respects to your majesty. His voice was neither subservient nor arrogant, resonating throughout the vast hall. Chen Xinghe raised his gaze to appraise the renowned inspector known for his integrity and said calmly, You may rise. Thank you, your majesty. Gao Lian slowly stood up, awaiting the imperial decree. Gao Qing. Chen Xinghe lightly tapped the imperial desk with his fingertips. I have summoned you here to entrust you with a significant task. Gao Lian's expression turned serious, and he immediately clasped his hands, declaring, as one who partakes of the sovereign's bounty, it is my duty to serve the sovereign's interests. Although my talents are limited, I am willing to dedicate my life for your majesty. Good. Chen Xinghe's gaze was piercing. I command you to set forth immediately for Hunan. Upon hearing this, Gao Lian's brow momentarily furrowed, only to quickly smooth out again. After a brief contemplation, he bent forward to acknowledge the decree, saying, I shall faithfully obey the imperial command. Chen Xinghe, with a profound gaze, rose and began to pace within the hall. The golden dragon-patterned hem of his robe swept across the jade-tiled floor, producing a soft rustle. 3 years of drought in Hunan have left the land barren. Chen Xinghe's voice carried a chill. I require you to take charge as the governor and execute 3 tasks. Firstly, open the granaries and distribute grain, using labor to provide relief and implement benevolent governance. I will issue an edict to exempt Hunan from taxes for 3 years. You must ensure that every grain of relief rice reaches the hands of the disaster victims. Secondly, those who rise in rebellion and gather in the mountains. If they are willing to return to the fields, shall be forgiven for their past actions. However, those who stubbornly resist, his words paused subtly. Gao Lian felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, yet he stood tall. I understand. Thirdly, Chen Xinghe threw a secret edict from his sleeve, accusing the Su and Zheng clans of Hunan, among others, of colluding with bandits to plunder official grain supplies. I command you to assist Cao Zhengchun in uncovering all accomplices. Annihilate their 3 clans. The moment Gao Lian received the edict, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and with a dry throat, he spoke, "Should your majesty pursue this investigation rigorously, it may ensnare many innocents." Before he could finish, a gaze as sharp as a blade met him head-on. "Do not kill," Chen Xinghe sneered, and then forcefully slammed the memorial on the table before Gao Lian, coldly stating, "Open your eyes and behold. These vermin dare to covet even the disaster relief grain. The people of Hunan resort to cannibalism, and this is their doing. The empire spends resources to support these families and officials. Yet they deceive both the lower and upper echelons, draining the blood of the populace. Currently, there are uprisings among the refugees within the empire, and external threats loom. Without a firm hand, how can I rectify the court's affairs? How can I pacify this vast land?" Gao Lian knelt on the ground, cold sweat soaking the back of his official robe. He gazed at the killing intent in Chen Xinghe's eyes, trembling as he declared, "I am willing to die 1,000 deaths. I shall set forth at once, and I vow not to disappoint your majesty." Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe turned his back, coldly instructing, "Remember, what I desire is a thoroughly cleansed Hunan." Chapter 20. The Empress Dowager pondered whether it was time for the Ministry of Rites to arrange a selection of maidens for his majesty. As Gao Lian bowed and exited the hall, the heavy doors of the Vermilion Palace creaked closed. Chen Xinghe stared at the mountain of memorials on his desk, yet found it difficult to pick up his brush. His icy demeanor softened as he turned to Lu Jin, who stood nearby, and said, "Let us proceed to Sinang Palace. I wish to see my mother." "Yes," Lu Jin replied, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. A glimmer of understanding flickered beneath his lowered eyelids. It seemed that in this vast empire, the only one capable of eliciting a hint of tenderness from this iron-blooded and cold monarch was the one within Sinang Palace. As the morning light blossomed and the sun slowly climbed the crimson walls of the Forbidden City, casting a golden sheen upon the layered glazed tiles, Sinang Palace was filled with the lingering scent of dragons' saliva incense from the Cloison burner. The Empress Dowager reclined on her phoenix throne, watching the 2 palace maids enter with a loving smile. "What brings you both here today?" she inquired kindly, setting down her teacup. A stunning young girl clad in a lotus-pink brocade skirt stepped forward, bowing gracefully. "We come to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. Recently, the inner court acquired several bolts of shoe brocade, and finding the patterns delightful, I conspired with sister to craft you a cloak." She turned to receive the sky-blue cloak adorned with butterflies from a serving maid, adding, "Our skills are rudimentary, and we hope the Empress Dowager will not find fault." The Empress Dowager smiled with approval, slightly nodding. The attending female official understood and stepped forward to present the cloak at the table. The Empress Dowager delicately caressed the fabric with her jade-like fingers, marveling at the vibrant butterflies intricately embroidered, their golden wings shimmering in the light, and remarked, "This shoe brocade is already rare, yet you both have embroidered it so exquisitely. How could I ever find it lacking?" She lifted her gaze to the 2 young maidens, her smile deepening, pleased by their attentiveness and craftsmanship. Upon hearing these words, the 2 young ladies simultaneously curtsied and replied, "To offer our humble filial piety to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager is our utmost duty." "Good children, rise," the Empress Dowager said, her voice shifting as she gently caressed the jade bracelet on her wrist, her gaze penetrating as she regarded them. "I have heard that since the ascension of the new emperor, he has neither graced the inner palace with his presence nor even laid eyes upon you both. Is that correct?" After a brief pause, she spoke earnestly. "Now that you have entered the palace, your primary focus should be on serving the emperor. You ought to devote your thoughts to him. Securing his favor and bearing royal heirs would be the most prudent course for the future." The exquisite young lady clad in a lotus-colored gown responded softly, "Your Majesty's admonition is indeed wise." However, she glanced at her companion and Pin and continued, "Given the recent state affairs have been tumultuous, His Majesty has been tirelessly diligent, and we dare not intrude upon him with personal matters." And Pin interjected at the opportune moment, her voice melodious, "Sister Yi speaks the truth. Once His Majesty's political duties ease, we shall have our due diligence." The Empress Dowager interrupted, letting out a gentle sigh. Throughout the history of the Great Wu dynasty, Which emperor has not had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Even the late emperor's harem comprised numerous consorts. Yet, in the current emperor's harem, there are only the 2 of you. Perhaps this is why His Majesty remains indifferent to the inner palace. Contemplatively, she mused, should we not consider having the Ministry of Rights organize a selection to enrich the harem? Upon hearing this, the 2 young ladies instinctively tightened their grip on their sleeves, poised to defend themselves, when suddenly, a light footfall echoed from outside the hall. The beaded curtain swayed slightly, and a female official from the Xinghe Palace entered. Bowing as she announced, Your Majesty, His Majesty has arrived at Xinghe Palace. The emperor's arrival brought a tender smile to the Empress Dowager's face. The beaded curtain rustled as Chen Xinghe entered, clad in a dark patterned robe. The golden silk belt glimmered in the morning light, accentuating his tall and graceful stature. Approaching the Empress Dowager, he bowed respectfully, saying, Your son pays his respects to Mother. There is no need for such formalities. Come, take a seat. The Empress Dowager gestured gently, her eyes filled with warmth. Chen Xinghe nodded and sat beside her. The 2 young ladies covertly observed the strikingly handsome and stately young emperor, their cheeks involuntarily flushing. It was evident that Chen Xinghe possessed an innate beauty and unparalleled charm. Not only ordinary women, but even the consorts within the palace would be enraptured by a mere glance. Furthermore, the regal presence that enveloped him rendered him ethereal and captivating. For a moment, the 2 ladies were entranced, their breathing softening in reverence. And Pin, Ife is also here, Chen Xinghe remarked, casting a glance at them. His voice husky, yet magnetic. The 2 ladies were instantly roused from their reverie, realizing they had been so engrossed in the emperor's visage that they had neglected their manners. They hurriedly bowed and said, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. There is no need for formalities. Chen Xinghe raised his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 2 ladies responded as they rose. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager pointed to the garments on the table, smiling. These 2 children are thoughtful. They fear I might be lonely, so they have come to keep me company. This intricate embroidery of butterflies amidst flowers is entirely their handiwork. Chen Xinghe's gaze swept over the vividly intricate patterns on the cloak, and he nodded slightly, remarking that the use of gold thread was indeed quite ingenious, rivaling even the craftsmanship of the Imperial Tailoring Bureau. At this, the Empress Dowager's smile deepened. She had just spoken of him with them. Oh, Chen Xinghe's brow raised slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What did Mother say about me? The Empress Dowager gently caressed the jade bracelet on her wrist and spoke softly. The Emperor has been on the throne for nearly half a year, yet he has never set foot in the harem. This seems somewhat at odds with the established rituals. Does it not? Hearing this, Chen Xinghe's gaze darkened slightly as he shook his head. Mother is unaware, although the court is stabilizing. Turmoil has erupted in the northern frontier. The empire is beset by internal strife and external threats, and I am deeply concerned about matters of state, leaving me no inclination to indulge in the harem. The emperor's diligence is indeed commendable, the Empress Dowager sighed. In the days of the late emperor, despite his busyness, he would summon the consorts monthly to ensure the continuation of the royal lineage. Yet now, after half a year of your reign, there are only consort in and consortee, and you have not summoned them. If this continues, it may contravene ancestral precedents and fail to reassure the court officials. Upon hearing her words, a wry smile crept upon Chen Xinghe's lips. The Empress Dowager's remarks seemed to subtly suggest he harbored some ailment. Then, according to Mother's view, how should I proceed? He feigned ignorance as he inquired. The Empress Dowager gently caressed the teacup, replying softly, The Emperor ought to enrich the harem and expand the royal family. She paused before adding, It is not necessary for the Emperor to linger daily. A few visits each month would suffice. Chen Xinghe remained silent for a moment, his gaze lowered. In his 2 lifetimes, he had indeed been indifferent to matters of the heart, having encountered women only a handful of times. Since his rebirth in this realm, he remained unmarried at the age of 24. Since ascending the throne, he had devoted all his energy to governance. It was not that he did not desire companionship. Rather, he feared the indulgence of passion might lead him to ruin everything he had established. However, with the support of the system, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Currently, the eastern and western factories had begun to gain control over the court, allowing him to face the remaining vassal kings and border issues with greater ease. Perhaps it would be prudent for the Ministry of Rights to commence a selection process to enrich the harem for the emperor. What are your thoughts on this, Your Majesty? The Empress Dowager pressed. Chen Xinghe, upon hearing this, averted his gaze and replied, Mother may arrange it as she sees fit. However, There are numerous affairs from the previous dynasty, and I do not possess the leisure to devote my energy to the selection process. Chapter 21. The Sovereign's Authority. Subjects must perish at the sovereign's will at midday, along the official road of the Zhili prefecture, for swift horses galloped through the swirling dust. Upon hearing of the emperor's imprisonment of Prince Jin, Huang Gongmin, concerned for his grandson's safety, settled all military affairs and hastened through the night towards the capital, Tianjin. Now advanced in years, with no sons and a daughter who had perished in the palace, he held the only remaining family member, Prince Jin, in the utmost regard. Although he suspected this was the emperor's scheme, the reality was that the emperor held dominion over Prince Jin's life and death. For the sake of his safety, he felt compelled to step into the trap laid by the emperor. He could only hope that this emperor would still consider blood ties and spare Prince Jin's life. Acknowledging his years of service in guarding the empire's borders, in this journey, to facilitate travel and to avert any suspicion from the emperor, we deliberately traveled light, aiming to hasten our arrival in the capital. Accompanying us were merely 3 guards, yet those who followed the esteemed General Huang Gongmin to the capital were no ordinary individuals. Each was a formidable master of martial arts, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, capable of establishing their own schools even within the martial world. After several days of relentless travel, General Huang Gongmin finally arrived at the grand city of Tianjin. He swiftly navigated through numerous checkpoints and streets, riding forth to the foot of the Forbidden City. "Lord Huang, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time," exclaimed Lu Jin, a smile adorning his face as he beheld the venerable general. Despite having surpassed his 60th year, with hair as white as snow, Huang Gongmin stood tall and imposing. Years of warfare had imbued him with an aura of fierce bloodshed. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, Huang Gongmin dismounted swiftly and clasped his hands in a respectful salute, saying, "I appreciate your warm welcome, Lu Gonggong." Lu Jin, sweeping his feathered whisk, responded with increasing cordiality. "You need not be so formal, Lord Huang. Your service at the borders for over a decade has greatly benefited the realm. His Majesty has specially ordered a banquet in the Wuying Hall to honor your return." He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "I have even heard that they have brought out the 30-year-old vintage from the imperial pantry." A flicker of interest crossed Huang Gongmin's eyes, and his calloused hand instinctively tightened. "Is His Royal Highness the King well?" he inquired. "Rest assured, my lord," Lu Jin chuckled softly, "though His Royal Highness is currently under the Emperor's watch, his living conditions are quite satisfactory. Just yesterday, he enjoyed 2 bowls of fine rice and a plate of venison." As the heavy gates creaked open, Huang Gongmin felt a lump rise in his throat. When he handed over his sword to a guard, his fingertips trembled ever so slightly. "Please, General." Lu Jin gestured to the side, indicating the way deeper into the palace. "We must not keep His Majesty waiting." Taking a deep breath, Huang Gongmin cast a solemn glance at Lu Jin before striding into the Forbidden City. Within the Forbidden City, in the imperial palace of Huangji, Chen Xinghe sat upon the dragon throne, his eyes closed in deep contemplation of the plans swirling in his mind. The purpose of summoning Huang Gongmin to the capital was, in fact, a trap designed to eliminate him. The goal was to reclaim the military authority of the Northwest forces held by Huang Gongmin, thus eradicating the last remnants of the Jin Wang faction. It is worth noting that Chen Xinghe had personally orchestrated the demise of the Jin Wang. How could Huang Gongmin, who cherished his grandson so dearly, remain indifferent upon hearing of his death? As an emperor, Chen Xinghe understood the necessity of uprooting any threats completely. Therefore, he would not leave himself exposed to even the slightest risk. If he intended to kill, there could be no hesitation. At this opportune moment, he planned to ambush Huang Gongmin within the Wuying Hall. However, he himself would not participate in the act. Instead, he instructed Lu Jin to lead Huang Gongmin into the hall in his name. The Western Factory, under the command of Yu Huatian, along with the palace guards, would then carry out the assassination. As for how to explain this to the public, naturally, it would be said that Huang Gongmin was plotting treason, hoarding weapons, and had attempted to assassinate the emperor. The authority of the emperor reigned supreme. A lord must perish at the behest of his sovereign. In truth, Chen Xinghe was acutely aware that Huang Gongmin was a man of loyalty and valor. Otherwise, he would not have steadfastly defended the borders for over a decade without a trace of betrayal. Yet he is the beloved maternal grandfather of the Prince Jin, regarding him as his own flesh and blood. Once he learns of the prince's demise, he will undoubtedly incite a rebellion with 30,000 troops from the northwest border, raising the banner of righteous revenge for his grandson. As long as Huang Gongmin remains alive, there will always be a risk of mutiny. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at his misalignment in allegiance. With this thought, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Xinghe's eyes. He had already drafted an edict, commanding General Yin Zian to swiftly proceed to the northwest province of Liangzhou to take command of the border troops. During the struggle for succession, he had placed his covert agents within the Northwest Army, who now commanded the elite forces of the 3 battalions. The moment Huang Gongmin meets his end, they will spring into action, assisting Yin Zian in fracturing and purging Huang Gongmin's loyal subordinates. Everything was in readiness, awaiting Huang Gongmin to step into this deadly trap. In the Forbidden City, on the western side of the palace, within the Wuying Hall, the heavy vermilion doors creaked open with a somber groan. As Lu Jin led Huang Gongmin and his entourage into the hall, the interior was vast and desolate, illuminated only by a few bronze candlesticks casting flickering yellow flames. Suddenly, Huang Gongmin halted, a piercing chill coursing down his spine. He whirled around, directing his gaze toward Lu Jin. "Master Lu, may I inquire where His Majesty is?" The smile on Lu Jin's face had long since faded, replaced by a countenance as cold and unyielding as iron. "Old Huang Gongmin." His sharp voice echoed throughout the hall. "You dare to smuggle weapons into the palace, intending to assassinate the emperor." Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous crash resounded as the hall doors slammed shut. From the shadows, a chilling glint emerged, as over 100 elite guards from the Western Depot and palace sentinels surged forth like specters, their cold blades shimmering with an eerie blue light under the candle flames. Shortly after, a strikingly handsome man clad in a white and gold dragon robe stepped forward with graceful elegance. Huang Gongmin felt as though struck by lightning. He had indeed surrendered his dagger upon entering the palace, and now his hands were empty. This was undeniably a meticulously orchestrated trap. Behind him, 3 guards wore expressions of terror, scanning the sudden ambush around them, defensively poised for confrontation. "Is His Majesty intent on executing this old minister?" His hoarse voice reverberated through the hall. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the extent of his folly. He had foolishly hoped that the tyrant would remember his years of service at the borders, clinging to a misguided belief that he might escape unscathed. A wave of excruciating anguish suddenly surged within him. Could it be that the Prince Jean had already fallen victim to that tyrant? He dared not ponder further. Ultimately, he had underestimated the cruelty of this tyrant and overestimated the meager remnants of humanity. What a venomous and ruthless tyrant, to slaughter kin and frame the loyal. "Chen Xinghe, in the end, I have placed my trust in you wrongly, believing you possessed a shred of humanity, that you would not turn against your own brethren. Little did I expect that you are nothing short of a beast." Huang Gongmin let out a piercing, cold laugh, his face suffused with boundless rage and hatred. Impudence. Seeing Huang Gongmin curse the emperor even as death loomed, Lu Jin's murderous intent intensified. Huang Gongmin has concealed deadly weapons within the palace, plotting regicide. By order of His Majesty, let this traitor be executed on the spot. His sharp command resonated throughout the grand hall. "Kill." With Lu Jin's order, the palace guards and elite troops from the Western Depot surged forward in unison. "Protect the Marquis." 3 guards bellowed with ferocity, their forms darting like lightning to stand before Huang Gongmin. In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupted, causing the golden brick floor to crack under the force of their palm winds. Before the approaching knife-wielding agents of the Western Depot and the Imperial Guards could react, they were violently thrown back, coughing up blood from the overwhelming pressure. Lu Jin's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned to Yu Huatian, whispering urgently, "Master Yu, these 3 rebels are masters at the Grandmaster level. They are exceedingly difficult to handle. I implore you, do not keep His Majesty waiting. Will you not personally intervene to subdue them?" Yu Huatian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his platinum python robe undisturbed by the turbulent energy surrounding him. He regarded the chaos with a cold, disdainful smile gracing his lips. "These mere insects dare to compel me to draw my sword?" His eyelids drooped slightly as he caressed the 3-bladed sword at his waist, his voice laced with a chilling softness. Before his words had fully escaped, he had already risen like a wraith, his robe tracing an elegant arc through the air. The 3 guards perceived but a fleeting blur before a chill gripped their throats. They remained poised for battle, yet no sound escaped their lips. Moments later, 3 crimson lines emerged along their necks, appearing particularly vivid under the flickering candlelight. Yu Huatian had returned to his original position, delicately brushing away non-existent dust from his sleeve. His speed was such that no one could discern when he had drawn or sheathed his sword. Lu Jin's pupils constricted, his face contorted in shock. Although he was aware of the unfathomable prowess of this Western Depot commander, he had not anticipated such sheer terror. 3 Grandmaster-level warriors, figures capable of founding sects in the martial world, were so easily crushed like insects. This level of power was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Is this truly the extent of Master Yu's might? Lu Jin thought in horror. He suddenly recalled the rumors surrounding Yu Huatian, that he was one of the few great grandmasters in the world. Even more astonishing to Lu Jin was the fact that such a person willingly bowed to his majesty, serving at his command. Stealing a glance at Yu Huatian's enchanting visage, he observed the man leisurely wiping his slender fingers with a silk cloth, as if he had merely brushed away a few specks of dust. What methods had his majesty employed? Lu Jin dared not ponder further. He felt an overwhelming sense of secrets hidden deep within the palace, secrets that would forever elude his understanding. Old Marquis, it is time to meet your demise, he remarked ominously, snapping back to reality, as he regarded Huang Gongmin, who was equally entranced. Huang Gongmin's murky eyes gradually regained clarity. He slowly surveyed his surroundings. The bodies of the 3 guards still twitching on the ground. The palace doors were tightly shut, and the candlelight cast his shadow upon the bloodstained walls, contorted like a dying beast ensnared. A hollow, bitter laughter reverberated within the hall. Huang Gongmin, who had hunched his back for a lifetime, tremulously picked up a bloodied long sword from the ground. The blade reflected his weathered face, smeared with the blood of one of the fallen guards. I joined the army at 16, fought for the Great Wu for over 40 years, severed the heads of Khans, and repelled the armies of the Persian Empire. I have achieved great military feats. Who would have thought that I would not perish on the battlefield, but instead meet my end at the hands of a tyrant? As he spoke, Huang Gongmin suddenly pressed the blade against his neck, raising his head sharply, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Chen Xinghe, you have acted contrary to righteousness, slaughtering your own kin and loyal subjects. In the days to come, you shall surely face divine retribution. I shall witness from the underworld how this grand realm of Wu is brought to ruin by your hands. With a swift stroke, the blade sliced through, a crimson line blossoming from his aged neck, splattering onto the gilded tiles of the grand hall. With a clang, the iron weapon fell to the ground, and Huang Gongmin's body collapsed with a resounding thud. Chapter 22. In this world, aside from the Grand Masters, there exists no one whom I, the faceless demon lord, cannot slay. The chilling laughter echoed within the Wuying hall, a sinister sound that pierced the air. Lu Jin, with a somber expression, gazed at Huang Gongmin lying in a pool of blood, his teeth clenched in fury. What are you dawdling for? Clean this mess up at once. Lu Jin commanded coldly, his eyes slithering like a venomous snake around the room, darkly warning, if anyone dares to speak of today's events, do not blame me for being merciless. Upon hearing this, the guards within the hall fell silent, bowing their heads in compliance. Lu Jin then turned his gaze to Yu Huatian, narrowing his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with an unconscious caution. Director Yu, it is time for us to return and report to His Majesty. Yu Huatian, without a word of affirmation, glanced at him before turning and exiting the grand hall. In the imperial palace, within the Huangji hall, the air was thick with fragrant incense, and the candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced in the dimness. Was he still cursing me in his final moments? Chen Xinghe reclined against the dragon throne, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his expression devoid of discernible emotion. Yu Huatian stood quietly at his side, offering no words. Lu Jin bowed his head, his voice barely a whisper. Yes, his words were harsh and unbearable. After a moment of silence, Chen Xinghe slowly spoke, his tone calm and devoid of remorse or guilt. Ultimately, he chose the wrong side. My empire cannot tolerate even the slightest threat. The path of an emperor is rooted in ruthlessness. Since Huang Gongmin could not be of use to me, he must naturally be eliminated. Dispatch the edict to Zian, Chen Xinghe ordered, raising his eyes slightly. He commanded that Zian depart immediately for Liangzhou to assume command of the Northwest forces, ensuring that the remnants of Huang Gongmin's faction were eradicated in the shortest possible time. After a brief pause, he continued, furthermore, instruct him to secretly mobilize 100,000 troops from the northwest forward. I intend to strategize the reduction of the feudal lords. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin immediately bowed and replied, yes. This old servant shall convey the order at once. He then slowly withdrew from the hall. Once the doors closed, Chen Xinghe turned his gaze to Yu Huatian. Your servant is here, Yu Huatian promptly stepped forward, bowing in respect. Chen Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind him. Speaking coldly, in this troop mobilization, the local feudal lords and princes will undoubtedly grow wary. I need you to commence the cleansing of those infiltrators within the court and palace. I do not wish for them to be forewarned about the upcoming reduction of feudal power. Do you understand my intent? In response, Yu Huatian respectfully assured, Your Majesty need not worry. The Western Depot excels in making people vanish without a trace. Chen Xinghe shot him a cold glance. Remember, if even a whisper escapes, I am willing to offer my head as tribute, Yu Huatian replied resolutely. As dusk descended and the blood-red sun cast its dying light, the azure bricks and dark tiles of Tianjing City were tinged with crimson hue. The residence of the Marquis of Wuyang. The vermilion gates stood firmly shut, enclosing a tranquil courtyard paved with blue stones, where only a few ancient pines whispered in the evening breeze. Inside the reception hall, flickering candlelight illuminated two figures seated across from each other. One was a middle-aged man of imposing presence, his deep, resonant aura accentuated by a dark silk robe that added to his majesty. He slowly raised his gaze to the person before him and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, Junior disciple, after a decade of absence, what brings you to my residence today? Opposite him, a man clad in black robes sat like a steadfast pine, his broad hood revealing only a pallid chin. His fingers gently caressed the edge of a celadon teacup as he rasped, I have come to kill a man. Oh, Li Chuanguang raised an eyebrow, the gilded teapot in his hand turning half a revolution. The target that prompts the faceless demon lord to take action certainly piques my interest. The current emperor, the black-robed man replied. The teacup clattered onto the table, rolling slightly. Li Chuanguang's eyes darkened momentarily before he regained his composure. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The black-robed man did not respond, but suddenly let out a cold laugh. For centuries, the court has relentlessly suppressed our demonic sect, causing the power of our three factions to wane, with my own faction suffering the most. Now, that prince has laid out a proposal. If we eliminate the emperor on the throne and assist him in ascending, he promises to restore our sect to greatness. Upon hearing this, Li Chuanguang narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. Such bold undertakings. However, the current sovereign is not so easily dealt with. There is no one in this world, apart from the grandmasters, whom the faceless demon lord cannot vanquish, the black-robed man retorted ominously. Are you aware of the great disciple from Mount Shu? It is said that his swordsmanship is unparalleled, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Yet, due to his opposition to the court, he was captured and tortured to death by the Western Depot, with even several elders from Mount Shu perishing at the hands of those eunuchs in an attempt to rescue him. The black-robed man smirked disdainfully. Ning Qingyan of Mount Shu? His demise at the hands of those eunuchs only underscores his foolishness. Li Chuanguang's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, entering the Grandmaster realm at just 23. His talent is no less than yours. A dead genius is no genius at all, the black-robed man coldly countered. The number of Grandmasters who have perished by my hand over the years far exceeds those currently residing in Mount Shu. At this, Li Chuanguang recalled the mysterious death of the governor of Jiangnan 3 years prior, whose expression had held an eerie smile as all his essence was drained. The reason his junior disciple was known as the faceless demon lord stemmed from his enigmatic and unpredictable thousand transformations technique. This art, imparted by his grandmaster, not only allowed for perfect imitation of anyone's appearance and aura, but also enabled him to entirely replicate their martial prowess. Combined with an elusive stealth technique that rendered him a natural-born assassin, an enigma only grandmasters could unravel. Later, this technique had been further refined by his junior disciple into a demonic art, when the Lingnan sword sect was annihilated. The only remnants left were the sword chi and footprints of the sect leader. Intriguing, Li Chuanguang suddenly chuckled. Are you not afraid that I shall inform His Majesty of this matter? Please do, dear senior brother. However, by this time tomorrow, the one sharing a drink with you may very well be His Majesty. As he spoke, the figure cloaked in black suddenly vanished from sight, his voice becoming increasingly ethereal. Gazing at the empty seat across from him, Li Chuanguang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. It had been a decade since their last meeting, and having entered the demonic sect, his temperament had grown ever more arrogant. With that, he lifted his hand to gently caress the teacup on the table, murmuring, It is a pity that the current emperor is no longer a being that you, people of the martial world, can casually speculate about. Over the years, from the struggle for supremacy among the princes to the ascension of the current emperor, he had quietly observed the tumultuous shifts in power. Now, as the political landscape trembles and the emperor's authority rises, it was time for him to make his move. This time, he would utilize a knife to kill from the shadows, achieving two objectives with one action. If Yu Huatian were truly as rumored, a master of the highest order, it would demonstrate the emperor's unfathomable depth, worthy of his utmost loyalty. If the rumors proved false, he would merely be delivering a message, leaving himself ample room for maneuver. The martial world is like a game of chess, while the court resembles a strategic board, and Li Chugang never engages in unprofitable dealings. "Hey Hu," he called. "Your subordinate is here." From the shadows, a towering man with a thick beard emerged, kneeling on one knee. Li Chugang took out a piece of paper and a brush, inscribing several striking crimson characters before sealing the letter tightly and handing it to him. "Deliver this swiftly to the Shichong." He paused, his voice suddenly turning cold, instructing the Yu supervisor about the actions of the three factions of the demonic sect tonight. The faceless demon lord intends to assassinate the emperor. Chapter 23. Dare to breach the forbidden palace at night and attempt to assassinate the holy presence. Seeking death. The night was as dark as ink, the crescent moon resembling a hook. The eaves and corners of the forbidden city were silhouetted under the hazy moonlight, casting eerie shadows. The entire imperial city was enveloped in a deathly silence. Outside the Chen Xinghe palace, the guards stood like statues, stationed every 10 steps, with their icy armor reflecting sporadic flickers of light. Occasionally, a group of 40 or 50 patrolling guards wielding torches marched through the expansive palace path, their heavy footsteps echoing in the stillness. The palace regulations were stringent. At this hour, only the patrolling imperial troops and the inner guards could traverse the depths of the palace. Should any palace personnel be found wandering at night, the lightest punishment would be a beating, while the gravest could lead to execution. On the eaves, several dark shadows flitted by with a ghostly swiftness, and in an instant, they leapt to the top of the Chen Xinghe palace. As the moonlight poured down, the figures clad in black became faintly discernible against the night. The leader's eyes glinted with cold light as a silver flash shot through the air. "Who goes there?" The head of the patrolling guards, Zhengchun, perked up his ears, detecting an unusual sound approaching, and he quickly turned around. There, a poisoned throwing knife hurtled towards him, and startled, he hastily focused his energy, raising his steel blade to block. Clang! A metallic clash resounded as the throwing knife fell to the ground. Guard Captain Zhengchun staggered back 2 steps, and upon raising his head, he met several pairs of icy eyes. "Assassin, protect the emperor!" His sharp shout pierced the night sky, and the surrounding armored guards surged like a tide. The black-clad figures snickered coldly, drawing their long blades with a resonant hiss, the blades twisting through the ranks of armored guards like silver serpents. The inner guards surrounding the Chen Xinghe palace were all innate experts, well-versed in martial arts, their techniques cunning and deadly. Several guard captains had even reached the second tier of the master realm, their blade energy creating ripples of explosive sound as they cut through the air. A group of cloaked figures found themselves in a perilous predicament, continuously retreating under pressure, soon ensnared by a multitude of imperial guards. Just as the fierce battle raged on in the periphery, 2 shadowy figures descended from the eaves, their forms as elusive as smoke, swiftly appearing before the gates of the Qingxin Hall. Bold intruders. Lu Jin, stationed at the palace gate, grimaced upon spotting the 2 individuals clad in black, his voice piercing the night air. "How dare you trespass into the forbidden palace and attempt to assassinate the emperor? You seek death. Seize them. Capture these reckless fools." At his command, several nearby guards sprang into action, swords drawn, charging forward. One of the black-clad figures suddenly raised a hand, an eerie crimson glow radiating from his palm. With a swift motion, 2 guards struck by the energy were hurled back, shrieking in agony as their skin visibly darkened, ultimately bursting apart in a gruesome spectacle. Blood phantom palm. Lu Jin's pupils constricted, a storm cloud gathering on his brow. "Are you remnants of the demonic sect, the Yuming faction?" The cloaked figure offered no reply, instead engaging the onslaught of master-level guards encircling him. Simultaneously, the other black-clad figure lunged forth, fingers claw-like, targeting the crown of an ordinary guard's head. Dark energy surged, enveloping the guard as he convulsed, the shadowy force seemingly draining his very soul, leading to a thunderous collapse. What a soul-devouring technique! Lu Jin's fury twisted into a sardonic smile, his internal energy surging. "Today, I shall experience the true measure of your demonic assassins." Having risen from the lowly position of a mere eunuch to the chief eunuch under the emperor, Lu Jin was no ordinary adversary. On the contrary, he was well-versed and gifted, having perused numerous martial tomes in the Royal Martial Classics Pavilion. His martial prowess had reached the 7th level of mastery. In that moment, he advanced with spectral swiftness, unleashing the unique yellow energy of the sunflower palm, which shattered the granite floor of the hall into fissures. Unfazed, the cloaked figure countered, dark energy swirling within his palm. With a resounding crash, a shockwave erupted, debris cascading down as Lu Jin staggered back 2 steps, while the black-clad figure retreated 5. Observing the dark energy coiling around his palm, Lu Jin's countenance darkened, and he hastily employed his inner strength to expel it from his body. Such a treacherous, demonic assassin. He seethed. What are you waiting for? Protect His Majesty. He bellowed at the surrounding guards. Do not let these assassins disturb the Emperor. Inside the Qinqing Palace, Chen Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind him. Outside, the clamor of battle echoed thunderously, yet his expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any tremor. This was not the first time he had faced assassination attempts. Emerging from the blood-soaked struggles for succession, he had long since acclimated to the lurking blades in the shadows. In those years, he had been both prey and predator. The victor and the vanquished. This was a game devoid of rules, where any means were justified. However, this time, he was determined to disappoint those orchestrating the scheme. He was already aware of the assassination plots from the 3 factions of the demonic sect. The silhouette of Yu Huatian had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time. He was eager to witness how the so-called thousand-faced demon lord would attempt to assassinate him. As the sounds of battle outside the palace began to diminish, a sudden loud knock echoed against the grand doors. Enter, Chen Xinghe spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. In rushed the eunuch Lu Jin, bowing deeply to deliver his report. Your Majesty, the majority of the assassins have been dealt with, and the remaining ones have taken their own lives by poison. Were there any survivors? Chen Xinghe inquired, his fingers lightly caressing the imperial desk. This old servant deserves to be punished. These assassins were all trained killers of the dark sect. We initially captured 2, but they shattered their own hearts the moment they were seized. Lu Jin continued, bowing even lower. After the cleanup, I managed to recover an important piece of evidence from the pile of bodies. What is it? Chen Xinghe squinted, his curiosity piqued. Your Majesty, please take a look. Lu Jin stepped forward, his right hand slowly reaching into his robe, just half a step away from the imperial desk. A sly smile crept across Lu Jin's lips. Without warning, a palm strike imbued with yellow energy erupted, tearing through the air with a thunderous sound, aimed directly at Chen Xinghe's heart. However, just as the strike was about to land, an even more ferocious sword aura descended from above. Its unparalleled might cascading down like a river of stars. Lu Jin's expression changed drastically, and he hastily withdrew his palm, but it was too late. 2 of his fingers had already been severed, spiraling through the air. For an ordinary person, losing 2 fingers would incite agonizing cries and writhing on the ground. Yet, Lu Jin remained silent, his form twisting strangely before vanishing like a fleeting illusion within the palace. Chen Xinghe furrowed his brow. He had encountered many peculiar martial arts. Yet this ghostly vanishing technique was unlike anything he had seen before. It was truly bizarre, as if the man had evaporated into thin air. Yu Huatian, has the assassin escaped? Chen Xinghe surveyed his surroundings. A white figure floated down from above. Yu Huatian, sword in hand, stood respectfully. Your Majesty, the assassin still remains within this palace. Chapter 24. I command you to bring me the head of the Duke of Lu. Chen Xinghe strode to the center of the grand hall, the golden threads of his black dragon robe shimmering in the candlelight. He slowly raised his gaze, his eyes slicing through the empty hall, yet failing to detect a trace of human presence. Where is he hiding? Chen Xinghe pressed, his brow furrowed. Yu Huatian's lips curled into a sly smile, the white python robe woven with golden threads billowing without wind. He gracefully lifted a fingertip, brushing against the blade of his 3-edged sword, and suddenly turned to the shadowy corner of the hall, where a darkness deeper than the night itself quivered slightly. I have found you. A mocking cold laugh rang out. A glint of cold light flashed. The 3-edged sword in his hand shot forth like a silver lightning bolt, ripping through the air with a piercing shriek as it plunged into the shadows. A muffled thud echoed as the sword blade pierced flesh, pinning a shadowy figure firmly against the dragon pillar. The thousand-faced demon lord was forced to reveal his true form, his pallid face contorting in agony. Yet, at that moment, he could no longer feel the excruciating pain of his shoulder being pierced, for a greater shock and terror had seized his very soul. The Grand Master trembled as he uttered these three incredulous words, each syllable seeming to squeeze forth from between his clenched teeth. His cracked lips quivered uncontrollably in astonishment. 800 years. Since the passing of that esteemed Grand Master at the inception of the Great Wu dynasty, there had been no news of such a presence emerging from the court. The Grand Master, who was revered at the dawn of the Great Wu, single-handedly suppressed the empire's fortunes for 300 years. During the era when this Grand Master held sway, the martial prowess of the court flourished to an extraordinary degree, dominating the realm. The 6 doors teemed with experts, and the imperial guards were brimming with formidable warriors. Even the great sects of the martial world, with their millennia of lineage, were compelled to bow in submission. Throughout history, emperors addressed him as master, and it was a well-known legend that they regarded him as an equal. However, since then, the martial strength of the court waned, its influence diminished, and for a full 5 centuries, no such powerhouse had emerged from the court. Yet, the thousand-faced demon lord never expected to witness a living Grand Master within these palace walls today. More alarmingly, this transcendent being was showing utmost deference to the youthful emperor before him. Chen Xinghe took measured steps forward, the sound of his dragon-patterned boots echoing crisply against the jade tiles. He looked down from his elevated position at the pale-faced man pinned against the pillar, and suddenly let out a light chuckle. My royal kin have indeed presented me with a grand gift. As he spoke, he abruptly grasped the man's throat, the dragon-embossed gauntlet leaving deep crimson imprints on the demon lord's pallid skin. Speak. Who sent you? Is it the Duke of Lu? Or the Duke of Shu? Or perhaps one of the other 2 feudal lords? The thousand-faced demon lord's Adam's apple struggled to rise and fall beneath the emperor's grip. In his murky gaze, Chen Xinghe's youthful visage loomed so close, yet it inexplicably evoked the same dread he felt when he first encountered his master. It was a deep-rooted reverence faced with an absolute sovereign. Although there was no wind within the hall, the demon lord felt a chilling presence. This was not merely the intimidation of martial strength, but rather an ancient power, an emperor's authority that commanded the fate of an entire nation and the lives of countless souls. Just as commoners instinctively kneel before a decree, or beasts bow before a true dragon, Chen Xinghe's mere presence emanated a pressure that intensified upon this notorious figure of the martial world. How could a young emperor, seemingly not yet in his 30s, exude such formidable imperial authority? The thousand-faced demon lord realized his hands trembled uncontrollably. His prideful mastery at the 8th level of cultivation proved utterly useless at this moment, firmly ensnared by an aura emanating from behind Chen Xinghe. Much like a fierce tiger shackled by iron chains. I have an agreement with that lord. I cannot reveal his identity. If I speak today, the 3 factions of the demon sect will relentlessly pursue me, leaving no respite. The thousand-faced demon lord's voice was low and grave. Though skilled in the art of transformation and having navigated the martial world for years without failure, the assassination edict from the 3 factions of the demon sect remained a formidable threat. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xinghe's lips curled into a cold smile. I have heard tales of the faceless demon lord, known for his ever-changing forms, even capable of masquerading as the very leaders of the demonic sect, rendering truth and illusion indistinguishable. Yet, are you now afraid of your own kin? A glint of frost flashed in his eyes, and his voice sliced through the air like a blade. You have stated that the demonic sect may not be able to harm you, but if you do not speak. His voice trailed off as he cast a sidelong glance at Yu Huatian, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I could have you experience the 72 tortures of the Western Bureau right now. At this, even the faceless demon lord, notorious for his malevolence, fell into silence. After a moment, his hoarse voice finally broke through the stillness. It is the King of Lu. He lifted his gaze to meet Chen Xinghe's, articulating each word with painstaking clarity. The 3 sects of the demonic realm have pledged their allegiance to him, promising to assist him in eliminating your majesty and ascending to the throne. He has vowed that upon achieving his goal, he will grant the 3 sects dominion over the martial world, eradicating the conflict between righteousness and evil. A deeper chill settled in Chen Xinghe's eyes as he murmured, My dear cousin is indeed becoming increasingly ambitious. First, he colluded with the powerful ministers of the court to plot treachery, and now he joins forces with the wicked factions of the martial world, seeking my life? As one of the empire's formidable vassals, the King of Lu harbors grand aspirations, commanding an army of over 100,000, ruling the entirety of Luzhou and half of Huaizhou. His military might poses a significant threat. second only to the major vassal states guarding the borders. What complicates matters further is the proximity of Luzhou to Tianjing, a mere few days' journey. Should he ignite rebellion, his forces could besiege the city within mere days. Without the king of Lu eliminated, I shall find no peace in sleep or sustenance. Chen Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly rose to his feet. He looked down upon the faceless demon lord with a commanding presence, his lips curving into a chilling arc. Yu Huatian, according to the great martial law, what punishment awaits one who assassinates the emperor? In response to your majesty, such a crime warrants the death by 1,000 cuts, 3,600 blades. Not a single blade less would suffice to fulfill the sentence, Yu Huatian replied, his voice as cold as steel gliding over ice. Upon hearing this, the faceless demon lord involuntarily trembled, cold sweat soaking through his garments. As a denizen of the martial world, he was all too aware of the horrors of death by 1,000 cuts for those subjected to it. Existence itself became a torment. However, Chen Xinghe abruptly shifted his tone. Today, I find myself in a generous mood. I can offer you a chance at survival. He leaned closer, speaking softly. Bring me the head of the king of Lu. If you succeed, I shall hold no grudges. If you fail. Before his words could fully dissipate, Yu Huatian's gaze shot forth like an icy blade, devoid of warmth. The faceless demon lord felt as if a chilling energy were ensnaring him, a myriad of invisible threads tightening around him, ready to crush him to a pulp at the slightest hint of defiance. Yes, he managed to nod, his voice hoarse and strained. He understood that he had no choice. Acquiesce, and he might live. Refuse, and he would surely perish. Nevertheless, in recent years, the king of Lu had been actively recruiting martial forces, surrounded by masters in great numbers, and conducting his affairs with utmost caution, always accompanied by numerous formidable experts. To assassinate him would prove no trivial task. He had contemplated feigning compliance, planning to escape once he secured his life. But the sheer pressure exuded by the Grand Masters extinguished that thought in an instant. Offending a group of masters might still leave him with a glimmer of hope for survival. To offend the Grand Master is to invite death, regardless of how far he may flee to the ends of the earth. Remember, Chen Xinghe's lips curled into a slight smile, yet his eyes held not a trace of mirth. What I desire is the true head of the Lu Wang. Should you dare to present a mere disguise to deceive me, I shall grant you the last breath, allowing you to witness your bones being meticulously stripped away, piece by piece. Chapter 25, The Third Random Summon. The ancient god of war, Bai Qi, as the figure of the thousand-faced demon lord faded from view. A restrained yet hurried sound of footsteps approached from afar. The hall doors slid open silently, revealing Lu Jin, hunched over as he hurriedly entered. This old servant deserves to die 1,000 deaths. I allowed a thief to disturb the sacred presence. He fell to his knees, his forehead striking the jade bricks with a heavy thud, blood seeping forth. Enough, Chen Xinghe raised a hand, interrupting Lu Jin's fervent apologies. I am unharmed. Rise and speak. Trembling, Lu Jin stood up and asked, have the assassins been captured? Chen Xinghe inquired calmly, his tone inscrutable. Lu Jin shuddered at the question and bowed his head to the ground once more. Your Majesty, 7 of the 9 assassins have been slain. The remaining 2, he swallowed hard. Those 2 assassins appear to be elders of the demon sect, the Yuming and Insu factions. Their movements are peculiar, their methods insidious. I employed the full force of the sunflower palm to repel them, yet they still escaped. Useless, Chen Xinghe coldly uttered, causing the candle flames within the hall to flicker. Indeed, this old servant is culpable. This old servant is culpable. Lu Jin frantically knocked his head against the ground, his gray hair falling messily. Chen Xinghe slowly rose, his dragon-patterned boots halting before the bloodstains. Convey my decree, immediately seal the 9 gates. He turned his gaze sharply, his voice turning icy. Yu Huatian, at your service. Yu Huatian stepped forward, bowing in response. Take your men from the western factory and scour the capital. Chen Xinghe's long fingers glided across the imperial table as he spoke in a chilling tone. Before dawn, I wish to see the corpses of all the demon sect assassins piled at the Chengtian gate. Your servant shall obey. In the deep of night, the inky darkness enveloped the capital like a shroud. Even the sound of the night watchman's clapper resonated with a sense of foreboding. The agents of the western factory surged forth, their black cloaks rustling ominously through the streets, the ringing of drawn spring blades echoing in succession. Yu Huatian's white jade ring glimmered coldly under the moonlight as he stood with hands clasped behind him atop the city walls. observing the flickering torches below like ghostly flames wandering the shadows. Before dawn, he intoned softly, though the 12 kneeling behind him felt a chill race down their spines. Either bring me the heads of the demon sect assassins, or bring me your own. Within a tavern in the southern part of the city, several disciples of the demon sect were startled by a violent crash at the door. Yet, before they could react, dozens of poisoned crossbow bolts suddenly shot forth, piercing their chests. The last sight before their eyes was the crimson garments of the agents. Such scenes unfolded in gambling houses, brothels, and pawnshops in rapid succession. When the elder of the Yuming faction was bisected by Yu Huatian's sword, the elder of the Insu faction was desperately attempting to escape using a substitute corpse as a decoy. However, the sword light of Yu Huatian lingered like a shadow, as the three-edged blade shattered the corpse puppets, while the true elder of the Yin puppet sect tumbled from the shadows. A crimson mark akin to vermilion gradually spreading at his throat. At the fifth watch, 37 bodies draped in white cloth lay piled outside the Chengtian gate. The officials proceeding to court stepped over the still-drying blood, and the black cap of the Minister of Revenue was inadvertently blown off by the wind, rolling to the side of one corpse. He gazed at the hand protruding from beneath the white cloth, adorned with bizarre patterns, yet hesitated to retrieve it. As dawn broke and the first rays of morning pierced through the clouds, several guards of the Western factory were busy wiping the blood from their blades. On the corner tower of the imperial city, Yu Huatian casually discarded the blood-stained white silk, watching it flutter down like a dying white butterfly, landing on the bluestone slabs before Chengtian Gate. The ministers had witnessed such gruesome scenes countless times, their faces now bearing a semblance of numbness. Some oblivious officials even speculated whether yet another unfortunate soul had offended the divine wrath, inciting the emperor to annihilate entire families. It was no surprise they harbored such thoughts. After all, since Chen Xinghe ascended the throne, his reign had grown increasingly tyrannical. His subordinates, the two infamous eunuch factions of the eastern and western factories, had become notorious for their brutality, their arrogance reaching appalling heights. Whenever the emperor's anger flared, scenes of rivers running red with blood were inevitable. With this in mind, the ministers couldn't help but reminisce about the days of the late emperor's reign, when he was engrossed in martial pursuits and paid little heed to state affairs. Even if officials succumbed to corruption or formed cliques, they were not met with the fate of extermination. How starkly different it was now. Each court session felt akin to stepping onto the execution ground. Some noble officials in the court had indeed pondered rebellion against this tyrant, yet opportunities remained elusive. Moreover, the fate of Lord Liang, who had previously conspired to instigate a coup, served as a grim reminder. He had been subjected to slow slicing and his family obliterated at the emperor's command. Nevertheless, aside from the oblivious courtiers, some well-informed officials had gleaned hints of the underlying truth. They were aware that assassins had infiltrated the palace the previous night, attempting to assassinate the sovereign. They perhaps sensed the intricate political motivations lurking behind this assassination attempt. Those assassins might well have been dispatched by some feudal lord. The display of corpses was intended to intimidate any treacherous hearts within the court and beyond. When the Marquis of Wuyang beheld this scene, clarity dawned upon him. It appeared his suspicions had been validated. The assassination attempt by the demonic sect had indeed failed. His disciple, the faceless demon lord, likely faced dire consequences. However, it was evident that the current emperor's foundation and strength were unfathomable, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Perhaps the emperor's next blade would target the various regional lords and the numerous sects within the martial world. It was time to make a decisive turn, to fully align with the court. The morning court session swiftly concluded. Throughout the proceedings, Chen Xinghe and the attending ministers tacitly refrained from mentioning the incident, only reporting on the developments regarding the northern border conflicts and the relief efforts in Hunan. As for the remaining reports, they were trivial matters of little consequence. After all, the empire is beset by numerous maladies that cannot be resolved through mere assemblies. Only when Chen Xinghe gains complete control over the empire can he undertake comprehensive reforms and implement new policies. Otherwise, amidst internal strife and external threats, unforeseen calamities may arise, leading to the complete disintegration of the current situation. As the sun ascends, its golden rays spill over the crimson palace walls, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the glazed tiles of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Within the hall, Chen Xinghe, seated before the fragrant imperial desk, suddenly felt a jolt of energy. Subsequently, a remarkably familiar system notification echoed abruptly in his mind. Ding. Monthly random summoning counts have been refreshed. Upon hearing this notification, a subtle smile graced Chen Xinghe's lips, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Who might the system summon this time from the ranks of historical luminaries? If he could summon the likes of Han Xin, Bai Qi, Li Jing, or Yu Fei, for legendary military deities, how could he fear for the stability of the realm? Conquering this world would indeed be a trivial endeavor. However, the system had previously made it clear that summoning was entirely random, encompassing all the heroic spirits from the vast land of Huaxia in his past life. Thus, the chance of summoning these four figures remained exceedingly slim, akin to winning the lottery's grand prize. System, commence the random summoning. Chen Xinghe silently intoned. Ding. The system is currently executing a random summoning. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning the ancient god of war, Bai Qi. Chapter 26. The oppressive presence of the ancient god of war Bai Qi, hailing from the late Warring States period. He stands as the foremost among the four great generals of that era, and is also one of the four divine warriors of Huaxia, known as the Martial Prince. His title, God of Slaughter, reflects his proficiency in national annihilation and annihilation warfare. Throughout his life, he commanded over 70 battles, decimating more than 1 million enemies without a single defeat. Cultivation, Grandmaster Level 6 Technique, God-slaying technique, technique analysis, the path of killing, achieving martial prowess through slaughter. The greater the bloodshed, the deeper the cultivation, with no upper limit or end. Battlefield martial skills, breaking formation sword, a martial skill designed for battlefield carnage. God of Slaughter's gaze, causing terror in the hearts of the enemy. Realm of human slaughter, a bloodthirsty domain extending 100 miles. Enhancing the killing intent of allied troops while temporarily nullifying the pain of their soldiers. Allowing them to fight despite severed limbs. Divine powers. None. Must unlock through countless acts of slaughter. What? Bai Qi, the foremost general of the warring states. Has he truly been summoned? Gazing at the series of panels before him, Chen Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. It felt akin to winning the grand prize from a pool of 1 million. Moreover, Bai Qi's martial prowess had astonishingly reached the Grandmaster level, level 6, surpassing even the two prominent dukes, Yu Huatian and Cao Zhengchun. Even more astonishing was his boundless technique. Simply generating acts of slaughter could enhance his cultivation. Despite Chen Xinghe's long-established demeanor of concealing his emotions, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. It seems the commander capable of conquering the world has finally emerged. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, mere leadership is insufficient. One must also possess formidable martial skills. Otherwise, even commanding 1 million troops, one might still lose their head to those formidable warriors amidst the throng of soldiers. Moreover, within the army, the elite forces must not only master various battle formations, but also ensure that at least half of their ranks comprise martial artists. The northern plains are inhabited by fierce tribesmen, who have honed their physical prowess from a young age, possessing strength comparable to that of seasoned warriors. His father-in-law, Lan Xingwu, although he only attained the realm of a master at the age of 50, was elevated and entrusted with command due to both his military acumen and martial prowess. The late Huang Gongmin was similarly formidable. Despite his advanced years, his courage and mastery remained undiminished. Countless enemies, both acquired and innate, had fallen before him, and his command abilities were unparalleled. For the martial world, the battlefield army evidently emphasizes the coordination of formations and the art of combat. There are no superfluous techniques. The focus is solely on lethal skills, aiming for a single decisive strike. Such prowess necessitates a leader who can blend martial cultivation with military strategy. However, he no longer need fret over a lack of capable individuals, nor resort to cunning schemes against the various feudal lords. The pacification of the realm is nearly assured. Who would dare to rebel? They would be swiftly quelled by Bai Qi's forces. In times past, Huang Gongmin could vanquish the barbarian chieftain with his mastery. Now, with Bai Qi's unparalleled prowess, could he not raise cities and topple nations? With Bai Qi at my side, what fear do I have of the feudal lords? A self-satisfied smile crept across Chen Xinghe's lips. Just as Chen Xinghe was lost in his thoughts, the air suddenly split apart. Within the grand hall, the flickering candle flame swayed erratically as if besieged by an unseen force, dimming to a blood-red hue. Chen Xinghe's gaze snapped upward. Witnessing the air in the center of the hall twist violently, a pitch-black rift emerging, slowly yawning like the mouth of an abyss. From within the chasm, The faint sounds of clashing weapons, the thunderous beat of war drums, and the wails of countless lost souls echoed ominously. Thud! Heavy footsteps resonated. A foot clad in dark iron war boots stepped forth from the rift, its armor stained with dark red rust, as though steeped in the carnage of 1,000 battlefields. Following this, the figure fully emerged from the void. Bai Qi had arrived. Adorned in dark iron armor, draped in a black cloak etched with the fangs of a ferocious beast. He exuded the aura of endless conquest. At his waist hung an ancient bronze sword, still sheathed, yet emanating a chilling aura. Most arresting were Bai Qi's eyes. Those icy orbs, so frigid they seemed to still the very air around them. Within his gaze lurked a maelstrom of death and despair, and a mere glance could plunge one into the depths of a hellish nightmare, fracturing the spirit. Boom! As the rift behind him sealed, the entire hall trembled. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth like a tidal wave. The ground beneath began to reveal crimson patterns, as though countless souls writhed in agony beneath his feet. Standing there in silence, he uttered not a word, yet cast an oppressive terror over the entire imperial city. This was the butcher Bai Qi. This was the might of the god of slaughter. Chen Xinghe's pupils suddenly constricted, and his fingertips unconsciously tightened around the armrest of the dragon chair. He had encountered numerous formidable figures, grandmasters, and supreme masters, yet never had anyone's mere presence sent tremors through his very soul. Truly, he was the harbinger of death who had claimed over 400,000 Zhao soldiers, annihilating more than 1,000,000 foes. Only he could wield such overwhelming karma and malevolence. Bai Qi slowly raised his gaze, meeting Chen Xinghe's eyes, and knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "I, Bai Qi, have come at your summons." Gazing at Bai Qi, Chen Xinghe momentarily fell into a daze, but soon his focus sharpened, and he raised a hand to gesture, "Be at ease." Before his words could fully resonate, the doors of the Huangji Hall were abruptly thrust open. "Protect His Majesty." A piercing cry shattered the silence within, as Lu Jin led a squad of armored guards rushing in. However, upon recognizing the figure standing within the hall, his blood seemed to freeze in his veins. Clad in dark armor, an aura of menace enveloped him. Just a glance plunged Lu Jin into a hellish abyss, where countless corpses loomed before him, the echoes of clashing steel and anguished cries ringing in his ears. His teeth clenched tightly, a metallic sweetness oozing from his tongue. He stifled the tremors rising from the depths of his being and barked, "Impudent rogue! How dare you intrude upon the forbidden palace with intentions to assassinate His Majesty? Guards, seize him at once. I am unscathed. Leave." Chen Xinghe's icy voice abruptly interrupted Lu Jin's rebuke. Lu Jin stiffened, then bowed his head in submission, not daring to hesitate for a moment. "As you command." With a wave of his hand, dozens of guards retreated silently from the grand hall, the heavy doors closing once more. Outside, Lu Jin leaned against a pillar, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He wiped away the dampness between his brows, suddenly recalling last month when His Majesty first summoned the inspector of the Western Depot, Yu Huatian, under similarly enigmatic circumstances. "Your Majesty," he murmured softly, a hint of bitterness escaping his throat, "what other hidden cards do you possess?" The dark-armored man exuded a terrifying aura far surpassing that of Inspector Yu. Yet, he could not fathom why, during the power struggles among the princes, His Majesty had chosen to proceed with such caution and calculation, unwilling to reveal this formidable foundation. Clearly capable of breaking the deadlock with sheer strength, he instead opted for meticulous strategizing. Lu Jin shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling that the mind of the emperor was shrouded in clouds and mist, ultimately inscrutable. Chapter 27. Why should the vassal princes take 3 years to be subdued? 6 months will suffice. At this moment, within the Huangji Hall, Chen Xinghe looked down at the legendary figure before him, the harbinger of death emerging from the annals of history, and slowly spoke, "Bai Qi, I have summoned you to clear the realm and restore my dominion over the world." With that, he lightly tapped the imperial table before him. Mechanisms stirred to life. Instantly, the sound of turning gears resonated, and a vast map of the martial territories gradually unfolded upon the table. The regions marked in cinnabar appeared like festering wounds, glaringly conspicuous on the map. "The king of Luzhou," he stated, his fingertip pressing firmly on the eastern region. "With an army of 70,000, he monopolizes the salt and iron industries, not only establishing his own armories and forging weapons day and night, but also actively recruiting forces from the martial world and colluding with noble families. Recently, scouts have reported that he is secretly raising troops and expanding his military preparations, revealing his wolfish ambitions for all to see. As he spoke, he shifted his finger westward, resting it upon the perilous terrain of Shu. The king of Shu, fortified by the formidable sword pass, has brazenly established a money furnace, minting the Yongchang Tongbao and carving out his own dominion. My edicts, once issued along the Jinyo road, have disappeared into the void, rendered mere scraps of parchment. Continuing his discourse, he directed his attention southward, indicating the strategic juncture of Xiangjiang. The Prince Jing is even more audacious, monopolizing the transport of grain along the two rivers and seizing 60% of the taxes. The inspector I dispatched 3 months prior remains ensnared in Suzhou, ostensibly recuperating, clearly regarding the entirety of Jiangnan as his personal fiefdom. Finally, his elongated finger pressed heavily over Longxi. As for the king of Qin, he has forged an alliance with the Xiqiang tribe, exchanging fine steeds and golden blades. Reports from the frontier indicate that he has secretly amassed 30,000 Chang cavalry beneath his banner. Furthermore, the vassal states in Qiannan and Liaodong have, over the years, feigned compliance while disregarding my commands, nurturing the very rebels that threaten my reign. Having articulated this, he slowly raised his gaze towards Bai Qi. I command you to subdue these feudal lords within 3 years, reclaiming all military authority for the imperial throne. Bai Qi knelt on one knee, his dark armor meeting the coarse stone floor with a dull clang. As he lifted his head, the flickering candlelight in the hall danced without breeze, oscillating between brilliance and shadow. Your Majesty, his voice rasped like rusted iron, imbued with the weight of millennia. Why wait 3 years? 6 months shall suffice. Chen Xinghe arched an eyebrow, intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Oh? How do you propose to achieve this? I intend to implement a strategy of cutting off the supply lines first, then striking at the core, Bai Qi replied, his tone sharp and resolute like a newly forged blade. The first assault shall target Jizhou, where the salt and iron resources can sustain our 3 armies. I shall dispatch light cavalry to sever their supply routes, while heavy troops encircle their cities. Awaiting their internal strife, we shall strike decisively. His armor shifted slightly, casting a chilling shadow upon the map. Longxi serves as a barrier for the vassals. We must employ unconventional tactics from Xiaoguan to disrupt the Chang cavalry's reinforcements. Once isolated, we shall employ fire to breach their encampments, thus opening the gates of Chang'an. His fingertip traced the treacherous lands of Shu. The dilemma of Shu lies not in its defenses, but in its provisions. I shall divide our forces into 3. First, incinerate the granaries of Chengdu. Second, obliterate the military supplies of Jiangzhou. Third, dismantle the transport routes of Langzhou, with heavy troops securing Jianmen and Yinping within 60 days. We shall witness the specter of starvation at our gates. He concluded by marking the region of Jingxiang, in the waterlogged south. Should the Prince Jing grow arrogant in his reliance on the rivers, we shall feign an assault during the flood season, luring his naval forces into battle, only to destroy them with fire ships. Once his navy is vanquished, we shall besiege the city from land. As for the distant vassal states, we shall issue proclamations to elucidate the gravity of their situation. Those who defy us shall face the consequences of my past endeavors, building a watchtower to serve as a warning. As he spoke, a surge of malice enveloped him, coalescing into countless wailing specters in the void. Chen Xinghe regarded the harbinger of death before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, he turned, retrieving the imperial seal from the table, placing it into Bai Qi's hands. With 100,000 elite troops from the Imperial Guard and 230,000 station forces, I authorize you to draw upon 10,000 of the finest warriors to form the Iron Eagle Brigade. The 100,000 border troops dispatched from the northwest shall also come under your command. As the seal fell into Bai Qi's grasp, Chen Xinghe suddenly interjected. Remember, I seek not mere outward submission. Bai Qi tightened his grip on the seal, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. I understand. I shall eradicate all traitorous ministers and rebels for your majesty, until no resistance remains. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. Truly, he is the ancient god of war, a renowned general of the warring states. In mere minutes, he has devised a comprehensive strategy to quell the chaos throughout the realm. Go forth and let the world know your name, O god of death. Chen Xinghe commanded with a wave of his hand. I accept the order. Within half a year, the empire shall be unified once more. With the formidable general Bai Qi, known for his countless victories, at his side, Chen Xinghe's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. Years of tension, akin to a taut string, were now released. Bai Qi, a grandmaster of the sixth realm, was nearly a terrestrial immortal. With a single sword, he could shatter 1,000 foes. Yet, Chen Xinghe sought more than just a brute. Ultimately, it would be the iron cavalry that would pave the way for unification. Once the realm is unified, he envisioned Bai Qi leading 1,000,000 troops, their iron hooves marching westward, their swords aimed northward, crushing the barbaric tribes into dust. Neighboring nations? Merely prey to be claimed. The exhilaration of conquering and annihilating all was the craving that Chen Xinghe yearned for most deeply. In recent days, Chen Xinghe found rare moments of respite, no longer consumed by the worries of dismantling feudal powers. In Hunan province, with Gao Lian's appointment, relief rations were steadily distributed to the starving populace, and life began to return to normal. Simultaneously, the local aristocracy faced a brutal purge from the Eastern Depot. Countless agents of the Eastern Depot flitted like phantoms through the streets of Hunan, the cold gleam of their blades reflecting off the vermilion gates of the noble families. As cases of corruption and land seizures were meticulously unearthed, the bloody truth surfaced. Astonishingly, 70% of the arable land in Hunan was seized by a few prominent families. Upon receiving this news, Chen Xinghe's countenance darkened with fury, denouncing these families as bloodthirsty wolves. What did the seizure of 70% of the land signify? It meant that, apart from a handful of local landlords, nearly all the cultivators in Hunan had been reduced to tenants of these aristocratic clans. He envisioned countless common folk barely surviving on the charity of the noble families. He saw the desolation, with empty homes and countless corpses, and the despairing, numb expressions of those driven to rebellion. The punishment for these families seemed far too lenient. Clenching the report in his hand, rage consumed him. They deserved to be ruthlessly punished. However, the Eastern Depot did not disappoint him. In just a few days, the prominent families of Hunan, led by the Su and Zheng clans, were uprooted, with thousands of heads falling. The entire political landscape of Hunan was almost entirely reformed, and the noble families were nearly annihilated, their blood staining the waters of the Yellow River, and vast tracts of land were left vacant. As the Great Purge reached its conclusion, Chen Xinghe prepared to implement policies reminiscent of Emperor Yongjing's reforms, taxing land rather than people, and redistributing firewood consumption to the public. Using Hunan and Zhili as starting points, he aimed to spread this initiative throughout the realm. With both the eastern and western depots at his disposal, who would dare to obstruct the new policies? He would command the agents of both depots to seize and eradicate the households of those who preyed upon the common people. Only through the most brutal and sanguinary means could these oppressive families be subdued and made compliant. As the great cleansing of Hunan came to a complete end, the chief of the Eastern Depot, Cao Zhengchun, was summoned back to the capital by Chen Xinghe. Chapter 28. The old slave is forever the most loyal dog at His Majesty's feet. In the capital of Tianjin, on Zhuke Street in the southern part of the city, as twilight descended, the street was alive with the bustling sounds of its vibrant populace. The street-side taverns and shops are aglow, casting a warm, yellowish light upon the cobblestone path. Suddenly, a rhythmic clatter of hooves approaches, resonating like distant thunder, causing the street to tremble with each beat. All pedestrians, clear the way for the Eastern Depot. A commanding voice booms. The crowd on the street abruptly falls silent, quickly dispersing in a flurry of panic. Over 100 riders in brown uniforms gallop forth, their spring blades gleaming at their waists, the sound of their hooves echoing through the thoroughfare. At the forefront, a stern-faced leader brandishes a flag, prompting the riders to crack their whips, producing a series of jarring cracks. The common folk in the center of the street scramble to evade the oncoming riders. A peddler, slightly delayed, barely escapes being trampled by the galloping horses, thanks to an elderly man who swiftly yanks him back by the collar just in time. The peddler, trembling with shock, finds his back drenched in cold sweat. Oh dear! Who lacks the foresight to collide with a few noble youths at the corner? The leading young man in purple, caught mid-rebuke, lifts his gaze only to meet the sight of the bright red banner of the Eastern Depot, rendering him speechless. His expression shifts dramatically as he hastily pulls his companion aside and retreats to the edge of the road, no longer daring to utter a word. The notorious eunuch factions of the Eastern and Western depots are feared, capable of silencing even the most restless child at night. Even a routine passage demands that civilians steer clear, for a moment's misstep could lead to accusations of assaulting officers, resulting in imprisonment. In such circumstances, one's fate rests entirely upon the whims of the guards. In the Forbidden City, along the imperial pathway, Cao Zhengchun strides steadily towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. his dragon robe and jade belt shimmering in the evening light. Lu Jin, stationed at the palace entrance, breaks into a grin upon seeing him. "Ah? Supervisor Cao has finally returned. His Majesty was just inquiring about you." Cao Zhengchun returns the gesture with a respectful salute. "I appreciate your concern, Eunuch Lu. My duties in Hunan have concluded, and I am here to report back." He pauses momentarily, his brows furrowing as he lowers his voice with earnest concern. "I have heard that several assassins infiltrated the palace the other day." At this, Lu Jin raises an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, a handful of nefarious assassins had ill intentions, but they were apprehended before reaching the palace gates. His Majesty is safe and sound. Hearing this, Cao Zhengchun's demeanor relaxes, and he nods in relief. That is good news. His Majesty is truly the Son of Heaven, blessed with unparalleled fortune, destined to turn calamity into safety. Lu Jin smiles noncommittally, stepping aside to allow passage. "Please, Supervisor Cao, do enter swiftly. We wouldn't want to keep His Majesty waiting." Cao Zhengchun adjusts his attire and solemnly replies, "Thank you, Eunuch Lu." Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Emperor Chen Xinghe sits quietly upon the dragon throne, poring over a series of memorials before him. From the northwest, reports from Anxian confirm his complete control over the 300,000 border troops. Huang Gongmin's loyal subordinates have been systematically eliminated by Anxian, like autumn leaves falling from their branches. Presently, 100,000 troops from the northwest are mobilizing and advancing towards the capital. Meanwhile, Bai Qi, the renowned general of the warring states, demonstrates even greater efficiency. In just a few days, the Iron Eagles have coalesced into a formidable force. Chen Xinghe, inspired by the legendary Iron Eagles of the Qin dynasty, vows to forge this legion into the sharpest spear of the empire. Thus, nearly all the elite forces of the capital and the Zhili province have been drawn together to form this newly established Iron Eagle Legion. The might of this legion is sufficient to instill terror across the realm. Among the 100,000 troops, 50,000 are postnatal realm warriors, with several commanders leading thousands being formidable generals of the first and second levels of the master realm. The commander of this legion is none other than the god of death, Bai Qi, with him at the helm. Sweeping away the feudal lords or annihilating nations and cities is but a trifling task. Chen Xinghe's lips curled into a smile, his spirits soaring. The imperial war chariot has shattered its shackles and is poised to cleanse the world with unparalleled ferocity. Any who dare to resist will be reduced to mere powder. While Chen Xinghe was lost in his thoughts, 3 soft knocks echoed from outside the hall. "Enter." Chen Xinghe gathered his thoughts and resumed reviewing the documents before him. The palace door slid open silently, and Cao Zhengchun hobbled in, having donned a brand new python robe for the occasion. However, he deliberately slowed his pace upon crossing the threshold, the hem of his robe trailing on the floor with a rustling sound. Approaching 3 steps from the throne, he suddenly knelt, his forehead striking the golden bricks with a dull thud. "Old servant Cao Zhengchun pays homage to your Majesty." His voice was deliberately shrill and quivered slightly at the end. "Your Majesty, with the affairs of state weighing heavily upon you, is your Majesty's health still well?" The old servant's heart was heavy with concern. Chen Xinghe interrupted his flattery. In the Dawu dynasty, it was rare for officials to perform such a deep bow before the emperor. Yet, this old dog made it a point to show his utmost respect every single time. This act was clearly meant to signal to all that only he, Cao Zhengchun, was the emperor's most trusted and loyal hound. Cao Zhengchun did not rise, but instead knocked his head 3 more times on the ground. "I dare not. To be able to kneel and respond before your Majesty is a great honor." Chen Xinghe lifted his gaze, his eyes coldly sweeping over Cao Zhengchun's hunched form. He noted that the hem of the newly donned python robe was already covered in dust, evidently a mark of having been dragged across the floor intentionally. Truly, Cao Zhengchun was a master of theatrics. "The affairs of the Hunan province, you have handled commendably," Chen Xinghe said, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Cao Zhengchun trembled at these few words. He understood his master's temperament all too well. Such understated praise often heralded a greater reward. "It is the duty of this old servant to share in your Majesty's burdens." He straightened his back abruptly, tears welling up in his murky old eyes. The noble families dared to seize 70% of the arable land. The old servant could hardly contain his rage at the long-standing vacancy of the chief of the rights. Suddenly, Chen Xinghe spoke again, his tone remaining flat. "Tomorrow, you will take over the chief of the rights." Cao Zhengchun felt as though struck by lightning, his body frozen in place. the chief of the rites. That was a position capable of issuing decrees in the emperor's name and safeguarding the imperial jade seal. He opened his mouth, his throat constricting. Yet he could not utter a single word. What? Is it displeasing? Chen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. The old servant Cao Zhengchun suddenly went mad, banging his head against the ground until blood was soon seen upon the golden bricks. Your Majesty's grace. The old servant, in a state of utter desperation, could hardly repay even a fraction of the debt owed. Chen Xinghe gazed indifferently at the old dog performing at his feet. He observed that the hem of Cao Zhengchun's python robe was already stained with blood, yet he continued to bow incessantly. The sight was reminiscent of a famished wild dog catching sight of a bone. Indeed, while the characters summoned by the system were fiercely loyal, their inherent nature remained unchanged. Cao Zhengchun, this old dog, continued to crave power. It seemed necessary to remind him from time to time to prevent him from becoming overly arrogant. Remember your position. Chen Xinghe spoke coldly, his deep gaze fixed upon him. What I can offer you, I can just as easily reclaim. Cao Zhengchun shuddered, then displayed an even more obsequious smile. The old servant understands. I shall forever remain the most loyal dog at your feet, your majesty. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall bite. Begone, Chen Xinghe replied, resuming his work with the red brush to review the memorials, no longer paying heed to the old dog. The old servant takes his leave. Cao Zhengchun's voice was hoarse, the blood on his forehead already half-dried, yet he did not dare raise a hand to wipe it away. He slowly straightened his hunched back, moving with utmost caution, as if fearing the rustle of his robes would disturb the emperor's deliberations. After stepping back 3 paces, he turned to cross the threshold, the hem of his robe gliding silently over the golden bricks. The dust and blood he had earlier accumulated discreetly wiped away by his sleeve. In the presence of his majesty, he could be abject and wretched. Yet once beyond this door, he would be the powerful director of the Eastern Depot, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Ritual Office. Even that favored director Yu of the Western Depot, held in high esteem, would not be able to completely trample him underfoot. Chapter 29. The actions of this foolish monarch have paved the way to his demise. In Luzhou, this land steeped in 1,000 years of Confucian culture, rich in talent and with a lineage of scholarly traditions, stands as the birthplace of the 9 provinces Confucianism. The incense of the Confucian temple in Xiufu has wafted uninterrupted for a millennium, nurturing countless noble families. The Wang family of Lengjia, the Shao family of Lonling, the Su family of Donghai, and other venerable clans have flourished here, weaving intricate familial ties into a vast network of interests. Meanwhile, sects such as the Taishan sect and the Laozhan sword sect have also established themselves here, maintaining close relationships with the local authorities. Before the vermilion gates of the magistrate's office, one often sees martial artists clad in fitted garments walking alongside the sons of noble families in splendid robes. They, whether overtly or covertly, control the transportation of salt and iron, holding the lifeblood of the region in their grasp, thus forming a unique tableau of governance, commerce, and martial prowess in harmony. At this moment, in Jizhou City, within the main hall of the royal palace of Lu, a sharp sound of shattering abruptly pierced the silence. An exquisite celadon teacup shattered on the floor, shards scattering about. Following this, a hysterical voice rang out in the hall. Scoundrel! That treacherous wretch, the 1,000-faced demon monarch. Lu Wang Chen Jingyan's face twisted in rage, his once gentle eyes now bloodshot. His luxurious robe lay in disarray, and his jade crown askew, stripped of any semblance of the refined demeanor of a cultured prince. Have all the members of the demon sect perished? Shouldn't I be given an explanation? He roared, his voice echoing between the pillars of the hall. Who was it that swore they could take my elder brother's head? Now they have instead come to assassinate me. At the palace gates, a dozen generals knelt on the ground, maintaining a distance of 200 paces from the throne. This was a newly established rule following the assassination of King Lu. The leader of the kneeling generals pressed his forehead to the earth, lamenting their helplessness against the elusive and cunning faceless demon, a master of disguise. Chen Xinghe, in a fit of rage, overturned the table before him. I have dispatched thousands of elite soldiers, yet we cannot even catch a glimpse of this traitor? Listen, even if I must turn the city of Jizhou upside down, I will unearth this betrayer. Better to mistakenly execute 1,000 than to let one escape. Why are you still hesitating? Get out there and search. His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted in fury, the front of his brocade robe soaked in cold sweat. A scar on his chest stood out starkly. Since the harrowing assassination attempt, Chen Jingyan's temperament had drastically changed. Once a suave prince, he now resembled a madman, resorting to frantic roars to mask the profound fear within. After all, who could remain at ease when constantly pursued by a top assassin like the Faceless Demon? The threat of a blade striking from the shadows loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, leaving him in a state of perpetual unease. He did not even dare approach the concubines of the royal residence, insisting that his trusted generals stand 200 paces away during their meetings. Only with a dozen masters guarding him could he feel a fleeting sense of security when swords were drawn. Such a climate of fear had gradually eroded his spirit. Faced with this struggle for imperial power, he felt increasingly powerless. If even the Faceless Demon could not contend with his imperial brother, but instead was turned against him, what did that signify? It indicated that the emperor, ensconced within the Forbidden City, held a more terrifying power than the Faceless Demon. Yet, there was no turning back now. Chen Xinghe was acutely aware of his brother's ruthless nature, known for his merciless vengeance. Fortunately, the lineage of King Lu had long been established in Luzhou, rich in troops and provisions, and had intermarried with local noble families for generations. Upon ascending to the throne, he had also welcomed numerous heroes from the martial world, amassing a significant number of master warriors. Now, he was a force to be reckoned with. Even the court would think twice before challenging him. In terms of strength, he had indeed risen to the forefront of the vassal states. Once the trembling generals had retreated, his aide Xue Jinliang hurried into the hall, halting 200 paces away to pay his respects. "My lord, urgent news has arrived from the capital." "Speak," Chen Xinghe replied, his voice hoarse and dry. "The Marquis of the Northwest, Huang Gongmin, has fallen victim to a treacherous plot orchestrated by the emperor, and the 300,000 border troops have all been summoned back to the court. Among them, 100,000 elite troops are marching swiftly towards the capital." Chen Xinghe's pupils constricted sharply. More alarmingly, Xue Jinliang continued, his throat tightening, "The emperor has newly formed an Iron Eagle elite, comprised of the finest soldiers from the Imperial Guard and the directly governed prefecture, and they are now assembled and stationed at the eastern city camp, training day and night." His voice trembled as he bitterly added, "Our spies infiltrated in the capital have all lost contact, likely purged by the agents of the Western Bureau. I dare to speculate that the emperor may very well be plotting against you, my lord." Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe's expression transformed drastically. "Quickly, summon Master Xiao." "As you command." The footsteps outside the hall grew closer. Before long, a scholar clad in blue approached, halting 200 paces away from Chen Xinghe. This man, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a lean visage, with a scholarly aura subtly emanating from his brows, yet his demeanor remained profound. "Master Xiao?" Within the grand hall, Chen Xinghe's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, though he restrained himself, loosening his tightly clenched fist slightly, his voice tinged with a suppressed urgency. "My imperial brother has executed Huang Gongmin, seizing control of 300,000 border troops in the northwest, among which 100,000 elite soldiers are advancing eastward under the cover of night. Furthermore, the finest troops from the capital and the direct-controlled prefectures have been mobilized to form the Iron Eagle elite, training day and night for battle." He swallowed hard, finally articulating the words that had lodged in his throat. "What does the master believe I should do in the face of such a situation, where a slaughtering knife hangs overhead?" Upon hearing this, Master Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, standing in silence for a moment before his expression softened, accompanied by a gentle chuckle. The sound was faint, akin to a stone cast into a still pool, sending ripples of unspoken tension throughout the hall. "Your Highness worries excessively," he replied, raising his gaze, his eyes as tranquil as an ancient well. "The tyrant's actions have already paved his own path to demise." Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe's pupils dilated, eager for further elaboration. Master Xiao stood with his hands clasped, his tone slow and grave. "In the realm of power, the essence lies in subtlety and discretion. If one employs conciliatory measures to divide the various principalities, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, even formidable lords would find it difficult to escape the fate of being captured." He paused, a hint of near pity curling at the corners of his mouth. "Yet the tyrant forsakes the righteous path, opting instead for a thunderous coercion. This realm is not a lamb to be slaughtered at will." Chen Xinghe's breath hitched, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Master Xiao continued, each word weighing heavily. "When a knife is poised at one's throat, even the most timid rabbit will bite back. How much more so a princely lord commanding a mighty army?" The flickering candlelight in the hall cast half his face in shadow. "While 300,000 border troops may be formidable, If the various principalities unite against a common foe, will those 300,000 suffice? Sweat beaded on Chen Xinghe's brow. Yet he noticed Master Xiao suddenly lean forward, his voice lowered to a whisper. Moreover, that individual seated upon the dragon throne has likely forgotten that this empire has never been secured through murder alone. Chen Xinghe's eyes brightened, as if thunder had cleaved through the fog of confusion, revealing clarity. Do you mean, Master, that I should unite with the other principalities to resist the imperial army? Master Zhao's lips curved upward slightly. Indeed, since ascending to the throne, that tyrant has acted in defiance of virtue, committing fratricide and slaughtering loyal ministers. He is already devoid of popular support. Now, he brazenly threatens with military force, seeking to eradicate the principalities. This is tantamount to severing his own ties with the world. With just a little persuasion, elucidating the stakes, and illustrating the principle of mutual dependence among the principalities, an alliance will naturally form. At that time, when the coalition's forces are directed against him, no matter how valiant the imperial army may be, how could they withstand such a raging tide? He paused, then added with profound significance, Moreover, your Highness has the support of various martial sects, with the forces of the Jianghu infiltrating all corners, ensuring that intelligence flows freely. And hidden contingents are in place. When the time comes, the city will fall with a mere flick of the wrist. The flames in Chen Xinghe's gaze ignited fervently, the earlier clouds of gloom dissipating entirely. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily, shaking the flickering candlelight within the hall. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. My royal brother, ultimately. His cleverness has led him to misfortune. He mistakenly believes that possessing a formidable military force guarantees his security. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that the hearts of the populace cannot be subdued by swords and blades. He bowed respectfully to Mr. Xiao, who stood not far away, and said, "If that is the case, I would trouble you to personally persuade the various princes and feudal lords with your unparalleled eloquence to rally together for this grand endeavor. When the day comes that I ascend the throne, I shall honor you as the imperial teacher, and the Xiao family shall enjoy prosperity for generations to come." Mr. Xiao, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, bowed in return, and replied, "How could I refuse such a command?" Chapter 30. The Selection of Talents. The legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wuyang. As the sun dipped in the west, golden rays cascaded upon the eaves and brackets of the imperial capital, Jingjing, enveloping this magnificent city in a shimmering glow of liquid gold. Within the Ministry of Rites, the newly appointed minister, Zhou Chongru, was engrossed in reviewing documents. Ever since the Empress Dowager issued her decree entrusting him with the full responsibility for this year's talent selection ceremony, this newly appointed court official had not enjoyed a moment's respite. The blue and white porcelain candlestick on his eaten desk was covered with a thick layer of wax tears, reflecting the spiderweb-like blood vessels beneath his eyes. "My lord, this is the roster of talented ladies submitted by each household." The senior clerk bowed and presented a document over 3 feet high, the sound of bamboo slips clashing resonating crisply in the otherwise silent hall. Since the previous minister was executed for treason, a palpable atmosphere of dread had enveloped this gray brick, dark-tiled office. Now, with the first public selection taking place after the ascension of the new emperor, Zhou Chongru dared not exhibit any negligence. Each day at the hour of the tiger, he meticulously verified the family backgrounds of the talented ladies submitted from various counties. The meticulously recorded details not only included the birth dates of the candidates, but also bore the weight of his own status and position. In the vast territory of the Great Wu dynasty, spanning millions of miles and home to countless citizens, the women who could step onto the golden bricks and jade steps of the Forbidden City were ultimately but a mere drop in the ocean. The 3 ironclad rules of the preliminary selection alone were enough to instill fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. Candidates must come from 3 generations of reputable families, possess flawless beauty and grace, and be adept in singing, dancing, or possess a unique skill. Their figure, appearance, and demeanor must captivate the examiners amidst a sea of thousands. Such stringent criteria meant that at least 95% of the aspiring candidates would be eliminated in the initial rounds. Outside, the evening drums sounded heavily, startling the copper bells at the eaves into a crisp chime. Wang Qian, the deputy minister, approached with an abacus in hand, reporting in a low voice, as per tradition. "This selection will require no less than 200,000 taels of silver. That is inconsequential. Merely the expenses for escorting the talented ladies to the capital," Zhou Chongru interjected. his fingers unconsciously tracing the newly minted seal of the Ministry of Revenue on the desk. The confiscated wealth of court officials and noble families had now transformed into gleaming silver in the national treasury, with millions of taels already spent on forming a new army. How could one concern themselves over such trivial expenditures? Has the Marquis of Wuyang also submitted a candidate? Zhou Changru paused, his brush hesitating. As he raised his gaze towards Wang Qian, a hint of intrigue dancing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Qian hurriedly stepped forward, lowering his voice, reporting to my lord. The Marquis's daughter is indeed on the list. Moreover, she is no ordinary talent. Not only is she breathtakingly beautiful, with an ethereal grace, but she is also exceptionally gifted. Her demeanor is reminiscent of an ice fairy gracing the mortal realm, enchanting countless young lords of high families in the capital. Since last year, following her coming of age, the threshold of that has been nearly worn down by the incessant marriage proposals. He counted on his fingers. The third son of the Minister of War has sent poetry and paintings for 3 consecutive months, while the eldest son of the Duke of Dingyuan delivers his visiting cards daily to the. Zhou Changru chuckled lightly. How peculiar. I recall that last year, the Marquis of Wuyang returned the marriage proposal from Wu Gelao's son without hesitation. Indeed, Wang Qian leaned in closer, noting that even the Duke of Su has sent messages through the chief historian. However, the Lord has remained non-committal, insisting that the young lady must make her own decision. A gust of wind swept through, causing the papers on the desk to rustle. Zhou Changru pressed down on the pages, pondering. So, it appears that the Marquis of Wuyang has proactively submitted a selection document? Precisely so, Wang Qian nodded. Last month, the Lord abruptly closed the doors to guests, keeping all those suitors outside. Zhou Changru slightly nodded, his gaze returning to the list. Dispatch orders to expedite the selection process in all provinces. In 3 days, I shall personally review the shortlist. With that, he resumed his examination of documents, as though their earlier conversation had been mere casual chatter. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Wang Qian bowed and retreated 3 steps before turning to exit the hall. In the late summer and early autumn of the Forbidden City, the golden winds began to rise, bringing a hint of chill. Chen Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind him at the window of the Huangji Hall, gazing solemnly at the gray skies beyond the palace walls. The selection of candidates was nothing more than a routine affair for him. There were far more pressing matters at hand. He stood at the window, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The scene of the assassination in the palace still lingered in his memory. Had he not received prior knowledge of the assassination plans by the 3 factions of the demonic sect, he might have found himself in grave danger. 3 days prior, he had discreetly ordered Yu Huatian to lead the elite forces of the Western Depot in a thorough search for the headquarters of the 3 factions. Those audacious criminals must pay the ultimate price. This was not merely to eliminate future threats, but also to instill fear throughout the martial world. The imperial authority must not be challenged. Those who provoke it shall meet their demise. The actions of the Western Depot were swift and resolute. Within mere days, the strongholds of the demonic sect within the directly governed regions were systematically dismantled, with some spies extending their reach into the Jiangnan region, and elite forces venturing as far as the western regions. However, the headquarters of the 3 factions seemed to have vanished without a trace, evading the relentless pursuit of the Western Depot. Supervisor, yet another failure. In the grand hall of the Western Depot, Yu Huatian caressed his white jade ring, listening to the trembling reports of his subordinates. Rarely did a flicker of anger appear on his otherwise composed and handsome face. Within the span of 2 teacups, 3 informants had received 100 strokes of the cane, left half dead. Compared to the Eastern Depot, which already had a certain foundation of intelligence, the Western Depot was indeed somewhat lacking in this regard. This deficiency stemmed from the years of effort put forth by the previous Eastern Depot supervisor, Yu Huatian, who laid the groundwork for the Eastern Depot's intelligence network. Despite its flaws, after being taken over by Cao Zhengchun, the intelligence network of the Eastern Depot had noticeably improved. Even though Yu Huatian possesses exceptional skills, the establishment of an intelligence network cannot be accomplished in just a month or 2. This subtle distinction has long been noted by the discerning eyes of the Eastern Depot. In the main office of the Eastern Depot, Cao Zhengchun reclined against the grand chair, his fingertips gently caressing a newly acquired jade snuff bottle, a faintly feminine smile gracing his lips. Several subordinates knelt on the ground, cautiously reporting the movements of the Western Depot in hushed tones. He let out a light laugh, his voice sharp and elongated. Those young pups from the Western Depot, still not fully grown, dare to vie for our favor? Since Yu Huatian's rise to power, the Eastern Depot has frequently been sidelined, and the emperor's trust in them has significantly waned. Even the honor of safeguarding the imperial carriage has been stripped away. At last, the opportunity has arrived. He slowly rose, his crimson robe billowing under the candlelight, the wide sleeves stirring a chilling breeze. Dispatch orders. All agents of the Eastern Depot are to mobilize immediately. We shall unearth those wretched scoundrels from the demon sect, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. As he spoke, his pale fingers slammed heavily onto the table, causing the teacups to clink. Remember, every nook and cranny that could hide a fly must be turned inside out. If the Western Depot uncovers the main lair of the demon sect before us, do not blame us for making you experience the torture of being a human puppet. Listening to Cao Zhengchun's voice, which was both sinister and reminiscent of a devil's whisper, the senior subordinates fell silent in fear. With all hidden agents of the Eastern Depot activated, the main lair of the 3 factions of the demon sect was soon unearthed. 5 days later, a confidential report was presented. Cao Zhengchun's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the teacup, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Excellent. Truly excellent. He rose abruptly, his voice dripping with a sinister tone. Yu Huatian. Oh, Yu Huatian. This time we shall see how you maintain your pretense to contend with us. You are still rather inexperienced. Prepare the sedan chair. He adjusted his attire, his high-pitched voice betraying an uncontainable pride. The glory of the Eastern Depot shall ultimately be reclaimed by our own hands. Chapter 31. The Eastern Depot shall forever remain the Emperor's most loyal hound. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City, morning light streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting mottled shadows upon the golden dragon pillars. Cao Zhengchun knelt beneath the imperial steps, his crimson robe unfurling across the emerald floor tiles, white strands of hair falling perfectly in place across his forehead. I report to your majesty. His voice was respectful, laced with just the right amount of composure and flattery. Recently, the Eastern Depot's spies intercepted secret communications of the remnants of the demon sect while investigating a smuggling case at the lynching dock, leading us to discover the location of their main lair. Chen Xinghe sat upon the dragon throne, his long fingers lightly tapping against the gilded armrest. He regarded Cao Zhengchun with a slight smile, his tone laced with amusement. Oh? The Western Depot has been investigating for nearly half a month without success. Yet the Eastern Depot has taken the lead. Cao Zhengchun bowed even lower, his forehead nearly touching the ground. This is entirely due to your majesty's great fortune. This old servant dares not claim credit. However, he paused briefly, his tone growing increasingly respectful. The thieves of the 3 factions of the demon sect are like cunning rabbits with multiple burrows. This discovery is indeed a stroke of luck. Chen Xinghe's gaze subtly shifted, resting upon the unmoving silhouette of Cao Zhengchun. This cunning old dog, with his carefully crafted words, not only showcased the prowess of the Eastern Depot, but also preserved a semblance of dignity for the Western Depot. However, how could Chen not see through Cao Zhengchun's little schemes? The talk of investigating illicit salt and accidentally intercepting secret communications were merely pretexts. His true intention was to seize the opportunity to commandeer the affairs of the Western Depot, thereby proving the Eastern Depot's capabilities and worth, vying for his favor, and overshadowing the Western Depot entirely. Yet, he welcomed the competition between the 2 factions, akin to a former employer who, in a bid to instill pressure upon employees, would always seek a replaceable figure to foster internal rivalry and enhance efficiency. Minister Cao is overly modest, Chen Xinghe remarked, lightly brushing his fingers over the imperial documents. I have always placed my trust in the Eastern Depot's operations. However, he swiftly altered his tone, adding, as for the Western Depot, they too must provide an account. Cao Zhengchun immediately comprehended. This old servant understands. The eradication of the 3 factions of the demonic sect is of paramount importance to the court, and we shall work in concert with the Western Depot. Good, Chen Xinghe affirmed, inscribing a red seal on the edict. This matter shall be entrusted to the Eastern Depot, with the Western Depot assisting. I demand only results. The old servant obeys. Cao Zhengchun bowed deeply, his voice quivering with excitement. Your Majesty need not worry. I shall ensure that those remnants of the demonic sect learn the consequences of defying the celestial authority. Outside the palace gates, Cao Zhengchun strode along the royal path, his dragon robe billowing slightly in the morning breeze. Once he rounded the corner of the palace wall and confirmed that no one was around, the respectful facade of his aged face suddenly relaxed, unleashing a long-suppressed ecstasy. Supervisor Su Lichuan, The chief of the Eastern Depot emerged from the shadows. Bowing low as he whispered, "Has it been accomplished?" Cao Zhengchun gently stroked the golden thread of his sleeve, his voice tinged with undisguised pride. "His Majesty has spoken. The extermination of the demonic sect shall be managed by our Eastern Depot." Su Lichuan, upon hearing this, was elated, bowing even deeper as he eagerly stepped forward to flatter. "Supervisor, your brilliance shines. That group of arrogant Western Depot rascals, relying on Yu Huatian's favor, have consistently sought to overshadow us. Now, with your leadership, we can finally quell their arrogance." Su Lichuan, Cao Zhengchun suddenly remarked, lightly scraping his fingernail against Su's chin, his voice unervingly gentle. "You are becoming excessively complacent. Remember, the Eastern Depot shall always be the most loyal dog of His Majesty. How you compete with the Western Depot in private is of no concern to me. But should you dare to touch His Majesty's bottom line..." Su Lichuan trembled violently, cold sweat soaking through his garment, as if a venomous serpent had coiled around his throat. "What you say is true. I would never dare." Cao Zhengchun released his grip, taking out a pristine white silk handkerchief to delicately wipe his fingertips, before suddenly breaking into a benevolent smile. "Now, summon all the heads of departments to me." He gazed at the crows circling the palace walls, softly intoning, "It is time for those ants of the demonic sect to understand what celestial authority truly means." At the Western Depot's office, dusk descended gradually, the copper bells at the eaves trembling in the wind, producing a delicate sound that seemed to mock something unseen. Yu Huatian sat behind a zeaten-wood desk, his long fingers gently caressing a white jade ring, his handsome, jade-like visage betraying no hint of emotion. Only those elongated, enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger. "Supervisor, the Eastern Depot has received His Majesty's permission to undertake the task of eradicating the 3 factions of the demonic sect." The trembling voice of the kneeling subordinate nearly brushed against the cold floor tiles. A sudden silence enveloped the room, as if even the sound of breathing had come to a standstill. "Incompetence." The voice of Yu Huatian was soft, yet felt like a chilling blade scraping against bone, causing the several officers responsible for the investigation to stiffen, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. "Please forgive the incompetence of your subordinates." They dared not raise their heads, fixating their gazes on the ground, attempting to diminish their guilt through such a humble posture. Yu Huatian let out a low chuckle, his fingertips gently tapping the table, each sound resonating like a strike upon their hearts. "That old dog Cao Zhengchun from the Eastern Depot certainly knows how to curry favor with His Majesty." After a prolonged moment, Yu Huatian slowly rose, his platinum robe cascading down, the golden threads at the cuffs glimmering coldly in the candlelight. He surveyed the several men from a lofty position and said indifferently, "Leave, each to receive 100 strokes, and do not use your true energy to protect yourselves." Upon hearing this, their faces turned ashen, resembling mourners at a funeral. 100 strokes, enduring with flesh and blood, even for innate masters. This punishment could shatter bones and sinews, possibly leading to lifelong disabilities. Yet, compared to being directly thrown into the imperial prison, this was a tremendous mercy. "Thank you for your grace, Supervisor." They trembled as they bowed their heads, retreating in a stagger, their figures akin to forlorn hounds. Yu Huatian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the deepening twilight, a cold curve gracing his lips. "Cao Zhengchun, do you think seizing the task will allow you to overshadow me?" He murmured softly, his eyes glinting with profound coldness. "This competition has only just begun." Chapter 32. The fate of all living beings rests upon His Majesty's thoughts. The night was heavy, the glazed tiles of the Forbidden City reflecting the cool brilliance of the moon. Moonlight flowed like water, quietly meandering through the grand palaces. Even the outlines of the ridge beasts on the eaves were draped in a layer of silver frost. On the jade steps before the Weiyang Palace, concubine Wan Yueli stood elegantly in a plain palace gown. The night breeze swept past, scattering a few strands of her hair. She gazed up at the solitary moon in the sky, her ruby lips emitting an almost inaudible sigh. Half a year ago, she was still that girl chasing butterflies in her family courtyard. Due to the political situation at court, her father, then the commander of the capital's garrison, chose to side with Prince Rome, Chen Xinghe, thus sending her to the royal residence. On her wedding day, with red candles illuminating the room and joyous sounds filling the air, she sat adorned in her bridal attire, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the husband she had admired for years, only to be met with the news of the former emperor's passing. Her husband, Prince Rome, had not even had the chance to lift her veil before hastily departing the bridal chamber. When they met again, the gentle Prince Rong had ascended to the throne as the sovereign, while she had become the sole concubine in the palace. In the quiet depths of the palace, as time drifted by, His Majesty seemed to have forgotten her existence, never summoning her again. At times, she even doubted whether it was her appearance that failed to capture His Majesty's attention, leading to his indifference towards her. "Your Highness, it is late and the dew is heavy. Do take care not to catch a chill," said her close maid, Yaning, softly, draping a golden-threaded cloak over her shoulders. "Yaning, do you truly believe that His Majesty shuns my company because of my lack of beauty?" The fair fingers of Lan Yueli caressed her cheek as she murmured softly. Upon hearing this, her devoted maid, Yaning, shook her head anxiously. "How could my lady think such a thing? You are as beautiful as a celestial being. How could His Majesty not admire you? It is merely that the affairs of state have kept him exceedingly busy, leaving him no time to summon you." At these words, a bitter smile crossed Lan Yueli's lips, a glimmer of melancholy flickering in her eyes. The burdens of statecraft. In the past 6 months, she had heard this excuse far too often. Initially, she believed it. Later, it left her with nothing but self-mockery. "Yaning, let us return to our chambers," Lan Yueli said, turning away, her gown sweeping across the jade steps. "Certainly," Yaning replied promptly. "His Majesty has arrived." Just as the two turned, a sharp, elongated sound suddenly pierced the tranquility. Lan Yueli halted, spinning around. Under the glow of the palace lights, she beheld a man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, strikingly handsome, draped in a dark golden dragon robe, striding forth under the moonlight, accompanied by Lu Jin and several guards. "Why is concubine here? Did she somehow know I was coming and wait outside for me?" Chen Xinghe's lips curled in a playful smile. "Your Majesty." Lan Yueli's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Xinghe, who approached her. "What? Are you surprised to see me? Have you forgotten to pay your respects?" Chen Xinghe chuckled softly. "Your Majesty." Lan Yueli's voice trembled with excitement as she hurriedly bowed. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. No need for formalities." Chen Xinghe raised his hand dismissively, taking several steps forward to grasp her delicate, cool hand gently. "It seems you have truly been waiting for quite some time. Come, let us enter the hall together." Lan Yueli's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Chen Xinghe. After half a year, the emperor had finally deigned to summon her. For countless nights during this time, she had questioned her own allure, doubting whether it was the reason for His Majesty's neglect. Yet now, with His Majesty's arrival, all the shadows that had lingered in her heart finally dissipated. If Chen Xinghe were aware of concubine Yi's thoughts, he would find it both amusing and bewildering. It was not that he was unwilling to indulge in the company of such an exquisite beauty. Rather, the affairs of the previous court had left him utterly fatigued. Even after ascending the throne, he walked on eggshells, wary of every misstep that might shatter the delicate balance he had painstakingly created. However, now, he had the support of a robust system. Within the court, he had the formidable Yu Huatian and Cao Zhengchun consolidating power for him. Outside, the formidable Bai Qi stood ready to aid him in pacifying the realm. Unifying the entire empire was merely a matter of time, freeing him from future concerns. Chen Xinghe held Lan Yueli's soft hand as they entered the grand hall. Having traversed this foreign realm for 2 decades, his memories intertwined. Yet he often felt a sense of dislocation. At times, he yearned to abandon restraint and indulge without care. However, the countless life and death experiences he had endured taught him that without supreme power to safeguard one's existence, all desires were but empty dreams. It was through these harrowing encounters that he maintained his self-control, keeping a clear mind, never allowing emotions to dictate his actions. To him, the empire always takes precedence, while emotions must remain secondary. This is the way of an emperor. In the embroidered bedchamber, with warm fragrance and soft jade in his embrace, Chen Xinghe gently caressed the silky hair of the exquisite beauty before him, softly uttering, "The night deepens, my beloved consort, let us retire." Lan Yueli's bright, enchanting eyes fluttered, and a vibrant blush adorned her stunning visage as she murmured softly. Chen Xinghe smiled slightly, then pressed his lips against her ruby ones. The night soon passed amidst the clouds and rain of Wushan. As dawn broke across the horizon, Chen Xinghe awakened from this tender realm. Gazing at Lan Yueli, who had succumbed to slumber after a night of fervor, he chose not to disturb her, gently rising from the embroidered bed. However, the slightest sound startled her awake. "Your Majesty, your humble servant is here to assist you in dressing." Lan Yueli spoke softly, watching Chen Xinghe descend from the bed. Yet, just as she attempted to rise, a wave of pain surged through her, causing her brows to furrow. Last night, Chen Xinghe had indulged himself, keeping her awake until late into the night. During their time together, they had explored numerous scandalous positions, leaving her both astonished and curious about where he had acquired such knowledge. Nevertheless, to please him, she endeavored to comply as best as she could. No need. You should rest well. The matter of dressing can be handled by the palace maids. Chen Xinghe replied with a gentle smile. At his words, Lan Yueli nodded, her cheeks flushed. As the sun climbed higher, golden rays fell upon the glazed tiles of the Forbidden City. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Chen Xinghe sat upon the dragon throne, reviewing the memorial presented by Bai Qi. The document detailed the training status of the 100,000 Iron Eagles in the Eastern City garrison, as well as the military situation regarding the 100,000 Northwest border troops arriving in the capital. The two armies were to converge, their might formidable. Bai Qi inquired whether a grand military parade should be held before their expedition. Chen Xinghe pondered briefly and marked his response with a vermilion brush. Indeed, he intended to inspect the three armies. This act would not only serve to assess the Iron Eagle's discipline, but, more importantly, bolster the morale of the soldiers, ensuring their fervor on the battlefield. Lu Jin. Chen Xinghe closed the reviewed memorial and handed it to Lu Jin, who stood by his side, saying, Convey my decree. In 3 days, a military review will be held at the Eastern City drill grounds. All ministers and officials shall accompany me, and the citizens of the capital are welcome to attend. Your servant shall attend to this immediately, Lu Jin replied, bowing as he carefully took the memorial and exited the grand hall. Once Lu Jin had withdrawn, Chen Xinghe picked up several other reports. These were secret communications sent back by spies placed in various fiefdoms by the Eastern Bureau. The reports indicated that the regional princes had begun to sense the court's intentions, with the Duke of Lu already dispatching envoys to rally support from other princes to resist the court's authority. Chen Xinghe's gaze turned icy as he gently set the reports upon the imperial desk. Outside the hall, the autumn breeze swept through, rustling a few fallen leaves against the window pane, producing a soft sound. Come in, Chen Xinghe suddenly called out, his voice resonating within the vast hall. The heavy palace doors creaked open slowly, and a young eunuch, around 15 or 16 years old, hurried in with his head bowed. He was clad in a deep indigo eunuch's robe, the badge at his waist swaying gently with each step, producing a subtle clinking sound in the stillness of the hall. Your Majesty, the servant pays homage. The young eunuch knelt before the imperial steps, his forehead nearly touching the ground, his voice betraying an unmistakable tension. Chen Xinghe lifted his gaze from the memorial, catching sight of the eunuch's trembling fingers, and spoke in a measured tone. Go. Summon Bai Qi to enter the palace at once. As you command, the eunuch replied. He bowed deeply once more, rising with great care, almost tripping over his own robe. In haste, he steadied himself and retreated towards the hall's entrance, only daring to turn around once he had exited. Before long, a heavy yet resolute sound of footsteps echoed from outside, the metallic clinking of armor resonating sharply within the silent palace. Bai Qi strode into the hall with purpose. Clad in dark armor, his shoulders draped in a black battle robe adorned with intricate designs. With each step, the sound of his iron boots striking the ground resonated like a war drum, an aura of intimidation enveloping the space. Approaching the emperor, he knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, and declared in a deep voice, I, Bai Qi, present myself as commanded. His voice rang like the clash of metal, causing the candles within the hall to flicker. Chen Xinghe raised his eyes, fixing his gaze upon this formidable warrior, and slowly lifted his hand. Rise. Bai Qi stood, the armor clinking in response, maintaining a stance of steadfast readiness. Chen Xinghe presented a confidential report from the table, which Bai Qi accepted with both hands, lowering his gaze to scrutinize it. After a moment, he closed the report, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, and with a salute said, Your Majesty need not worry. The coalition of feudal lords is merely a disorganized rabble, easily extinguished with a flick of my hand. His voice, though low, was sharp as a blade. But please, let your Majesty clarify. Is the objective to swiftly defeat and intimidate the enemy, allowing for their surrender? Or, he paused momentarily, the temperature in the hall plummeting, as the murderous intent surged in his eyes. Shall we annihilate their forces, leaving no survivors? The candlelight flickered faintly, casting shadows that danced across Bai Qi's austere visage. He stood resolutely, his voice low and calm. The fate of the common people lies entirely within your Majesty's decree. His tone was so detached it was as if he were discussing the weather rather than the lives of countless souls. Chen Xinghe's fingers hesitated, ceasing their gentle tapping on the imperial table. He focused intently on the report before him and slowly spoke. Bai Qi, do you know why the Qin army executed 400,000 Zhao soldiers, yet ultimately fell within 2 generations? Without waiting for a response, he continued, to kill is easy. To secure peace is difficult. If we slaughter the feudal lord's troops today, who will guard the borders for me tomorrow? Who will expand my territories? Bai Qi's gaze shifted slightly, as if beginning to understand. For Bai Qi, the concepts of war and slaughter were mere extensions of politics. In his past life, he had ravaged the 6 states for the Qin, earning unparalleled merit for the unification of his nation. Yet, he lacked sufficient political acumen, his bloodlust too pronounced. Thus, he fell victim to the suspicion of King Zhao of Qin, ultimately facing a fate of execution. What I desire is not a field strewn with corpses, but the allegiance of the people. Chen Xinghe rose, the golden threads of his dragon robe shimmering in the candlelight. Punish the instigators, but grant clemency to the rest. Let the world know, those who align with me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. Bai Qi bowed deeply. Your Majesty is wise. I shall strike down the rebel forces with the might of thunder and capture their leaders alive. He raised his head, his eyes brimming with a fierce resolve. Should I encounter stubborn resistors, I shall make them comprehend the wrath of the Son of Heaven. With a multitude of corpses strewn across the land, Chen Xinghe nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It pleases me that you understand. After this battle, I shall bestow upon you the title of General of Martial Peace. Once the realm is subdued, you will lead the charge against the northern barbarian steppes, as well as the 5 non-Han tribes surrounding the empire. I shall also send you to wage war against the kingdom of Sangben in the eastern lands. And at that time, I shall grant you the liberty to slay without restraint. Chapter 33. 3 half-step grandmasters. Do they still fear a single Yu Huatian? The illusory mountain is nestled in the southern part of Longxi, a confluence between the provinces of Shan and Liang. This region boasts treacherous terrain, with forests as dark as ink and numerous stone caves. The mist lingers throughout the year, and the cawing of crows adds an eerie ambience, enhancing the chilling atmosphere. As the headquarters of the 3 sects of the Devil's Gate, this place is riddled with traps and secret passages, making it nearly impossible to trace even for a multitude of soldiers. It is said that the legacy of the Devil's Gate has endured for a millennium. 8 centuries ago, before the establishment of the Great Wu, the world was rife with turmoil, and the Devil's Gate was at its zenith. At that time, the previous dynasty, the Great Xia, was nearing its end, while within the Devil's Gate, a sorceress from the Yin puppet sect emerged. This enchantress possessed unparalleled beauty, with an innate allure that could captivate the soul with just a glance. Upon first sight, Emperor Xia was utterly bewitched. From that moment forth, he became a mere puppet, while the sorceress held the reins of power. Within the court, loyal ministers were slaughtered, and treachery flourished. To win the sorceress's favor, Emperor Xia ordered the creation of various torturous punishments, including skinning and flaying, soul-piercing needles, and blood pools for torture. Anyone who showed even a hint of disrespect towards the sorceress faced excruciating torment unto death. In the martial world, the Devil's Gate wielded overwhelming might. Emperor Xia dispatched the imperial guards to collaborate with the masters of the Devil's Gate, launching a bloody purge against the righteous sects of the Jianghu. Renowned sects were either decimated or forced into submission, resulting in rivers stained with blood and fields littered with corpses. Seizing this opportunity, the Devil's Gate plundered vast resources, producing 2 grandmasters within a few years, instilling fear throughout the martial world, with none daring to challenge their supremacy. As for the common folk, their plight was unbearable. Heavy taxes and relentless labor plagued them, as Emperor Xia forcibly conscripted millions of laborers to construct opulent mazes for the sorceress. These years marked the zenith of the Devil's Gate's power and the darkest hours for the populace. However, the tyrannical reign of Emperor Xia did not persist for long. The flames of rebellion ignited across the 9 provinces, and the Great Xia dynasty crumbled amidst overwhelming public resentment. Though the Devil's Gate was strong, it could not withstand the tides of fate. 2 grandmasters fell in succession, and the masters of the 3 sects suffered devastating losses, severely weakening their strength. Later, with the establishment of the Great Wu dynasty, the founding emperor, Wu Taizu, took heed of these lessons, placing a bounty on any court official who encountered a disciple of the Devil's Gate, mandating their execution. From that moment, The Devil's Gate became like a bereaved dog, forced to hide within the illusory mountain, barely surviving for centuries. In recent years, however, the three sects of the Devil's Gate have shown signs of resurgence, stirring up turmoil within the Jianghu. The leaders of the three sects, sensing the impending chaos, have deliberately instigated numerous disputes, aiming to incite conflict between the martial world and the court, hoping to profit as the opportunistic fishermen. At this moment, within the lair of the demon sect, the flickering candlelight casts three shadows upon the stone wall. The master of the Mo Xiang sect, Wu Xiangzun Pei Jixing, sat majestically in the main seat, his blood-red mask appearing particularly sinister under the flickering flames. Before him, the leaders of the Yuming sect, Shen Wuwang, and the Yingkui sect, Yinjiuyo, regarded him with cold disdain. Pei Jixing. Shen Wuwang's voice rasped like sandpaper against stone. The thousand-faced demon lord has betrayed us, causing the Yuming sect's branches around the Jingjing and Zhili regions to be entirely uprooted. How do you propose we settle this account? Yinjiuyo leaned on his serpent-headed staff, adding ominously, not to mention that the Prince of Lu now regards our demonic sect as a foe. This is all due to the traitor from your Mo Xiang sect. Pei Jixing's voice emanated steadily from beneath his mask. I have previously stated that although the thousand-faced demon lord belongs to my sect, his whereabouts have always been elusive. Furthermore, he scoffed, our Mo Xiang sect's branches have also suffered under the purges of the Xichang, and our losses are not insignificant. Such a disingenuous defense. Shen Wuwang's black robe billowed as he spoke. The thousand-faced demon lord wields the thousand illusions and no form technique. If it were not for your instigation, who could have compelled him to submit? Pei Jixing slowly rose, his blood-red mask glowing with an eerie light. Do you truly believe that the current court is still a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? The three-sword elders of Shushan have already fallen to the hands of those court hounds from Xichang. Do you think the thousand-faced demon lord could gain any advantage? Yinjiuyo's murky eyes narrowed slightly. Are you suggesting that the Xichang supervisor Yu Huatian? Indeed, Pei Jixing's voice deepened. This individual has the capability to capture the thousand-faced demon lord and compel him to turn against us. His martial prowess must be extraordinarily high, perhaps even reaching the level of a grandmaster. Suddenly, Shen Wuwang erupted into laughter. Preposterous. The court has not seen a grandmaster in 5 centuries. How could such a figure suddenly emerge? He must be employing some arcane methods. The leaders of the 3 demonic sects had ascended to the threshold of grandmaster decades ago, having cultivated for years without breaking through this barrier. No one understood better than they what a grandmaster signified. Believe it or not, that is your choice. Pei Jixing's voice resonated with a metallic tremor beneath his mask. I am most acutely aware of the thousand-faced demon lord's capabilities. Those he wishes to eliminate, not even I can protect. The air within the stone chamber suddenly thickened. The serpent-headed staff in Yinjiuyo's hand emitted a faint creaking sound, the eye sockets of the skull at its tip flickering with ghostly light. The 3 demonic sects had been intertwined for centuries. Pei Jixing traced his finger across the stone table, leaving a trail that shimmered with a blood-red hue. If I were to betray, what would I gain? Silence spread among the 3. After a moment, Yinjiuyo spoke, his voice hissing like a venomous serpent. The emperor has already issued a decree for a purge. The hounds of Xichang are scouring the land for our whereabouts. Ridiculous. Shen Wuwang's black robe stirred without wind. With the myriad barriers and illusions of Su Wang Mountain, what can those court lackeys accomplish? What if it were a grandmaster? Pei Jixing interjected suddenly. The blood-red mask glowed with an otherworldly light, revealing every minute detail within a 100-mile radius. He deliberately left his words unfinished, seeking to expose the slightest crack in their defenses. The temperature in the stone chamber seemed to plummet. The phosphorescent flame at the tip of Yinjiuyo's staff flickered violently, casting distorted shadows upon the stone walls. Shen Wuwang suddenly smiled sinisterly, and 3 ghostly blue flames erupted from his sleeves. 3 half-step grandmasters. Did they still fear a mere Yu Huatian? The ghostly flames intertwined in the air, forming a strange formation, the Yinming blood fiend great array of our Yinming sect. Before he could finish speaking, a muffled sound suddenly echoed from afar, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. The 3 men's expressions changed simultaneously. This was the sign that the mountain gate's restrictions had been triggered. For the first time, a fluctuation appeared in the voice of Pei Jixing. Hidden beneath his mask, it seems we have underestimated this West factory supervisor. Chapter 34. Look at these little creatures, each one more unique than the last. Outside the main gate of the Demon Shadow sect, the twilight was heavy, and the dense forest was as dark as ink. Mist swirled through the mountains, and the cawing of crows added an air of solemnity. Over 1,000 elite agents from the east and west factory stood like a forest, their swords and blades glimmering coldly in the moonlight, silently positioned behind Cao Zhengchun. Beside him, Su Lichuan slightly inclined his body, gazing with reverence at the figure clad in a scarlet python robe, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Before the shattered black iron mountain gate, Cao Zhengchun stood with his hands clasped behind him, lightly fiddling with an orchid between his fingers. His narrow eyes swept over the scattered corpses of the demon sect disciples before him, and a delicate smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. This group of little mice from the demon sect truly knows how to choose their hiding places. His voice was soft yet carried a chilling coldness. No wonder. For hundreds of years the court had repeatedly attempted to exterminate them, only to return empty-handed. It turned out they were hiding in these deep mountains and forests, much like rats in the sewers. Supervisor, your insight is remarkable. Su Lichuan quickly stepped forward, flattering. The terrain of Xuangu Mountain is treacherous, filled with hidden traps and countless dark caves obscuring the way. If not for your unparalleled skills and keen perception, even an army of 100,000 would struggle to uncover the traces of the demon sect's main headquarters. Cao Zhengchun squinted, savoring Su Lichuan's flattery, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he chuckled softly. Such mere illusions are hardly worthy of display before us. Before his words had fully faded, he flicked his sleeve, and with a slight spread of his fingers, the pure yang qi of the Tian Gang boy's skill erupted explosively. Boom! Several blazing palm energies shot forth like falling stars, instantly shattering the densely packed restrictions and traps ahead. The mountain trembled, stones flew, and a violent gust of qi swept outwards, uprooting trees for miles around, splitting rocks, and sending dust soaring into the sky. As the dust began to settle, a straight path had clearly emerged, leading directly to the depths of the demon sect's main headquarters. Cao Zhengchun withdrew his hand, lightly dusting off non-existent dust from his sleeve, and softly commanded, "Convey our orders to kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Kill." With the command issued, in an instant, over 1,000 agents drew their swords, their cold gleam surging like a tide. Under the leadership of the various heads, the elite forces of the East and West Factory surged up the mountain path like a flood. The demon sect disciples stationed along the way were horrified at the sight. The court's hounds have actually come this far. Block them, however, before they could form a defensive line. The sharp spring embroidery sabers had already torn through the twilight, blood splattering. In an instant, the entire Xuangu Mountain was filled with the sounds of slaughter. The clash of blades and swords intertwining with cries of agony, and the explosive sound of qi bursting forth, creating a scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. Within the main hall of the Demon Mirage sect, the eerie green phosphorescence flickered in the bronze lanterns, casting 3 shadows upon the mottled stone walls. Suddenly, a blood-soaked disciple of the demon sect burst into the chamber, announcing urgently to the 3 revered ones that the imperial hounds had breached the mountain gate. Along the way, the traps and mechanisms lay in ruins, and they were advancing towards our stronghold with murderous intent. Shen Wuwang's black robe trembled, as the ethereal blue ghostly flames within his sleeves flickered ominously. Indeed, his voice rasped like sandpaper, a testament to the might of a grandmaster. The intricately arranged 9-layered defenses of our sect seemed mere child's play before him. Bai Qixing's blood-red mask glimmered with a strange light as his knuckles drummed on the stone table, producing a dull echo. "Is it now that you believe, Brother Shen?" Humph. Shen Wuwang unleashed 3 streams of crimson energy from his sleeves, etching deep ravines into the stone pillars nearby. What of the Grandmaster? Our demon sect's millennia of heritage would not cower before him. Coughing, Yin Zhuyo's serpent-headed staff struck heavily against the ground, the phosphorescent flames in the skull's eye sockets flaring brightly. 2 pallid elders emerged from the shadows, leaving frost traces on the stone slabs with every step. Blood Knife Ancestor? Chongqing Zhenren? Bai Qixing's mask shifted slightly, acknowledging the cunning of the Shadow Sect's leader, who had transformed these 2 into puppets. Yin Zhuyo's skeletal fingers glided over the serpent staff as she rasped with laughter. "These trinkets of mine can barely counter half a grandmaster." The Shadow Sect was renowned for its mastery of corpse manipulation and soul control. Possessing a few advanced puppets was hardly surprising. Shen Wuwang replied calmly. He then shifted his tone to one of mockery. "But you, Bai Qixing, do not forget that this is your lair. If you do not step out to confront the enemy, Your disciples of the Demon Mirage sect may soon face utter slaughter at the hands of the imperial hounds. Bai Qi remained seated, yet the candle flames within a 3-zhang radius abruptly dimmed. He spoke coldly, his voice akin to a dull blade scraping against bone. Chen Xinghe, do you believe that once the court has obliterated my Demon Mirage sect, they will spare your Netherworld sect? Why flaunt your wit and mock me? Enough. Yin Jiuyo swept her serpent staff, unleashing a cloud of gray mist that erupted between the two. The imperial hounds were already at our doorstep. Was it the time for internal strife? Her hunched figure suddenly straightened, bones cracking beneath her black robe. We either unite to repel the foe, or I shall test my newly refined heart-devouring goo on you both. The stone chamber fell into a sudden silence. Bai Qi rose slowly, and as he turned, his robe stirred a gust of blood-stained wind. Activate the Wuxian Grand Formation. Shen Wuang's black robe billowed without wind, as 12 blood-red talismans flew from his sleeves. Let these imperial curs witness the depth of our demon sect's foundation. As his words faded, the 3 figures darted out of the hall like phantoms. Wherever they passed, the ancient runes on the stone walls ignited in sequence, resembling a colossal beast awakening and opening its crimson eyes. Outside the main hall of the Demon Mirage sect, the setting sun bled into the horizon. The bluestone steps were strewn with countless corpses, a heap of the demon sect's disciples. Thick, viscous blood oozed through the cracks of the stones, glimmering with an eerie purple hue under the sunset's glow. Cao Zhengchun stood amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, his crimson robe untouched by dust. He casually brushed his sleeve, and as he delicately pinched a blood-stained ash, it fluttered down to the ground. It seems to be more tumultuous than we anticipated. His sharp voice carried a teasing tone, as if he were eagerly awaiting the arrival of their sect leader to collect the remains. Esteemed supervisor, Su Lichuan bowed respectfully. For ahead lay the headquarters of the demon sect, which surely buzzed with activity. Cao Zhengchun's eyelids flickered slightly, and he suddenly let out a soft chuckle. They have arrived. A chilling wind swept through, and 3 figures materialized like phantoms. At the forefront stood Bai Qi, his crimson mask foreboding, while behind him, Shen Wuang's black robe billowed, the serpent-headed scepter of Yin Jiuyo striking sparks upon the stone pavement. Cao Zhengchun covered his lips with his sleeve, his dark brows quivering in unison. 3 old rats have gathered in a nest. He delicately pointed at the trio, his tone shifting to one of coldness. It seems we shall be spared the trouble of hunting each one down. His slender eyes leisurely swept over their faces, before breaking into a grin. Look at their appearances, each one more peculiar than the last. His fingertips danced with ethereal energy. Yet his voice remained gentle. The Eastern Depot's Beast Garden is precisely in need of such rare specimens. Chapter 35. In this martial world, it is time for certain individuals to recognize who the true master is. The leaders of the 3 demon sect factions gazed intently at Cao Zhengchun, a flicker of barely perceptible trepidation darting across their cold eyes. Rumors in the martial world spoke of Yu Huatian, the handsome and enigmatic leader of the Western Depot. Shen Wuang narrowed his elongated eyes, his voice slick like a serpent's hiss. Is this old eunuch truly the one who has come? Could the rumors be erroneous? Yin Jiuyo's emaciated fingers caressed his serpent-headed scepter, whispering hoarsely. Bai Qixing's metallic voice echoed from beneath his blood-colored mask. This person can easily breach our demon sect's defenses. He must be a grandmaster. We must proceed with caution. You are blind. Su Lichuan rebuked sharply. This is the chief of the Bureau of Rights, the supervisor of the Eastern Depot. He is not to be compared with Yu Huatian. Not Yu Huatian. The 3 leaders' pupils constricted sharply, a tempest of shock surging within their hearts. The demon sect's headquarters had remained hidden for centuries. Even the imperial army numbering in the hundreds of thousands struggled to locate it. How could this old eunuch have pinpointed their location? Could the court possibly harbor a second grandmaster? Or was there a traitor within the sect who divulged the precise coordinates of the demon sect's stronghold? Just as the 3 were engulfed in turmoil, Cao Zhengchun, provoked by the term old eunuch, let out a sinister chuckle, his voice soft yet laden with menace. I detest uncouth rodents. Before his words faded, his eyes ignited with a chilling, murderous intent. Without waiting for the 3 demon sect leaders to react, the force of his celestial energy erupted. Boom. The pure yang palm surged forth like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, its blazing energy tearing through the air, causing the stone steps to crumble beneath it, shaking the very earth. Before it could even reach Shen Wuang, his black robe ignited spontaneously without a breeze. Not good. Shen Wuang's pupils dilated. the shadow of death engulfing him like a tide. The might of this palm instilled an overwhelming sense of despair in him, a feeling of inescapability. Yinming blood fiend, great formation. Activate. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Shen Wuwang roared, his black robe bursting apart. 12 blood-red talismans shot forth from his sleeve, each entwined with a viscous, tangible aura of dark energy, forming a bizarre array in midair. The talisman's surface manifested a grotesque, distorted visage, emitting a chilling shriek. The void seemed to rend asunder, unleashing a torrent of sanguine waves that cascaded from the formation, instantly forming a wall of malevolent blood 3 yards thick. Within that sanguine barrier, countless vengeful spirits writhed and howled, their icy breath causing the surrounding 10 yards of bluestone ground to frost over with a dark chill. However, with a resounding crash, the radiant golden palm force descended like a blazing sun, colliding with the blood wall and erupting in a blinding brilliance. Wherever the pure and unyielding true energy traversed, the blood wall dissolved like snow plunged into boiling water, while 12 talismans shattered into fine dust. The residual force of the palm struck Shen Wuwang's chest heavily, sending his body hurtling backward like a marionette severed from its strings, creating a spiderweb-like crater upon the rock face. Coughing, Shen Wuwang expelled blood from all 7 orifices, his body grotesquely convulsing as it remained embedded in the rock wall. A charred handprint emerged prominently on his chest, its edges sizzling and emitting the acrid stench of scorched flesh. This strike had utterly shattered Shen Wuwang's martial foundation. Trembling, he extricated himself from the fissure in the rock, revealing a ghastly wound, blackened to the bone beneath his tattered robe. Had it not been for the last-minute invocation of the Blood Fiend Talisman, a treasured artifact of the Netherworld sect, he would have been reduced to a mist of blood by now. How could it be that Shen Wuwang coughed forth dark blood laced with fragments of his own entrails, his murky pupils constricting violently? Those 12 Blood Fiend Talismans, inherited from the twilight of the Xia dynasty, each contained the power equivalent to a strike from a grandmaster. When concentrated, they could even contend with a grandmaster of the 2nd tier. Yet at this moment, they were reduced to mere ashes beneath the pure yang energy. Was this a clash of techniques? No. It was the absolute domination of an eagle over an ant. Pei Jixing's sanguine mask emitted ominous cracking sounds, the metallic resonance betraying a hint of trepidation. Yin Jiuyu, do not hesitate to unleash your most formidable attack. This old eunuch is beyond the capacity of either of us to confront alone. If we do not give our all, we shall surely perish today. The serpent-headed staff was deeply embedded in the bluestone ground, and Yin Jiuyu's hunched back produced a disconcerting sound of dislocated bones. Her withered fingers delved into the eye socket of the staff's skull, extracting 2 bone pellets that glimmered with an eerie blue luminescence from the hollow orbits. The celestial corpse pill. A flicker of pain crossed her murky eyes. It took the Yin corpse sect 3 centuries to forge a single one of these treasures. With a swift flick of her wrist, the 2 bone pellets were accurately propelled into the mouths of the 2 corpse puppets. In an instant, the emaciated body of Blood Knife Ancestor inflated as if filled with air, while the ghostly pale skin of Cao Zhengchun revealed ominous blue veins. 2 suffocatingly cold auras erupted violently, causing the surrounding rubble within 10 yards to levitate without the aid of wind. Is this the aura of a grandmaster? Pei Jixing gasped in astonishment. Although the aura was unstable and clearly forced through the potency of the pills, it undeniably grazed that level of power. A chilling smile crept upon Yin Jiuyu's lips. Today, I shall expend hundreds of years of accumulated essence, and I am eager to witness how this eunuch responds. Cao Zhengchun stood with his hands clasped behind him, his white brows slightly raised, his narrow eyes assessing the 2 corpse puppets before him with a sardonic glint. The 2 puppets, forcibly elevated to the great master realm by the corpse pill, were now quivering with bulging veins, their malevolent aura swirling, while the chilling corpse energy froze the ground beneath them into a spiderweb of frost. Yet, Cao Zhengchun merely smiled disdainfully, his voice sharp and laced with a chilling femininity. Oh, I thought you vermin lurking in the shadows might present something truly astonishing. He leisurely brushed his sleeve, his tone increasingly mocking. Is this all you have? Yin Jiuyu, her emaciated fingers clutching the serpent-headed staff, felt a shiver of cold rise within her, quickly overshadowed by a surge of fury. Arrogant, she screeched, her voice resembling the mournful cry of an owl. The millennia of heritage of the Yin puppet sect is beyond the comprehension of a castrated dog like you. A glint of greedy ferocity flashed in her eyes as her cracked lips curled into a grin, revealing her stark white teeth. Once I transform you into a corpse puppet. Haha, a great master-level puppet. I shall covet it dearly. Upon hearing this, Cao Zhengchun's gaze turned icy, yet the smile at his lips grew even more sinister. It seems your kind has yet to experience true despair. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and in an instant, several pure yang palm energies erupted like furious dragons unleashed upon the sea. This strike was even more terrifying than before. As the palm energies approached, a scorching wave swept across the arena. The blood-red mask on Bai Qi face shattered with a crack, revealing an eerie countenance devoid of features, save for a layer of pallid skin. He hastily activated the formless Great Array, channeling the formless demon art in a desperate attempt to mitigate the palm energies. However, the pure yang palm energies descended like the sun plummeting from the sky, their overwhelming might instantly shattering his defenses, sealing his fate with the essence of death. No. Bai Qi let out a piercing scream just as the palm energy crashed through his being. His body shattered like porcelain, ultimately exploding into a mist of crimson. Injuyo, witnessing this, felt her pupils constrict in horror. In a frantic move, she bit her tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the two great master puppets. Kill for me. The two puppets roared, unleashing a torrent of sinister energy, each summoning their most formidable attacks to confront the onslaught. Yet, the pure yang palm energies, akin to the sun's searing rays, obliterated the malevolent essence in their path, causing the two great master puppets to disintegrate into nothingness before they could even resist. Simultaneously, the residual force of the palm energies remained undiminished, locking onto Injuyo like a relentless curse. No, this is impossible. Panic set in. Her frail form retreated wildly. Disbelief etched across her face. She had exhausted the In puppet sect's centuries of foundation, even resorting to the corpse pill to forcefully create two great master puppets. Yet before this old eunuch, they were as fragile as clay chickens. Is this the might of the court? She murmured in despair, and the next moment, the pure yang palm energies arrived with thunderous fury. Boom! The blood mist erupted, and Injuyo's shattered form was flung away like a rag doll, disintegrating into ashes before it even touched the ground, consumed by the searing energies. Cao Zhengchun calmly withdrew his hand, delicately flicking his fingers, leisurely brushing away non-existent dust from his sleeve, as if he had merely swatted a few insignificant ants. He stood with his hands behind his back, slightly tilting his head. His voice, soft yet commanding, resonating with undeniable authority. Su Lichuan, who had witnessed everything unfold, was already trembling with fear. Upon hearing this, he quickly bowed and flattered. Your Excellency, your might is unparalleled. I am in complete admiration. Cao Zhengchun did not even lift his eyelids, stating coolly, leave no remnants of the Inhun and Insui sections. Yes, rest assured, Your Excellency. Su Lichuan lowered his waist even further, his tone increasingly reverent. I shall lead men to eradicate them, ensuring not a single rat from the demon sect escapes. Cao Zhengchun nodded slightly, a flicker of coldness flashing beneath his white brows. The martial world must be taught to recognize who the true master is. Chapter 36, Grand Military Review, The Terrifying Iron Eagle Warriors. With the demise of the three sect leaders of the demon sect, the remaining elders and disciples of the Mo Xiang sect were entirely eradicated by the elite agents of the East and West factories. The sounds of slaughter gradually diminished, blood staining the mountain paths and corpses littering the ground. Cao Zhengchun stood with his hands clasped behind him amidst the stench of blood, his white brows relaxed, exuding an aura of benevolence, as if the hellish scene behind him bore no relation to him whatsoever. As a loyal minister summoned by the system, he was inherently steeped in a pathological and obsessive loyalty to Chen Xinghe, leaving no room for impurities. It was precisely for this reason that he would not hesitate to engage in covert struggles with Yu Huatian of the West Factory to seize the task of exterminating the demon sect. He intended to make the emperor understand that in this realm, only he, Cao Zhengchun, was the emperor's most faithful and loyal hound. Moreover, this group of demonic scoundrels dared to invade the Forbidden Palace under the cover of night, attempting to assassinate the sovereign. This was an act of utmost treason. It was not merely a desecration of imperial authority, but also a provocation against him, Cao Zhengchun. Were it not for the emperor's strict orders for swift resolution, he would have surely imprisoned these rebels, flaying their skin and drawing their tendons, subjecting them to torturous deaths that left them neither alive nor dead. Nonetheless, such a thunderous approach would suffice to report back to the emperor. He squinted slightly, a deeper smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes remained devoid of warmth. How many agents from the east and west factories had perished? He cared not. These individuals were merely pieces on his chessboard. Their deaths held no significance. Why mourn their loss? What truly mattered to him was whether the emperor's will could be perfectly fulfilled. As for the process and the cost, those were inconsequential. In Tianjin, on Qinglong Street in the East City, the early autumn breeze swept up a few fallen phoenix tree leaves, drifting down by the Jinshui Bridge. The vermilion-painted archways on either side of the street stood solemnly under the soft golden rays of the morning sun. The citizens of the capital, clad in thin garments, surged like a tide towards the street, craning their necks and tiptoeing to glimpse the advancing imperial procession. Today marked the emperor's grand military review, and in the distance, the dark dragon flag fluttered in the morning light. "Silence," commanded the captain of the Jinhui, startling the sparrows resting under the eaves. 3,000 armored imperial guards stood erect like pines, the autumn wind rustling through their red tassels, stirring a dark red wave amidst the cold array of spears and halberds. Behind the long procession, civil and military officials stepped carefully over the carpet of dry leaves. Left Minister Chen Xinghe fixed his gaze on the pristine white character flag ahead, lowering his voice to inquire, "Old Wu, who exactly is this Bai Qi? I have scoured the ministry's records over the years and found no trace of this individual." Suddenly seizing control of an army of 200,000, this matter is undeniably perplexing. Elder Wu, stroking his grizzled beard, remarked with a cold snort, "A mere commoner, possessing no merit, is thus favored by His Majesty. In my over 30 years of service, I have never witnessed such absurdity. If this individual harbors ulterior motives, the foundation of our great Wu, built over 8 centuries, may be at stake. Be cautious with your words, Elder." Chen Xinghe quickly covered his mouth with his sleeve, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. The agents of the Eastern and Western Bureau are adept at catching whispers. Should this conversation reach the emperor's ears, Elder Wu's expression fluctuated. Lowering his voice even further, "I have heard that not long ago, Lord Huang Gongmin was executed for the crime of attempted assassination against the emperor. Yin Xian has since taken command of the Northwest military forces. Now, with the deployment of an additional 100,000 elite troops, alongside the newly formed Iron Eagle warriors," he paused, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Xinghe, implying that this individual of dubious origin is fraught with significance. Could it be? Chen Xinghui's pupils constricted involuntarily, his voice trembling. Is His Majesty truly intent on reducing the feudal lords? This is glaringly apparent. Elder Wu shook his head, stroking his beard. Which feudal lord does not wield power for himself? Should a great war erupt, with external barbarians lurking and internal lords in rebellion, this empire, he hesitated, ultimately refraining from completing his thought. Chen Xinghe gazed ahead at the imperial carriage, the gilded roof reflecting the autumn sun, causing him to squint. Alas, the current emperor consolidates power, ruling with absolute authority. Even if we offer counsel, His Majesty may not heed our words. I suspect that Bai Qi, being relatively unknown, possesses little capability. Entrusting him with the command against the feudal lords, I fear, may lead to a devastating defeat. If the imperial army suffers defeat, our great Wu, before he could finish, Zhao Duan, the Minister of Revenue, who had remained silent for a long while, interjected, "Why must you two distress yourselves? Is not the chief minister unperturbed?" He meaningfully adjusted his jade belt, stating, "In governance, it is paramount to maintain one's own safety. I believe, perhaps, retreating to pastoral life may not be the worst strategy." Elder Wu was taken aback by this remark, a complex expression flickering in his murky eyes. He gazed at the distant flag of the commander fluttering in the wind, ultimately releasing a long sigh. As dawn broke, the eastern city training grounds buzzed with life. Outside the grounds, a dense crowd surged like a tide, the citizens of the capital jostling and tiptoeing, eager to witness this rare spectacle. As the largest training ground in the capital, it spanned thousands of acres, requiring half a day to traverse on horseback. Yet now, it was filled to capacity, the clamor rising to the heavens. Suddenly, the drums and music resonated, and the imperial retinue slowly entered. The gilded dragon carriage shimmered under the sunlight, and Chen Xinghe, clad in a dark dragon robe, stepped forth from the carriage. "Salute His Majesty." In an instant, An overwhelming wave of reverence swept through the training ground. Nearly 1 million soldiers and citizens knelt in unison, their movements cascading like waves, extending from the nearest to the farthest reaches of sight. The sheer force of this display caused the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze piercing. As he surveyed the scene, he beheld a sea of bowed heads, civil officials in purple robes and jade sashes, military leaders clad in cold armor, and commoners in coarse garments, all without exception kneeling at his feet. This was the supreme ruler, elevated above millions. The unparalleled might of imperial authority. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and raised his hand in a gesture of respect. "Your Majesty, please be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty." A multitude of voices responded once more, though not in unison, yet the sound reverberated like thunder, soaring into the heavens. Chen Xinghe turned his gaze to the poised Bai Qi beside him. "Let us commence." Bai Qi bowed, fists clasped. "I shall obey the command." Before his words had settled, he had already turned to ascend the platform. The military review commenced. Bai Qi flicked his dark, glistening cloak, and with a resonant sound, drew his bronze sword from its sheath. His command rang out like the thunderclap from the heavens, and though it was near at hand, Chen Xinghe found it not jarring, but rather akin to a gentle breeze brushing against his face. The sound rolled forth, echoing across the vast training grounds, every word distinctly audible. Chen Xinghe's eyes flickered. What a remarkable figure Bai Qi was, indeed possessing extraordinary prowess. The war drums resounded, heralding the arrival of the first formation, marching with earth-shaking steps. 50,000 armored infantry arranged themselves into 10 orderly and imposing battalions, their black iron armor shimmering with a cold, ghostly light under the morning sun. Most breathtaking of all was the forest of 30,000 halberd soldiers. Their lengthy halberds pointed skyward, the blades reflecting a chilling light that formed a silver wave, causing the observing citizens to squint against the brilliance. Chen Xinghe's pupils constricted. The density of those halberds was such that even birds would find it difficult to pass through. Even more fearsome was the synchronized sound of 30,000 boots striking the ground, resembling a colossal beast advancing slowly. Following closely was the phalanx of sword and shield soldiers. The iron shields formed an impenetrable wall, occasionally flashing with the cold glint of drawn swords. Though this was a newly formed army, it exuded an aura of ferocity, as if they had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Chen Xinghe suddenly found himself breathless. In a daze, the training grounds transformed into the battlefield of Chongping, where he beheld countless blood-soaked Qin soldiers rising slowly from the heaps of 40,000 Zhao corpses. The palpable malevolence seemed to coalesce into a faint sanguine mist in the air. The nascent spirit of the army, he murmured to himself. This force, untested in actual combat, had already acquired the ferocity of the Qin's elite warriors under Bai Qi's rigorous training. That indomitable spirit, thriving in adversity, seemed etched into the very marrow of each soldier. Most terrifying was the aura it projected, akin to facing a ravenous tiger. Even from across the training grounds, the civil and military officials present were drenched in cold sweat, holding their breath. Chen Xinghe had no doubt that even when faced with tenfold the enemy, this formidable force would unflinchingly tear through enemy lines until the opposing forces were left shattered and demoralized. This was the war machine painstakingly crafted by the butcher, Bai Qi himself. Chapter 37. Those who disrespect the imperial decree shall be executed. Is this truly the newly trained Iron Eagle elite? Elder Wu's voice trembled slightly, his cloudy eyes fixated on the ironclad formation at the center of the training grounds, as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped his chest, momentarily halting his breath. In a haze, he felt as if he were amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, hearing the anguished cries of the Zhao army, while before him loomed the cold-blooded Qin soldiers brandishing their long halberds. Countless souls writhed in the malevolent atmosphere, their anguished wails piercing the air. The overwhelming aura of slaughter nearly rendered him weak-kneed, almost causing him to stumble back. It was not just him. The civil and military officials were all pale-faced. Even the typically inscrutable Prime Minister Wei Tingyu's pupils constricted in shock, his fingers turning pale from the intensity of his grip. Outside the venue, the common folk were utterly astonished, with some collapsing to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them. Good heavens, what manner of army is this? They are clearly a horde of demons arisen from the depths of hell. The synchronized sound of marching was a stark contrast to the slothful garrison, unworthy even of carrying their shoes. A new army? If this is deemed new, then what of the border troops from the northern frontier, who boast of their countless victories? At the edge of the training ground, an elderly man in simple attire trembled as he leaned on a nearby youth, his murky eyes ignited with fervor. Excellent. With such a formidable force, what do we have to fear from the barbarian incursions? On the platform for generals, Chen Xinghe stood with arms crossed, his dark dragon robe billowing in the autumn breeze. His gaze, deep and penetrating, swept over the various officials below, each displaying a spectrum of emotions. Some appeared ashen, others were drenched in cold sweat, and a few trembled to the point of nearly kneeling. A cold, austere smile subtly curled at the corners of his lips. It was time for these narrow-minded individuals to witness what a true god of war embodies. The foremost among the four great war gods of Huaxia, the harbinger of annihilation, having vanquished over 1 million foes. Even across the annals of history, the name Bai Qi remains a nightmarish specter upon the battlefield. Today, this ironclad vanguard, forged by his own hands, shall once again unveil the unparalleled brilliance of the Qin warriors in this foreign land. Bai Qi stood at the forefront of the general's platform, his bronze sword pointing skyward. Beneath him, 50,000 ironclad soldiers surged forward like an overwhelming tide, their formation impenetrable, the air thick with a murderous intent. For over an hour, the earth-shaking sound of their march reverberated, as if the very ground trembled beneath their might. And this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom. The war drums suddenly shifted, their rhythm sharp and commanding. 20,000 crossbowmen and 10,000 archers emerged, stepping forward with a chilling resolve. The powerful crossbows in their hands gleamed a deep black, intricate patterns etched upon their limbs, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. These were lethal instruments crafted tirelessly by over 1,000 skilled artisans in the Ministry of Works, consuming millions of taels of silver, forged with dark iron and strung with steel wire. Moreover, these crossbowmen were all cultivators of postnatal realms, each one robust and formidable, for only they could draw such heavy crossbows. The Minister of Revenue, Qian Taoli, inhaled sharply, his bony fingers clenching the hem of his official robes tightly. When the Ministry of Works had initially come to demand military funds, he had vehemently berated Lu Jun for squandering resources. Yet, at this moment, witnessing the crossbowmen testing their shots and piercing the iron target 300 paces away, he suddenly comprehended the truth. This was not mere extravagance. It was the forging of a magnificent weapon aimed at the throats of the barbarian vassals. Old Qian, what do you think? Minister of Works Lu Jun chuckled, pride evident in his tone. Do you still believe I am squandering the treasury? Qian Taoli offered no reply, his murky eyes fixated on the ranks of crossbows. In a daze, he envisioned the dark shadow that would blot out the sky when a volley of arrows was unleashed. Hearing the piercing wails of the rain of arrows ripping through the heavens. What of the master? Beneath the onslaught of countless arrows, all would be reduced to mere ants. Bai Qi, Chen Xinghe suddenly addressed from the platform. Bai Qi knelt on one knee, the sound of metal clanging resonating. I am here. I recall that the Iron Eagle elite was trained for merely half a month, yet it exudes such formidable presence. Chen Xinghe's gaze swept over the formidable military array. And indeed, you have presented me with a grand gift. Bai Qi suddenly lifted his head, his eyes swirling like a tumultuous sea of blood. Your Majesty, behold. This crossbow army is composed entirely of postnatal warriors, their strength far surpassing that of the former Qin soldiers. Moreover, I have toiled day and night for half a month, employing ancient battle formations for rigorous training. He clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles reverberating like thunder. I stake my life on it. This army can vanquish tenfold the enemy. The voice of the formidable Bai Qi resonated like the clash of gold and iron. None can withstand their might. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. As the crossbowmen retreated, the sound of war drums suddenly quickened, erupting like a thunderclap. 3,000 armored heavy cavalry broke through the formation first. Both horse and rider were clad in obsidian iron armor, with even the horse's faceplate intricately carved to resemble a fearsome Shura demon. The thunderous hooves shattered the training ground's blue bricks, each step akin to a dragon rising from the earth, causing the observation platform to tremble slightly. These were the elite black dragon riders of the Great Wu, now all under the command of the Iron Eagle elite. Following closely were 17,000 light cavalry in black armor. Though not fully armored, each knight's eyes blazed with ferocity, their swords gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The torrent of 20,000 Iron Riders sent waves of trepidation through the ranks of civil and military officials, as well as the common folk. This spectacle far surpassed the earlier infantry and crossbowmen. Marquis Wu Yang, Li Chang'an, remained silent, his eyes filled with astonishment. His awe was not solely directed at the fierce Iron Eagle elite, but more so towards Bai Qi. That aura, deep as an abyss and filled with ferocity, was not something an ordinary warrior could possess. It stood in stark contrast to the subdued demeanor of the West Factory's head, Yu Huatian. Bai Qi radiated an oppressive presence that rendered the air thick, as if he were an unsheathed, unparalleled blade, sending shivers down the spine, even from afar. Another Grand Master. From where has your Majesty summoned such formidable beings? The Marquis's heart was tumultuous. During the struggle for succession, the Emperor had no powerful allies, frequently facing suppression and peril. Yet since ascending the throne, such extraordinary warriors have appeared in succession. Contemplating this, he felt the Emperor's depth was unfathomable. As the military review drew to a close, Chen Xinghe stepped forward, standing at the edge of the command platform. 100,000 armored soldiers stood silent as a forest, glimmering with a chilling light under the autumn sun. The sound of the Emperor's sword being unsheathed resonated throughout the training ground. As Chen Xinghe pointed his sword at the three armies, Iron Eagle elite, the roar echoed like thunder above the military formation. You are the sharp blade in my hand, the spearhead of the great Wu. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across every resolute face. From this day forth, the sword points outward. Anyone who disrespects the Emperor's decree. Chen Xinghe paused. Kill, kill, kill. 100,000 soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The surge of murderous intent caused the officials on the observation platform to change countenance. Chen Xinghe slowly sheathed his sword, a trace of a barely discernible cold smile lingering on his lips. His eyes, like torches, scanned the densely packed crowd beyond the training ground, among the millions, hiding countless spies sent by various princes and local lords. This was precisely what he desired. Let the eyes hidden in the shadows witness the brilliance of the Iron Eagle and the elite warriors. And let those treacherous princes and feudal lords hear the roar of the 100,000-strong army. A silent decree has spread far and wide with the autumn winds. Those who surrender their military power shall be granted wealth and honor. Those who stubbornly resist shall face annihilation. Chapter 38. How many lives must be sacrificed to quell the Emperor's wrath in this realm? Chen Xinghe's predictions were astute. The spies from various feudal lords had already dispatched their observations at breakneck speed. When the sharpness of the Iron Eagle and the elite warriors was directed at the vassal states, the lords entrenched in their territories finally realized that this time, the court was indeed serious. In Liaodong, within the governor's office in Jianzhou, Governor L. Qingdong slammed a confidential report onto the table, causing the teacups to rattle. He should have anticipated that this new emperor was never one to adhere to convention. Mobilizing border troops for a grand military review and swearing an oath to march forth signified a resolute intent to curtail the power of the vassals. Over the years, he had hoarded military strength, feigning obedience to the court's edicts, and even clandestinely interacting with the northern tribes, all to maintain Liaodong's independence. Yet, he never expected that the new emperor would dare to disrupt the feudal structure that had persisted for centuries. What audacity! L. Qingdong scoffed coldly, his fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of his sword. Just days prior, when the Prince of Lu sent an envoy to form an alliance, he had dismissed it with scorn. After all, since the founding of the dynasty by the great ancestor, no emperor had ever dared to confront all the vassals simultaneously. Yet now it seemed that this new emperor, who had endured years of contention for the throne, might well become the first to do so. To ask my L family to surrender the foundation we have built over centuries? He drew his sword with a sudden motion, its cold gleam reflecting his fierce visage. They shall only pass over the corpses of my 100,000 Iron Riders. With this thought, a glint of cold resolve flashed in El Qingdong's eyes, and he bellowed, "Bring forth a messenger." The heavy door swung open, and a soldier clad in armor rushed in, kneeling on one knee. "What are your orders, my lord?" "Immediately draft a letter to the Prince of Lu." El Qingdong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice as frigid as steel, declaring that he was willing to dispatch 80,000 troops to collectively deal with the tyrant. He paused, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Remember to state in the proclamation that the current emperor favors treachery and intends to reduce the fiefs and destroy the vassal states." We of Liaodong rise in arms to protect our land and people from the treachery of the court. Understood. The soldier clasped his fists heavily, the sound of armor ringing in the air. After the soldier departed, El Chengdong slowly approached the window, his murderous intent intensifying. Since the court has chosen war, then let it be war. The fate of Liaodong shall not be dictated by a mere child. In Shuzhou, within the city of Bazhou, the Prince of Shu stared intently at the report detailing the 100,000 Iron Eagle and elite warriors, his fingers instinctively tightening around the paper, crumpling it deeply. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows upon his somber face. What a clever tactic to rattle the tiger. He suddenly chuckled coldly. This nephew of mine intends to use the blood of the Prince of Lu to establish rules for all the vassal states. The aide whispered, Your Highness, take heed. The Prince of Lu, when he sought aid the other day, mentioned that without lips, the teeth are cold. Does this prince think I am unaware? The Prince of Shu slammed the report onto the table, causing the teacups to rattle once more. He rose and paced before the military map, fixating intently on the position of Lu. But do you understand that this newly sharpened blade shall first strike at the most obstinate thorn? The study fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, the king of Shu slowly turned, replied to the king of Lu, stating that the lands of Shu have recently been plagued by floods, resulting in the loss of 7 or 8 out of 10 granaries. However, considering our shared kinship, we shall covertly provide 3,000 sets of armor and 50,000 stones of provisions. My lord, he continued, furthermore, relay orders to all the passes, from this day forth. We shall strictly scrutinize the merchants and travelers, particularly those fleeing from Lu. He thoughtfully caressed the jade pendant at his waist. I must ascertain the swiftness of this blade, to determine whether to evade or to engage. In Longxi Prefecture, within the city of Chang'an, the king of Qin examined the secret reports from the capital with a stoic expression, his knife-like profile appearing even more austere in the candlelight. The weighty news, hastily delivered from the capital, pressed heavily upon his palm. Being a vassal lord in proximity to the capital, he had long sensed the encroaching peril. When the court discreetly mobilized the Northwest Army to advance eastward, he suspected it was a maneuver aimed at the vassal lords. In recent days, he had endeavored to reach out to fellow vassal lords to conspire on significant matters, only to find that each harbored their own agendas, none willing to take the initiative to rise in arms. Now, it was evident that the court was indeed preparing to act. Dispatch orders, the king of Qin abruptly commanded. His voice coarse like sandpaper. Reply to the king of Lu that I can muster 30,000 Chang cavalry and 70,000 infantry, totaling 100,000 troops to aid. As he turned, his armor clinked coldly. However, once the deed is accomplished, the 6 garrisons of Jinzhou in the northern frontier must fall under my jurisdiction. Understood. His trusted advisor clasped his hands in reverence and swiftly exited the grand hall. In Xiangjiang Prefecture, within the confines of the Jingwang Manor in Suzhou, the Jingwang gently set down his celadon teacup and raised his gaze towards the envoy from the king of Lu, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao has traveled a great distance. You must have discerned the court's intentions. According to confidential reports, the emperor had recently reviewed the 3 armies, appointing Bai Qi as commander, leading 100,000 Iron Eagle warriors and 100,000 Northwest border troops, now stationed at the border of Lu. The Jingwang's tone was placid, yet carried a subtle depth. Mr. Xiao, composed and poised, responded, Your Highness, it is clear to see. The court's current actions aim to dismantle the deep-rooted foundations of the vassal lords. After a brief pause, he continued, The Jiangnan region is Your Highness's ancestral domain, cultivated over 14 generations, with military and political power forming a distinct system. Should the court be allowed to diminish the vassal lords, the perilous Yangtze River would serve as a false sense of security. The Jingwang calmly interrupted, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Mr. Xiao, maintaining his serene demeanor, spoke softly, Your Highness, please pardon my frankness. Should all northern vassal lords be weakened, the court, emboldened by newfound victories, may march southward. Even with the formidable Yangtze as a barrier, it would be difficult to ensure one's own safety. A heavy silence enveloped the hall. After a prolonged moment, the Jingwang inclined his head slightly. In that case, I shall dispatch troops to assist. His gaze remained steady, his tone resolute. However, upon completion of the endeavor, the salt administration of Jiangnan shall fall under my control. News of the vassal lord's diminishment spread like wildfire, igniting fervor among the vassal states. While a few remote garrisons remained hesitant, the coalition had already taken shape. By the time the various armies convened, the king of Lu had amassed an impressive force of 820,000, bolstered by newly recruited soldiers, all thanks to the generous support of noble families. For centuries, these illustrious families have spared no expense in their quest to see the Duke of Lu ascend the throne and overthrow the tyrant who has wrought havoc upon their lineage. In the city of Tianjin, the autumn rains fall incessantly beneath a shroud of dark clouds. As news of the coalition of various feudal lords reaches the court, a turbulent undercurrent stirs within. Within the residences of the officials, civil and military alike harbor diverse thoughts, oblivious to the fact that countless pairs of eyes lurk in the shadows, watching their every move. In just over a month, the spies from the eastern and western factories have infiltrated every corner of the court like a relentless affliction. From the mansions of third-rank officials to the humble abodes of seventh-rank clerks, agents of the factories are ubiquitous. Even certain newly acquired concubines of officials are, unbeknownst to them, carefully cultivated informants of the eastern factory. Every detail of their daily lives, whispered secrets at night, and even the most intimate matters between partners are meticulously recorded. Those who believe their conspiracies to be clandestine are nothing more than jesters in the eyes of the factory guards. In the imperial hall, within the royal study, the flickering candlelight casts a dim glow. As confidential reports are presented before the emperor, Chen Xinghe manipulates a white jade chess piece with a pensive demeanor. Your Majesty, this is the list of treasonous officials, announces Cao Zhengchun, kneeling and presenting a stack of secret letters. Chen Xinghe casually flips through the documents, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. The correspondence between the Minister of War and the Duke of Lu, the clandestine dealings of the Minister of Personnel, and the treasonous words of cabinet advisors all lay bare before him. Good, very good, he murmurs softly. Beside him, Lu Jin stands in silence, trembling as he bows his head, too fearful to utter a sound. When the emperor's wrath is unleashed, it can result in the deaths of countless souls. It seems that in this realm, many lives must be sacrificed to fully quell the emperor's fury. Chapter 39. As the various feudal lords are dealt with, it is time for the rivers and lakes to be cleansed. Approaching noon, the dark clouds begin to dissipate, and the drizzle gradually ceases. A bloody purge suddenly unfolds within the city of Tianjin. Countless agents from the eastern and western factories, along with the imperial guards, surge into the residences like a tidal wave. The chilling glint of the embroidered spring blade pierces the tranquility after the rain. Before the residence of the Right Minister of War, the vermilion door crashes to the ground. Over 100 agents clad in brown surge inside, causing the household servants to scream and flee in terror. Su Lichuan, the head of the eastern factory, strides over the splintered wood into the courtyard, a sinister smile upon his face. Kai Laogo, your time has come. Come with me to the prison. In the main hall of the residence, Kai Kuan trembles upon hearing the command, yet he forces himself to step forward with a fa of composure. Surveying the fierce agents in the courtyard, he lets out a defiant laugh. You eastern factory eunuchs, is it not enough that you have persecuted so many loyal subjects? Do you seek to take my head today? Hearing this, Su Lichuan smirks ominously, waving a secret letter in the air. Old fool, do not feign innocence. The emperor has scrutinized every word of your correspondence with the Duke of Lu. With a flick of his wrist, the chains of the eastern factory agents clatter ominously behind him. The instruments of torture in the prison are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Realizing that the letter has fallen into the hands of the eastern factory, Kai Kuan's face pales in an instant. This is surely a frame-up, a fabrication by your eunuch faction. He protests, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I am a senior minister of the court. It is not for you, a mere eunuch, to pass judgment on me. The official was determined to personally explain himself to His Majesty. However, the only response he received was the mocking laughter of the guards. Su Lichuan delivered a kick to his knee, sneering, Old fool, save your breath. You'll need it to explain yourself slowly in the imperial prison. Take him away. As the iron chains clanked around him, the once mighty third-rank official crumpled to the ground, an involuntary foul liquid seeping from his trousers. Your Majesty, I am wronged. He cried out desperately, please see the truth. His anguished wails faded into the distance. From a distant pavilion, Cao Zhengchun observed the scene with satisfaction and turned to a guard beside him, saying, all right, it's time to move on to the next one. In stark contrast to the feeble resistance of the Deputy Minister of War, chaos reigned within the residence of the Minister of Personnel, Song Yuan. Just as the guards from the Eastern Depot broke through the door, prepared to seize him, dozens of martial heroes brandishing various weapons emerged unexpectedly to rescue him. These were the warriors who had benefited from Song Yulin's kindness, secretly dispatched to the capital at the behest of the Prince of Lu, specifically to assist in a coordinated attack against the city. At this moment, the situation in the realm was tumultuous. The coalition of 7 vassal states had amassed an army of 820,000, advancing with cries for justice against tyranny. In the martial world, the major sects, led by the sword sect of Shushan, recognized the court's waning power and jointly issued a decree to slay the tyrant, promising unparalleled martial arts techniques to anyone who could bring the tyrant's head. Countless so-called heroes infiltrated the capital, waiting for the conflict to erupt, ready to collaborate and eliminate the despot. In the inner courtyard of the Song residence, blood splattered and cries of battle filled the air. Several heads of the Eastern Depot led hundreds of guards and imperial guards, engaging fiercely with the martial experts in the courtyard. The clashing of swords was incessant, and as the true energy surged, leaves from the ancient trees in the courtyard fell in disarray. Arc Moon Sword Technique. Dai, a young swordsman, around 30, let out a fierce howl as his 3-foot-long blade suddenly emitted a dazzling arc of light. With a sweeping strike, several guards from the Eastern Depot were sliced in half before they could even scream. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the entire area of blue bricks. Eastern Depot scum. The young swordsman's eyes burned with rage as his voice turned hoarse. A month ago, you slaughtered my entire Sioux family. Today, I demand blood for blood. Before his words could settle, another wave of sharp sword energy sliced through the air. A master, a true master. Huang Guihai, the head of the Eastern Depot's 4th Division, turned pale and cried out, "Quickly summon the chief." "Hurry." A guard hastily complied, stumbling out of the courtyard. Amidst the encirclement of the Eastern Depot guards, the young swordsman, Yu Huatian, wreaked havoc. He was a disciple of a swordsmanship master and, due to his extraordinary talent, had reached the first stage of mastery by his early 30s, becoming a notable figure in the martial world. He was also a member of the prominent Sioux family from Hunan, having roamed the martial world for years. He had narrowly escaped the disaster when the Eastern Depot annihilated the Sioux clan last month. In earlier years, his family, the Sioux clan, had once been regarded as disciples of the Minister of Personnel, having benefited from the patronage of Song Yulin. This time, his actions were not merely to rescue Song Yulin. They were also driven by a deep-seated desire for vengeance against the East Factory for the annihilation of his kin. Under his fierce onslaught, the operatives of the East Factory and the Imperial Guard were forced into retreat. However, the sounds of battle had alerted the city defense office, and countless soldiers were rushing towards the scene. "Quickly, protect Lord Song and help him escape," a wandering hero urged. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a poisoned bone nail suddenly pierced his knee. "Hurry and go." He bent his knee, unable to bear the weight, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth, staining the bluestone bricks. "Hero, I have brought you into danger." Song Yulin's voice trembled with guilt as he beheld the warrior kneeling in a pool of blood. "Do not say such things, Lord Song. You are a benevolent official who loves the people. Even if we must sacrifice our lives today, we will ensure your safety. Regrettably, my leg is ruined." He forced a smile, using his blade to brace himself against the gap in the bricks. "Brother Su, lead Lord Song to the stables on the west side." Hearing this, Yu Huatian regained his composure, sweeping his sword to slay an approaching Imperial Guard before leaping to Song Yulin's side. "Lord Song, quickly! I will escort you out of the capital." "Noble hero!" Song Yulin expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. Hearing the distant footsteps, the group dared not delay, hastily escorting Song Yulin out of the residence. However, just as they turned the corner, they encountered a squad of blue-clad West Factory operatives, like specters, blocking the alley. The leader, with a grotesque scar running across his face, was none other than Ma Yuliang, the chief of the West Factory. "Humph, this pitiful group from the East Factory." Ma Yuliang sneered mockingly. "In the end, it falls to me to clean up the mess." With that, he drew his twin blades and pointed at the gathering heroes, coldly commanding, "Kill. Leave none alive." The operatives of the West Factory unsheathed their spring sabers, the piercing light of their blades weaving a deadly net. Such scenes were unfolding throughout the capital. In truth, the operatives of both the East and West Factories had sensed the presence of these rogue heroes the moment they infiltrated the city. While capturing treasonous officials, they had laid a meticulous trap across the capital, aiming to eradicate these chaotic factions and hidden threats in one fell swoop. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the air was thick with incense, yet the stench of blood seeped through the window panes. Yu Huatian stood before the imperial desk, the golden threads of his platinum robe shimmering as he bowed. The dragon-slaying order from the Jianghu? Chen Xinghe's fingers slowly traced the characters for dragon slaying on the report. A crack forming in the ornate handguard adorned with gilded dragon motifs at the point of the vermilion annotation. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh, the sound echoing through the grand hall. How splendid! The swords of Mount Shu have reached my throat before those of the various vassal states. Yu Huatian lowered his gaze, remaining silent. He understood that the emperor was truly enraged at this moment. The disgrace of the sovereign brings death to the minister. As the most loyal hound of the emperor, the West Factory was naturally destined to be the first blade the emperor wielded against the Jianghu. Your Majesty, take heed. The rabble of the Jianghu, having long basked in the emperor's grace, is ignorant of loyalty and righteousness. It is high time for a thorough cleansing. Yu Huatian's voice was gentle, yet a chilling malice flickered in his deep, sinister gaze. As dusk approached, the dying sun cast its waning light through the window of the imperial hall, creating a mottled shadow upon the dragon-carved pillars. Chen Xinghe slowly spoke. Once we have dealt with the various principalities, it is time for the rivers and lakes to undergo a transformation. Chapter 40. 820, 000 against 230, 000. The advantage is mine. The capital city was shrouded in ominous clouds, the damp autumn wind carrying the metallic scent of rusted iron. The situation at the front was particularly grave. In the reed marshes by the Jies, startled flocks of geese swept over two silently assembled armies. This expanse of marshland had historically been a coveted battleground. Both northbound and southbound forces had to traverse this critical choke point. Beneath the calm surface of the water lurked hidden dangers, while the surrounding mountains formed a natural barrier, isolating this battlefield from the outside world. Although the Allied forces boasted a strength of 800, 000, only about 500, 000 were truly combat-ready. The rest were hastily conscripted laborers and militiamen. Nevertheless, the sheer scale of this army was enough to instill awe. The marching line stretched for dozens of miles, banners fluttering like a forest, blades glinting like snow. As the vanguard crossed the shores of Jies Lake, the rearguard was just breaking camp, the dust raised by the advancing troops blotting out the sun, creating an immense sense of oppression. Report. A scout galloped in, hooves crushing the reeds at the marsh's edge, splattering murky water. He dismounted, kneeling on one knee with clasped hands. General, an enemy camp has been spotted 5 miles to the north of the marsh. The vanguard commander, Zhao Xiao, reined in his steed, his crimson cloak billowing in the damp morning breeze. He squinted into the distance, where a dark encampment loomed over the vital route, shrouded in mist. Who commands the forces? Zhao Xiao inquired in a low voice. General, a white flag flies above their camp. The commander is named Bai Qi. Bai Qi. Zhao Xiao erupted in laughter. It appears the court truly has no capable leaders left. They send a nameless figure to meet his demise. With a flick of his whip, his steed neighed in response, turning to depart from the scene. Inside the front command tent, over a dozen armored generals of the Allied forces gathered. The commander of the Lu Principality, Zhou Shixuan, unfolded the military report and said solemnly, "Generals, the latest intelligence. The court has appointed Bai Qi as the commander, leading 200, 000 elite troops to rendezvous with the 30, 000 defenders at Jies." He approached the sand table, pressing his finger heavily on the enemy camp's location. The scout has just reported that 50, 000 enemy troops have constructed fortifications ahead, preparing to hold their ground. 50, 000. Wang Kuei, the general of the Qin Principality, scoffed, his towering frame exuding a fierce bravado typical of the Chong people. Our vanguard alone comprises 200, 000 troops, with another 600, 000 on the way. Does the court think this meager force can deter our alliance? And what of this Bai Qi? He surveyed the room, his eyes filled with derision. Who is he? I have fought for years and have never heard of a general named Bai. The vanguard commander Zhao Xiao coldly interjected. He is likely nothing more than a common rat. With such a leader, that foolish monarch is utterly blind. Laughter erupted within the tent. Only Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow. Gentlemen, do not underestimate him. This man has managed to construct such a formidable fortress in merely 3 days. I fear General Zhou may be overly concerned. Wang Kuei rudely interrupted. 82,000 against 23,000. The advantage lies with us. With that, he abruptly drew his sword and contemptuously remarked, that Bai Qi is but a mere jester, unworthy of your caution. In my view, we should immediately mobilize our troops and crush the enemy camp today. Upon hearing this, the generals within the tent echoed their agreement with laughter. Indeed, if my 20,000 frontline soldiers are deterred by 50,000 foes, it would be a laughingstock for all. Our mighty army is pressing forward. How grand our momentum! Surely that Bai Qi has already soiled himself with fear. With such a significant advantage in our forces, why should we proceed with caution? We can simply trample them down. Zhou Shixuan remained silent, observing the raucous assembly of generals within the tent, his rough fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of his sword. Although the allied forces held an undeniable numerical superiority, the intuition honed from years of warfare left him with a lingering unease. He silently repeated the name Bai Qi in his mind, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity in it. Yet, witnessing the eager expressions of the generals, he found himself at a loss for any opposing argument. General Zhou, what are your thoughts? Zhao Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of amusement in his tone. Zhou Shixuan took a deep breath and slowly relaxed his grip on the sword's hilt. Since you have all made your decision, let us proceed as planned. His voice was low and restrained. At the hour of the rooster tomorrow, we shall launch an assault on the enemy camp. Outside the tent, the night wind wailed, causing the torches to flicker erratically. Zhou Shixuan stood alone outside the camp, gazing toward the enemy camp shrouded in darkness, his brow remaining furrowed. At dawn, when the first light of day broke, a faint mist of grayish blue floated above the Juyes, resembling wandering souls. The allied forces of 200,000 surged forth, war drums thundering and horns lamenting, flowing like a tide toward Bai Qi's forward camp. The iron hooves crushed the morning dew, and the glint of blades and spears reflected the rising sun, causing the very earth to tremble. On a towering hill in the north of the marsh, Bai Qi stood resolutely on horseback, his dark cloak billowing in the morning breeze. His cold gaze surveyed the battlefield below, where blades and spears were as numerous as trees, and arrows rained down like a storm. There was not a ripple in his eyes. As a renowned general and god of war of the warring states, Bai Qi had fought in over 70 battles without a single defeat. He understood the art of warfare intimately. The timing, terrain, and morale could all be transformed into instruments of slaughter. His tactics were enigmatic and unpredictable, akin to a venomous snake lying in wait, poised to strike when its prey exposed to vulnerability. Today would be no exception. He had chosen Juyes as the site for their decisive battle precisely because this low-lying marsh, overgrown with weeds and difficult to traverse, interspersed with lakes and hills, served as a natural slaughterhouse. He deliberately positioned his camp on the dry land before the marsh to lure the allied forces into underestimating their advance. By utilizing the 5,000 weaker defenders, he planned a feigned retreat, enticing the allied forces deeper into the marsh, ensnaring their cavalry in the mire and rendering their infantry immobile. Bai Qi commanded merely over 200,000 troops, all elite, but he would never be foolish enough to confront the 82,000 allied forces head-on. Otherwise, even if victorious, he would likely suffer significant losses among his elite soldiers. Thus, he had long laid out a deadly trap. Beneath the murky swamp lay thousands of barrels of oil and hay, awaiting the main force of the coalition to step in, at which point rockets would be launched, and flames would consume the entire marshland. On either side of the swamp, thousands of iron cavalry lay in ambush, poised for action. Once the fire ignited, they would strike like unsheathed blades, piercing the coalition's flank, slaughtering archers, and cutting off messengers, leading to the complete collapse of the enemy command. The battlefield's wind direction, the pre-established fire breaks, and the deceptive counter-reconnaissance aimed at the coalition had all been meticulously arranged by Bai Qi. He awaited the sudden rise of the southern wind, the spread of the flames, and the ensuing chaos among the coalition forces. Bai Qi would personally lead 30,000 Iron Eagle warriors, their halberds like a forest, crushing the coalition one by one. His singular objective had always remained unchanged, to sever the head of the coalition commander. Once the commander fell, the remaining rabble would have no choice but to kneel and surrender, becoming lambs to the slaughter. The autumn breeze swept across the battlefield, carrying with it the iron-like scent of blood lingering at the tip of Bai Qi's nose. He stood resolute, like a mountain, his gaze reflecting the distant, harrowing slaughter. Memories surged like a tide, the wails from the Chongping battlefield echoing in his ears. The anguished cries of 450,000 Zhao soldiers, the dying whinnies of warhorses, and the clashing of weapons intertwined in his mind, forming an everlasting elegy. The despair etched on Zhao Kuo's face, as he was cornered by the Qin cavalry, was still vividly imprinted in his memory. More vividly, he recalled the scene when 300,000 surrendered soldiers were pushed into a deep pit. The earth cascaded down, gradually burying terrified faces until the last whimper was swallowed by the ground. Bai Qi gently closed his eyes. These memories should have dissipated like morning dew, yet they had inscribed an indelible mark upon his soul. War had forged him into a remorseless machine of slaughter. The anguished spirits of 1,000,000 deceased surrounded him, transforming into an invisible armor. Now in his eyes, the lives of 820,000 coalition soldiers were but another line to be added to his ledger of blood debts. Chapter 41. The Demon, the God of Death. A single man slaughtering 10,000 troops. Within the forward camp, the brutal clash had persisted for nearly 3 hours. 200,000 coalition soldiers surged toward the encampment like a relentless tide, arrows blotting out the sun, drawing deadly arcs through the air. Soldiers continued to fall, struck by arrows, their cries drowned in the cacophony of clashing weapons. Blood soaked the earth, staining the edges of the swamp a dark crimson. The coalition's vanguard general, Zhao Xiao, led the charge, his 9-ringed golden-backed saber glinting coldly in the sunlight. As one of the most formidable warriors among the coalition, his martial prowess had already reached the 5th stage of mastery, his swordsmanship both grand and fierce. A protective aura enveloped him, forming an invisible barrier, as arrows attempted to approach, only to be crushed by his blade's energy. Kill. The first to breach shall be rewarded with gold and land. Zhao Zhao's roar resonated across the battlefield. Bolstered by the promise of great rewards, the coalition soldiers fought with wild fervor. Ladders were erected, and a dense array of death-seeking troops climbed upward under a rain of arrows. As soon as the defending archers showed their heads, they were pierced through the throat by precise crossbow bolts, their bodies tumbling from the walls. Upon the encampment's walls, the defending commander, Chen Xinghe, wiped the blood from his face. Beneath his command, the 50,000 defenders were primarily composed of the transport troops from Jiaz, who seldom faced even bandits in their daily lives. The remaining few valiant soldiers from the northwestern border, though courageous, found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a multitude of adversaries, and they were already utterly exhausted. General, the eastern wall has breached, a soldier reported with a hoarse voice. Chen Xinghe turned to gaze, only to witness Zhao Zhao's blade slicing through the air, descending like a silver moon, followed by a thunderous roar as the 3 Shanghai fortifications crumbled. Amidst the swirling dust, the Allied forces surged into the breach like a torrent breaching its dam. Lower the flags. Retreat to the second defensive line. Chen Xinghe severed the command banner with a single stroke of his sword, his iron spear piercing the chest of a pursuing soldier, while archers alternated in covering their retreat. Outside the camp, Wang Kuei licked the blood from his blade, his eyes gleaming with a sanguinary light. Observing the enemy's fortifications collapsing, he raised his curved sword high and, brimming with excitement, bellowed to the tens of thousands of Chong cavalry behind him, "Lads, it is time to reap the harvest. One head for a jar of strong liquor." The cavalry surged forth like a rolling thunder, their sabers glinting in the cold light, as the fleeing defenders were relentlessly pursued. The dull thuds of blades meeting flesh resonating in the air. Some soldiers, in their frenzy, cried out for their parents, lamenting the lack of additional legs to flee with. Zhou Shixuan furrowed his brow. The rout of the 50,000 defenders was alarmingly swift and thorough. The sight of those fleeing soldiers discarding their helmets and armor seemed genuine. Yet the direction of their retreat raised questions. General, should the entire army advance? The deputy commander inquired. Zhou Shixuan gazed toward the rising black smoke in the distance, and then at the vanguard troops already deep in the marshes. Finally gritting his teeth and waving the command flag, "The entire army shall pursue. But the vanguard must not cross the mark of the marsh's heart." To the north of the marsh, atop a makeshift observation tower, Bai Qi surveyed the scene with cold eyes. Noticing that the 200,000 Allied forces had fully entered the preordained battlefield, with tens of thousands of Chong cavalry advancing into the heart of the marsh, he raised his right hand and coldly commanded, "Loose the arrows." The red command flag ascended. In that instant, over 10,000 archers, concealed within the reeds, revealed themselves. unleashing a torrent of fire arrows that rained down like heavenly fire. Not good. We are ambushed. Wang Kuei abruptly reined in his steed and gazed upward at the countless flames illuminating the sky, his pupils constricting in terror. Yet it was too late. As the arrows struck the ground, the entire marsh transformed into a seething inferno. The startled steeds whinnied, their iron hooves sinking deep into the mire. The Chen cavalry desperately struck their mounts, yet could only watch helplessly as the flames approached. Some leapt from their horses in an attempt to flee, only to be knocked down by their comrades behind them, swiftly trampled into the ground by countless iron hooves. The 200,000 allied soldiers scattered like headless flies. Panic, screams, and the sounds of struggle intertwined with the whistling arrows, creating a scene of utter chaos across the battlefield. Steady, do not panic, Zhao Xiao shouted hoarsely. But his voice was completely drowned out by the cries and the sounds of explosions. He witnessed several of his elite guards, those formidable warriors, being consumed by the roaring flames, emitting piercing screams. Zhou Shixuan stood atop the elevated ground, his face ashen. He finally comprehended why the enemy had crumbled so decisively. It was indeed a meticulously crafted trap by Bai Qi. At present, his most elite troops are struggling in a sea of flames, and even more terrifyingly, countless armored cavalry have suddenly emerged from the hills on either side, ruthlessly slaughtering the crossbowmen he had stationed on the flanks. Break through the encirclement. Retreat immediately. Zhou Shixuan's voice trembles with urgency. Yet, the command fails to reach its intended recipients, and the entire allied army descends into utter chaos. Bai Qi slowly draws his bronze sword, pointing it at the scattered enemies on the battlefield, and commands, "All troops, advance. Kill." With his order, 30,000 long spear soldiers surge forward like an impenetrable wall. Those who have narrowly escaped the inferno and attempt to resist are systematically cut down. In the nightmarish blood-soaked expanse of Juye's, Wang Kuei wipes the blood from his face and gathers 3,000 remnants with Zhao Xiao and 6 other master-level warriors, preparing for a final desperate struggle. These are the last available elite forces of the allied army, the most formidable warriors amongst them. The majority are martial artists. Among them, nearly 1,000 are innate warriors, and over 10,000 are acquired warriors. My sons. Wang Kuei raises his battle blade, his face contorted with rage as he fixes his gaze on Bai Qi in the distance, his voice hoarse as he roars. Bai Qi is right ahead. If we slay Bai Qi, we can turn the tide of battle. Follow me to kill Bai Qi. Charge. The vanguard general, Zhao Xiao, also bellows loudly, pointing his great sword at Bai Qi. 10,000 gold to the one who slays Bai Qi. Titles of nobility for all. Charge. The thousands of troops charge forth, a force as thunderous as a storm, shaking the very ground of the marshlands. Yet, Bai Qi remains calm, his blood-red eyes intensifying. In an instant, the tie binding his hair snaps, and his black locks whirl in the howling wind. A palpable aura of bloodthirst radiates from him. The patterns of the Tao tie on his armor and cloak flicker with a sinister crimson glow, rendering him a ghastly figure as if he has risen from the depths of hell. Everyone, fall back, he coolly commands, his voice quiet, yet compelling the Iron Eagle army to withdraw in unison. In the next moment, Bai Qi vanishes from sight. When he reappears, he has plunged into the ranks of the 30,000 elite allied troops. At this moment, the hundreds of Chen cavalry at the forefront have yet to react when a blood-red sword light cleaves horizontally through their ranks. The bodies and armor of hundreds of Chen cavalry are instantaneously torn apart, exploding into a mist of blood as crimson sprays forth like a gushing spring. With each step Bai Qi takes, bizarre blood-red patterns form beneath his feet. He moves as if in a realm devoid of opposition. Each swing of his bronze sword cleaves through hundreds of enemies, turning them into clouds of blood. There are no wails, no cries of anguish. For those felled by Bai Qi's sword are instantaneously obliterated, stripped of consciousness. The fierce Chen cavalry and elite martial forces stand before him like lambs awaiting slaughter. Falling in droves, they are rendered incapable of fleeing. The entire battlefield is ensnared within Bai Qi's overwhelming aura of malevolence, sealing their fate. Wang Kuei's hand trembles incessantly on the hilt of his sword. He witnesses a master-level allied general charge forth only to be effortlessly obliterated by Bai Qi's sword. This is not a battle, it is a one-sided massacre. A demon, the god of death, trembled. The ferocity that once radiated from him had entirely dissipated, leaving only an abyss of terror in his eyes. As he raised his gaze to meet the crimson gaze of Bai Qi, He envisioned a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the nine hells alive with vengeful spirits surging towards him, shattering his very core. Zhao Xiao was similarly afflicted, his lips quivering in disbelief at the existence of such a terrifying figure in this world. One man had pierced through an army of 30,000. Even the greatest masters could not achieve such a feat. Historically, many unparalleled masters refrained from confronting tens of thousands of elite troops directly out of fear of being overwhelmed and dragged to their doom. How much more daunting was it for an elite force comprised predominantly of warriors? Yet, the man before him appeared tireless, a relentless killing machine, swinging his sword with abandon. Whether they were innate or acquired warriors, or even masters, they fell like ants beneath the power of his blade. He suddenly regretted ever provoking such a demon of slaughter. Why had he not fled the battlefield at the first opportunity? Instead, he foolishly contemplated slaying Bai Qi to reverse the tide of battle. Before he realized it, over 10,000 had been mercilessly slaughtered, and the entire land of Zhe had been drenched in vivid crimson, resembling a purgatory of blood. When the blood-red sword light descended upon him, Zhao Xiao found himself devoid of any further regrets, as his consciousness was engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness. The massacre continued, with countless newly departed souls swirling around Bai Qi, wailing in anguish. The malevolent aura surged, coiling in the air and forming thick clouds of blood. In the distance, Zhou Shixuan gazed upon this hellish sight, utterly collapsing to the ground. The last 30,000 elite troops had vanished. This was the fiercest, most skilled contingent in the entire coalition. Even when ambushed and engulfed in flames, they had not immediately disbanded, still managing to regroup for a counteroffensive. Yet, this elite force had been entirely decimated by the god of death, known as Bai Qi. He could scarcely believe his eyes, let alone fathom the existence of such a horrifying figure. Chapter 42. If I am to be the monarch of a fallen nation, you shall likewise be the ministers of a fallen realm. The annihilation of the remaining 30,000 elite troops shattered Zhou Shixuan's last flicker of hope. The coalition of 200,000 had collapsed. 120,000 remnants knelt in the muddy, blood-soaked mire, trembling as they raised their hands in surrender. The remaining forces had either been consumed by flames or slaughtered by the Black-Armored Legion. Bai Qi's name echoed in Zhou Shixuan's mind, his eyes bloodshot. He had never heard of such a person, but after today, this name would surely reverberate throughout the world. The voice of his personal guard beside the general trembled. We have been defeated. Zhou Shixuan let out a bitter laugh, slowly drawing his sword. This defeat was a consequence of my underestimation. His voice was hoarse, as if ground by gravel. 200,000 soldiers had perished here, and what face did he have left to present to the king of Lu? General, you mustn't. The guards had not yet managed to intervene when the blade had already sliced through his throat. Blood erupted, and Zhou Shixuan's body collapsed with a thunderous thud, splattering the ground with crimson mud. Bai Qi stood amidst the blood-soaked lands of Zhe, enveloped by a dense aura of bloodlust. The anguished wails of the 80,000 fallen soldiers transformed into streams of crimson energy, swirling around him, ultimately drawn into his being. Suddenly, the malevolent energy within him surged violently, the barrier of the sixth stage of the Grand Master wavering, only to halt at the critical moment. Just a breath away, Bai Qi murmured, his blood-red eyes narrowing. Commander, Deputy General Yu Huatian approached swiftly, kneeling with one knee on the ground, his voice tinged with unmistakable reverence. His admiration for the commander had reached its zenith after witnessing his unparalleled military prowess, but this recent battle had utterly reshaped his comprehension. One man annihilated 30,000 troops, and not just any force, but the most elite warriors. This was no mere human. He was a deity of slaughter, a hellish Azura. More terrifying still was the commander's apparent indifference to the lives he had extinguished, as if he had merely crushed a few ants underfoot. We have captured 12,000 enemy soldiers. How shall we proceed? Yu Huatian inquired, his gaze averted from those blood-colored pupils. Bai Qi fell silent for a moment, the emperor's instructions flashing through his mind. Had he adhered to his usual approach, he would have ordered the immediate execution of all prisoners, leaving not a single one alive. After all, these defectors not only squandered military provisions, but also posed a significant risk. However, with ample supplies at hand and the emperor having clearly articulated a strategy to eliminate their leaders and shatter the coalition, there was no need for total extermination. Temporarily confine them in the prisoner camp, Bai Qi said coldly, and dispatch someone swiftly back to the capital to seek the emperor's guidance. Gu Huaiyan's heart trembled. Not executing them. He had expected, given the ruthless methods showcased by the commander today, that an order for their slaughter would be forthcoming to eliminate future threats. Yet, he was taken aback. I shall obey. Gu Huaiyan bowed deeply and retreated hastily. Bai Qi gazed at the kneeling defectors in the distance, his blood-red eyes profound. The 200,000 frontline troops were merely an appetizer. Though he had annihilated them due to their overconfidence and recklessness, there still remained 600,000 in the central and rear armies on the march. Although the coalition's momentum was formidable, the complete destruction of the elite vanguard had significantly diminished their strength. Next, he merely needed to replicate such a grand victory to utterly crush the coalition of vassal states. In the city of Tianjin, dawn broke. A ray of morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the deserted streets. The faint scent of blood lingered in the air, seemingly foreshadowing the events of the previous day. At this moment, the agents from the east and west factories had regrouped, leaving behind only patches of dried blood. In the depths of the alleyways, a few corpses could occasionally be seen being dragged away, remnants of those who had infiltrated the capital and ultimately fell victim to the joint purge by the agents. The doors of the imperial prison stood tightly shut, imprisoning dozens of officials of varying ranks who had been implicated in treason. Their wretched, anguished cries echoed throughout the night. In the Forbidden City, as the morning bell tolled thrice, civil and military officials had already assembled in ranks at the Hall of Heavenly Purity. Today's court session was unusually quiet. The familiar faces of numerous officials had vanished, leaving only vacant spaces in their stead. A few timid officials bowed their heads, casting furtive glances at the vacant seats around them, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. It was rumored that the Minister of Personnel, Elder Song, had been taken away by the Eastern Depot yesterday. Hush! Speak cautiously. The murmurs abruptly ceased. Wei Tingyu, the Grand Chancellor, stood at the forefront, eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the commotion behind him, as if it were entirely unrelated to him. His Majesty has arrived. With Lu Jin's sharp call echoing through the hall, Chen Xinghe ascended the dragon-patterned dais, flanked by guards. The golden threads of his black dragon robe shimmered subtly in the morning light, and the sound of his footsteps resonated sharply in the silence of the court. Long live the Emperor! As the Emperor made his entrance, all the officials bowed in unison. Be seated. Chen Xinghe took his place on the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the gathered ministers. The conspicuous empty position stood out starkly, akin to the gaping void left by a tooth extracted. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the ministers rose, Lu Jin's customary prelude to reporting matters was abruptly interrupted by Chen Xinghe. Do you gentlemen know why the capital, Tianjin, was placed under lockdown yesterday? His tone was unremarkable, yet it sent a shiver through the assembly of civil and military officials. It was a familiar scene, the last time the Minister of Rights had been executed for treason. The Emperor had spoken in a similar vein. A profound silence enveloped the court, no one daring to utter a word. Noticing the stillness, Chen Xinghe's expression remained indifferent as he lowered his eyelids and continued. These past days, Tianjin has indeed been bustling. Since I held the Grand Military Review, various regional powers have begun to stir, and now they audaciously conspire with rebel forces, intent on rebellion to overthrow the throne. Yesterday, I received intelligence from the Eastern Depot that several trusted ministers, whom I once held in high regard, have colluded with the rebel Prince Lu, plotting with elements from the underworld to aid the insurgents in breaching the capital. Moreover, dozens of officials in the court have been exchanging letters with the traitors, seeking their favor. The contents of these letters are truly repugnant to me. I wonder, could it be that these treacherous ministers believe the rebel forces are so formidable that my defeat is inevitable, thus hastily preparing their declarations of allegiance? Chen Xinghe's inquiry was soft, yet it sent chills down the spines of the gathered officials. My esteemed minister, Elder Song, truly excelled in the art of governance, presenting a facade of integrity and righteousness. Even when the Eastern Depot came for him, those so-called heroes from the rivers and lakes risked their lives to protect him. Yet yesterday, when the Eastern Depot raided his estate, they uncovered a staggering sum of 130,000 taels of silver. 130,000 taels. This amount is sufficient to sustain 100,000 troops for an entire year. Though his voice remained calm, the chill in his tone had become palpable. I am aware that there are many more treacherous officials in the court, masquerading like Elder Song. But remember this. I observe every move you make. I can assure you, as long as I occupy this throne, you must always be mindful of the sword hanging over your heads. Even if one day the rebels breach the capital, and I am slain by their hands, before I depart from this world, I shall drag you treacherous ministers to accompany me in death." As Chen Xinghe's final words echoed through the hall, the atmosphere seemed to freeze instantly. The civil and military officials felt their knees weaken, their backs already soaked in cold sweat. The thought of madness erupted uncontrollably in each minister's mind, reverberating like thunder, shattering their composure. They collectively bowed their heads, fearful of being caught by those icy eyes that could detect their terror. In the 8 centuries of the Great Wu dynasty, having endured 17 emperors, never had there been such a frenzied and violent ruler. Even the tyrants chronicled in history had never harbored the insane notion of taking the entire court to death with him. In this moment, they realized with stark clarity, the sovereign seated upon the dragon throne was not a benevolent ruler, nor a wise monarch, but a complete madman. A madman who could plunge the entire dynasty into the abyss at any moment. He could truly enact such a deed. A whisper of uncertainty drifted through the deathly silent court, voicing the sentiments of all present. Just as the stifling atmosphere became nearly suffocating, a resounding call pierced the silence like a sharp blade. Outside the hall, on the jade pathway, a messenger clad in blood-stained armor raced forward. The thud of his heavy boots on the stone steps sent a jolt of anxiety through the assembly. An urgent military dispatch from 800 miles. "General Bai Qi has achieved a great victory." The messenger knelt on one knee, the blood on his armor congealed into a thick paste. He raised the military report high, his voice trembling with excitement. "Our forces lured the enemy deep, annihilating 200,000 with fire tactics. We have captured 120,000. Please, Your Majesty, give your orders." In an instant, the stagnant air was shattered completely. The ministers, who moments ago had faces ashen with dread, now bore glimmers of uncertain hope in their eyes. Chapter 43. The Liao army approaches, the 4th summons of General Yu Huatian. The Prime Minister Wei Tingyu, who had kept his eyes half closed, suddenly opened them wide. This venerable statesman, who had served through 3 reigns, could no longer conceal his astonishment. That obscure Bai Qi had indeed achieved such a remarkable victory? The court fell into a profound silence. Only the eyes of Marquis Wu Yang, Li Chuangang, sparkled with keen insight. Indeed, his predictions had proven correct. Bai Qi was no ordinary figure. The emperor's audacity to delegate military power to an unknown individual amidst the reduction of feudal states, to disregard the minister's criticisms, was never mere reckless confidence. It was an absolute power capable of crushing all conspiracies. What a formidable force to counteract adversities. Marquis Wu Yang gazed at the sovereign with growing respect. After this battle, the world would finally recognize the strength of the court. As a trusted minister of the late emperor, he was well versed in the art of warfare, more so than anyone else, and understood the brilliance of Bai Qi's strategy. The ingenious fire tactics and the scheme of luring the enemy deep into their territory were nothing short of extraordinary. Why, after General Bai Qi's great victory, did the esteemed ministers remain silent? Chen Xinghe's voice roused the contemplative assembly. Marquis Wu Yang stepped forward, bowing deeply with clasped hands. "I congratulate Your Majesty. This battle vividly demonstrates that General Bai Qi is an extraordinary talent, and it highlights the emperor's remarkable discernment." The echo of this proclamation reverberated like thunder, jolting the entire court back to awareness, as officials collectively knelt in reverence. Chen Xinghe slowly rose, surveying the assembly of civil and military officials before speaking with measured gravity. "General Bai Qi, having achieved such a remarkable feat, rightfully deserves commendation. I intend to confer upon him the title of Duke of Wuhan and bestow upon him the mantle of Grand Marshal of the Pacification Forces. Once he has quelled the factions across the realm, I shall further reward the ministers. What say you?" At the conclusion of Chen Xinghe's words, the court erupted in astonishment. A duke. This title holds a rank above that of a marquis, just 1 tier below that of a duke, a position of immense honor. Over the span of 8 centuries, only a handful have been graced with such distinction in the Dao dynasty. Even more astonishing to the officials was the emperor's intention to grant Bai Qi the Grand Marshal's seal, an authority capable of commanding the armies of the realm. Among the ministers, a few dared to lift their heads, wishing to voice their thoughts, yet upon meeting Chen Xinghe's gaze, they swallowed their words. After all, the emperor had spoken. Who among them would dare to oppose? Unless they sought a trip to the Eastern Bureau's prison. "Your Majesty is sagacious," proclaimed Duke Wu Yang, his voice resonant, yet his hands trembling slightly. If General Bai Qi can indeed pacify the factions, the honor of the dukedom is truly the will of the people. This exclamation roused the previously dazed officials, and they soon erupted in a chorus of flattery. The position of Duke of Wuhan is solely for General Bai Qi. Your Majesty possesses a discerning eye, and we are all in wholehearted agreement. Seeing the unanimous approval from his ministers, Chen Xinghe nodded. Granted. The two words, seemingly weightless, fell like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of those present. A few elder officials discreetly wiped the cold sweat from their brows, acutely aware that the dynamics of the Dao court were about to undergo a significant transformation. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Chen Xinghe sat upon the dragon throne at the imperial desk, his cold gaze scrutinizing the reports from the front lines, which began with a chilling command. I beseech your Majesty to permit the execution of 120,000 surrendered soldiers by pit execution. Each word seemed to exude a metallic tang of blood, permeating the stillness of the grand hall. The report meticulously detailed how Bai Qi had feigned weakness to lure the enemy into a trap, igniting flames as the combined forces of 200,000 fell into a deathly mire, watching as they writhed and perished amidst the inferno. Chen Xinghe's gaze lingered on the phrase pit execution, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. In his mind, he grappled with the enormity of the loss. 120,000 lives. Even if they were rebels, they were ultimately subjects of the Dao Empire. Yet, Bai Qi's proposal struck directly at the heart of the matter, compelling him to ponder. These surrendered soldiers were predominantly elite troops from the various factions, having been indoctrinated for years, effectively becoming their private armies. Integrating them posed significant risks. To execute them en masse would not only severely diminish the strength of the coalition, but also conserve resources. Most crucially, it would instill a profound psychological terror among the factions. Those still in hesitation would surely be cowed, losing their will to fight. Thus, the goal of subduing the enemy without battle could be achieved. Moreover, Bai Qi was correct. In times of chaos, blood must serve as a warning to the world. As he contemplated this moment, a glint of resolve flickered in Chen Xinghe's eyes. He lifted his vermilion brush and decisively inscribed a single character on the memorial, approved. That night, within the resplendent halls of Qianxing Palace, the candlelight illuminated the surroundings. Chen Xinghe sat cross-legged upon the dragon throne, his eyes gently closed as he quietly cultivated the Emperor's Heart Sutra within his mind. Around him, strands of golden true energy subtly swirled and flowed. With each breath he took, the momentum of this energy intensified, causing the teacup on the table to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a muffled explosion resonated within the hall, causing the candle flames to flicker violently. Chen Xinghe abruptly opened his eyes, and 9 faintly visible golden dragon-shaped true energies erupted from within him. Spiraling around the hall before returning to his body, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging true energy within him, and murmured softly, innate 9th level. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Chen Xinghe's mouth. The intricacies of the Emperor's Heart Sutra were indeed profound, especially under the auspices of the nation's fortune. His cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. In just over a month, he had broken through 2 realms, equivalent to 2 years of arduous training for an ordinary person. With his current pace of cultivation, he was certain that within another month, he would step into the realm of a master. After a night of cultivation, he was unaware that dawn was breaking. Just as Chen Xinghe prepared to conclude his practice and rise, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The monthly random summoning count has been refreshed. Hearing this sound, Chen Xinghe's eyebrows arched slightly. At last, the 4th summoning had arrived. Who would be summoned this time among the heroes of the ages? System, commence the random summoning. Chen Xinghe silently intoned. Ding! The system is conducting a random summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the champion marquis, Yu Huatian. Hailing from the Western Han dynasty, he is the divine warrior of Huaxia, a top military strategist, renowned general, and youthful prodigy, known as the pioneer of Blitzkrieg, excelling in long-distance raids. He famously defeated the Xiongnu with a small force, traversing over 1,000 miles and annihilating more than 100,000 enemies, drinking from the vast sea and sealing the wolf's lair. Cultivation level, Great Master 6th level technique, Heavenly Cavalry Art Technique Analysis. Exclusive technique of Huatian automatically cultivates while commanding cavalry in battle. The stronger the battle intent, the faster the cultivation progresses. Continuous warfare is required to maintain power. Reaching great success requires completing a feat akin to sealing the wolf's lair. Prolonged periods of peace will halt cultivation progress. Battlefield skills. Breaking the enemy lance, a lethal martial skill born for the battlefield. Thousand-mile rush leads iron cavalry in a swift offensive, as fast as the wind. Champion's domain creates a domain within 100 miles, infinitely amplifying the battle intent of allied cavalry, disregarding fear of casualties. Divine powers. None. Requires the defeat of 10 million enemies to unlock. Huatian. Upon seeing this name, Chen Xinghe's eyes brightened. Another war god. Moreover, a military genius renowned for cavalry and blitzkrieg. Chen Xinghe found himself at a loss for words regarding his extraordinary fortune. These illustrious generals and strategists emerging from the annals of Huaxia's history, combined with their unparalleled cultivation levels, would undoubtedly deliver a dimensional blow to this otherworldly continent of Jiuzhou. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xinghe gradually calmed his mind. When will the system summon Huatian? Ding. In 15 minutes. As the dawn broke over the eastern horizon, a delicate blush of gold and crimson pierced the clouds, casting a slanting light upon Xuanwu Street in the northern part of the capital, Tianjin. The thoroughfare bustled with early vendors setting up their stalls, porters hurriedly navigating their way while the steam from tea houses wafted in gentle tendrils, signaling the city's gradual awakening in the morning glow. Suddenly, a hoarse cry erupted like thunder. Military dispatch. Clear the way. At the street's end, a blood-soaked warhorse galloped forth, its rider, a dispatched soldier clad in tattered armor, his face smeared with blood, and the military report he clutched drenched in sweat. The townsfolk scrambled in panic, with several porters unable to evade the fierce wind kicked up by the horse's hooves, toppling to the ground as their baskets of fruits and vegetables tumbled, splattering across the cobblestones. Make way. Clear the path. The soldier's voice was nearly unrecognizable, his warhorse trampling the morning mist like a streak of crimson lightning as it raced toward the forbidden city. The guards atop the city tower, upon spotting the bloodied military banner, immediately sounded the alarm, and the heavy city gates creaked open slowly. As the warhorse stormed into the imperial city, the soldier on its back was barely holding on, driven solely by sheer will as he tightly grasped the reins. When he finally reached the steps of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he fell from his mount in a heap. Lu Jin, who had been waiting nearby, swiftly stepped forward to support the gasping soldier. What news from the battlefield? Lu Jin's voice, unusually urgent, broke through the tension. The soldier's lips trembled as he summoned his last ounce of strength to utter. The Liaodong army has breached Jiqing. General Tong has fallen. Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Jin lowered his gaze to the military report in his hand, where the vivid red wax seal bore the stark inscription of emergency dispatch in 800 Li. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Lu Jin held the blood-stained dispatch with both hands, his peripheral vision drawn to the young general clad in silver armor standing at the foot of the imperial steps. This was the second occurrence of such a presence. These generals, exuding an aura of iron and blood, seemed to appear without warning in the Grand Hall. Though he was aware of His Majesty's enigmatic powers, confronting such formidable figures still sent chills down his spine. Unlike the terrifying aura of Bai Qi, this general was enveloped in a commanding presence reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds, as if an entire army surged behind him. He radiated the sharpness of a sword poised to be drawn at any moment. Lu Jin felt a hitch in his breath, beads of sweat forming along his back. Lu Qingdong has indeed rebelled. Chen Xinghe received Lu Jin's report, his expression betraying no surprise. He had already been informed of the mobilization of the Liaodong forces, preparing to join other regional armies to launch a pincer attack on Tianjin. Consequently, Chen Xinghe had taken precautions by reallocating troops from the surrounding areas of the directly governed prefecture, setting up pocket formations near Tongqing, lying in wait for the Liaodong army to fall into their trap. I have commanded General Tong to retreat when he could no longer hold the city. Why did he defy the order? Lu Jin felt a cold sweat bead at his temples. I am but a foolish servant. Perhaps General Tong had his own reasons. Is the dispatch soldier awake? Chen Xinghe's tone suddenly turned icy. Bring him to me. Lu Jin complied with the command and departed. Before long, four guards entered the palace carrying a stretcher. The messenger, pale as death, struggled to rise and pay his respects, but was halted by Chen Xinghe's gesture. Why has General Tong not retreated? Chen Xinghe inquired in a deep voice. Your Majesty, the messenger croaked, The rebel forces in Liaodong have colluded with the barbaric Jurchens. After breaching the city, they have committed heinous acts, sparing even the infants in swaddling clothes. To protect the citizens' escape, General Tong led his personal guards in a rear-guard action, sustaining 27 arrows before his death, yet he clung tightly to the military banner. With a sharp crack, the vermilion brush in Chen Xinghe's hand snapped. Vivid crimson ink dripped through his fingers, blooming into a glaring bloodstain upon the battle report. What a scoundrel, Qingdong! His voice, though barely above a whisper, held a chilling intensity. He has conspired with foreign tribes to slaughter his own kin. I shall make him understand the meaning of a death he cannot escape. A heavy silence enveloped the imperial hall, as if the very air had solidified. Convey my edict. General Tong died valiantly in defense of our realm, his loyalty commendable. He shall be posthumously honored as the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor, and his family shall receive a compensation of 1,000 taels of gold. As Chen Xinghe's solemn words fell, Your Majesty, Huatian knelt, his silver armor clashing with the gold bricks, producing a jarring sound of metal striking metal. Beneath his lowered head, a fierce battle spirit ignited in his eyes. I request permission to lead an army to crush the Liaodong forces. We shall capture the traitor and annihilate the entire Jurchen clan. This warrior, who had once instilled fear in the Xiongnu, seemed to carry the lingering scent of past bloodshed within the seams of his armor. As he bowed, the candle flames within the hall flickered ominously, as if countless vengeful souls wailed from within his armor. Chen Xinghe lightly tapped the dragon table with his fingertips and nodded. Granted, I bestow upon you an army of 100,000. Your Majesty, 10,000 will suffice. Huatian suddenly raised his head, his voice resolute. The knuckles of his clasped hands cracked ominously. Speed is of the essence in warfare. I require only 10,000 cavalry. In 10 days, I can breach the 3 towns along the Liaodong border, and in 15 days, we will be at the gates of Jinzhou. At this, a chilling smile crept across Huatian's lips as he continued. I shall set ablaze the Jurchen supplies along the way, cutting off their retreat. Once their morale diminishes within 20 days, we shall conquer Jinzhou and bring the traitor before you. As for the Jurchen tribe, Huatian's eyes flared with a bloodthirsty light. I shall emulate the battle strategies of the northern desert. I will lead light cavalry to ambush their able-bodied men, burn their pastures, and poison their water sources. With each tribe we encounter, we will slay their elderly, women, and children, creating a mountain of corpses to obliterate their foundation. In just 3 months, these beasts will vanish from the snowfields. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin beside him gasped in shock. Chen Xinghe, however, raised a smile and nodded approvingly. Well said, Huatian. Ruthlessness is warranted against these savage, bloodthirsty marauders. Your thoughts align with mine. I do not seek submission, but the complete annihilation of this race. Very well. I shall allocate an additional 10,000 cavalry from the vicinity of the capital for your command. Remember, do not allow Qingdong to perish. I wish to see him subjected to 1,000 cuts, executed in the most torturous manner, so that the world may witness the fate of those who conspire with foreign tribes and harm their own kin. Chen Xinghe declared coldly, his voice laced with an icy menace. Huatian accepted his orders and departed. Around the capital, there were originally stationed 100,000 troops. However, after Bai Qi selected the elite to form the Iron Eagle Army, only approximately 60,000 remained. Among them, there were about 7,000 cavalry, serving as a mobile force capable of rapid deployment in the surrounding area. Not long ago, Chen Xinghe had drawn approximately 4,000 cavalry from the Zhili province to fortify defenses against a potential Liao raid on the capital. Consequently, the cavalry reserves were nearly depleted. The horses were barely sufficient for each rider to have 2 mounts. However, for long-distance pursuits over 1,000 miles, it would be prudent to allocate 3 steeds per rider. Unfortunately, the Zhili province did not produce horses, resulting in a scarcity of mounts. Nevertheless, Huatian remained unperturbed. If there were insufficient horses, would the destruction of the Liao not render them ownerless, naturally reverting to the imperial court? As the sun set like blood, the walls of Jiqing were riddled with cracks, and several arrow towers were still emitting thick black smoke. Liao General Xuezong stood upon a shattered rampart, his armor stained with congealed blood, emitting a muffled sound akin to leather in the wind. Suddenly, he threw back his head and laughed heartily, brimming with pride. Jiqing shall fall in 3 days. The swiftness of our iron cavalry is such that the reports of the dim-witted monarch have likely not yet reached the throne. He drew his sword. Pointing it southwest, Tongsheng lies just within our grasp. Once we breach this stronghold, the periphery of the capital shall have no defenses left. Beside him, his personal guard held aloft flickering torches, casting shadows upon Yu Huatian's fierce visage. At that time, we shall enter the capital under the banner of restoring the ruler's authority, seizing the head of that foolish monarch amidst the chaos. This realm deserves a wise ruler. Jigu, with his pigtailed hair, grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. General, your military tactics are indeed swifter than the wolf packs of our steppes. The strings of human ears dangling from his waist tinkled as he spoke, tentatively adding, "Yet, during the siege, some lowly commoners may fail to recognize their fortune, and our valiant warriors might act on a whim." Yu Huatian scoffed, crushing a piece of rubble beneath his boot. What value do the lives of commoners hold? He suddenly seized Jiagu's fur coat, lowering his voice. "Tell your wolf cubs that once we breach Tongsheng, I shall permit you to revel for 3 days." Jiagu's pupils dilated with greed and excitement, as if he could already smell the scent of roasted flesh amidst the flames and hear the cries of beautiful women beneath him. These prosperous towns of the Central Plains were far more bountiful than the impoverished tribes beyond the pass. It seemed he was indeed fortunate to have embarked on this journey. Not only could he fulfill the task assigned by canno, but he could also indulge in plunder and seize more resources to strengthen their Yeshi Jurchen tribe. In truth, the Yeshi Jurchen had never sincerely submitted to Qingdong. Yet, to bolster their power, they had to feign compliance, securing more resources for their tribe and expanding their territory. The conditions for this military expedition were thus. Qingdong had tacitly allowed the Yeshi Jurchen to annex the Liao Jurchen, and only then did canno dispatch 20,000 troops to assist in breaching the capital. The night breeze carried the distant sounds of women wailing, and Jiagu's pupils contracted with exhilaration. 10 days ago, within the golden tent of canno, the great Khan who founded the city spoke words that linger in the air. Let Qingdong and the dogs of the Central Plains tear at each other. The wolves of the grasslands must learn to seize the choicest morsels while others engage in their bloody strife. Suddenly, a cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted beneath the city walls, as several Jurchen warriors dragged a disheveled woman towards the camp. Zaga licked his cracked lips, and as he turned, his iron boots crushed a blood-stained jade pendant beneath him. The moonlight illuminated his back, adorned with bone ornaments, casting a silhouette reminiscent of a feral beast. Chapter 45, Blitzkrieg. A single strike to decimate 100,000, 2 chapters combined. On the official road from Tianjin City to Jiqing, the thunderous sound of iron hooves reverberated loudly. 1,000 iron cavalry swept past like a tempest, the dust kicked up by their galloping hooves forming a yellow cloud that stretched for miles. Marquis Wuyong, Lichuangang, closely followed beside Huatian, feeling the fierce wind rushing towards him, his heart filled with astonishment. The steeds beneath him were merely ordinary warhorses, yet they inexplicably galloped with the speed of legendary steeds, as if an invisible force propelled these 1,000 iron cavalry forward. Yesterday, upon hearing of the assembly and mobilization of iron cavalry near the capital, he immediately surmised that the court was likely planning a significant operation. After uncovering the information, he learned that His Majesty intended to dispatch 10,000 cavalry northward to confront the Liao and Jurchen allied forces. Moreover, the commander of this army was surprisingly a young general barely in his 30s. Just like the previously renowned Bai Qi, he was obscure and without a traceable background. This revelation left him greatly astonished. A leader whom His Majesty trusted so profoundly must possess extraordinary capabilities. Perhaps he was the next Bai Qi. Thus, he made a special request to accompany the army, both to demonstrate his loyalty to His Majesty and to observe the prowess of this young general. At this pace, they would reach Jiqing by tomorrow at dawn, Lichuangang pondered. As the 10,000 iron cavalry passed through the Tongsheng post to change horses, Lichuangang finally had the opportunity to scrutinize Huatian closely. Unlike the suffocating malevolence radiating from Bai Qi, this General Hua, though more restrained in demeanor, still emanated an unfathomable pressure. As a master of the 8th level, he felt an uncanny sensation of being watched by a primordial beast. Such a formidable aura could only belong to a grandmaster. Yet, it was utterly unfathomable. How could a youth of merely 20-something ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts? From where did His Majesty procure such an extraordinary talent? Even more perplexing was why these enigmatic masters displayed such unwavering loyalty to the emperor. As dawn broke in the east, the vanguard scouts returned on horseback with reports. General, Jiqing is merely 10 miles away. The gates are wide open, and it appears a convoy of grain carts is entering the city. The silhouette of Jiqing emerged hazily from the morning mist. Li Chuangang placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and urged his horse forward a step, speaking in a grave tone. General Hua. The frontline reports indicate that the Liao and Jurchen allied forces number at least 100,000. Just a pack of rabble, Huatsubing interjected, a chilling smile crossing his youthful face. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and his spear glinted coldly in the dawn light. After 8 hours of relentless pursuit over 300 miles, such a grand gift shall not be kept waiting. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura of dread suddenly engulfed the entire army. Li Chang'an felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, and in that singular moment, the 1,000 iron riders tightened their reins in unison. As the horses reared, the entire battalion appeared as a drawn sword, poised for battle. Kill! With a command from Huatsubing, the torrent of cavalry erupted with a thunderous roar. The sound of hooves reverberated, causing the stones along the path to dance, while the clanging of countless drawn sabers drowned out the morning bells. From afar, a sentry's gong clattered to the ground. Close the city gates. Quickly, close the gates. The yells of the Liao army lieutenant were swallowed by the thunderous cadence of iron hooves. At the city gates, wagons laden with provisions blocked the passage in disarray. Several laborers, paralyzed with fear, watched helplessly as the steel tide drew ever closer. The foremost cavalry suddenly lowered their lances, the glinting tips aligning perfectly with the rising sun. As the defenders raised their bows and crossbows, their pupils reflected a storm of arrows. Li Chang'an witnessed the first wave of projectiles pierce the city gate just as Huatsubing's steed leaped over the supply wagons. Entering the city, Huatsubing resembled a deity of war descending from the heavens. Ahead, dozens of elite Liao spearmen formed a barrier, their glimmering tips standing like a forest, ominously aimed at him. Yet, Huatsubing held his spear with one hand, sweeping it fiercely. With each strike, blood and flesh erupted, severed heads soaring into the air, their necks gushing crimson like fountains, tracing a scarlet arc through the sky. The headless corpses maintained their poised stance for a fleeting moment before crashing to the ground. Huatsubing charged forward, his silver armor stained with blood, his spear striking with the ferocity of a dragon. Each blow cleaved through dozens of Liao soldiers as if they were mere stalks of wheat, severed limbs flying through the air. His steed trampled over the heap of bodies, the iron hooves crushing bones with a chilling crack. In mere moments, the entire street transformed into a hellish battleground. The bluestone pavement soaked in blood, viscous plasma pooling into streams, slowly flowing. Tattered banners, shattered weapons, and scattered entrails mingled within the sea of corpses, the acrid scent of blood pervading the morning mist, inducing nausea. The imperial troops have invaded. Xuezong galloped forth, his ears filled with the rising wails of agony, his complexion paling instantaneously. He could never have anticipated that the imperial army would arrive so swiftly. None of the scouts patrolling outside the city had returned with warnings. No, it was not the scouts' negligence, but rather the speed of this cavalry's assault, which defied all reason. What is happening? Jaega rode up, his eyes still ablaze with unspent fury. Having just ravaged a captured woman the previous night, he had swiftly severed her throat upon hearing of the enemy's approach and hastily donned his armor. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, even this notoriously brutal Jurchen warrior trembled involuntarily. Xuezong's lips quivered as he surveyed the carnage. Liao and Jurchen warriors were being slaughtered like lambs awaiting the knife by the iron riders surging into the city. Most terrifying of all was the silver-armored general at the forefront. He appeared almost superhuman. Each shot swept through the ranks, severing dozens of elite soldiers in half. Those unfortunate enough to be bisected crawled on the ground, their anguished wails chilling to the bone. The Liao army attempted to form a defensive line. Yet the enemy cavalry had already encircled them, dividing their forces. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. In mere moments, thousands of corpses littered the streets, blood spilling over the hooves of the horses. It was over, utterly finished. Xuezong felt a cold shiver run through him, his legs trembling involuntarily. Although he was a master of the fourth realm, a formidable warrior within the Liao army, at this moment, he lacked the courage to confront the silver-armored general directly. Even the residual force from the enemy's spear sent sharp pains across his face. "Retreat! Quick, retreat!" he shouted hoarsely, turning his horse to flee for his life. Just as Xuezong turned, he felt a chilling sensation across his back. A bloodied spear tip protruded from his chest, the gleaming blade smeared with flesh. In bewilderment, he looked down to see his heart shattered by the spear's force, blood gushing forth like spilled ink. In the next instant, his consciousness flickered out like a candle flame, plunging him into eternal darkness. Thud! Xuezong's lifeless body fell from the horse, splattering blood on the ground. Jia Egu was paralyzed with fear, his pants instantly soaked, as he frantically struck his horse in a desperate attempt to escape. However, a silver flash darted through his neck like lightning. Jia Egu's head flew high, spinning in midair, and he could still see his headless body atop the horse. His arms stiffly raised, as if yearning to touch the suddenly vanished head. Thud! The head landed, crushed under the hooves of galloping cavalry. "Kill! Leave none alive." The voice of Huatian was as cold as iron, echoing across the bloody battlefield. Li Chang'an trembled at the words. "Leave none alive?" This was an army of 100,000, not mere livestock awaiting slaughter. He looked around, witnessing the cavalry's blades already dulled, stained with blood so thick that the original metallic sheen was obscured. Even more horrifying, those Liao soldiers kneeling in surrender were ruthlessly beheaded without mercy. Limbs and severed arms piled high, blood flowed like rivers, transforming the entire city of Jiqing into a boiling pool of blood. Under the crimson sun, Jiqing had become a silent arena of slaughter. Huatian stood with hands clasped behind him atop the city tower, his silver armor now drenched in blood, the scarlet cloak billowing in the evening breeze. Below, layers of corpses covered every street, fresh blood still meandering across the blue stone slabs, dyeing the entire city a dark red. The fleeing Jurchen cavalry and remnants of the Liao army ultimately could not escape the iron hooves of their pursuers. Like wheat stalks harvested in autumn, cut down one after another. "General, in this battle, our forces have beheaded over 73,000 enemies." The voice of the deputy echoed behind him, yet Huatian raised a hand to halt the report. His profound gaze swept over the blood-stained city, devoid of any compassion. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, but in the face of those barbaric foes, those traitors colluding with outsiders to slaughter their own kin, his iron-fisted measures showed no mercy. "Relay the orders." His voice was cold and stern. "The army would rest for a day and depart at the break of dawn, heading straight for Jinzhou. As you command." The messenger clasped his fists in salute, the clanking of armor echoing sharply in the twilight. Li Chugang stood 3 paces away, instinctively holding his breath. The lingering rays of the setting sun cast a golden-red halo around Huatian, his tall figure resembling a bloodied war god. Suddenly, he realized he was witnessing the birth of a legend. The name Huatian would become an eternal nightmare for the Jurchen tribes and the entire steppe. In the distance, crows began to circle, their mournful cries resonating in the blood-drenched dusk. Yet, more chilling was the sight of the iron cavalry, wiping their bloodied weapons, their eyes still ablaze with battle fervor. Jinzhou would become the next battlefield of carnage. To the north of Juyas, the wind howled ominously, and the remnants of the setting sun shrouded the land. "General, the imperial edict has arrived." A trusted soldier knelt, presenting the scroll of bright yellow silk with both hands. Bai Qi took it, slowly unfurling the document. Guo Huayin stood nearby, clearly seeing the bold red characters inscribed on the report, approved. Just a simple decree in scarlet, glaringly vivid. The fate of 120,000 lives was thus sealed. Guo Huayin felt a tightening in his throat. He had fought for half his life, but never imagined he would one day bury 120,000 living souls with his own hands. "Let it commence." Bai Qi's voice was eerily calm. In a low-lying area not far away, thousands of soldiers were laboring tirelessly, digging. The sound of shovels clashing against earth and stone rose and fell in a relentless rhythm, as 10 massive pits gradually took shape, each capable of swallowing 10,000 men. The dawn light began to break. The 120,000 surrendered soldiers were bound and driven out of the camp. Initially, a few Chang people cursed loudly, "Dog officials, where are you taking us?" But after one was pierced by a spear from the surrounding guards, the rest fell silent. "What is happening?" A clever surrendered soldier suddenly halted, glancing at the deep pit before him and then at the crossbowmen stationed on the hillside. His voice began to tremble. Panic spread like a plague. Are they going to bury us alive? Impossible. We have surrendered. Someone screamed in hysteria. The court cannot treat us this way. Another knelt, begging for mercy. Blood oozing from his forehead. Run. Someone shouted madly, charging toward the encirclement. Some attempted to rally their companions to resist, but were instantly struck down by the guards' spears. As the first batch of surrendered soldiers was kicked into the deep pit, their cries echoed like thunder. Spare me. I have an elderly mother at home. I will haunt you as a ghost. Some clawed desperately at the walls of the pit, their nails leaving bloody trails. The thousands of soldiers stationed around the pit silently raised their long spears. A blinding cold light flashed, and blood splattered. Earth began to pour down, gradually burying the faces filled with despair. The cries grew fainter, ultimately fading to the sound of dirt falling. When the final shovelful of earth landed, the wilderness returned to silence. Only a few stiff fingers remained exposed, as if grasping for the last thread of hope. Bai Qi turned and departed, his dark cloak billowing in the morning breeze. Yu Huatian stood motionless, his legs feeling as if laden with lead. He suddenly noticed that Bai Qi's battle boots were caked with fresh earth, each step leaving a dark red imprint upon the ground. The newly turned yellow soil quivered slightly, as if countless hands beneath were struggling. A chilling wind swirled with dust, swirling around the pit and emitting a mournful wail, reminiscent of the anguished cries of 120,000 lost souls. A shiver ran down Yu Huatian's spine. He distinctly saw new droplets of blood oozing from the long-dried stains on General Bai Qi's armor. Even more terrifying was the shadow beneath the general's feet, twisting and contorting in the sunset, vaguely revealing countless struggling human forms. General, Yu Huatian's voice trembled. Yet, Bai Qi stood with closed eyes, an overwhelming aura of malice suddenly surging forth. The lingering resentment, which had refused to dissipate, was gradually consumed by the malevolent energy surrounding him. Yu Huatian clearly observed Bai Qi's nails darkening to an inky black at a visible pace, the white mist he exhaled carrying a metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Bang! The ground beneath Bai Qi's feet suddenly cracked. When he opened his eyes again, Yu Huatian found his own gaze reflecting countless struggling souls, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Had he broken through? Yu Huatian's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He finally comprehended that the lives of these 120,000 souls had become the nourishment for Bai Qi's breakthrough. Chapter 46. In 3 days at the witching hour, I demand to see the waters of the Linqing River turn crimson. In the camp of Gaodang, 300 miles south of the Zhili prefecture, 400,000 allied troops were encamped, banners fluttering, swords and spears standing like a forest. Not long ago, the report of the complete annihilation of the 20,000 vanguard forces at Jiaz reached the central tent, causing the commander of the allied forces, Cao Zhengchun, to tremble uncontrollably as he clutched the military report. 20,000 soldiers, an entire battalion of elite troops, had vanished into thin air. It would take the imperial army 3 full days and nights to round up 20,000 pigs. Yet, upon learning that the vanguard had been wiped out due to underestimating the enemy and falling victim to Bai Qi's fiery ambush, he fell into a prolonged silence. Even more chilling was the realization that the most elite contingent of 30,000 martial artists within the allied forces had been slaughtered nearly to the last by Bai Qi alone. One man annihilating 30,000 troops? The most elite martial contingent of the alliance? Was this even within the realm of human capability? Even the legendary masters documented in historical records, those who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, could not possibly achieve such a feat alone. Not to mention, mere attrition could have decimated them. Yet, the ironclad truth lay before him, demanding his belief. The art of war was filled with treachery, and martial prowess approached the divine. Cao Zhengchun finally grasped the terrifying opponent his forces were up against. Meanwhile, scouts from the front lines brought yet another piece of grim news. The captured 12,000 allied soldiers had been ordered to be executed by Bai Qi. Upon hearing this news, Cao Zhengchun was left with nothing but shock and a heavy heart. 12,000 soldiers had been executed. It must be noted that nearly half of the 20,000 vanguard was composed of the heavily armored troops and crossbowmen painstakingly cultivated by the king of Lu over many years, now slaughtered to the last. This effectively shattered the foundation of the king of Lu's ambitions for dominance. At this moment, the expressions of the allied commanders in the tent varied greatly. General Pan Yuan of the Qin faction rose abruptly, his armor clinking with each movement. I have lost 30,000 of my Chong cavalry at the hands of Bai Qi. I vow to avenge this grievance or perish as a mere mortal. The seasoned General Lei Hong of the Jing faction squinted, tapping the table lightly with his knuckles. Avenge? General Pan, are you unaware that Bai Qi single-handedly annihilated an elite army of 30,000 warriors? Rumor has it that he has been dubbed the Butcher of Humanity. He surveyed the tent, his voice rising sharply. What means do we possess to counter such inhuman might? General Lei, Pan Yuan's eyes blazed with intensity as he retorted coldly. How dare you underestimate the ambition of the court? Regardless of whether the tales of Bai Qi's slaughter of 30,000 are true, even if they are, our army still boasts 600,000 valiant troops. He drew his saber and plunged it into the table. If Bai Qi can kill, can he possibly extinguish 600,000 lives? I shall confront this butcher myself. The tent erupted in fervor, the leaders of various factions rising in unison. General Pan speaks wisely. Our front lines faltered due to underestimating the enemy's advance. If we hold our ground, our numerical superiority remains unchallenged. Not to mention, the Liao faction's forces are already encroaching upon Tianjing City. The court cannot sustain a two-front war for long. Amidst the clamor, only Xiao Suwang remained silent. His gaze fixed upon the flickering candlelight on the table, momentarily envisioning countless souls wailing within the flames. Noticing the supreme commander of the coalition, Xiao Suwang, remained reticent. Pan Yuan addressed him directly. General Xiao, we have no path of retreat. This Qin warrior stepped forward, his battle boots thudding heavily. If we engage, our forces outnumber the enemy several times over. Victory is still within our grasp. If we surrender, the fate of the 120,000 captured soldiers will be our own. The moment those words were uttered, the tent fell into a hushed shock. Some involuntarily touched their necks, while others swallowed hard. Indeed, since the day they rebelled against the court, they had been deemed traitors. Bai Qi's bloodstained battle decree, written with the lives of 200,000, lay stark before them. More critically, who among them was not a trusted figure of their respective factions? Who did not stand upon a legacy of centuries? Pan Yuan's gaze swept over Lei Hong's graying temples, across the jade pendants of the various commanders, finally resting upon the royal seal of the Lu Wang before Xiao Suwang. As the most outstanding descendant of the Lanling Xiao family, Xiao Suwang had devoted himself to the art of war from a young age, displaying formidable martial prowess. Having reached the third realm of a master by the age of 40, the Xiao family harbored animosity towards the current dynasty, not only due to their loyalty to the Lu Wang, but also because of the emperor's policies suppressing noble families while promoting the commoners. As one of the foremost aristocratic families of the time, the Xiao clan's transgressions in Lu State rivaled those of the families in Hunan, if not surpassing them. Should Lu State fall into the hands of the court, the Xiao lineage would inevitably share the same fate as the families in Hunan, facing utter annihilation. This was precisely why the Lanling Xiao family, along with many noble families from Lu State, spared no effort in supporting the Lu Wang's military endeavors. Their treasury, private armies, and even the networks built over generations were wholeheartedly invested in this grand gamble. What Pan Yuan articulated was not mere rhetoric. The coalition, indeed, had no avenue for retreat. Xiao Suwang's fingers gradually curled inward, the gilded hilt of his blade embedding deep impressions into his palm. He suddenly rose, the armor clattering with a resonant sound. What the general stated is indeed correct. In this battle, we must seek victory through stability and must not fall into the trap of the imperial army again. Therefore, I intend to encamp in the vicinity of Linqing, on the southern bank of the Yellow River, with 400,000 troops firmly defending to prevent the imperial army from crossing the river. Once the rear forces of 200,000 troops and supplies arrive, I will decisively advance with the overwhelming force of 600,000 soldiers. Even if Bai Qi possesses extraordinary abilities, he cannot reverse the tide when crushed under such might. On the official road from Ji Marsh to Linqing, an army of 200,000 clad in black armor surged forward like a torrent of steel. The troops stretched for dozens of miles, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. The dust raised by the march soared into the sky, obscuring the light of day. Particularly striking were the 100,000 Iron Eagle warriors, encased in dark iron armor, their faces obscured by terrifying masks, resembling a legion of Asuras emerging from hell. Report. Hua Huayin galloped forth, halting 3 paces from Bai Qi, clasping his fists. Commander, scouts have reported that the rebel forces have established a camp on the southern bank of Linqing and are constructing fortifications along the river, prepared to defend. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. These rebels have indeed learned to be cunning. He chuckled coldly, contemplating their plan to crush my forces by waiting for the 200,000 rear troops to unite. Commander, your insight is unparalleled. Behind him, Meng Qichao, the leader of the Black Dragon Riders, stepped forward, his eyes glimmering with battle intent. Each of our Iron Eagle warriors can take on 10 foes. Even if the rebels number in the millions, they are but lambs awaiting slaughter. In the distance, a hawk soared across the sky, emitting a piercing cry. Relay the order. Bai Qi suddenly turned his horse around, his dark cloak billowing in the wind, carrying the scent of blood. In 3 days, at the hour of the rat, I want to see the waters of Linqing stained red. As his words fell, the Iron Eagle warriors turned their ghostly masks in unison. 100,000 pairs of eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. In this battle, Bai Qi would employ a strategy of total annihilation. Would the 600,000 be slaughtered or captured? Chapter 47. A 400,000 strong army? Perhaps, but a tenth of that would be a luxury. On the northern bank of Linqing, the setting sun bled crimson. Bai Qi stood atop a high ridge, his dark cloak billowing in the chilling evening breeze like a cloud of ink. His gaze was cold and distant, surveying the southern bank of Linqing. The camp of the Allied forces stretched for miles, banners fluttering like a forest, weapons glinting coldly. Yet, in his eyes, it was merely a corpse awaiting dissection. Commander, everything is prepared. Yu Huatian's voice echoed beside him, laced with an imperceptible tremor. He dared not meet Bai Qi's gaze, fearing that a single glance would choke him with the invisible aura of slaughter emanating from the war god. This killing deity's methods were nearly demonic. Before the battle commenced, he had ordered the craftsmen of the army to work through the night to forge 12 black coffins. Then, he selected the most loyal soldiers to stealthily deliver the coffins into the enemy camp under the cover of darkness. Upon those coffins, names were inscribed in blood, containing not only the bloodied relics and remnants of fallen generals, but also an ominous message. By this time tomorrow, your head shall rest within. The blood letter ignited widespread panic among the Allied forces. In the following days, he commanded General Meng Qichao to lead over 1,000 innate and acquired martial artists to stealthily cross to the southern bank of Linqing, systematically incinerating the supplies of the Allied forces, ambushing their supply convoys, and assassinating scouts along the route. They released a substantial quantity of deadly poison and decaying corpses into the upstream waters, severing various water sources, causing chaos among the Allied troops before they even engaged in battle. Today, the winds shifted in his favor. A strong southwest breeze arose. He meticulously coated all arrowheads with a fire oil that ignites upon contact with water, mixed with nitrate and hallucinogenic smoke. Awaiting the moment to unleash a barrage of arrows propelled by the southwest wind, setting the Allied camp ablaze. The total assault at midnight tonight would serve as a feigned attack on the western crossing to confuse the enemy. Meanwhile, the main force of the Iron Eagle elite soldiers would secretly construct an eastern floating bridge, ensuring their crossbowmen could traverse the Linqing River, enveloping the entire Allied camp in a downpour of arrows. Once the soldiers within the camp were thrown into disarray, heavy cavalry would advance to cut and slaughter the remnants, encircling them and driving the fleeing troops into the Wolf Jump Valley to the west. From the map, it was evident that Wolf Jump Valley was a low-lying area, overgrown with weeds. A large fire there would undoubtedly create a deadly trap. Thus, in accordance with General Bai Qi's strategy over the past few days, he had ordered vast quantities of fire oil and sulfur to be scattered throughout the valley's underbrush. Additionally, he had stationed 10,000 archers on either side of the valley, poised to block any escape routes with walls of fire and a rain of arrows, extinguishing the fighting spirit and leading the Allied forces to complete disintegration. Contemplating this, Yu Huatian felt a lump in his throat. This intricate web of death was no longer mere military strategy, but a divine retribution. Remembering a similarly terrifying scheme from the past that had annihilated 200,000 of the vassal states' front lines in a single battle, it was clear that the fate of the Allied forces would be even more tragic this time. A force of 400,000? It would be a luxury to expect even 1 in 10 to survive. This night, the objective was to annihilate the rebel forces of the vassal states, leaving no trace behind. Bai Qi's voice was colder than the autumn night, the dark iron bracers glinting ominously in the candlelight. Yu Huatian lowered his head further, the sound of his armor ringing softly as he clasped his fists. This subordinate obeys. The night was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem unbreakable. On the northern bank, the torches of the imperial camp formed a blazing constellation, illuminating the formidable silhouettes of countless armored elite soldiers. The ghostly visages of the Iron Eagle soldiers glimmered with a chilling light in the fire, resembling hellish demons that sent shivers down the spine. Kill! Suddenly, a thunderous cry erupted from the western crossing, and innumerable troops from the northwestern border surged toward the Allied defenses like a tidal wave. Rain of arrows tore through the night sky, glinting coldly, descending in a torrential downpour, casting a shadow of death over the stationed troops at the crossing. Report. Within the southern bank's Allied camp, a messenger stumbled into the central tent, kneeling with one knee on the ground, voice hoarse, reporting to the general. The Imperial Army is fiercely attacking the western crossing with great intensity. Our forces are struggling to withstand it. Please, General, dispatch reinforcements immediately. Cao Zhengchun's brow furrowed tightly as he asked in a deep voice, "What is the enemy's strength?" The night was too dark to discern clearly, but the torches stretched endlessly, at least numbering 100,000. Cao Zhengchun frowned. The enemy was only assaulting the western crossing? Recalling the cunning strategy employed by Bai Qi with the 12 coffins a few days prior, a sense of unease lingered. However, the urgency of the current situation allowed no room for contemplation. He swiftly cast aside his doubts and called out to those outside the tent. "Come forth. Your humble servant is here," responded the loyal guards outside, standing at attention. Quickly summoned the leaders of each battalion for a council within the tent. "There's no need." A cold voice suddenly interrupted, as the formidable General Pan Yuan of the Qin army strode into the tent, his armor clashing with each step. Following closely were several generals, each bearing a grave expression. Cao Zhengchun surveyed the assembled officers and spoke forth. "Now that you are all present, I trust you are aware of the military situation. The Western Crossing is the lifeblood of our forces and must not falter. Who among you is willing to lead a reinforcement? I shall go. I intend to confront that butcher Bai Qi and see if he truly possesses 3 heads and 6 arms," declared Pan Yuan, hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he stepped forward. "Very well, General Pan. I shall grant you 200,000 troops," Cao Zhengchun replied, slamming the command token onto the table. "But I require you to hold the crossing as firmly as iron chains. Remember, as long as you maintain your position, I desire a counterattack." Pan Yuan seized the command token, knocking over a copper lamp in the process. "What nonsense about a butcher? Tonight, I shall turn him into a true slaughterer." The tent flaps were roughly tossed aside, and the biting night wind swept in, carrying the scent of battle. In an instant, Pan Yuan's figure vanished into the encroaching darkness, leaving only the overturned copper lamp, swaying precariously on the edge of the table, emitting a dying creak. Meanwhile, in the southeast, the waters of the Linqing River shimmered with an eerie glow, resembling a coiled serpent lying in wait. Upon the floating bridge, the ironclad soldiers melded with the night, their black armor blending seamlessly, with only the occasional glint of cold light beneath their ghostly visors betraying the presence of a hellish army. With hooves muffled in wet cloth, they traversed the bridge without a sound, the only noise being the faint rustle of armor akin to a serpent slithering through grass. The Allied sentinels on the southeastern bank remained oblivious to the impending doom. Whoosh! The first crossbow bolt sliced through the air, piercing the throat of a sentry with deadly precision. His eyes widened in shock as his still-standing form was transformed into a porcupine by the relentless rain of arrows. Blood dripped from the shafts, blooming dark red flowers upon the earth. On the eastern flank of the Allied camp, Bai Qi stood resolutely upon his steed, his dark cloak billowing in the warm breeze like wings descending from the heavens. He slowly raised his hand, and behind him, 20,000 crossbowmen drew their bows, the fire oil-tipped arrows glimmering with a spectral blue under the moonlight. Release. A chorus of arrows was unleashed, a torrential downpour of fire. The moment the first fiery arrow struck the tent, flames erupted and leapt skyward. Soon after, the second and third arrows followed suit, engulfing the entire camp in a raging inferno. The southwest wind carried the flames, the fire licking hungrily at everything within reach: tents, provisions, weapons, and even living souls. "It's on fire. Quickly extinguish it," shouted a soldier from the Allied forces as he grabbed a bucket of water and hurled it at the flames. Yet, the fire ignited upon contact with the water, spreading along the surface toward his arm. He screamed in agony, frantically swatting at the flames, only causing them to spread more rapidly. The stench of charred flesh filled the air, and his cries were soon drowned out by a chorus of despairing wails. "It's the fire oil! Run! Flee for your lives!" Amidst the chaos, some individuals tore through the flames, becoming living torches. Others plunged into water tanks, only to find a layer of eerie blue flames already floating on the surface. Toxic smoke wafted through the air, infiltrating the nostrils of soldiers, who began to cough up blood, their eyes bulging, fingers clawing at their throats until they were bloodied and raw. Countless Allied soldiers perished in the panic of trampling. Outside the encampment, Bai Qi observed the scene with indifference. "Send the order. Use cavalry and shielded infantry to seal the entire Allied camp, leaving only the western exit." Bai Qi's annihilation strategy was multifaceted and layered, primarily emphasizing psychological warfare, logistical sabotage, advantageous positioning, and encirclement tactics. I can only strive to recreate the scene, albeit the enemy generals are somewhat less intelligent. However, to enhance the thrill, I shall refrain from portraying them too cunningly. It is, after all, mentally exhausting. Chapter 48, The God of Death, slaughtering 40,000 troops. The chilling wails of agony tore through the night sky, sweeping across the Allied encampment like a relentless tide. Cao Zhengchun rushed out of the central tent with his generals, his pupils constricting as he beheld a hellish landscape. The southwest wind howled ferociously. Flames surged like a frenzied beast, thick smoke billowed, and toxic miasma filled the air. The flanks of the camp had already collapsed, with flames devouring everything in their path. Wherever the fire licked, tents crumbled, battle flags were consumed, and shadows twisted in the inferno, struggling until they were reduced to charred remains. "Are the fire arrows coming from the east?" a trembling general exclaimed, his face pale. "Impossible," Cao Zhengchun shouted, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. The eastern bank was heavily fortified. How could Bai Qi? But in the next moment, his voice faltered as realization struck him. The destruction of supplies and the poisoning of water sources had not been mere natural disasters. They were the knife of Bai Qi, already poised at their throats. Those sentinels had likely been eliminated, without a single warning being sounded. What a formidable opponent Bai Qi is. A chilling intent to kill seeped from between Cao Zhengchun's teeth. Yet he had to concede that they had fallen into a trap. "All generals, heed my command." He drew his sword suddenly, its blade reflecting the flames like a blood-stained red rainbow. "Rally the scattered troops and break through with me." "At your command." The generals responded in unison, scattering in all directions to gather the remaining soldiers. Previously, Pan Yuan had led 200,000 troops to support the western ford, leaving the 150,000 Allied forces in disarray. In the sea of flames, countless soldiers trampled each other, their cries mingling with the clashing of metal, echoing like the sounds of hell. Outside the camp, iron shields formed a wall, and dark cavalry appeared like specters. Any remnants attempting to break free were mercilessly slaughtered, their bodies piling into mounds. Nevertheless, the Allied forces still retained some elite troops. Under the efforts of various commanders, 70,000 remnants gradually coalesced, huddling in the center like cornered beasts, their bloodshot eyes wide open, awaiting the final breakout. "Soldiers, heed my command." Cao Zhengchun galloped to the front of the ranks, his blood-stained cloak swirling in the flames, his roar resonating like thunder. To retreat means certain death. To advance may offer a chance of survival. "Follow me." Carve a path through the blood. "Kill, kill, kill." The 70,000 remnants bellowed in unison, their voices shaking the very flames. These seasoned veterans understood that, in such dire circumstances, the prospect of survival was nearly non-existent. The only option was to break through and attack. To carve a path through blood is the only chance for survival. Shield bearers, form ranks. Spearmen, take your positions. Archers, stand at the rear. Cao Zhengchun bellowed his commands. Innate warriors, break the formation with me. In that moment, the battlefield seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer. The earth trembled beneath iron hooves, and dust surged skyward. The torrent of armored soldiers surged like a furious sea, blades glimmering as they tore through the thick smoke, charging madly towards the dark, oppressive wall of enemy forces to the east. There was no retreat, no surrender. On the high ground, Bai Qi narrowed his blood-red eyes, his austere countenance illuminated by the flames, resembling a harbinger of death. He slowly raised his hand, Release the arrows. Whoosh. A multitude of crossbows fired in unison, a rain of arrows obscuring the heavens. The pitch-black night sky was abruptly sliced asunder by the cold gleam of countless projectiles as they cascaded down like sides of death, instantly engulfing the advancing coalition. The sounds of flesh being rent asunder filled the air as soldiers fell like blades of grass. Some had their throats burst into blossoms of blood, collapsing skyward. Others had their eye sockets pierced by arrows, falling before they could even hit the ground, trampled by the following hooves, and even more, arrows pierced through their abdomens, their remaining momentum stringing together several behind them like a macabre garland. Even the innate commanders were not spared from this calamity, their protective energies shattered like fragile paper beneath the rain of arrows, their chests turned to sieves in an instant. Xiao Suwang's protective energy was pierced by a single bolt, his left shoulder erupting in a mist of blood, the arrowhead lodged within the crevice of his bones, the excruciating pain causing his vision to darken. Yet he gritted his teeth, snapping the arrow shaft with a fierce determination, roaring as he pressed on. Behind him, the remaining coalition soldiers were driven to madness. Retreat? That is a path to death. The only way forward is to charge through this iron wall and seize a glimmer of hope. Charge forward. The fervent battle spirit of tens of thousands surged skyward, roaring like dying beasts as they crashed into the crossbow formation, each step taken upon the corpses of comrades, each step splattering crimson mud. Annihilate the entire army. The moment Bai Qi drew his sword, the world was plunged into darkness. The resonant sound of the ancient bronze sword being unsheathed drowned out the clamor of battle. Followed by a thunderous boom, a torrent of murderous intent erupted from his being, surging like a wave of blood towards the heavens. The air within a 1,000-foot radius froze instantly, and the wails of vengeful spirits echoed in the ears of all soldiers. The domain of the butcher had been unleashed. Kill! The sword and shield troops responded to the command, the sound of iron shields striking the ground like thunder, erecting a dark, formidable barrier of steel in an instant. Bang! 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 The coalition cavalry collided violently with the shield wall. The sickening crack of breaking horse necks, the muffled groans of armored knights, and the explosive sounds of shattering shields melded into chaos. The foremost cavalry, horses and riders alike, were hurled into the air by the backlash, only to be impaled mid-flight by the forest of spears that surged forth from behind. Thud! Thud! The spearheads pierced through armor as if it were mere parchment. Those once formidable innate warriors now skewered on the spear shafts like lambs awaiting slaughter. Amidst the torrential downpour of blood, Bai Qi's chilling voice resonated across the battlefield. Spearmen, crush them. 30,000 iron spear warriors responded to the command, their heavy armor clanking, surging forward like a crimson tide against the enemy ranks. And at the forefront, Bai Qi had transformed into a true harbinger of death. His entire body was enveloped in armor, unbeknownst to him when it became soaked in blood, transforming into a grotesque blood armor. Beneath him, his steed's eyes burned crimson, exhaling a breath as scorching as sulfur. With each swing of his bronze sword, a 10-zhong-long scarlet blade of light erupted. Boom! With a sweeping strike, hundreds of enemies were obliterated, their bodies and armor exploding into a mist of crimson, before the thick blood could even touch the ground. The second sword was already upon them. No, do not approach. Some soldiers, dropping their weapons in a futile attempt to flee, found their legs frozen as if cast in iron. That was the oppressive aura of the butchering field. They could only watch helplessly as the blood-colored specter drew near, the bronze sword casually gliding across their skin. In the instant their bodies were torn asunder, the consciousness of these soldiers had already evaporated. The sword of Xiao Suwang clattered to the ground. He watched in horror as Bai Qi single-handedly pierced through 3 formations of 10,000 men, leaving a torrent of blood in his wake, which flowed like streams upon the ground. So it was. Ha ha. The commander suddenly erupted into frenzied laughter, his voice tinged with weeping. He finally comprehended. The 200,000 vanguard had not been defeated. They had merely been utterly consumed by this god of slaughter. I had warned them long ago. They should not have provoked this deity of death. General Lei Hong of Jingfan stood with pale lips, trembling uncontrollably. He had assumed that this god of slaughter was stationed at the western crossing. Thus he led his troops eastward in a desperate bid to carve out a path for survival. But who could have anticipated that this Azura was lying in wait right here? It was over, utterly over. Lei Hong despairingly closed his eyes. He regretted ever seeking to lead the army on behalf of the Jing king, believing he could leverage this for military merit and promotion, even fantasizing about entering the imperial city and playing with the haughty concubines. Yet, he had unwittingly stepped into a true abyss of hell. Poof! The flash of a sword severed his head, and the last sight he beheld was his own headless body gushing forth a fountain of blood. When Cao Zhengchun met the same fate at the hands of Bai Qi, the 70,000 allied forces had been nearly annihilated. The Iron Eagles and Black Knights descended upon the remnants of the enemy like the scythe of death, utterly crushing them. Blood pooled into streams, flowing into the lynching river, tinging the waters a pale crimson. Bai Qi sheathed his sword. In that battle, he had single-handedly slaughtered 40,000 soldiers. Those elite forces, who had fought desperately as if burning their boats, were mercilessly cut down by him, ultimately annihilated under the onslaught of the Iron Eagles. Relay the orders. Bai Qi lifted his gaze, his blood-red pupils fixed upon the western crossing. Surround and annihilate the enemy. Where the Iron Eagle banners pointed, blood would return. Chapter 49. Those aged 18 to 24 shall live. All others shall be executed. At the western crossing, the night wind wailed. The fleeing soldiers surged like a tide, their panicked footsteps and anguished cries shattering the silence of the crossing. Pan Yuan stood at the forefront, his pupils constricting. In the distance, from the direction of the Allied forces camp, crimson flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowing, staining half the night sky blood-red. The camp had fallen. He seized a stumbling soldier, his fingers clamping down like iron pincers on the bloodied armor, demanding fiercely, "Where is General Cao? How did the camp fall?" The soldiers' faces turned ashen, trembling as they spoke. "No, we were unaware of the fire erupting on the eastern flank. The arrows fell like rain, and before my brothers could form their ranks, they were reduced to cinders. I could only think of escaping." Pan Yuan abruptly shook him off, his chest heaving violently. "We've been trapped." Bai Qi never intended to launch a full-scale assault on the western front. That so-called feigned river crossing was merely a ruse to draw us away. He had positioned his 200,000 troops in a state of high alert, only to be met with an empty battlefield. In the brief hours they were ensnared here, Bai Qi had stealthily maneuvered, encircling the main camp and setting ablaze the very foundation of the Allied forces. Bai Qi is as cunning as a fox. Pan Yuan gritted his teeth, his knuckles cracking from the strain. "General, this is dire." A messenger stumbled in, his armor stained with blood. "A dark-armored army has suddenly appeared from the rear. They have cut off our retreat." Pan Yuan's body stiffened, an icy dread coursing up his spine. The encirclement was complete. The imperial troops' presence at the back signified that the main camp had fallen completely. Xiao Su and the others must surely be in grave peril. He turned abruptly, gazing at his own 200,000 troops. The once disciplined formation now trembled with unrest. The soldiers exchanged fearful glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. The momentum of defeat was like an avalanche, shattering their morale. "General," the vice-general grasped his arm, his voice quivering, "while the western flank has yet to close in. We must break through at once. Delay, and it will be too late." Pan Yuan's grip on the reins tightened, blood seeping through his fingers. Escape? He, Pan Yuan, had fought for half a lifetime. When had he ever been a coward? But at this moment, he commanded, "Relay the order." He raised his head suddenly, his eyes bloodshot, yet his voice chillingly calm. "The entire army, turn and break westward. To survive is to have a chance at redemption." With his command, over 200,000 troops surged forth like a flood unleashed, desperately charging towards the lone path of Wolf Jump Valley. The western side of the Qing River was rugged and mountainous, leaving only this narrow valley for the army to traverse. In this moment, the defeated coalition had no choice but to fight their way into this constricted gorge, clinging to the hope of survival. Behind the western crossing, Bai Qi stood resolute as a mountain. "Report." A scout raced in, dismounting and kneeling on one knee. "General, the rebel forces, numbering over 200,000, have all fled into Wolf Jump Valley." Bai Qi's lips curled into a cold smile. The torchlight danced upon his disheveled hair, giving him an almost otherworldly presence. To the treacherous vassal armies, he murmured, his voice sharp as iron striking iron, "Enjoy this blazing feast." As dawn approached, the eastern horizon began to lighten. Pan Yuan led the remnants of his army into Wolf Jump Valley. The valley, thick with trees and overgrown with weeds, was eerily silent. The usual sounds of birds startled into flight replaced by the heavy thud of 200,000 marching feet, echoing with a foreboding intensity. Suddenly, Pan Yuan's nostrils flared. An unusual scent wafted through the air. He bent down swiftly, grasping a handful of grass, bringing it close to his nose, and his pupils dilated in alarm. "No, it's incendiary oil," he screamed, his voice nearly shattering. In the next moment, shoot, came the cold command from Guohuai on the valley's edges. Whoosh! In an instant, countless flaming arrows rained down from both sides of the cliffs, engulfing the valley in a fiery deluge. Boom! The flames erupted instantaneously, igniting the oil with ferocious intensity, transforming the entire Wolf Jump Valley into a sea of fire. "Retreat! Withdraw swiftly!" Pan Yuan shouted hoarsely, his eyes wide with desperation. Yet it was too late. Where the flames licked, soldiers writhed in agony, engulfed by fire, their frantic struggles only igniting more of their comrades. In the crowded valley, the panicked soldiers trampled one another. Those yet to enter the valley were knocked down by the retreating fire-scorched men, their bodies crushed into mere pulp beneath iron hooves. Over 200,000 troops writhed and cried out amidst the inferno. Bai Qi sat astride his warhorse, his dark cloak billowing in the morning breeze, creating a haunting sound. He gazed coldly down upon the hell within the valley, the anguished cries echoing like distant tides. In the pupils of this harbinger of death, countless contorted fire-ravaged figures were reflected, yet they stirred no emotion within him. The black-armored vanguard of the Iron Eagles had encircled the valley's entrance, their long halberds forming a forest of steel, sealing off the last vestige of hope. The archers of the Northwest Army formed ranks along the cliffs, their arrows glinting coldly, mingling with the dying embers. As the sun fully ascended the horizon, Wolf Jump Valley had transformed into a colossal crematorium. Charred tree stumps resembled countless skeletal hands reaching skyward, while 50 to 60,000 corpses lay frozen in various poses of despair on the scorched earth, the acrid scent of burning oil wafting in the searing heat. The corpse of General Pan Yuan stood out starkly. This once boisterous master warrior, who had vowed to confront the harbinger of death, was pierced by thousands of arrows. Nailed like a sinner upon a fiery cross, dozens of flaming arrows pinned him to the valley floor, his charred bones frozen in a pose of drawing his sword, his hollow eye sockets still gazing in Bai Qi's direction. The wind swept through the valley, stirring up a cloud of ashes. Guohuai trod upon the charred land, his battle boots crushing a burnt finger bone beneath him. He knelt before Bai Qi, the clanking of his armor resounding dully. "Commander, we have captured 150,000 surrendering soldiers in this battle." His voice was low, his throat involuntarily tightening. "Shall we execute them all?" Bai Qi closed his eyes, the mountain wind lifting his blood-stained cloak. After a moment of silence, those eyes, fearsome to countless allied forces, slowly opened. 18 to 24 shall live, the rest shall be executed." Guohuai trembled slightly. This was not the total annihilation he had anticipated. They were to spare some? As if reading his thoughts, Bai Qi caressed the dried blood on the hilt of his sword. A mountain of corpses may intimidate the feudal lords. The young and strong can be used as fodder for siege. Guohuai's pupils constricted. He discerned the chilling intent curling at the corners of his commander's mouth. It was not compassion for life, but a more brutal calculation. Those who survived would be driven to assault the walls of their homeland, paving the way for the Iron Eagles with their flesh and blood. "As you command." Guohuai clasped his fists heavily, the sound of armor clattering. As he turned, he heard Bai Qi's final whisper, mingling with the acrid scent of burning flesh in the morning breeze. "The lives of the elite must be exchanged for the blood of the traitors." Chapter 50. An additional 100,000 to the pit. Bai Qi broke through to the 8th level of the Grandmaster. As noon approached, the stench of blood along the banks of the Lingqing River lingered ominously. Within the main camp of the Imperial Army, 150,000 surrendered soldiers were driven to a vast training ground by the Iron Eagle Army. A sea of dark heads gathered, yet none dared to speak above a whisper. Their tattered garments were stained with blood, their eyes filled with fear and despair. What could this mean? Surely they would not slaughter us all. A blood-crusted soldier murmured tremulously. "No, it cannot be so. Having surrendered, there must be a path to survival." Another soldier whispered to himself, but before he could finish, a shiver coursed through him. A path to survival? A slightly older surrendered soldier let out a bitter laugh. "Have you forgotten? The 12,000 who were slaughtered the other day were also surrendered soldiers. At this utterance, the faces of those around him changed dramatically, the already tense atmosphere becoming suffocating. Silence. A sharp command suddenly rang out. Yu Huatian, hand resting on his dagger, ascended the command platform with heavy steps, his cold gaze slicing through the crowd like a blade. In an instant, the vast training ground fell utterly silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing echoed. By the order of the commander, his voice boomed, each word like iron. Those aged 18 to 24, step forward and remain. The rest, return to camp and await orders. A stir erupted among the surrendered soldiers. Why retain only those of this age? Are they to be slaughtered? A gaunt youth turned pale, his legs shaking like chaff. Fools. If they truly intended to kill, why differentiate by age? They must have other uses. Another man growled through gritted teeth, yet his clenched fists betrayed the fear within. Amidst the growing anxiety, some bold souls quietly shifted their feet, mingling with the returning line, believing that staying behind would be a death sentence, while the prisoner camp might still hold a glimmer of hope. A quarter of an hour later, only 45,000 remained in the training ground. Those left were either simple, honest farmers or indecisive cowards, with a few men nearing 30 attempting to disguise themselves with disheveled appearances. Yu Huatian narrowed his eyes, a trace of derision flitting across his lips. Listen, he suddenly raised his voice. From this day forth, you shall be organized into the vanguard of the death warriors. Those who charge into battle and slay the enemy shall be rewarded with gold and silk and freed from servitude. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Some collapsed in ecstatic tears, others laughed maniacally, appearing mad. Yet, amidst the jubilant chaos of survival, a few astute surrendered soldiers stood frozen. They slowly turned their heads toward the distant, dust-laden prisoner camp, their throats constricting as they swallowed hard. Those who believed they had escaped calamity had likely already embarked on the path to the underworld. Bai Qi stood upon a high slope, his dark cloak billowing in the morning breeze. His gaze fell upon the simple map in his hand, his fingertips slowly tracing the direction of Jizhou, as if measuring the distance to death. Not far away, in the low-lying wasteland, over 10,000 soldiers were silently digging 10 enormous deep pits. The dull thud of shovels striking earth and the soft sound of dirt falling intertwined, forming a silent funeral knell. Commander, the surrendered soldiers have been assigned. Yu Huatian knelt on one knee, his voice somber. 45,000 have been organized into the vanguard of the death warriors. Bai Qi did not lift his eyes, merely responding with a soft hum, his tone as indifferent as ice. Clean it up by dawn the day after tomorrow. In this fierce battle, he vanquished 400,000 allied troops, of which 250,000 souls, drenched in blood and resentment, have become the very sustenance for his ascension in martial prowess. Now, these 100,000 souls represent his final step towards transcending the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm. Yu Huatian swallowed hard and bowed his head in obedience. Furthermore, Bai Qi finally lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with a cold, cutting intensity, as he prepared his troops for the next step, Jeju Island. He paused momentarily, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Should King Ru refuse to surrender? Before he could finish, a tide of murderous intent erupted. The air around them seemed to solidify, even the wind stilled in its wake. Yu Huatian felt a chill run down his spine, struggling to swallow. At dawn, the first light enveloped the land. The 10,000 surrendered soldiers were driven out of their camp, their tattered garments and unsteady steps rendering them as pale and withered as the autumn leaves. Having gone 2 days without food or water, hunger had long since devoured their reason. When the soldiers shouted that there was food outside the camp, the majority staggered blindly towards it, their eyes filled solely with the primal urge for sustenance. Only a scant few froze in place, trembling as if they had caught the scent of death. Yet, they too were ultimately prodded forward by the long spears at their backs towards the hollow ground. As the deep pit came into view, and the rising steam carried the aroma of grains, realization dawned upon them. The so-called provisions were but a final meal beckoning them to their doom. You promised not to slaughter those between 18 and 24. Why do you go back on your word? A youth cried out, his voice tearing through the air. I have an elderly mother at home. I beg you, spare my life. Another fell to his knees, bowing his head to the earth, blood mingling with the soil. Yet, all that greeted them was the silence of the military formation and the cold arrows of the crossbowmen. Some, in utter despair, resisted, but their bodies, starved for 2 days and nights, could barely lift a blade, and in an instant, They were pierced by bolts or impaled by spears, nailed to the ground. Others, utterly broken, stumbled into the pit, frantically seizing the grains, swallowing them whole, determined to die with a full belly even if death awaited them in the next moment. Some stood motionless, their eyes vacant, allowing the soldiers to push them into the deep pit as if their spirits had already departed. In an instant, the simultaneous click of thousands of crossbows being drawn resonated through the air like the ominous sound of death sharpening its scythe, weaving a deadly net above the hollow ground. The pupils of the surrendered soldiers dilated in horror. Some let the grains slip from their hands. Others struggled to swallow the morsels lodged in their throats. While many became statues, their breaths halted. The steam rising in the air carried despair, tainting every grain with the scent of death. No. A gaunt youth fell to the ground, trembling fingers digging deep into the earth. His tears splattered onto the steaming grains, producing a faint hissing sound. In the next moment, the instinct for survival erupted in full force. Eat. Quickly eat. A bloodied man suddenly lunged towards the pile of food, his hands clawing desperately at the grains. Stuffing them into his mouth, grains cascading through his fingers. His throat emitted a guttural whine. Neglecting to chew, he swallowed the dry grains whole. More and more joined this final feast. They resembled famished, desperate beasts, clawing with their nails and biting with their teeth. Some even seized the corn mixed with dirt and shoved it into their mouths. A young defector wept as he ate, murky tears carving two clear tracks down his dirt-streaked face. In this final moment, where life and death teetered, they fought their fate in the most primal manner. At the edge of the pit, Bai Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The morning breeze fluttered his cloak, revealing the bronze sword at his waist, stained with the blood of countless victims. His gaze swept over the defectors struggling in the pit like ants, his expression devoid of any compassion. Loosen the arrows. In that instant, as the rain of arrows descended, time seemed to come to a standstill. The piercing wails of countless black-feathered arrows tore through the air, and the bodies of the defectors fell in swathes like harvested wheat. The muffled thuds of arrows embedding in flesh echoed, and droplets of blood arced through the morning light with a tragic beauty. Some remained frozen in the act of swallowing, pinned to the pile of food, while others futilely reached out for something, only to let their hands drop helplessly. A viscous liquid pooled at the bottom of the pit, soaking the corn and staining the earth red. The faint groans of the dying intertwined with the trembling echoes of arrows, composing the final chapter of death. The soldiers with shovels approached in silence. Amidst the rustling of shovels scraping earth, faces twisted in terror gradually succumbed to the yellow soil. When the last handful of dirt fell, countless crimson essences erupted from the ground, twisting into grotesque faces of vengeful spirits in midair. They howled and struggled, yet were ultimately drawn by an invisible force, surging like rivers returning to the sea toward the figure clad in dark armor at the top of the slope. Bai Qi suddenly spread his arms wide, his gluttonous cloak billowing wildly. As the bloodlight surged, a murderous aura emanated from every pore of his being. The wailing spirits were drawn into his body, and with each vengeful soul absorbed, his power escalated. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, the bloodlight shooting into the sky. Creatures within a 10-mile radius fled in terror. Even the fiercest Iron Eagle warriors found themselves compelled to kneel. As the bloodlight gradually dissipated, Bai Qi slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to float amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, echoing the cries of countless ghosts. He had ascended to the 8th realm of the Grandmaster. A breakthrough. Yu Huatian knelt 10 zhang away, his forehead pressed against the ground. He felt it clearly, at this moment. The commander was no longer a mortal warrior, but a demonic deity returned from the depths of hell. At the Hai Tang camp, the setting sun bled into the sky, dyeing the sprawling tents a deep crimson. 200,000 soldiers were organizing their supplies, the clatter of armored bodies and the creaking of carts forming a prelude to the march. Suddenly, a report came. A scout galloped forth from the dust, the warhorse rearing up and kicking up a storm of sand. The scout tumbled from his saddle, his armor caked in grime. "General," the scout knelt, his voice hoarse and ragged like iron scraping against rusted metal. "The entire Central Army has been annihilated. Commander Xiao has fallen in battle, and all remaining 10,000 defectors were executed by Bai Qi." "What?" The whip in Su Yong's hand fell to the ground with a crack. This fierce general from the Lu fief swayed unsteadily, grasping the saddle to avoid falling. His lips trembled, unable to utter a complete syllable. as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat. 400,000 troops, the very backbone of the coalition forces. The personal guards before the tent stood motionless like marionettes, as a spear clattered to the ground. In the distance, the oblivious laborers continued to shout as they transported grain bags, accentuating the chilling silence that enveloped the scene. A massacre of 100,000? Xu Yong finally managed to utter a sound, each word steeped in a scent of blood. Suddenly, a spasm gripped Bai Qi's stomach, causing the seasoned general to lean against his saddle and retch. It was not fear, but a deeper tremor, an instinctive reaction akin to prey sensing the presence of its predator. With 400,000 main forces annihilated, how could their 20,000 frail rear guard contend against the imperial army? After a long silence, Xu Yong regained his composure. He ordered the wiping away of the saliva at the corner of his mouth, his nails digging deep into his palm, and commanded the entire army to turn around. Yet, as he issued the order, more dreadful news arrived from the rear. King Lu had been assassinated. As for this frail rear guard of 20,000, rather than executing a massacre, why not assign them to labor instead? I shall strive to incorporate the valuable suggestions of every reader. Should any discomfort arise, please express it, and I shall make improvements. Chapter 51. The Fear of the Principalities. The remaining 20,000 rearguard began to retreat. When news of the annihilation of the 60,000 coalition forces spread across the land, the principalities were shaken. In Longxi Prefecture, within the city of Chang'an, King Qin clutched the battle report in his hands, his imposing figure trembling slightly. The once sharp features, akin to a chiseled blade, seemed to age a decade in an instant, deep furrows appearing between his brows. 100,000 troops gone. The 30,000 Chang cavalry he had gathered. The heavy armored iron army forged through years of effort, and his most valiant commanders, all perished in this battle. This was not merely the pain of a severed limb. It was akin to having his entire body nearly cleaved in two. He had believed that the 82,000 coalition forces could crush the imperial court with overwhelming force. After all, the court had languished for years, its higher echelons depleted of martial prowess, and the newly enthroned emperor had few capable individuals aside from a handful of eunuchs and a few seasoned generals like Lan Chungwu and Yin Zian. Yet, who could have anticipated that an enigmatic Bai Qi would not only decimate the entire coalition, but also execute his most elite soldiers? How dare he? How dare he? King Qin gripped the battle report tightly, his knuckles widening, his voice low and strained as if forced from between clenched teeth. From this moment forth, the name Bai Qi would likely become an inescapable nightmare for the principalities. Should King Lu perish, the next in line would be me. His gaze darkened, churning with an indescribable rage and fear. Now, he was left with two choices: either surrender his military authority and seek forgiveness in the capital, thereby obliterating the Qin Principality's centuries-old legacy, or unite with the King of Chang, resolutely defend Longxi, and wager his last resources in a battle against the imperial court. But in the face of the terrifying butcher Bai Qi and his fierce troops, could he truly hold his ground? King Qin remained silent, the struggle within his eyes growing ever more intense. In Xiangjiang Prefecture, within the city of Suzhou, King Jing sat regally in a grand chair, his teacup shattering to pieces with a loud crash, scalding tea splattering onto the hem of his brocade robe, yet he remained utterly oblivious. 60,000 troops just vanished like that? His voice echoed as if it were carried from a distant place, dry and devoid of emotion. The aide knelt on the ground, forehead pressed against the azure bricks, too fearful to lift his gaze. Where is General Lei Hong? The Prince of Jing suddenly rose, the Zeton-wood table shaking from the impact. Where is my General Lei Hong? The aide's Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he replied. General Lei fought valiantly and perished, with all his troops executed by Bai Qi. The prince staggered back into his chair, the gilded Nanmu armrests cracking under his grip. All 100,000 of my men are gone. Bai Qi, this sudden apparition of a reaper has obliterated the coalition forces with overwhelming force. That was an army of 800,000. My 10,000 elite troops from Xiangjiang have turned to mere bones. Had I foreseen this day? The prince stared out at the misty towers, his lips trembling. It would have been better to fortify the Yangtze River. Your Highness, the aide urgently interjected. We must make a decision. If the northern fiefdoms are completely annihilated, the next target will be. Before he could finish, both felt a chill in their hearts. You say the Prince of Jing's voice is hoarse. If I surrender now, can I still preserve the foundation of Xiangjiang? The aide pondered for a long time. The first option is to relinquish military power and plead for forgiveness in the capital, which may safeguard your title. The second option, he glanced out the window, is to hold our ground at this natural barrier and ally with the southern fiefdoms. The imperial navy is weak. We might be able to maneuver. Maneuver? The Prince of Jing suddenly laughed, a hint of madness in his mirth. 800,000 troops could not withstand that reaper. Do you think we can stop him with the Yangtze? He slowly rose and walked to the window. Suzhou City, shrouded in fine rain, remained as prosperous as a painting. This affluent land of Jiangnan had been nurtured by the Jing royal family for centuries. How could they bear to relinquish it so easily? Let me think it over. In Suzhou, Bai Qi, the king of Shu clenched the battle report, his fingers turning pale. The luxurious hem of his brocade robe swaying as if stirred by an unseen wind. This name had become a haunting nightmare for the fiefdoms, even instilling a sense of dread in the dignified king of Shu. Not long ago, he scoffed at the news of the new emperor's intention to diminish the fiefdoms by force. Upon hearing the court appointed an unknown to lead, he dismissed it with a laugh. 800,000 coalition forces. Even 800,000 pigs should have trampled the capital. Yet now, the aide's voice pulled him back to reality. The main forces of the coalition are annihilated. The fiefdoms across the land may. The king of Shu slammed the battle report on the table, a fine crack forming in the golden Nanmu's surface. The sword pass remains. My 20,000 men in Shu are ready for battle. He sprang to his feet, the jade pendant at his waist jingling. Even if Bai Qi is fierce, can he soar over this natural chasm? The aide's forehead glistened with cold sweat. But if the fiefdoms surrender completely, the court will surround us with overwhelming force. Enough. I will never compromise with the court. The king of Shu waved his sleeve, shattering the teacup on the table. Did he not understand the stakes involved? To forfeit the foundations of Shu and the power of life and death. He refused to believe in such a curse. He scoffed, gazing northward. What of that young boy? Once he has dealt with the fiefdoms, the mess left by the 5 Hu tribes will still await him. Just as he spoke, a gentle rain began to fall outside, and a sudden thunderclap reverberated from the heavens. The aide looked at the prince's silhouette reflected in the window, momentarily sensing that the shadow trembled slightly. The command was issued, and the voice of the king of Shu suddenly took on a chilling calm. Reinforce the defenses of Sword Pavilion, and triple the garrison at all passes. He turned slowly, a frenzied glint in his eyes, and thought to himself, I shall see whether it is Bai Qi's blade that is swifter or the natural fortifications of Shu that are more formidable. Amidst the curtain of rain, a contingent of ironclad horsemen surged forth from the royal palace, their hoofbeats soon drowned by the roar of thunder and rain. The aide, watching the messenger vanish into the downpour, recalled an old saying, the road to Shu is arduous, more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Yet, no matter how challenging the path, it ultimately remains one to be traversed. In Luzhou Prefecture, within Jizhou City, pure white silk draped the entire residence of the king of Lu like freshly fallen snow, while the mourning banners hung from the eaves rustled in the autumn breeze. The halls echoed with lamentation, the heart-wrenching cries piercing through the numerous courtyards, startling the crows perched upon the withered trees in the courtyard. At the center of the mourning hall lay a coffin made of golden-threaded Nanmu wood, resting in silent repose. Kneeling before the coffin was an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in heavy mourning garments, her white attire accentuating her skin's porcelain-like delicacy. Beside her knelt a boy of roughly 8 years, his small frame enveloped in coarse cloth, continuously wiping away his tears with his sleeve. Behind her, several young and lovely concubines prostrated themselves in sorrow, their hairpins scattered, their makeup smeared by tears, leaving chaotic streaks upon their pallid faces. The beautiful woman, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at the scholar in the blue robe standing beside her. The sudden misfortune that befell the prince, coupled with the imperial army's encroachment upon the city, left her, a solitary widow with her child, questioning what they should do. Chapter 52. A thorough investigation of the trading routes in Jinju. All involved in clandestine trafficking shall be punished to the 9th degree, with their heads displayed at the city gates. The scholar in the blue robe, his sleeves still marked by fresh ink, slowly raised his gaze, the blood vessels in his eyes starkly visible under the flickering candlelight. His voice emerged, hoarse and grating like rough-hewn stone, as he replied to the princess, As for our Lu fief, there is no longer any hope. A sudden stillness enveloped the mourning hall. Even the sounds of weeping ceased. Outside, the autumn rain fell in a sudden downpour, striking against the bluestone slabs like countless tiny arrows. The frail fingers of the scholar unconsciously rubbed the jade pendant at his waist. If the streets of Jizhou were to be drenched in blood, the royal family could face annihilation. His throat constricted, as though swallowing a bitter draught, perhaps to preserve the last vestige of the prince's lineage. The princess's pale fingers pressed deeply into her palm. A month prior, it was this very strategist, with laughter and ease, who had presented the prince with strategies of alliance and maneuver. At that time, the king of Lu was brimming with vitality, his generals exuding confidence. Who would mock the new emperor's foolishness? But now, was the scholar certain? The princess's voice was as soft as a falling leaf. Would the court truly spare us? Upon hearing this, the scholar's ashen face bore the weight of gravity. He recalled the reports of the surrendered soldiers who had been slaughtered, the dried blood on the white banners of the enemy outside the city, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I do not know." The princess gazed at the exquisite carvings on the coffin, suddenly feeling as though the coiling dragon motif was mocking her naivety. The rain intensified. She gathered her young son closer, the warmth of his body solidifying her resolve. She closed her apricot-colored eyes, her lips parting softly. "Then I must trouble you to make a journey." The scholar bowed deeply, and as he turned, he caught a glimpse of the glinting eyes of several esteemed martial masters lurking in the corridor. The once loyal guardians now cast their scrutinizing gazes upon the offerings within the mourning hall, appraising the worth of this declaration of allegiance. Beyond the city walls, the banners of Bai Qi are faintly discernible. Over 200,000 elderly and frail soldiers huddle behind the ramparts, trembling like grasshoppers in the autumn chill. As Mr. Xiao wades through the puddles, he suddenly recalls the audacious words he inscribed in a secret missive a fortnight prior: an army of 800,000. Sufficient to crush the court beneath the weight of Mount Tai. Amidst the curtain of rain, he appears almost deranged, emitting a series of self-mocking, bitter laughs. 10 miles outside Jizhou, the autumn rain falls incessantly. The obsidian iron boots trample the muddy ground as Bai Qi stands upon a high stone ridge, his dark cloak swirling in the downpour like ink. In the distance, the walls of Jizhou loom majestically, resembling iron, while the silhouettes of the scattered guards atop the battlements tremble in fear. "General, the envoy from the king of Lu has arrived." Yu Huatian strides through the ring, droplets cascading from his iron armor. Bai Qi remains unresponsive. Amidst the rising aura of power, the rain transforms into white mist mere inches before him. "But shall we surrender?" His frigid voice, akin to the clash of metal, sends a shiver down Yu Huatian's spine. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi turns to depart, prompting Yu Huatian to hastily follow, their figures gradually fading into the veil of rain. Within the central tent, Cao Zhengchun stands drenched in his azure robe, water droplets dripping from his sleeves onto the felt carpet. The crackling of the charcoal fire within the tent fails to dispel the chill that seeps into his bones. Cao Zhengchun, a sinner of the Lu fief, pays his respects to the general. His voice is barely above a whisper, imbued with utmost humility. Bai Qi strides to the center of the tent, his cold gaze fixed upon him. As Xiao lifts his eyes to meet Bai Qi's, he feels as though he is plunged into an icy abyss. Within those frigid eyes, it seems as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood churn, countless vengeful spirits wailing in anguish. His knees weaken, nearly collapsing, as if an invisible force constricts his throat, rendering his breath shallower. "Write the surrender decree." Bai Qi resumes his seat upon the command chair, speaking with an air of indifference. Cao Zhengchun hastily presents a silk cloth. "Over 200,000 defenders may be spared from death." Bai Qi's voice carries no warmth. "However, they must serve as laborers to construct the straight road, to be released after 10 years. Just as Cao Zhengchun begins to breathe a sigh of relief, he witnesses Bai Qi suddenly cast the decree into the charcoal brazier. Flames instantaneously engulf the seal of the king of Lu's residence, illuminating the hard contours of Bai Qi's face beneath his helmet. As for the family of the king of Lu, Bai Qi rises slowly. "I shall order their escort to the capital." Upon hearing this, Cao Zhengchun's heart sinks. If the widow of the king of Lu is escorted to the capital, what fate awaits her? Imprisonment? A death sentence? Or perhaps a more degrading humiliation? Yet now, they have become fish on the chopping block, left to the will of the court. In the capital, within the forbidden city, in the hall of supreme harmony, Chen Xinghe reclines against the dragon throne, his fingertips lightly tapping the imperial desk, his gaze scrutinizing the battle reports from the front lines. As anticipated, Bai Qi has triumphed once again, annihilating 400,000 rebel troops in a single engagement. However, when his eyes skim over the report detailing Bai Qi's massacre of 100,000 surrendered soldiers, his brows furrow slightly. Truly deserving of the title God of War, the coalition of 400,000 has left only 45,000 alive. While this slaughter significantly reduces the army's consumption of provisions and mitigates the potential for mutiny, the loss of such a vast number of able-bodied men from the empire is undeniably regrettable. However, at this juncture, he had little to say. Bai Qi was an unparalleled weapon, a blade of destruction that could cut through anything in its path. Yet, excessive bloodshed would inevitably incite the wrath of the world. Henceforth, it would be more prudent to wield it on the battlefields against foreign nations and tribes. Lu Jin, Chen Xinghe suddenly spoke. At your service, your majesty. Please command. Hearing this, Lu Jin, who stood nearby, promptly stepped forward and bowed in obedience. Draft an edict to be sent to all vassals. Chen Xinghe's eyes glinted coldly. They are to arrive in the capital within 15 days to face their charges. Those who fail to comply shall have the imperial army descend upon them, exterminating their entire clan, leaving not a single soul behind. Understood. Lu Jin dared not delay and immediately withdrew to convey the edict. Once silence reclaimed the hall, Chen Xinghe picked up another battle report. A great victory in Liaodong. Huatian, with the swiftness of lightning, advanced 1,000 miles, taking advantage of the unprepared defenses of Jinzhou, and breached the city in a single strike. 50,000 defenders were routed, and their commander, Qingdong, was captured and en route to the capital. Chen Xinghe's lips curled slightly, his fingertip tracing lightly across the report. What a remarkable Huatian! The Liao tribes had been vanquished, yet the true menace, the Jurchen tribes, still lurked beyond the pass, their intentions sinister. Over the years, Qingdong had indulged the bandits, allowing the Jurchen tribes to flourish and devour neighboring tribes. Now, these savages were no longer a mere nuisance, but had truly become a formidable threat. Even more infuriating was the intelligence from the Eastern Depot, revealing that the prominent families of Jinzhou, such as the Chui and Fan clans, had been covertly trading grain, salt, iron, and other strategic resources with the Jurchens for several years. It must be understood that salt and iron are the lifeblood of a nation, and grain is the foundation of an army. These merchants, in their insatiable greed, risked the death penalty and the extermination of their clans for treasonous profiteering. Truly, they were avaricious to the core. Chen Xinghe furrowed his brow. Come forth. As his words fell, the palace doors creaked open, and a young eunuch in blue hurried in. Kneeling on the ground, I am here, your majesty. Please command. Convey an edict to the Eastern Depot. Conduct a thorough investigation of the trade routes in Jinzhou. Anyone involved in illicit trading shall face the execution of their 9 clans, their heads displayed at the city gates. Chapter 53. The Persian Empire sends envoys to redefine the northwestern borders. As the young eunuch bowed and exited the hall, another eunuch in blue hastily entered. Kneeling at the crimson platform, his tone respectful yet urgent. Your Majesty, the supervisor of the Western Depot, Yu Huatian, awaits outside for your command, seeking an audience. Chen Xinghe's gaze lifted slightly, his fingertip tapping gently on the imperial desk. Summon him. Understood. The eunuch bowed once more and retreated from the grand hall. Before long, the sound of steady footsteps echoed from outside. Yu Huatian, clad in a white and gold dragon robe, entered the hall with a composed stride, followed closely by a gaunt middle-aged man. The man's complexion was unnaturally pale, his eyes radiating an air of malevolence, and he clutched a Zeton wood box tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Chen Xinghe's gaze swept over him, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. The thousand-faced demon lord, the would-be assassin from last month, now kneeling submissively before the throne. How intriguing. I am Yu Huatian, paying my respects to your majesty. Yu Huatian bowed, his cold voice laced with a hint of deference. Beside him, the multifaceted demon lord pressed his forehead against the ground, his voice hoarse and trembling. The sinner Sikong Xian pays homage to his majesty. Long live the emperor. Chen Xinghe did not immediately respond, but slowly leaned back into the dragon chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. His tone indifferent. Have you accomplished what I entrusted to you? Sikong Xian trembled all over and quickly raised the wooden box above his head, respectfully proclaiming, Your Majesty, the head of the King of Lu is contained within this box. The flickering candlelight within the hall cast a ghostly glow upon the rosewood box. Chen Xinghe nodded slightly, prompting Xiang to gently open the box. A pallid visage, as white as paper, was revealed, with eyes wide open. Seemingly still bearing the terror of impending death, it was indeed the King of Lu. Very well, Chen Xinghe spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. Since I have granted you the chance to atone for your sins, I shall spare your life today. Xiang felt as if he had been granted a great reprieve. Bowing deeply, the sinner humbly thanks your majesty for your divine grace. However, he did not rise. Instead, he buried his head lower. His voice tinged with earnestness. The sinner dares to implore your majesty for further mercy. I am willing to enter the Western factory to serve as a loyal dog and horse, to redeem my past transgressions. Chen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Observing this, Xiang hastily continued, in my former arrogance and ignorance, I dared to offend the celestial authority. I am truly deserving of 1,000 deaths. I am fortunate that your majesty is magnanimous enough to grant me a thread of hope. I can only repay this grace with my utmost loyalty and sacrifice. His heartfelt words, if not for the knowledge of his notorious reputation as the multifaceted demon lord, would indeed resemble those of a devoted minister. A subtle smile graced Chen Xinghe's lips, as if amused by the man's eloquence, which seemed better suited for the court than the realm of martial arts. Granted, he replied with nonchalance, his sleeve brushing lightly, as if merely permitting a trivial matter. Xiang was overjoyed, bowing deeply. Your servant. Thank you for your majesty's profound grace. I shall dedicate myself entirely to serve your majesty. In Tianjin City, on the White Tiger Street of the Western District, the autumn sun bathed the cobblestone street in golden light. Shops lined both sides, their banners fluttering in the breeze. The throngs of people moved like a flowing river, the sounds of vendors calling out mingling with the aromas wafting from tea houses and taverns, interspersed with the smoky scent of grilled lamb from street vendors, creating a marketplace that thrived with opulence. A group of Persians adorned in exotic garments strolled through the crowd, their deep blue eyes striking against the backdrop of the bustling Central Plains populace. "Das, how splendidly prosperous this capital of Dao is," exclaimed one young Persian, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of shops, a flicker of envy in his eyes. Compared to the bustling atmosphere of my homeland Esbatana, the wealth here is far more abundant, and even the air carries a hint of gold and silver. A middle-aged Persian named Daus curved his lips slightly, his fingers brushing against the jeweled hilt of the short dagger at his waist, his voice low. Indeed, this is why the nations of the Eastern continent have coveted this land for centuries. If our Persian Empire were to take control of this central region, what ambition would remain unfulfilled? His gaze swept over the distant silhouette of the grand imperial city, a fleeting glint of greed in his eyes. Another Persian, Hamas, scoffed at this. Alas, the current Dao dynasty is beset by internal strife and external threats. The rebellions of various vassals remain unresolved, and the five who loom menacingly at the borders. The newly ascended young emperor must surely find no peace even in slumber. The more chaotic the Dao Wu dynasty becomes, the more advantageous it is for our Persian empire. Dao Si squinted, his voice laced with sarcasm. Our Persia is under the steadfast rule of the illustrious Emperor Ardashir, who within 5 years has quelled all internal rebellions, strengthening our national power to an indomitable state. And what of Dawei? Its renowned generals have withered. Even the valiant Huang Gongmin, who guarded the northwest, has been executed by the new emperor himself, who now stands to impede the iron cavalry of Persia at the northwest frontier. If, during this mission, the Emperor of Wu recognizes his situation and willingly redefines the borders, it would suffice. Hamas chuckled coldly, his fingertips lightly tapping the hilt of his blade. If he refuses, Dao C's fingers glided over the short dagger adorned with lapis lazuli at his waist, a glint of cold light flashing in his blue eyes. Then let his throne become a stepping stone beneath the feet of Emperor Ardashir. Several Persians exchanged knowing smiles, their laughter low yet imbued with a resolute arrogance. In the Honglu Temple, within the four-sided pavilion, a government official clad in a green robe from the Ministry of Rites approached leisurely, the pouch at his waist swaying gently with each step. He cast a calm gaze over the several foreign-clad Persians before halting slightly at the leader, then bowed with a gesture. His tone neither servile nor arrogant. "Are you the envoys from Persia? May I inquire the purpose of your long journey?" The middle-aged Persian named Dao Si stepped forward, his right hand pressed to his chest in an exotic salute. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window, illuminating the gem-encrusted belt at his waist, refracting blinding rays. I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Persian Empire. He spoke fluent Mandarin, deliberately emphasizing the word empire. By the command of our Emperor Ardashir, I have come to pay my respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Wu. To discuss, he paused intentionally, a sharp glint flashing in his blue eyes, redefining the borders between our two nations. Redefining borders? The official from the Ministry of Rights furrowed his brow tightly. Although not directly involved in border affairs, years of navigating the political waters had honed his instinct to detect the concealed blade within those words. His fingers subconsciously tightened around the tablet concealed in his wide sleeves, yet his expression remained composed. This matter is of great significance and cannot be decided by me alone. He slightly inclined his body, offering a solemn bow toward the imperial city. According to the laws of our Wu dynasty, foreign envoys must be reported to the Tongzheng, and only after His Majesty has personally reviewed and approved can an audience be arranged. Dao Si chuckled lightly at this, his fingertips casually brushing over the gilded hilt of his curved dagger. No matter. Our Persian delegation has traveled thousands of miles and can certainly wait a few days. He suddenly stepped forward, his towering figure casting an oppressive shadow on the blue brick ground. I only hope your nation's response does not leave us disappointed. The official from the Ministry of Rights discreetly took half a step back, his back tense beneath his robe. He noticed that even the accompanying attendants had not followed the customary protocol of disarming their blades. Rest assured, envoy. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Maintaining his usual tone, the Honglu Temple has prepared accommodations, and all arrangements will be made in accordance with the highest honors. Should there be any news, it will be conveyed immediately. Chapter 54. It is time for the world to witness what a true war of annihilation entails. As dusk enveloped the realm, the last rays of the setting sun faded beyond the walls of the imperial city. On the city walls, the sentinels' torches were lit in succession, casting a more imposing silhouette of the majestic Forbidden City. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the royal study was brightly illuminated by candlelight. After processing the final batch of memorials, Chen Xinghe picked up the urgent dispatch from the front lines for examination. Your Majesty, shall I serve the meal? Lu Jin approached with a teacup in hand, inquiring softly. Chen Xinghe waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the list at the end of the report. The Lu fief had surrendered. The primary consort of the Lu prince, Lady Wang, along with 3 secondary consorts and 2 young sons, were now en route to the capital under guard. This sight evoked a distant memory for Chen Xinghe of a banquet 3 years prior at the Lu prince's residence, where the gentle and graceful consort had personally served him tea. At that time, he had only just been bestowed the title of Duke of Rome. Once the Lu family arrived in the capital, he contemplated their accommodation, perhaps at Chengxin's studio in the Western Garden, with arrangements made according to the Duke's standard, under the discreet supervision of the Jinhui. With the downfall of the Lu fief, the power of the regional lords was rendered as impotent as a dog with a severed spine, unable to stir any further turbulence. Chen Xinghe lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his gaze profound. With the Lu family still in transit, this would serve as an opportunity to establish a precedent for the other fiefs, surrender military authority to preserve wealth and status, resist, and face annihilation from the court. This old servant understands, Lu Jin replied, bowing respectfully. Outside the window, the moonlight grew ever more intense. Chen Xinghe approached the window, quietly channeling the vital energy within him. He noticed, with recent practice, that his internal energy had become increasingly robust and refined, showing signs of imminent breakthrough. Indeed, since ascending the throne, he had been preoccupied with state affairs, neglecting his cultivation significantly. It was only after activating the system that his cultivation had seen improvement. Initially, to solidify his imperial power, he had concentrated authority in his own hands, rendering the cabinet virtually ineffective. Consequently, the backlog of state matters left him little time to devote to cultivation. Now that the situation had stabilized, it was time to adjust and delegate some power to the cabinet and the 2 agencies. Lu Jin, prepare the carriage. We shall return to Qinqing Palace. Chen Xinghe turned and commanded. Feeling the flow of energy within him, he was filled with anticipation. Just one more night, and he would break through to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Upon reaching the master level, he would gain a chance for a lottery draw and a random summoning opportunity. Moreover, with the end of the month approaching, he would soon have 2 opportunities for summoning. With this thought, Chen Xinghe felt a surge of clarity and optimism. The more loyal subordinates, the better. As you command. Lu Jin bowed and accepted the order. He then quickly exited the Great Hall, raising his voice to relay the command to the palace guards. His Majesty departs for the palace. Prepare the dragon carriage swiftly. The following day, as dawn broke and the morning mist lingered, Chen Xinghe slowly opened his eyes, golden light shimmering within, particularly striking in the dimly lit chamber. After a night of cultivation, he had finally shattered his constraints and entered the realm of innate perfection. He exhaled deeply, feeling the vital energy within him surge like a river, flowing ceaselessly through his expanded meridians, now several times more refined than before. Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court, Lu Jin gently reminded from outside the hall, his voice perfectly modulated to be heard without sounding intrusive. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe slowly rose, noticing the faint light of dawn outside the window. With the service of a group of palace maids, he donned his dragon robe, preparing to attend the morning court at the Fengtian Hall. Outside the city, the noon gate of the imperial city opened gradually, and civil and military officials, treading on the morning dew, made their way along the imperial path. Groups of officials whispered among themselves, discussing the frontline battles. It was said that Bai Qi had annihilated another 400,000 rebels, yet his methods were deemed excessively ruthless. 100,000 surrendering soldiers, just like that. The murmurings abruptly ceased with the announcement of His Majesty's arrival. The officials straightened their attire and knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Long live the Emperor!" Draped in a dark-hued dragon robe, Chen Xinghe ascended the imperial steps with measured steps. He raised his right hand slightly, his voice calm yet authoritative. "All ministers, rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty," they replied in chorus. Lu Jin, holding a whisk, stepped forward, his sharp voice resonating in the court. "If there are matters to be addressed, speak. If not, you may withdraw." Zhou Changru, the Minister of Rites, stepped out holding a jade tablet, his expression grave as he bowed. "Your Majesty, the old minister has a matter to report." "Proceed," Chen Xinghe replied, his gaze shifting to the Minister of Rites. Standing firm with the tablet, Zhou Changru spoke with steady conviction. "Your Majesty, yesterday, an envoy from Persia visited, claiming to come on behalf of their monarch, Ardashir, wishing to meet with Your Majesty to renegotiate the boundaries between our two nations." He paused briefly before continuing. However, the envoy's demeanor was haughty, and his attendants displayed a complete lack of decorum, entering the Four Directions pavilion without even removing their swords as per protocol. Zhou Changru raised his gaze to the throne, his tone growing increasingly serious. "I fear their conduct suggests they perceive our court as preoccupied with quelling internal strife, thus coming to test our resolve." Chen Xinghe's expression darkened, memories of Persia flooding his mind. He recalled reading about this powerful Western nation in royal texts years ago. Once merely a nomadic tribe chasing water and grass 5 centuries prior, it was unified under the iron-fisted rule of the first Persian king, Darius, who established the Persian dynasty. In the ensuing century, the Persian cavalry swept across the lands like a tempest, expanding their territory until they became a dominant power straddling both east and west. 3 centuries ago, during the reign of Emperor Jinghe of the Wu dynasty, the emperor indulged in pleasures, resulting in a tumultuous court where feudal lords began to stir and raise armies against the throne. Seizing this opportunity, Persia launched a massive eastward invasion. The northwestern borders were engulfed in flames of war, with numerous frontier cities falling one after another, leading to significant territorial losses. It was only when Emperor Zhaodi ascended the throne, a ruler of considerable talent, that he first quelled the internal unrest, pacified the feudal lords, and stabilized the court. He then personally led a campaign westward, taking 3 years to expel the Persians from the northwest and reclaim lost lands. Thus, to this day, the territories along the northwestern border remain a point of contention between the two nations. Moreover, since that time, the Persians have harbored resentment towards the Wu dynasty, resulting in centuries of border skirmishes. However, in the past decade, Persia has been notably inactive, reportedly due to internal rebellions and tribal conflicts that have left them preoccupied. What lineage does this Ardashir possess? Chen Xinghe's voice was cold, questioning how a mere barbarian chieftain could dare to claim the title of emperor. The court remained silent. Yet, it was Yang Tingyue, the Minister of War, who stepped forward, holding the tablet and declaring, "Your Majesty, I have some knowledge of this matter. This individual is a descendant of the 9th monarch of Persia, Dariful. He ascended to the throne 5 years ago, quelling domestic rebellions, and subsequently annexed the neighboring nation of Sabo. Since then, he has grown excessively arrogant, crowning himself as the king of kings. Chen Xinghe lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne. A glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Proceed. Yang Tingyue's hand, holding the tablet, tightened slightly. Indeed, this articheer possesses notable capabilities. Not only has he quelled the prolonged internal strife, but he has also unified the various tribes of Persia. His nation's strength is now unmatched compared to the past. He inhaled deeply, his voice growing more solemn. In my humble opinion, the resurgent Persia poses a tangible threat to our northwest. I venture to suggest that we immediately bolster our troops in the northwestern frontier to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Chen Xinghe narrowed his eyes slightly. What audacity for Persia to provoke us at such a critical juncture. He contemplated where to direct the unparalleled blade of Bai Qi after restoring order. In the next moment, there were those eager to present themselves at his door. If these Persian barbarians seek death, let us oblige them. It is time for the world to witness what a true war of annihilation entails. Chapter 55. Inform that emperor that if he wishes to survive, he must exchange all of Persia for his life. Within the imperial court, the ministers observed the subtle smile upon the emperor's lips, and they felt a chill run down their spines. They were all too familiar with this expression. When the 82,000 rebel troops gathered, His Majesty bore the same demeanor. At that time, the entire court believed the emperor had lost his sanity, until reports arrived detailing Bai Qi's 2 decisive battles that annihilated 60,000 rebels and executed over 200,000. Is the Persian envoy still at the relay station? Chen Xinghe suddenly inquired. Yang Tingyue hastily replied, Your Majesty, the envoy is still awaiting an audience. Inform them, Chen Xinghe tapped the armrest of the dragon throne, that I have no interest in discussing territorial matters. The blood debts between our Wu dynasty and Persia remain unsettled. The soldiers who perished in the northwest, and the innocent lives lost, have yet to be avenged. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly frigid. And now they wish to take advantage of our turmoil? Cao Zhengchun, the chief of the Eastern Depot, immediately knelt and responded, Old servant is here. Transform those envoys into human piglets and send them back to that emperor. Chen Xinghe stated with a tone as indifferent as discussing the weather. Tell him that if he wishes to survive, he must exchange all of Persia for his life. 40 million citizens must all be preserved to serve as slaves for our Wu dynasty. The court was struck as if by lightning. Human piglets? Annihilation? 40 million slaves? Several elder ministers even doubted their own hearing. Though Persia originated from a nomadic lifestyle, after 5 centuries of development, it had evolved into a colossal empire straddling 2 continents, its strength universally acknowledged. Furthermore, it possessed numerous fortified cities. That articheer, bold enough to call himself King of Kings, obviously had his reasons for such confidence. But does His Majesty intend to pursue relentless conflict with such a formidable nation? Old servant obeys. Cao Zhengchun was about to bow to accept the command when suddenly, a white-haired elder emerged from the court. Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely unacceptable. The elder, holding a jade tablet, trembled as he spoke. The Persian Empire spans vast territories and boasts 1 million armored soldiers. Their cavalry is unrivaled in the western regions, and their warriors are countless. If we rashly embark on a distant expedition, our forces shall not only confront the perils of foreign warfare, but also bear the burden of safeguarding the 1,000-mile supply line. As he spoke, he deeply bowed his head. I, an old minister, dare to express my candid opinion. To engage in confrontation within their territory is not a wise course of action. The atmosphere in the court suddenly grew tense. No sooner had the elderly minister's words faded than another elder clad in purple robes hastily stepped forward, his jade tablet trembling slightly in the morning light. Your Majesty, the words of Minister Lu strike at the very heart of the matter. He bowed deeply, his forehead touching the cold golden bricks. Presently, the northern barbarian forces of Jinzhou have yet to retreat, and the surrounding Hu tribes lurk in watchful anticipation. Should we venture forth to Persia at this time, we risk being attacked from both flanks. Upon hearing this, the court officials prostrated themselves. We humbly beseech your Majesty to deliberate with great caution. Chen Xinghe chuckled softly, the sound reverberating clearly in the silent court. You gentlemen are overly apprehensive. Have you not heard of the strategy of sustaining war through warfare? Several civil officials exchanged glances. while a military leader stepped forward in realization. Your Majesty means to seize the enemy's provisions to sustain our troops. Precisely. Chen Xinghe's gaze was sharp as he spoke of acquiring Persia's supplies to bolster our mighty Iron Eagle army. At this, the elder who had previously spoken responded urgently, Your Majesty. While this strategy is indeed ingenious, history has shown that few have succeeded in such endeavors. Only an unparalleled commander can achieve this. However, as he reached this point, he suddenly fell silent, as if recalling something. Several ministers beside him swiftly grasped the implication. Bai Qi, that legendary general, who annihilated 600,000 allied troops with overwhelming force. Is he not the epitome of an unparalleled commander? Chen Xinghe spoke coldly. What? Do you gentlemen believe that General Bai Qi is unworthy of such a title? A few ministers broke into a cold sweat, mustering the courage to respond. Although General Bai commands with divine skill and valor, the fortifications of Persia are formidable, and their defenses are as strong as iron. Chen Xinghe raised his hand to halt their counsel, the dark dragon sleeves swirling with an undeniable authority. I am well aware of your concerns. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the assembled ministers, but I understand Bai Qi's capabilities better than you do. The various vassals within our domain will be subdued within 2 months. And as for the surrounding Hu tribes, he smirked, General Huatian will lead the campaign against them. Our mighty army of 1 million cannot be trifled with. At this juncture, Chen Xinghe suddenly narrowed his eyes with profound significance. Furthermore, how do you know that I possess no other hidden cards? Standing beside him, Lu Jin's eyes gleamed with insight. As he had anticipated, the emperor was unfathomable. Renowned figures like Yu Huatian, Cao Zhengchun, Bai Qi, and Huatian were merely pieces on the emperor's chessboard. Lu Jin bowed his head obediently, yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. With such far-reaching foresight, how many more world-altering strategies could the emperor possibly have? Regardless of Persia's strength, it remains but a plaything in the emperor's hands. The elder ministers exchanged glances, worry etched in their eyes. They could clearly see the young sovereign treading ever closer to the precipice of danger. To exhaust our troops on distant campaigns, to squander resources, to offend the noble families. Each of these is a harbinger of national ruin. One elderly minister hesitated to speak, ultimately releasing a long sigh. The new ruler, having ascended the throne for barely a year, was expected to accomplish what had eluded generations of his predecessors. This endeavor was fraught with peril. The atmosphere in the court grew exceedingly grave. Since there are no objections from the esteemed assembly, let it be decided thus. Chen Xinghe's expression remained indifferent as he surveyed the silent ministers and spoke. Once Bai Qi has quelled the internal strife, he shall immediately embark on a western expedition to trample Persia. With the dark dragon robes swirling, the emperor turned away, leaving the court officials standing in place, struck dumb with astonishment. Within the inn of the Honglu Temple, the Persian envoy Dawusi reclined against a soft couch, his fingertips tracing the intricate patterns of the Celadon teacup. Melodies of silk and bamboo wafted through the window, mingled with the shouts of vendors in the marketplace. He inhaled the fragrance of the Central Plains tea deeply. A glint of greed sparkled in his blue eyes, for it was indeed richer than that found within the royal palace. Beside him, the deputy envoy set down his teacup, a look of rapture gracing his face. My lord, the maiden from the drunken immortal pavilion yesterday. Dawusi gestured for silence, lowering his voice. Such a terrestrial paradise ought to be trampled by the iron steeds of my Persian warriors. He licked his lips, contemplating that if he could spend his days here, even perishing in such a gentle realm would be worthwhile. Several attendants nearby displayed expressions of yearning. One murmured, if only we could settle here and marry a maiden from the Central Plains. Dawusi chuckled softly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Once my Persian cavalry conquers the Central Plains, all these splendid adornments will belong to us. Chapter 56. The map of all nations within the inn. As the Persian delegation reveled in the aroma of tea, suddenly, an official from the Ministry of Rites strode in. You need not wait any longer, he said coldly, his voice slicing through the tranquility of the room like a knife. His Majesty is too occupied to meet with you barbarians. Dawusi's teacup crashed onto the table, splattering tea across his brocade robe. Outrageous. He sprang to his feet, fury igniting in his blue eyes. We, the Persian delegation, have traveled thousands of miles, and this is how you treat guests? The official from the Ministry of Rites let out a cold laugh, lightly brushing non-existent dust from his official attire. Guests? Do you presume to be worthy of such a title? He cast a sidelong glance at Dawusi, merely a group of savages coveting the territory of my great Wu. Upon hearing this, Dawusi's countenance darkened, his voice heavy with menace. What do you mean? Does your Wu dynasty truly wish to engage in war with my Persian Empire? The official stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent. War it shall be. My great Wu has never feared. Dawusi's face darkened further. Very well, then. If so, we have nothing more to discuss. Farewell. With that, he hastily signaled to his fellow Persians to depart. However, just as Dawusi and his companions were about to step through the door, a sudden sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the inn. Cao Zhengchun, accompanied by dozens of Eastern Depot guards, filed in, their embroidered spring blades gleaming coldly under the sunlight. He wore a polite and amiable smile, yet his gaze was as icy as winter. Oh dear, where are you all off to? Cao Zhengchun's shrill voice reverberated in the hall as his fingers lightly caressed the jade pendant at his waist. We have yet to properly entertain you all. Dawusi feigned composure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What do you intend to do? Cao Zhengchun abruptly retracted his smile, his gaze suddenly sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be in haste to depart. His Majesty has instructed that you take back a generous gift. With a wave of his hand, the guards swiftly surrounded the Persian envoy, threatening to sever their limbs and transform them into human piglets to be presented to your Emperor Ardashir as a token of greeting. Upon hearing this, the members of the envoy trembled, their earlier bravado evaporating into thin air. They could hardly fathom that the new emperor of the Wu dynasty would exhibit such merciless brutality, intending to slay them for the slightest provocation. Did he truly not fear inciting war between the two nations? Some fell to their knees, while others found their trousers dampened with fear. Within the inn, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Dawusi, trembling all over, suddenly screamed hysterically at a lean man beside him. Hassan, attack! The Persian warrior named Hassan sprang into action, drawing his curved dagger with a sharp sound, the blade unleashing a blinding, fierce aura. Wherever the blade passed, the floor tiles cracked, and the furniture was obliterated, splintered wood flying everywhere. Yet, how dare these mere barbarians act so brazenly before us? A sinister smile crept across Cao Zhengchun's face, his crimson robes swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind, his figure suddenly blurring. In an instant, a red shadow flashed, and he appeared above Hassan's head, channeling the power of the heavenly gang, his fingers curled like claws. And with a gentle probe, crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed clearly. Though Hassan maintained his stance of wielding the blade, his head had vanished without a trace. Blood gushed from the severed neck, staining the intricately carved window frames a shocking crimson. The remaining Persian envoys gasped in horror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Hassan was renowned for his crescent blade, a master of the highest caliber. How could a fifth-level master be defeated without even a single move? Their teeth chattered, faces pale as death. What manner of monster is this old man? Take him away. Cao Zhengchun nonchalantly tossed the head, still wide-eyed, aside and leisurely retrieved a silk handkerchief to wipe his hands, as if merely crushing an ant. Remember to soak it in fine spirits. This will be a national gift for the Persian king. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, several Persian envoys had rolled their eyes back and fainted completely. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden City, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the fragrant scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Chen Xinghe was engrossed in reviewing memorials with a vermilion brush when he suddenly heard a cautious knock at the door. Enter. The emperor's voice was steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. Lu Jin stepped in quickly, bowing deeply to report. Your Majesty, Hunyulang Lin Huan requests an audience. The brush paused momentarily, and Chen Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Hunyulang? This nearly forgotten title reminded him of over a decade ago when the late emperor had dispatched this man to traverse the nations and draft maps of the world. Announce him. As Lu Jin's sharp voice called out, the palace doors slowly opened. A weary middle-aged man stepped in steadily, though his face bore the marks of hardship. His posture remained erect as a pine. I, Lin Huan, pay my respects to your Majesty. Chen Xinghe leaned against the dragon chair, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the long-absent minister. Rise, my dear minister. Thank you, your Majesty, for your grace. As Lin Huan rose, the hints of foreign dust were faintly visible in his sleeves. I have heard, dear minister, that you have traversed the 4 seas and gathered knowledge from various continents over the past decade. Have you uncovered anything of significance? Lin Huan solemnly withdrew a scroll from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Your humble servant has visited over 30 nations across the 3 continents of East and West, traversing deserts and crossing oceans, fulfilling the late emperor's commission by creating the map of all nations. Chen Xinghe accepted the scroll, and as his fingertips brushed against the parchment, he felt the weight of countless journeys encapsulated within. Gently caressing the inked contours of the map, he spoke with intensity. Pray, elaborate on the global landscape for me. Dear Minister, Lin Huan adjusted his attire, his voice steady and resonant. As you wish. I first ventured to the Western territories, where the Gaoro Federation and the Persian Empire reigned supreme among the nations. The Gaoro, with millions of subjects, boasts a formidable navy that dominates the seas. Meanwhile, the Persian cavalry sweeps across the deserts, led by the ambitious new ruler, Ardashir. The remaining states, such as Alayan and Ingus, are but insignificant realms, hardly worth consideration. His fingers shifted northward, landing upon the vast northern territories. As for the northern lands, they are dominated by the Rus, whose expanse rivals that of the entire Central Plains. Their empress, Catherine I, at merely 23 years of age, has already demonstrated the prowess of a great sovereign, having recently vanquished 7 nations, including Milan and Terra, under her iron-fisted rule, with 50 million subjects in unwavering loyalty. Lin Huan paused, emphasizing, this woman wields military might with divine precision and excels in political strategy. Last winter, with merely 30,000 elite cavalry, she routed an army of 100,000 from Terra, instilling terror in the hearts of the northern kingdoms. Continuing eastward, Lin Huan's finger rested upon a cluster of islands beyond the eastern sea, pressing lightly. Moreover, Your Majesty, behold this minuscule realm of Sangbin, which serves as a grave warning. Though its territory spans but a few counties, it sustains millions. During my covert visit last year, I witnessed its streets bustling like anthills, with citizens jostling for space. Furrowing his brow, he continued, what is more concerning is the warlord Toyotomi Yoshihide, who has unified most of the vassal states through bloody means. Chen Xinghe's gaze sharpened as Lin Huan's finger emphatically struck the map. In recent years, his ninjas and ronin have frequently harassed our eastern and southern seas, and they are now poised at the borders of Goryeo. I have personally observed them training their navy in Nagasaki port, with nearly 1,000 warships prepared. At this juncture, Lin Huan let out a sudden cold laugh, sweeping his finger across the islands of the South Seas. As for these barbaric lands, they are merely inhabited by a horde of savage men. During my year-long travels, I found them still employing stone tools for farming, utterly inconsequential. The autumn wind rustled outside the hall, causing the map to flutter softly. Chen Xinghe's gaze lingered on the position of Sangbin, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. That insignificant island, merely the size of a fingernail on the map, now appeared alarmingly prominent. Chapter 57. Execute the traitor L. Chengdong by Ling Qi. Chen Xinghe fixated on the location of Sangbin on the map, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the dragon table. Indeed, this minuscule nation harbors insatiable ambitions, unaltered by its size in any corner of the world. This land would be best subdued under the command of Bai Qi. With his lethal prowess, after several fierce battles, it is likely that the kingdom of San will be left with few robust men. However, let us now discuss the Empress of Ras. He suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with intrigue. Lin Huan's spirit lifted as he solemnly replied, Your Majesty, this woman is called Yekaterina, the legitimate granddaughter of Peter the Great of the Ras Empire, who ascended to the throne 3 years ago and has already displayed the demeanor of a formidable ruler. He paused briefly, as if reminiscing. I once caught a distant glimpse of her in the capital of Ras. She indeed exudes an extraordinary presence, her beauty breathtaking, embodying both dragon and phoenix. Fascinating, Chen Xinghe remarked, a smile gracing his lips. What is most remarkable is her talent for governance. The Ras Empire was once in decline. Yet through her military reforms and administrative rectifications, within a mere 3 years, it has regained the splendor reminiscent of the era of Peter the Great. Lin Huan's expression grew grave. As it stands, her nation's strength now surpasses that of Persia. Last winter's military exhibition showcased the precision of her newly trained army, leaving envoys from various nations astounded. Outside, the autumn wind swept through, rustling fallen leaves against the window pane. Chen Xinghe gazed deeply, contemplating the intriguing figure of Yekaterina as he stared at the world map, momentarily lost in thought. "My minister, you have traversed mountains and waters for over a decade." The emperor suddenly spoke, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "I bestow upon you a residence with 3 courtyards in the capital and 1,000 taels of gold. You shall henceforth rest in your estate, and I shall summon you at my convenience." Lin Huan's eyes glistened with emotion as he solemnly knelt, exclaiming, "I humbly thank your majesty for your grace." As Lin Huan's footsteps faded, Lu Jin entered the hall, clutching a report on the war. "Your majesty, the traitor L. Qingdong from the Liao vassal has been escorted to the capital. Additionally, this is a report from General Huatian from the front lines." Chen Xinghe unfolded the report, the ink seemingly infused with the scent of blood. Huatian's handwriting was as sharp as a chisel. "I led light cavalry deep into northern Liao, having slaughtered 23 Jurchen tribes. Any resistance met with total annihilation. And I have constructed 12 military observation posts." His finger lingered over the words military observation posts, and Chen Xinghe envisioned the blood-soaked plains beyond the Great Wall. The report continued, "The old scoundrel Nuhar, furious, has gathered his forces thrice to encircle us, all of which I have repelled. He is now holed up within his city, surrounded by 80,000 remnants of his army. I request an additional 30,000 troops. I will surely breach the city and present the chieftain's head." Dipping his brush into the ink, Chen Xinghe fell into contemplation. The city was fortified and the Jurchen had a populace ready for war. Should Nuhar muster over 100,000 troops to defend the city, even Huatian's valor might struggle to breach its walls. Thinking this through, he set his brush down decisively, authorized the dispatch of 30,000 troops from the Zhili and Hunan provinces for support. As for the surrendered soldiers, any who stand taller than a wagon wheel shall be conscripted for labor in constructing the northwestern official road, while those below 10 years of age will be dealt with on the spot. As he closed the report, a sudden gale howled outside, causing the window panes to rattle. Chen Xinghe gazed northward and softly declared, "Inform Huatian that within 3 months, I expect Nuhar's head to be displayed above the gates of his city." Turning his voice cold, he added, "As for the traitor L. Qingdong, he shall be executed by slow slicing at noon tomorrow on Xuanwu Street. His 9 clans will witness the punishment as a warning to others." At this, Lu Jin bowed even lower, responding, "This old servant shall see to it immediately." In Luzhou, Jizhou City, when the news of Bai Qi's renewed military campaign reached the various vassal states, it sent tremors of dread through their hearts. In Longxi, King Qin hesitated. Yet King Jing of Xiangjiang could no longer withstand the mounting pressure and was the first to submit, witnessing the fall of the Lu fief. With King Jing's surrender and the brutal execution of L. Qingdong by slow slicing, the remaining feudal lords had no courage left to resist. Within a matter of days, numerous pleas for mercy fluttered towards the capital like snowflakes. These lords understood well that 3 of the 4 great feudal kings had been severely weakened by Bai Qi, while the Liao fief had been effortlessly eradicated by the imperial army. How could they, lesser lords with far less strength, possibly stand against the might of the imperial forces? Although power is desirable, one must also have the life to enjoy it. Should they stubbornly resist, they would likely meet the same fate as L. Qingdong. In a swift turn of events, various lords surrendered their military tokens and, accompanied by their families, traveled to the capital to seek forgiveness, desperately hoping to preserve their lives. When the reports of surrender from King Jing and the various feudal lords reached the imperial palace, Chen Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement. He kept his promise, refraining from excessive scrutiny, and instead placed all these lords and their families under soft confinement within the capital. At the foot of Tongwan, Bai Qi's army of over 200,000 loomed like a dark cloud, banners snapping in the wind. On the city walls, the Qin garrison commander, Wu Wei, clutched the battlements tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He observed the vanguard troops below, clad in fearsome ghostly masks, and his throat involuntarily constricted, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The general's deputy, Pang Chun, spoke with a quiver, his long sword trembling slightly in his grip. After all, it was the infamous butcher Bai Qi. Since his emergence, he had annihilated 600,000 troops in 2 battles and executed 220,000 surrendered soldiers. The name of the butcher resonated throughout the realm. Who would not tremble before such a deity of death? Wu Wei swallowed hard, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. Let us first hold our ground, if it truly comes to it. His gaze unconsciously darted towards the stables within the city. Below the walls, the imperial army's camp blazed with light. Before the central tent, Dozens of personal guards stood at the ready with their halberds, while the flickering candlelight cast an elongated shadow of Bai Qi against the tent fabric. Yu Huatian knelt on one knee, the clinking of his armor ringing out, reporting to the commander, Tongwan's garrison commander Wu Wei has stationed 50,000 troops. The granaries within the pass are well stocked, but the morale of the defenders. Bai Qi did not lift his head. His slender fingers traced the map slowly, eventually halting at the position of Chang'an. With a gentle tap of his fingertip, he declared, "Attack the city at the hour of Yin." His voice was calm as though discussing a trivial matter. Understood. Yu Huatian clasped his hands in salute, turning to glimpse the 45,000 elite soldiers prepared outside the tent. These were the survivors from the previous two battles, now united by a singular conviction: to slay the enemy and earn merit, thereby escaping their bonds of servitude and reclaiming their freedom. At the fourth watch, silence enveloped Tongwan, both inside and out. The defenders dozed on the walls, weapons in hand, oblivious to the creeping shadows advancing in the dark. Suddenly, the thunderous drums shattered the pre-dawn stillness. Countless torches ignited simultaneously, illuminating Tongwan as if it were daylight. 10,000 elite soldiers unleashed a deafening battle cry, surging towards the city walls like a relentless tide, carrying ladders in their wake. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The defenders scrambled to respond. Arrows poured down like a torrential rain, striking the shields with a cacophony of rhythmic thuds. Logs and stones plummeted from the battlements, crushing several valiant soldiers into a gruesome mess. Yet, this could not deter the relentless advance of the subsequent troops. Surrounded by his loyal guards, Wu Wei ascended the city tower, only to be confronted by a sight that made his pupils constrict in horror. The walls had transformed into a veritable hellscape, with corpses heaped like mountains, severed limbs and mangled bodies soaking in a viscous pool of blood. Scalding blood coursed through the crevices of the bricks, etching glaring crimson gorges upon the slate-gray stone surface. "Hold the line. Slay those who retreat," he bellowed, drawing his sword to cleave through a soldier who had scaled the parapet, blood splattering across his iron armor. Below the walls of Tongwan, Bai Qi raised his gaze indifferently. His eyes, as cold as a millennium of ice, caused the very atmosphere of the battlefield to plummet in temperature with a single glance. "Bow." Just that one word sent shivers through the soldiers beside him, who immediately knelt and presented a massive, pitch-black feathered bow. This bow, forged from dark iron and strung with dragon tendons, weighed over 1,000 pounds, impervious to any but the mightiest of warriors. Yet, with a single hand, Bai Qi grasped the bow, and in an instant, his fingers tightened on the string. Twang! The bowstring vibrated, resonating like the roar of a dragon. The air within 100-foot radius warped abruptly, an intangible aura of murderous intent sweeping across the battlefield like a tempest, causing even the arrows in flight to momentarily freeze in midair. Boom! The arrow was released, akin to divine retribution descending upon the earth. A streak of darkness tore through the sky, creating shockwaves that carved a visible vacuum in the air. Wu Wei hardly had time to blink. Thud! In the moment the terrifying arrow light touched him, his body erupted into a catastrophic explosion. It was not merely pierced or torn apart, but utterly obliterated. Flesh, bone, and armor transformed into a cloud of crimson mist, blooming like a blood-red flower upon the battlements. The general? Vice General Pang Chun collapsed in terror, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Reaching out, he could grasp only a handful of viscous blood rain. With a single arrow, Bai Qi had astonished even the deities. The general is gone. On the city tower, someone let out a frantic howl of despair. Fear spread like a plague, shattering the resolve of the defenders, who cast aside their helmets and armor in panic. Countless valiant soldiers were overwhelmed like a tide, engulfing the walls. Under the might of Bai Qi's arrow, the entire fortress crumbled to dust. The blood-red remnants of the sun bathed the tower, coating Bai Qi's dark armor in a layer of scarlet. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing towards the direction of Chang'an, his eyes glinting with a cold, lethal edge. "Commander!" Yu Huatian knelt on one knee, the clash of iron against the blue bricks producing a dull resonance. "In this campaign, we have captured 30,000 enemies. Please, Commander, give your orders." The northern winds surged, swirling the smoke across the battlements. Bai Qi's dark cloak billowed ominously, its sound colder than the biting wind. "Construct the Jingguan." These 3 words weighed heavily. Like 1,000 pounds. Yu Huatian swallowed hard, cold sweat beating down his spine beneath his armor. He should have anticipated this, since the battles of Jiyez and Linqing. This god of slaughter had mercilessly decimated over 200,000 surrendered soldiers, never once showing compassion to those who dared to resist. I shall obey. As he clasped his fists in acknowledgement, he caught sight of the mountain of corpses below the walls. Those surrendered soldiers would soon become part of that grim tally, their bones serving as a stark warning to the world. Those who dare to resist will surely drown in rivers of blood. As twilight deepens, the silhouette of Bai Qi casts a long shadow against the setting sun. In the distance, the outline of Chang'an's city begins to emerge, destined to become the next inferno. Chapter 58. Inform the king of Shu that if he wishes to survive, he must exchange the entire Shu mountain sword sect for his life. In Chang'an, within the Qin royal palace, the night wind wails. The Qin king slumps upon his throne, the battle reports in his hand crumpled into useless parchment. How could Tongwan have fallen in just a day? His voice rasps, devoid of vitality, his eyes sunken, beard unkempt, a far cry from the formidable warlord he once was. He was meant to be the true dragon of this chaotic era. Just 2 months prior, he had dreamt of ruling the world. 100,000 iron cavalry sweeping across the central plains, civil and military officials prostrating at his feet. The 9 tripods of power returning to his lineage. Yet now, an unexpected Bai Qi has shattered all his dreams. Report. The king of Jing has surrendered and been granted the title of Marquis of Tranquility, along with a residence in the capital. Report. Bai Qi has mercilessly executed 30,000 surrendered soldiers and constructed a capital observation post at Tongwan. Each battle report strikes like a dagger deep into his heart. Ha ha. He suddenly erupts into a frenzied laugh. Yet within that laughter lies a profound sorrow and regret. He could have surrendered with dignity like the king of Jing. He could have preserved his life and lived in luxury. But he was blinded by ambition. Where are the Chang envoys? He grasps his guard tightly, his voice hoarse. Returning to the king, the envoy reports that the Chang king intends to pay homage to the emperor. What of the city's defenders? Only 300 old and weak remain. The Qin king stumbles back, knocking over an oil lamp. The spilled oil casts a ghastly reflection of his contorted visage. How ironic. When the king of Jing surrendered, he hesitated and vacillated. And now, the king of Jing enjoys tea and flowers in the capital, while he... Boom. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of battle drums reverberates in the distance. Moments later, hysterical screams erupt outside the palace. Bai Qi has arrived. The butcher has come. The Qin king trembles violently, gazing outside. Beneath the blood-red sunset, black banners obscure the sky. Underneath the grand white-lettered banner, Bai Qi gazes coldly. Regret for allowing greed to cloud his judgment and defy the court. He slowly draws his sword, the cold gleam reflecting the murky tears at the corners of his eyes. Alas, the realization comes too late. In a flash, the blade kisses his neck. The sound of flesh tearing is particularly jarring in the silence of the palace. The Qin king collapses like decayed wood, crimson blood winding across the jade-green tiles, mirroring the blood-red sunset above. Bai Qi, clad in dark armor, gazes down at the twitching corpse. Drops of blood fall from the sword's tip, marking the rhythm of death in the stillness. Commander, his personal guard approaches, their iron boots shattering shards of glass underfoot. The 28 members of the Qin royal family are already detained in the side hall, awaiting transport to the capital. Bai Qi interrupts the report, raising a hand to wipe the blood from his armor. Order the 3 armies to rest. He suddenly turns, his cloak brushing against the unclosed eyes of the Qin king. In 3 days, the army shall march to Bashu. As the last word falls, a thunderous explosion resonates outside the hall. Bai Qi stands resolutely with his sword, his silhouette illuminated by lightning against the palace wall, resembling a reaper of souls. Go tell the king of Shu. He gazes towards the rolling storm clouds in the southwest, his voice colder than the blade. If you wish to retain your corpse intact, welcome us by kneeling at the city gates. Tianjing, the Forbidden City. Within the royal hall, the battle reports cast a shadow over the imperial desk. Chen Xinghe's fingertips lightly tapped the final words of the Qin king, his expression devoid of emotion. The cinnabar in the inkstone rippled slightly in accordance with his austere visage, accentuating the dragon motif between his brows, which appeared ever more sinister. The Jing king proved to be a sagacious man. He picked up the map of Shu, tracing the treacherous peaks of Jianmen Pass with his fingertip. Alas, The Shu king remained ensnared in dreams of the impregnable Jian pavilion. Lu Jin, standing beside him, suddenly shivered. Although the emperor's demeanor at that moment was inscrutable, it sent a chill down his spine. Draft the edict. Chen Xinghe's voice suddenly resonated, instructing the Shu king that to preserve his life, he must offer the heads of the entire Shu mountain sword sect in exchange for his own. Chapter 59. The Fifth Summoning of the Unparalleled Sage. Zhuge Liang in the majestic city of Batana, within the opulent palace of the Persian Empire. Ardashir fixed his gaze intently upon several specially crafted glass vials before him. Inside those vials were the remains of his foreign minister Daos and others, whom he had dispatched to negotiate the redefinition of borders with the martial dynasty. However, at this moment, those once vibrant envoys had been reduced to grotesque forms, their limbs severed and transformed into human monstrosities. What on earth transpired? Ardashir's face contorted with rage, the gem-studded armrests of his throne creaking under his grip. Who could enlighten me as to why my envoys have met such a fate? The hall fell into a profound silence. The Persian courtiers bowed their heads, too fearful to speak. Just then, a pallid Persian man trembled as he stepped forward from the ranks, the sole survivor of the envoy. "Your Majesty," he stammered. "This was decreed by the emperor of the martial dynasty. They not only refused to meet with our envoy, but also—" "What else?" Ardashir bellowed. The attendant swallowed hard. "If your Majesty desires to live, you must offer the 40 million subjects of the Persian Empire as slaves in exchange." A wave of shock swept through the hall. Ardashir, engulfed in fury, laughed maniacally, smashing his golden goblet against a column inlaid with malachite, the exquisite nectar trickling along the gilded patterns. With a swift motion, he drew the curved dagger from his waist, its blade glinting ominously in the light of the palace's jewels. What audacity from the martial dynasty! How dare they humiliate the Persian Empire? He gritted his teeth, his voice grinding like gravel. "Proclaim my decree. Immediately mobilize 400,000 troops. Your Majesty, please hold." A voice, raspy like dry wood scraping against itself, suddenly interjected. An elder, clad in a dark golden robe adorned with celestial motifs, stepped forward, grasping a pitch-black bone staff, its tip embedded with a vivid crimson gemstone that radiated an eerie glow. With each step he took, the candles in the hall flickered in response. This was none other than the current high priest of the Persian fire worship sect, a master of formidable prowess. Suppressing his fury, Ardashir inquired, "What insight do you possess?" "High priest." The high priest's hollow eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light, his bony fingers caressing the staff gently. "Your Majesty, do you recall 3 years ago when I spoke on the stargazing platform about the severance of the martial dynasty's dragon vein?" At these words, the Persian emperor's grip on his dagger faltered slightly, the fire of his anger dimming. "Are you suggesting that my forebear sacrificed decades of his life to glean the secrets of heaven?" The voice of the national master was husky, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. 3 centuries prior, the internal strife among the vassal states of the Wu dynasty had severed its auspicious dragon vein. Consequently, over the years, the imperial family had withered, and the formidable warriors had faded into obscurity, to the extent that even the most esteemed grandmasters of the age shunned allegiance to the Wu imperial house, wary of its entanglements. Now, as turmoil erupted within the Wu dynasty, just as he finished speaking, a surviving envoy suddenly prostrated himself upon the ground, trembling. "Your Majesty, pardon my impertinence, but on my journey home, I heard that the internal conflicts of the Wu dynasty are soon to be quelled. A general named Bai Qi has eradicated the insurrectionists within 2 months." Absurd. The national master's staff abruptly cracked, a thin fissure appearing, and the resplendent ruby at its tip flared brilliantly. The dragon vein of the Wu imperial house had been severed, entering its twilight. How could it be resurrected? Yet, Ardashir suddenly erupted in laughter, the sound reverberating through the hall, causing the candle flames to flicker. "Excellent. A worthy opponent in Bai Qi." He pivoted sharply towards the national master, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. "In that case, Your Majesty, I urge you to deliberate carefully." The national master hastily interjected, his staff striking the ground heavily. "This matter is peculiar. Allow this old man to return to the holy sect and consult the elder. I shall also dispatch my 4 envoys of the underworld to the Wu dynasty for further investigation." His sinister gaze swept across the assembled ministers. To know oneself and one's adversary is paramount. After a prolonged silence, Ardashir finally sheathed his curved blade with deliberation. He descended the steps, his voice low. 1 month. This emperor grants the national master but 1 month. As he turned, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Should the Wu dynasty indeed be feeble, I shall personally lead my cavalry, ensuring that the Wu emperor comprehends the true meaning of being the king of kings. In Tianjin City, a faint light streaked across the sky, heralding the dawn's arrival. Within the Forbidden City, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the candles burned brightly. Sitting upon the dragon bed, Chen Xinghe, who had cultivated through the night, slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. Ding! The monthly random summoning count has been refreshed. Would the host like to proceed? The familiar system prompt echoed suddenly in Chen Xinghe's mind. A slight smile graced his lips as he silently thought. Use. Ding! The system is initiating the random summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the unparalleled sage, Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge Liang, hailing from the Three Kingdoms period of Huaxia, styled Kongming, known as the Sleeping Dragon. He is celebrated as a paragon of wisdom, revered as a sage of intelligence. A rare polymath in the annals of Huaxia civilization, he possessed military strategy, political acumen, technological innovation, and literary prowess. His loyalty spanned the sun and moon, his intellect approached the divine, and he mastered the art of mystical tactics. Delving deeply into the secrets of the I Ching, his Longzhong plan crafted the grand strategy for Liu Bei to divide the realms, establishing the foundation of the Shu Han. Subsequently venerated as a classic in Huaxia's legacy. Cultivation, Grandmaster Level 6 Technique, Heavenly Mechanism Insight Technique Analysis. The Heavenly Mechanism Insight allows one to deduce celestial patterns and the laws of nature, enhancing one's cultivation. Martial Skills, Reverse Yin-Yang, enables insight into celestial patterns, reversing causality. Requiring a slight consumption of lifespan. An 8 formation diagram, a supreme formation that employs mystical tactics to arrange a flawless 8 trigrams array, applicable in military formations as well. The 7-star lamp, capable of contending with the heavens for longevity and forcibly extending life. The 6-ding divine fire technique, a martial skill that allows one to summon the 6-ding divine fire with a mere flick of the fingers, wielded with the grace of a feather fan and silk cap. As for the divine powers, they remain dormant, awaiting the unlocking that comes after 100 iterations of celestial calculations. Chen Xinghe gazed intently at the system panel that manifested before him, his eyes slowly wandering over the lines of resplendent text, a ripple of emotion stirring in the depths of his gaze. This panel exceeds expectations, he murmured softly, a slight smile gracing his lips, his profound eyes glimmering with undeniable astonishment. The illustrious Zhuge Liang, the unparalleled sage of antiquity, had descended into this world in such a manner. Not only had he reached the pinnacle of cultivation, but he also possessed the ability to decipher the mysteries of heaven, to reverse the forces of yin and yang, and with a mere snap of his fingers, unleash the 6-ding divine fire to incinerate his foes. Chen Xinghe gradually closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze had deepened, akin to an abyss. It appeared that this world was far from the zenith of his aspirations. Currently, the realm's insurrections were on the verge of being quelled, Bai Qi sweeping across the lands, and the territory of the martial dynasty was poised for reunification. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His sight was directed towards horizons even more distant. The martial world, the reformation of the court, the aristocratic families monopolizing the land, while the children of humble origins struggled for recognition, the sects of the martial world clinging to their secrets, treating martial arts as forbidden treasures, leaving the common folk without even the right to touch them. In such a realm, how could one speak of a society where all are dragons? The aristocracy must be restrained, and the common people uplifted. All martial arts should be nationalized. Chen Xinghe's gaze turned icy, his resolve firm. He intended to nationalize all lands within the martial dynasty and redistribute them. He sought to establish martial arts institutions, selling martial teachings at a low price, ensuring that all citizens had the opportunity to practice martial arts, allowing everyone to embark on the path of martial cultivation. As for those obstinate sects, if they were willing to submit, a glimmer of hope might remain. If they dared to obstruct him, they would be uprooted entirely. Zhuge Liang, Chen Xinghe whispered, his eyes gleaming with determination. I require a peerless patriot such as you to assist me in transforming this world. The next volumes will delve into the martial world and the conquest of the realm. Once these are completed, we shall ascend to a realm of profound martial fantasy. Chapter 60. I wish to appoint the esteemed Zhuge Liang as the prime minister to oversee the affairs of the court. As the sun rose, the morning bell tolled 9 times. The deep, resonant chime penetrated the crisp autumn air, echoing above the forbidden city. The frost and dew had yet to dissipate, and a thin veil of mist clung to the white marble steps before the hall of supreme harmony. The civil officials, tightly wrapped in their formal robes, moved with trepidation, while the military officials strode with an invigorated spirit, a testament to the disparity in martial prowess. Within the hall of supreme harmony, resplendent with gold and jade, the opulence crafted by Emperor Wu 3 centuries prior, adorned with South Sea pearls and Kunlun jade, rendered this hall akin to a celestial palace. In those days, public discontent had surged, and local warlords seized the opportunity to rebel, nearly toppling the state. Now, the lavish decor seemed to silently mock that absurd epoch. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the foremost figure of the civil officials, clad in a pristine white crane cloak, donning a silk cap and holding a feather fan. He stood serenely. The morning light filtered through the intricately carved windows, casting a soft golden hue upon his slender form. He stood there quietly, rendering the noble officials draped in purple robes and adorned with jade belts behind him as mere caricatures of clay and wood. Who is this individual? That he occupies the foremost rank among the civil officials? I have just observed that it was the esteemed eunuch Lu, in charge of the imperial seal, who personally guided the way. Alas, Your Majesty's recent actions have become increasingly enigmatic, and whispers of intrigue have begun to circulate within the hall. The chief minister Wei Tingyu squinted his dim eyes, suddenly feeling a constriction in his throat, as he lightly waved his feather fan. He envisioned the mighty Yangtze River surging forth and the stars revolving in the cosmos. This demeanor of strategizing from the shadows and achieving victory from afar was something he had only felt while gazing upon the portrait of the founding emperor. The emperor has arrived. The sharp intonation of the ceremonial greeting pierced the whispers. The ministers were as if gripped by an unseen hand around their throats, and silence enveloped the space. Upon the gilded imperial path, the emperor's dark dragon boots traversed the 9 steps adorned with entwined dragons, his 12 zhang-patterned robes sweeping across the vermilion dais, and the countenance beneath the 12-feathered crown emanated an authority that was fierce yet composed. Long live our emperor! Long live! Long, long live! Amidst the fervent cries, Chen Xinghe unfurled his grand sleeves and took his seat upon the dragon throne. His fingers clasped the dragon-headed armrest crafted from golden silk nanmu, producing a faint creaking sound. All ministers, be at ease. Once the officials returned to their positions, Chen Xinghe raised his hand to halt Lu Jin, who was about to bow in deference. The gaze of the young sovereign, sharp as a drawn sword, fixed upon the foremost ranks of the civil officials. Today, I present to you a remarkable talent. The figure, fanning himself lightly, turned and bowed. At this motion, the entire assembly of nobles involuntarily took a half-step back. Zhuge Kongming, known as Master of the Sleeping Dragon. Each word from Chen Xinghe resonated with authority. I wish to appoint him as Prime Minister, to oversee state affairs and implement reform. Before his words had faded, a chorus of gasps echoed through the hall. Chen Xinghe lightly tapped the dragon throne with his fingers, his gaze drifting over the gathered ministers, and slowly inquired, "Do any of you have objections? Your Majesty." This old minister dares to offer counsel. A robust voice suddenly shattered the silence of the court as Left Minister Lu Jiwen, holding an ivory tablet, stepped forward. The newly appointed elder statesman had graying hair, yet stood tall, his purple robe and jade belt quivering slightly in the morning light. This man possessed neither the accolades of the imperial examinations nor the reputation of a sage ruler. Lu Jiwen pointed the tablet directly at Zhuge Liang, his voice resonating like the clash of gold and iron. "How can your Majesty assert his talent? I have perused countless texts and have never encountered the name Sleeping Dragon. If he," his throat tightened as he suddenly kneeled, "if he is but a charlatan seeking to deceive the world, taking advantage to disrupt the court's stability. How can the 8th century foundation of our Wu dynasty withstand such peril?" Before his words had fully settled, Elder Wu also stepped forward. His hands trembled slightly, the pouch at his waist rattling. "Your Majesty, please bear witness. The position of Prime Minister originated from the previous Xia dynasty. Over 800 years ago, it was precisely because that Prime Minister conspired with the sorceress that the entire Xia dynasty fell into ruin. And it was the great Emperor Gao who abolished this position to prevent power-hungry officials from endangering the nation. Now, Your Majesty desires to reinstate this role, and yet, to entrust it to. Elder Wu glanced towards the figure with the feather fan, his throat constricting as a hoarse laugh escaped. A mere commoner? This old minister cannot rest in peace. Suddenly, the candlelight in the hall dimmed. Zhuge Liang, fanning himself lightly, revealed the subtle glow of his hexagram jade pendant at his waist. He stepped forward and, amidst the astonished gazes of the two elder statesmen, gracefully picked up the fallen tablet of Lu Jiwen. Sir Lu's words evoke a certain historical anecdote. He returned the ceremonial tablet with both hands, the sound resonating like jade striking against jade. 8 centuries ago, during the reign of the Summer Ling Emperor, similar words were uttered. At that time, the Summer Ge Emperor had yet to ascend the throne, and the great dynasty still flourished amidst the gentle sway of feather fans. In the hall, the candlelight flickered, undisturbed by the wind, casting ever-changing shadows upon the azure bricks. These shadows gradually coalesced into a vision of an ancient court. A minister clad in purple robes was passionately articulating his thoughts. The Grand Inspector of that era likewise counseled the Ling Emperor to abolish the position of the Chancellor, advocating for a division of power among the 3 ministers to maintain checks and balances. Zhuge Liang lightly tapped his fingertips, and the scene within the shadows abruptly transformed, revealing the turmoil at the twilight of the Xia dynasty. What was the outcome? Under the division of power among the 3 ministers, the 6 ministers governed independently, inadvertently providing opportunities for treacherous individuals to thrive. He suddenly turned, his feather fan pointing directly at the towering 9 cauldrons outside the hall. Do you know, my lord, that it was precisely the officials of the 6 ministries who, under the guise of dividing power among the 3 ministers, evaded their responsibilities and led to the destruction of the Xia dynasty's dragon veins? The hexagram jade pendant unexpectedly emitted a ghostly glow, projecting 2 starkly contrasting images into the air. On the left, the scene of the founding of the Xia dynasty, where the Chancellor Wen Shanggong assisted the wise ruler in establishing a golden age. On the right, the chaotic infighting among the 3 ministers at the dynasty's end. What fault lies with the official ranks? Zhuge Liang's voice rose suddenly. The crux of the matter was. He paused, and the 2 images collided with a resounding clash, transforming into shimmering starlight that dissipated. Seated upon the dragon throne was either a sage king or a foolish ruler, beguiled by beauty, favoring the treacherous while neglecting the virtuous. The starlight reformed, revealing the image of the Summer Ge Emperor, lost in indulgence and entrusting power to a seductive enchantress and duplicitous advisors. As the final word fell, a sudden, crisp sound of jade shattering echoed through the hall. It turned out that Lu Jiwen's jade pendant had shattered on its own. The old Grand Inspector's complexion turned ashen, staggering back several steps until he was steadied by the pillar behind him. Zhuge Liang, however, had already turned to the throne, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, please discern. Back then, the Chancellor was able to assist the founder of the Xia dynasty in establishing a 4th-century golden age. Today, he slowly straightened, his gaze sweeping across the assembled officials. I am willing to stake my life on this, if within 3 years, the Wu dynasty cannot restore the glory of the 9 cauldrons. I shall willingly accept the punishment of being torn apart by 5 horses. Within the Golden One Hall, time seemed to stand still. Chen Xinghe leaned against the dragon-patterned throne, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the gilded armrest. His attention was entirely captured by the hexagram pendant at Zhuge Liang's waist, which was currently radiating an ethereal blue aura. The images from 8 centuries past flowing like water throughout the hall. Within the luminous curtain, the dragon robe patterns of the Summer Ling Emperor were distinctly visible. Amused, Chen Xinghe's lips curled slightly. This was far more sophisticated than the tricks played by the old Taoists of the Astronomical Bureau. He observed that the hexagram symbols on the surface of the jade pendant were not static, but rather continuously reconfigured in tandem with the shifting images, vaguely forming some arcane formation. This truly is a marvelous treasure. The officials present were equally dumbfounded. This grand display of imagery had thoroughly revealed Zhuge Liang's miraculous prowess, leaving them utterly astonished. Chapter 61. I have the intention to reclaim all lands for the state. Do my ministers have any objections? In the Golden One Hall, silence reigned supreme. Zhuge Liang's earlier eloquent discourse, bolstered by the images from the hexagram jade pendant, had already left the entire assembly of civil and military officials trembling in awe. At this moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, with only the heavy breaths of a few elderly ministers faintly audible. Suddenly, Chen Xinghe rose abruptly from the dragon throne, his dark dragon robe lightly swaying in the morning light. He seized the golden seal from the imperial desk and personally approached Zhuge Liang. From this day forth, I appoint Zhuge Kongming as the prime minister of the Wu dynasty to oversee the administration of the state. The cabinet and the 6 ministries must cooperate fully. Your servant accepts the decree, Zhuge Liang replied, accepting the golden seal with both hands and bowing deeply. Instead of immediately returning to his throne, Chen Xinghe stood at the edge of the vermilion terrace, his gaze sweeping over every minister in the hall. Slowly, he withdrew a scroll from his sleeve, densely inscribed with the acreage of various provinces. There is one more matter. The emperor's voice suddenly turned cold. I intend to nationalize all land across the realm and redistribute it to the common folk of each province for cultivation. A 10-year lease will be established, with a 30% rent collected, after which the land rights shall belong to the cultivators. As soon as his words fell, the deputy minister of revenue, Li Wenhuan, abruptly stepped forward, his official cap slightly askew. Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable. 70% of the land is in the hands of the aristocracy. If we forcibly reclaim it, will we not be inciting rebellion? Then let them perish, Chen Xinghe replied softly, yet his words caused the temperature in the hall to plummet. He walked slowly towards Li Wenhuan, each step echoing in the hearts of the ministers. I desire to ensure that the citizens of the Wu dynasty are well-fed and possess the strength to pursue martial arts. The emperor halted before Li Wenhuan and adjusted his official cap, stating, if the aristocracy obstructs for their own gain. He suddenly tightened his grip, and with a sharp crack, the cap split apart. I do not mind having the eastern and western factories work a little harder. As he released his hand, the shattered cap fell to the ground with a crisp sound, for such matters of confiscation and annihilation were indeed their forte. The faces of several officials from noble families turned ashen. Zhuge Liang stepped forward at an opportune moment. Your Majesty, may I first discuss the details with the various ministries? Chen Xinghe nodded and turned away, his dragon robe stirring a gentle breeze. Prime Minister Zhuge and the 6 ministries shall establish regulations and dispatch officials to investigate the lands of the realm. 3 months, I grant only 3 months. He returned to his throne, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. Either the aristocracy voluntarily surrenders their land deeds, or let the blood of the noble families flow like rivers across the realm. An icy chill descended upon the court. All civil and military officials felt a shiver run down their spines. Those from noble families turned pale, their fingers digging into their palms beneath their robes. They were engulfed in a tumult of fear and indignation, yet lacked the courage to meet the emperor's gaze. Despot, several officials from noble families silently cursed. Yet, they were suddenly reminded of the grim aftermath in the province of Hunan. After the purge, the Luo River ran red for 3 days. Their legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the floor. The morning court session concluded in an atmosphere of repression. Within the imperial hall, the fragrance of sandalwood incense wafted through the air. Chen Xinghe leaned against the coiled dragon throne, idly toying with a black jade chess piece. Before the imperial desk, Zhuge Liang stood like a steadfast pine, his robes billowing as if a gentle breeze flowed through. With my loyal ministers by my side, I can finally devote myself to my cultivation. Chen Xinghe placed a piece on the board with a crisp sound, envisioning the Iron Eagle army of Bai Qi, the light cavalry of Huatian, and the steadfast guards of the eastern and western factories as unwavering support for his endeavors. Fear not, this realm shall not falter. Zhuge Liang bowed deeply, his feather fan tracing an arc before his chest. I am but a soul of the past, summoned by your Majesty to live once more. How could I not devote myself wholeheartedly? As he lifted his gaze, there seemed to be sparks of stars dancing in his eyes, given time. He would ensure that in the great Wu dynasty, all would have fields to cultivate and martial arts to pursue, truly realizing a world where everyone is as formidable as a dragon. Chen Xinghe interjected, a playful smile gracing his lips. He suddenly disrupted the chessboard, the black and white pieces clattering in disarray. Just as you, my dear minister, once aided Lu Huangshu, who possessed not an inch of land, in becoming the sovereign of a divided realm. Outside the hall, the autumn wind swirled up fallen leaves, one withered leaf drifting inside, landing precisely on Zhuge Liang's unfurled fan. Speaking of your esteemed memorial, the memorial on the expedition, it has been recited by scholars for a millennium. He abruptly rose, his dark dragon robes stirring a gentle breeze, sweeping the scattered pieces aside. Thus, henceforth, I grant you a realm broader than Shuhan. Zhuge Liang's hand, holding the fan, paused slightly, a few dried leaves crumbling silently. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse the autumn scenery of Wuzhong plains once more. Chen Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing. I wish to ensure that the unfulfilled ambitions of valiant souls find completion in the future. The sound of the imperial guards' changing shifts echoed from outside, their long halberds glinting coldly in the morning sun. Chen Xinghe's lips curved slightly, as if he could already envision an unprecedented era of prosperity. The hall fell into silence. Chen Xinghe's slender fingers caressed the dragon table, and suddenly he broke into a smile. Very well, we shall have ample time for idle chatter later. I have heard that you are well versed in the art of celestial divination, capable of discerning the affairs of the world through your calculations. He leaned forward slightly, the golden dragon patterns on his dark robe shimmering in the sunlight. I am curious, how many grandmasters are concealed within the martial world of this realm? Might you perform a divination for me? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang adjusted his attire, gently placing his fan upon the table, and respectfully replied, I shall perform a divination for your majesty at once. No sooner had he spoken than he closed his eyes in concentration. A faint luminescence gradually enveloped him, the 8-trigram jade pendant at his waist moving without wind, slowly rotating upon his white crane cloak. The sandalwood incense in the hall coalesced into wisps of smoke, intertwining around him to form intricate patterns, hinting at the movements of the stars. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, Zhuge Liang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting a galaxy in reverse. I report to your majesty. Excluding the talents summoned by your secret methods, there are a total of 12 grandmasters in the world today. Within the boundaries of our Wu dynasty, there are 3. The other great powers, such as Ross, Northern Barbarians, Persia, and Sangben, each have grandmasters in residence. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chen Xinghe's eyes, his fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on the dragon table. Oh, our Wu dynasty conceals 3 grandmasters? He suddenly let out a cold laugh. Then why has no one come to pledge allegiance to me thus far? Zhuge Liang calmly picked up the fan from the table, gently waving it. Your majesty, consider this. Before your ascension, the dragon vein and fortune of the Wu dynasty had been severed for nearly a century. How would those at the pinnacle of martial arts willingly bind themselves to a crumbling dynasty? Not to mention coming voluntarily, even when summoned by your majesty. They must weigh the risks of karmic backlash. He suddenly rose, the feather fan tracing an enigmatic arc in the air. After all, before his majesty's ascension, the Wu dynasty was already teetering on the brink of collapse, its demise imminent. He turned to face the dragon throne, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. It was this extraordinary sovereign who, through sheer will, had revitalized the imperial lineage and rekindled the nation's fortunes. At this juncture, Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, a glint of cold determination emerging in his gaze. Those esteemed masters, should they recognize the tides of fate, ought to bow in submission. To defy the celestial authority would surely lead to their own undoing. This segment finally elucidates why the royal family lacked great masters. Indeed, I had originally drafted the outline in this manner, though some readers may not comprehend it, yet that is of little consequence. Should anyone have preferences for characters, feel free to voice them. A grander stage awaits ahead. Chapter 62. The Decision of the King of Shu. In the Shu Prefecture, within the city of Bajong, urgent battle reports arrived at the royal residence like snowflakes, each missive striking the heart of the King of Shu like a heavy hammer. When the news of the fall of Tongguan and the capture of Chang'an reached him, this once spirited vassal prince found himself pale and slumped upon the throne. The impregnable Tongguan had not withstood even a day's siege. His trembling fingers caressed the reports. Outside, the autumn wind wailed, swirling with dried leaves that battered against the window panes, as if the iron hooves of Bai Qi's army were already upon them. In the council chamber of the royal residence, the civil and military officials of Shu stood divided on either side. The faces of the scholars were ashen, slick with cold sweat, while the armors of the generals glimmered with a chilling light under the flickering candle flames. All present held their breath, poised for the final decision. The hoarse voice of the king of Shu shattered the oppressive silence. Bai Qi's forces have arrived at the outskirts of Jianmen Pass. What course should I take? Among the civil officials, the chief historian Zhou Mingde staggered forth, his official robes soaked through with perspiration. My lord, now that all the feudal lords are annihilated and the court's military might is surging, can Jianmen, despite its peril, withstand the onslaught of that reaper who breached Tongguan in a single day? He bowed heavily, blood oozing from his forehead. I implore your majesty to surrender and accept their terms. Absurd. Chen Xinghe, representing the noble families, interrupted sharply, his jade pendant clinking with agitation. For hundreds of years, the Shu royal lineage has governed this land. How could we relinquish it so easily? The perilous Jianmen Pass, well stocked with provisions, requires only to hold steadfast and await change. Await change? Zhou Mingde suddenly laughed bitterly, pointing towards the outside. Where is the navy of the Prince of Jing? Where are the iron cavalry of the Qin king? When Bai Qi executed 22,000 surrendered soldiers, did he ever hesitate? He turned to the king of Shu, his voice breaking. My lord, should you surrender, you may yet preserve your life. If you insist on resistance, I fear the rivers of Shu will run red with blood. An uproar immediately ensued in the chamber. The weary gaze of the king of Shu shifted to the ranks of generals. Do any of you have confidence in holding Jianmen? The only response was the sound of clashing armor. The commanders of Shu's elite forces had all lowered their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Even the most valiant General Zhang Li discreetly concealed his sword behind him. To pit them against Bai Qi? That butcher? What folly! After a moment of silence, the king of Shu suddenly let out a hoarse, sorrowful laugh. He slowly raised his bloodshot eyes. The only course left is to petition the court for surrender. He trembled as he pulled a scroll of silk from his sleeve, the edges still stained with drying blood. Yesterday, a secret envoy conveyed that if this king were to eradicate the entire lineage of the Shushan sword sect, His Majesty would show mercy and spare his life. The flickering candlelight in the hall cast a more sinister shadow on the face of the Shu king. He abruptly rose, his dragon robe sweeping across the table and knocking over the wine cups. This is my only path to survival. Who among you is willing to lead the troops? At his words, Zhang Li and the others, who had previously bowed their heads in silence, suddenly revealed fierce glints in their eyes. Several warriors stepped forward in unison, their armor clanking. This humble soldier is willing to go. The Shu king's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, finally resting on Zhang Li. He nodded slowly, his voice chillingly calm. Then let General Zhang go. After a pause, he added ominously, remember, leave no living soul, eradicate them to the roots. Zhang Li's bowed head slowly lifted, a glint of hungry wolf-like light flashing in his eyes. He knelt on one knee, the iron gauntlet clanging with a sharp sound. This humble soldier obeys the command. Within 3 days, I shall ensure that the Shushan sword sect leaves not a single trace. On the peak of Lingyun, at the Shushan sword sect, the autumn winds swept through the sword hall, the copper bells at the eaves chiming without wind, their sound sorrowful. 36 lanterns flickered abruptly, casting the shadows of the elders against the walls, distorted like struggling beasts. Ning Wansong sat at the black iron sword seat, the 7 jade bells on the Xuansong sword jingling, their sound piercing through the silence of the grand hall. My friends, Ning Wansong's voice was hoarse beyond belief. This once renowned sword saint of Shushan now had bloodshot eyes, for the various territories had been extinguished by the imperial army. Those who died did so, and those who surrendered. How should the Shushan sword sect position itself? Bang! The second elder, Ning Wanhai, slammed his palm on the table, shattering the ancestral Qingxi teacup. I have warned you. His sword energy surged from his sleeve, the autumn water sword at his waist trembling incessantly, producing a dragon-like hum. For the ephemeral title of martial arts supremacy, you have staked the entire sect's fortune on the Shu king. Not only have you lost several prominent elders, but more absurdly, you issued that dragon-slaying order, completely positioning our Shushan sword sect against the court. How could the revered emperor be easily provoked? Even a dragon in shallow waters is not something we mere martial artists can insult lightly. He surveyed the surroundings, his voice growing somber. In this vast realm of Jiuzhou, there is no longer a place for our Shushan. The legacy passed down by our ancestors over hundreds of years is about to. The fourth elder caressed the tassel of his cold star sword, suddenly chuckling coldly. Those old foxes from the Tang sect understand the situation well. As he raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot. We, who practice the sword, are ultimately too foolish. The hall fell into silence. Suddenly, the hall doors were flung open. A blood-soaked disciple staggered in, his long sword reduced to half. His left arm's robe drenched in blood. "Master!" He collapsed to the ground, dragging a long trail of blood across the bluestone floor. The Shu King's Black Tiger army has arrived at the sword challenge platform. All 300 defenders have been annihilated. Ning Huatian sprang to his feet, the Xuanzang's sword in his hand, emitting a mournful wail. The once-renowned sword saint, who had once illuminated the 14 provinces with a single stroke, now found his hand trembling as he clutched his sword. It was inconceivable. The words of Ning Huatian abruptly ceased, leaving him utterly paralyzed as though struck by lightning. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. With the imperial army pressing down, the king of Shu must have succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and surrendered. And what could possibly be the bargaining chip for such a capitulation, other than the Shushan sword sect, which had repeatedly provoked the imperial authority? Ning Huatian erupted into a bitter laugh, the sound reverberating through the hall and causing dust to cascade from the beams. Akin to a self-mocking jester, what a splendid title of supreme martial artist, what a position of power over the martial world. He staggered back 2 steps, his sword, Xiansong, clattering to the ground. This once mighty sword saint now appeared disheveled, devoid of any semblance of a master. "I have pursued power and fame, dragging the Shushan sword sect into the imperial power struggle, and now even the king of Shu, to whom I pledged loyalty, seeks to annihilate us." Elder Ning Huanhai shattered the table with a fist, while Elder Si closed his eyes, crushing the tassel at his waist. The younger 7th elder simply collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "It's over, utterly over." The remaining elders in the hall turned pale upon hearing these words. Some slumped to the floor, while others trembled uncontrollably as they held their swords. Only Elder Ning Huanhai rose slowly, the autumn water sword unsheathing with a sharp sound. "It is too late for regrets now." He surveyed the assembly, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Since we have chosen this path, we must bear the consequences. Fellow elders, follow me outside to confront the enemy." He pointed his sword toward the entrance, declaring that a desperate battle might yet preserve a flicker of hope for Shushan. Chapter 63. The Fall of the Shushan Sword Sect. Convey my orders. Encircle Lingyun Peak. If a single disciple of Shushan escapes, bring their head to me. Zhang Lai's fingers gripped the sword hilt tightly, the sound of his iron gauntlets clashing with his scale armor echoing like the strike of a bell. He squinted at the scene before him, a veritable hellscape. The bluestone steps were soaked with blood, flowing downhill like a series of crimson streams. Hundreds of white-clad corpses lay sprawled, with some still twitching in agony, soon to be silenced by the advancing Black Tiger soldiers. Broken sword blades jutted from the piles of bodies, resembling stark, white tombstones. This personal army, forged with the utmost effort by the king of Shu, was composed of a high proportion of martial artists, now surging towards the summit like a dark tide. The sounds of 20,000 pieces of iron armor rubbing together, mingled with the low hum of bowstrings, enveloped the mountain in a chilling shroud of death. A sword formation? Zhang Lai suddenly scoffed. 100 paces away, over 1,000 Shushan disciples formed a barrier of swords, their gleaming blades intertwined like a net, reflecting a ghostly light in the dying sun. The frontline disciples had already torn their hands, yet they clung onto their swords with desperation, the quivering tips betraying their fear. "Archers!" Zhang Lai raised his hand, a cold wind sweeping past his arm. 3 volleys were launched simultaneously. The sound of 3,000 crossbows being drawn startled the last birds from their perches atop the peak. As the dark cloud of arrows blotted out the sun, despair finally reflected in the eyes of the Shushan disciples. Release. As the first wave of arrows descended, the sound of clashing swords still echoed, with 37 long swords released in unison. But as the second wave of arrows struck, blood began to bloom within the sword formation. A young disciple endeavored to rescue his fallen comrade, only to be pierced through the throat by 3 crossbow bolts. As he collapsed, the Shu mountain sword manual in his arms fortuitously flipped to the technique of cypress welcoming guests. When the third wave of arrows soared through the air, the surviving disciples finally succumbed to despair. Kill. Just as General Zhang was about to launch a full-scale assault with his sword, a clear and resonant sword cry pierced the air. Not far away, Ning Huatian emerged, treading through a thick pool of blood. 12 elders followed closely behind, their sword tips dragging a sinister crimson glow. The once mighty sword saint now bore a gaunt visage, Yet the Xuanzang's sword in his grasp continued to exude a chilling azure light. General Zhang. Ning Huatsang's voice rasped like gravel grinding, his blood-stained face marked by an extreme pallor. Why must our Shu Mountain Sword sect suffer this calamity, when we have always pledged our loyalty to the king of Shu? Though he had anticipated that the king would abandon them for self-preservation. His emaciated fingers clutched the hilt of his sword, as if grasping the last vestige of hope for redemption. With a malevolent grin, Zhang Lian swung his blade, the still damp droplets of blood arcing through the air. Why pretend to be ignorant, old fool? His Majesty decreed that only with the complete annihilation of the Shu Mountain Sword sect can the Prince of Shu survive. At this juncture, he suddenly shouted, "Kill! Leave not a single one alive." The black tide of soldiers surged forth, crashing down upon the remaining disciples of Shu Mountain like furious waves against the shore, engulfing them entirely. The shrieks of swords slicing through the air intertwined with the dull thuds of shattering bones, while the dying wails echoed endlessly atop Lingyun Peak. A youthful disciple barely parried a descending battle blade before being simultaneously impaled by 3 long spears. The venerable elder, his hair white as snow, was thrust off the cliff by a cavalry charge, sword and all. Amidst the swirling blood mist, the Shu Mountain sword formation crumbled into disarray. As the cries of battle gradually ceased, only 4 figures remained, still wielding their swords, with Ning Huatsang's moon-white robe now stained a dark crimson. Ning Huanhai and 2 other elders formed a sword circle back to back, the bodies of fallen enemies piled at their feet. Yet, the black-armored soldiers continued to surge like an unrelenting tide, each wave encroaching upon their bloodied circle, gradually diminishing its size until they were finally submerged in the black deluge. Ha! Surveying the seemingly endless onslaught of black-armored soldiers, Ning Huatsang let out a desperate laugh. As his white hair danced wildly, he stepped over a carpet of corpses, the Xuanzang sword emitting a mournful hum. Gazing upon the blood-soaked mountains, this sword saint ultimately broke down. I, Ning Huatsang, am the eternal sinner of Shu Mountain. In the fleeting moment the sword's edge grazed his neck, a swell of regret filled his heart. He should never have opposed the court, nor should he have meddled in the struggle for imperial power. Yet, alas, it was too late for remorse. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse that snowy night from 30 years prior, when his master fastened the sect leader's jade pendant around his waist, smiling as he said, "Huatsang, the future of the sword sect is entrusted to you." The sound of the Xuanzang sword clattering to the ground shattered the final illusion. The body of this sword saint slowly leaned forward, ultimately collapsing upon a crumbling steel etched with the words, "Shu Sword Eternal." The torches of the Black Tiger army ignited the last grand hall, and soon the inferno consumed all of Shu Mountain. Amidst the towering flames, the final Xuanzang sword gradually twisted and deformed. As the centuries-old sword hall collapsed with a thunderous roar, the tomes within the scripture pavilion curled into ash amidst the flames. The unfinished sword manuals, the unrefined techniques, and the unpassed heart techniques have all seeped into this scorched earth, forever stained by the blood of the last generation of disciples from Mount Shu. As the first rays of dawn pierce through the haze, only the blackened remnants of broken swords remain upon Lingyun Peak. The mountain wind whispers, echoing a mournful wail reminiscent of the disciples' sword cries during their morning practice. Outside the sword gate, the biting north wind cuts like a blade. Zhou Mingde, the envoy of the Shu king, clutched the surrender document so tightly that his fingers turned pale when he was escorted into the central military tent by 2 armored warriors. The roaring flames of the braziers inside provided him no warmth whatsoever. Seated regally upon a tiger-skin chair, Bai Qi was meticulously polishing a bronze sword. The blade reflected the flickering firelight, casting shifting shadows upon his sharply defined face. Zhou Mingde suddenly found it hard to breathe. It was not merely the aura of death, but rather the palpable stench of blood that filled the tent, as if countless lost souls were lamenting in the shadows. Surrender document. The moment Bai Qi spoke, Zhou Mingde's knees weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. He hurriedly presented the surrender document, handwritten by the Shu king himself, the silk rustling in his trembling hands. "General Bai, your esteemed judgment." Zhou Mingde's voice was barely a whisper. "The Shu king has complied with your orders to annihilate the Shu Mountain Sword sect, and the head of its leader, Ning Huatsang, is en route to the capital." He swallowed hard, his hands shaking violently within his sleeves. "The Shu state military insignia is here," The prince is willing to personally travel to the capital to plead for forgiveness from His Majesty. Bai Qi took the surrender document. The sound of his dark armor clinking against the table resonated ominously. Suddenly, the neighing of warhorses echoed from outside the tent, startling Zhou Mingde. This is the Emperor's decree. Bai Qi's gaze lifted sharply. The coldness in his eagle-like eyes sent a chill down Zhou Mingde's spine. It is approved. As Zhou Mingde stumbled backward out of the tent, he heard Bai Qi's voice call out from behind, "Return and inform the Shu King that in 3 days, I shall personally escort him to the capital to report to His Majesty." Chapter 64. The Sixth Summoning. The commander of the Jinyue, Qinglong. As autumn deepens, the cool morning breeze sweeps through the intricately carved window panes, stirring a few withered sycamore leaves. The mist at dawn cloaks the forbidden city like a delicate veil, condensing into fine dew upon the glazed tiles of the Qianxing Palace. Chen Xinghe slowly awakens from his meditation. The surging golden aura around him spreads like a tidal wave, shattering the green porcelain vases and glass lamps within the chamber, tiny shards reflecting cold glimmers in the morning light. Upon opening his eyes, it seemed as if myriad golden dragons swam within their depths, a terrifying imperial aura permeating the hall like a tangible force. At that moment, the air within the chamber felt as though it had solidified. Bang! The sound of a teacup shattering on the ground reached his ears. Lu Jin's hurried footsteps approached, his trembling voice filtering through the doors. "Your Majesty?" Old servant heard unusual sounds from within the palace. "Is Your Majesty well?" Chen Xinghe exhaled a breath of stagnant air, causing the previously still atmosphere in the chamber to flow once more. "I am unharmed." No sooner had he spoken than a familiar and cold notification echoed in his mind. Ding! "Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the Master Realm. You have earned 1 chance for a lottery draw and 1 opportunity for a random summoning. Congratulations, host, on successfully comprehending the Emperor's Heart Sutra to the 2nd level." In an instant, a torrent of vast information surged into Chen Xinghe's mind, accompanied by the cold, mechanical voice of the system. The 2nd layer of the Emperor's Heart Sutra. Acquire the Celestial Rank Martial Technique, the Great Emperor's Heavenly Hand. Acquire the Celestial Rank Divine Ability, the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Extend lifespan by 800 years. Ding! The host has 1 random summoning opportunity and 1 random lottery chance. Would you like to use them immediately? Before Chen Xinghe could recover from the overwhelming influx of information, a stunning vision abruptly materialized in his mind. He beheld a towering figure clad in a dark dragon robe, surrounded by the ethereal image of a golden dragon, who raised a hand to condense a colossal golden palm, crushing a lifeless puppet in midair as effortlessly as a deity seizing an ant. Boom! Chen Xinghe's spirit trembled. The might of that palm was unparalleled, with a terrifying force that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens and earth. Would the host like to use the random summoning and lottery opportunities? After a brief pause, Chen Xinghe took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within. Use them. Ding! The system is initiating a random summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning the mighty Qinglong. Qinglong, from the Jinyue, the former commander of the strongest Jinyue of the Ming dynasty, a top-tier agent, a cold-blooded enforcer of the court, arrives with the might of the 14 forces of the Ming, proficient in various lethal weapons. Cultivation level, Grandmaster 5th Realm Technique, Bloodblade Solitary Swan Technique Martial Skills, Instant Prison 1 Blade Slash, Heavenly Net, Blade Control Technique Divine Abilities. None. Ding! Commencing random lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine artifact, Heavenly Martial Steel. Heavenly Martial Steel, an artifact that accelerates martial cultivation. Upon blood recognition, the owner can control its coverage area, enhancing the cultivation speed of all martial artists within by 10-fold. The steel inherently possesses the Heavenly Martial Great Array, which solidifies and refines martial realms, completely negating adverse effects such as demonic deviation and unstable foundations. Ding! The Heavenly Martial Steel has been stored in the system space. The host can summon it at any time. As the system's notifications gradually faded from his mind, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chen Xinghe's profound eyes. The Heavenly Martial Steel? With a mere thought, ripples spread across the chamber, and an ancient steel, towering at about a meter high, appeared out of thin air. The steel was a deep azure, its surface adorned with cryptic, ancient inscriptions, emanating a heavy, ethereal aura. After gazing intently for a moment, Chen Xinghe flicked his fingertip, causing a drop of crimson blood to fall precisely into the steel's recessed top. Buzz! The steel suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, as the dormant inscriptions seemed to awaken and flow, only to return to stillness moments later. Yet, Chen Xinghe felt that an intimate bond akin to a bloodline connection had been established between himself and the steel, as if it had become an extension of his very being. With a mere thought, the heavenly martial steel vanished from sight. Once the steel was stored back in the system space, Chen Xinghe returned to the dragon chair before his imperial desk, contemplating quietly. Such a divine artifact could be utilized to cultivate trusted subordinates. The capable hands of the Eastern Factory, the loyal backbone of the Jinyue, and even the elite troops could all enhance their cultivation through this steel. As he pondered this, he envisioned an invincible legion of 100,000 grandmasters sweeping across the world. As his thoughts wandered, Chen Xinghe recalled another extraordinary power granted by the Emperor's Heart Sutra, the Eye of Discerning Reality. According to the information imparted by the system, this eye could penetrate all illusions in the world, discerning loyalty from treachery and virtue from vice. Indeed, it was precisely what I required. A knowing smile curved at the corners of Chen Xinghe's lips. For an emperor, the most precious asset has never been a divine weapon, but rather the ability to see through the hearts of men. Lu Jin. Chen Xinghe's slender fingers gently tapped the imperial table, the sound resonating with just the right weight. The palace door creaked open in response. Lu Jin, stooped and shuffling, entered with small, hurried steps, bowing deeply before the imperial steps. The old servant is here. Please command. Your Majesty. Chen Xinghe's gaze sharpened as he discreetly activated the Eye of Discerning Reality. A glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, Lu Jin was enveloped in a luminous crimson aura. This red was pure and fervent, akin to a burning flame of loyalty. Through the Eye of Discerning Reality, red signifies loyalty, growing ever brighter and more sincere. Black denotes treachery, deepening in peril. Observing this anticipated scene, Chen Xinghe nodded slightly. The loyalty of this old eunuch, who had served him since childhood, was beyond question. He lightly tapped the table again and said, "Go summon directors Cao and Yu. Inform them that I have urgent matters to discuss. This old servant shall attend to it at once." Lu Jin performed a standard courtly bow and retreated from the hall. It was not until he had exited 3 paces beyond that he straightened his back and hurried towards the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. Outside the hall, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Soon, the heads of the East and West factories entered Qianqing Palace in succession. Cao Zhengchun, clad in a dark red dragon robe, wore a respectful smile upon his round, clean-shaven face. Yu Huatian, in a white and gold dragon robe, exuded an air of delicate charm. As the two entered the hall, they noticed a man in a flying fish robe standing solemnly before the throne. His features were as sharp as chiseled stone, and at his waist hung a box of mechanisms. His hawk-like gaze radiated an icy chill, and an aura of lethal intent surrounded him, reminiscent of a drawn blade. Old servant Cao Zhengchun, paying my respects to your majesty. Servant Yu Huatian, greeting your majesty. The two immediately knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the golden bricks. Chen Xinghe sat imperially upon the dragon chair and raised his fingertips slightly. Rise. Thank you, your majesty, for your great kindness. Only then did the two directors cautiously lift themselves. This is Qinglong, the newly appointed commander of the Jinyue. Perceiving the curiosity among the assembly, Chen Xinghe directed his gaze towards Qinglong and made the introduction. A sudden stillness enveloped the air within the hall. Cao Zhengchun narrowed his eyes, a cordial smile spreading across his round face. Yu Huatian stood poised, his elongated eyes lingering on the mechanism box at Qinglong's waist. Lu Jin instinctively shrank back, unconsciously inching closer to the imperial steps. Commander Qinglong. Cao Zhengchun was the first to bow, a fleeting look of trepidation crossing his eyes. I, Cao Zhengchun, hope to receive your guidance in the future. His bow was perfectly measured, displaying both courtesy and the dignity of the East Factory Director. Yu Huatian merely offered a slight nod, the golden patterns on his white robe shimmering in the morning light. Yu Huatian. The 3 syllables were spoken with a nonchalant air, yet carried the distinctive pride of the West Factory. Lu Jin hurriedly followed suit with a respectful bow, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He had met the esteemed commander before. Qinglong also politely returned the gesture to the 3 individuals. Chen Xinghe observed the reactions of those present, lightly tapping the imperial desk. The clear sound of the tap brought an instant hush to the hall. Chen Xinghe gently caressed the roster before him. Cao Qing presides over the Eastern Factory. Yu Qing supervises the Western Factory. Lu Jin leads the inner court supervisors. And Qing Long commands the Jinyue. All are my trusted confidants. He then closed the roster and declared, "Today, we shall discuss how to transform the Jinyue and the 3 supervisory factories into true instruments of power, purging the remnants of chaos from the rivers and lakes." Chapter 65. What I desire is a loyal hound. However, I wish to hear from my esteemed ministers regarding the current distribution of skilled individuals in the Eastern and Western factories, as well as the recent recruitment efforts. Fixing his gaze upon the individuals before him, Chen Xinghe's voice was calm, yet bore an undeniable authority that brooked no indifference. Cao Zhengchun was the first to step forward, bowing deeply as he respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, the Eastern Factory currently has over 10,000 subordinates, with more than 1,000 in the innate realm and 7 grandmasters among them." He paused, lowering his voice and carefully choosing his words. "The rabble of the rivers and lakes regard our factory guards as ferocious beasts. Despite offering a bounty of 10,000 taels of gold and enticing them with weapons and secrets, we have only managed to recruit 38 innate martial artists over the past few months. Among them, the 3 newly recruited fledgling grandmasters are all desperate individuals fleeing from vengeful enemies." Chen Xinghe's gaze shifted slightly towards Yu Huatian. Yu Huatian stepped forward, his expression calm and his tone carrying a hint of respect. "The Western Factory has a total of 10,000 subordinates, with only about 1,000 capable in the innate realm. As for those above Grandmaster level," he raised his gaze slightly and clasped his hands, "including myself and the recently joined enigmatic figure, Xian, we have a total of 6. A silence enveloped the hall. Chen Xinghe's expression remained unchanged as he lightly tapped the imperial desk once more. "What of the Jinyue?" His tone remained serene, yet it commanded attention. "I recall that the Eastern and Western factories are temporarily endowed with the power of control." Cao Zhengchun slightly bowed his head and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the Northern Town Protectorate currently has 621 individuals in the innate realm and 3 grandmasters." Yu Huatian added, "The Southern Town Protectorate has 507 innate individuals and 2 grandmasters." Chen Xinghe nodded slightly, a golden glint dancing in his eyes as if in deep contemplation. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "The 3 factories and 1 guard possess only a few dozen grandmasters, which is indeed insufficient." With a steady tone, he continued, "I intend to establish the Tianwu Pavilion, drawing from the Royal Library's 36 advanced techniques, including the Pure Yang Scripture and Mystical Yin Secret Manual, along with 12 combined attack techniques, such as the Tiangang Beidou Formation. Additionally, I shall allocate 1 million taels of gold and 1,000 spiritual herbs from the Imperial Treasury, dedicated to nurturing trusted experts." He raised his hand slightly to halt the gestures of the others who were about to bow again, and proceeded, "The Eastern and Western factories will each receive 500 slots, and following the merger of the Jinyue's Northern and Southern Town Protectorates, another 500 elite slots will be granted. Within 3 days, a framework must be drafted. Candidates must pass 3 rigorous assessments. First, a thorough investigation of their lineage spanning 3 generations. Second, an evaluation of their mental fortitude. Third, a personal review by myself." Cao Zhengchun, overjoyed by these words, immediately bowed and said, "This old servant shall attend to the matter at once and ensure that the most capable candidates are brought forth." As the rain softly fell, a subtle smile graced the corners of Yu Huatian's lips, his mellifluous voice carrying a chill. "The assassins trained by the West Factory in recent days are indeed ready for deployment." Qing Long clasped his fists in salute, the subtle chime of the Ming Dynasty's 14 stances resonating from his waist. "I shall elucidate the merger of the North and South pacification departments within 3 days and select the sharpest blade." Chen Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. The 3 individuals before him were unwavering loyalists summoned by the system, thus requiring no further exhortation on his part. "Remember," Chen Xinghe's gaze shimmered with golden light, "only 2 types of individuals may enter the heavenly martial pavilion: those who are willing to die for me, or those who have rendered notable service. Should one fail to meet these criteria, no matter their innate talent, they shall lack the qualification for advancement." The trio responded in unison, turning to withdraw slowly. As the palace doors closed, Chen Xinghe felt the presence of the heavenly martial steel within the system's realm. a faint smile curling upon his lips. True depth of character is never reflected in the superficial ledgers. Before the sound of the palace doors lightly closing faded, Lu Jin stepped forward hastily, bowing and whispering, "Your Majesty, there is a matter I must report." At this, Chen Xinghe's thoughts returned, and he slowly raised his gaze. "Speak." Yesterday, at the third watch, the chief lady-in-waiting, Imo Xiang, personally came to the entrance of Qianxing Palace. Lu Jin swallowed, his elongated eyes discreetly observing the emperor's expression. She conveyed the Empress Dowager's command, requesting Your Majesty to visit the palace for a discussion at the hour of the snake today. Gently caressing the dragon throne, Chen Xinghe rose slowly, his brow slightly furrowed. It had been 2 months since he had postponed the selection of candidates under the pretext of the unsettled state of the fiefdoms, and now this marked the 5th summons. The realm had barely stabilized, and his mother could no longer contain her impatience. He sighed inwardly, fearing she might not embrace her grandchild soon enough. "Lu Jin, let us proceed to the Xinghe Palace." He clasped his hands behind him, traversing past the imperial desk, the golden patterns on his black dragon robe shimmering in the morning light. Lu Jin immediately bowed in compliance. "I shall prepare the dragon sedan at once." He spoke while hastily exiting the hall. Inside the Xinghe Palace, the aroma of sandalwood wafted through the air. The Empress Dowager reclined gracefully upon the golden phoenix throne, her fingertips lightly tracing the edge of a teacup, the fragrance of tea ascending with the steam. "Your Majesty has arrived." Suddenly, outside the hall, a piercing voice rang out. The beaded curtains tinkled as Chen Xinghe, dressed in a black dragon-patterned robe, entered with measured steps. Approaching the Empress Dowager, he inclined his body slightly, asking, "Mother, you summoned me. What is the matter of urgency?" The Empress Dowager regarded Chen Xinghe, her lips curving into a maternal smile. "My son has come." With a soft sigh, she continued, "What else could it be? Naturally, it pertains to the selection of candidates. My son is nearing his 30s, yet still has no offspring. Must I truly meet our ancestors with regret?" Chen Xinghe seated himself nearby, his gaze lowered as he spoke softly. "Mother, you speak too gravely. The affairs of state have been overwhelming of late, and I have indeed been preoccupied with matters other than the selection." "Very well." The Empress Dowager's tone suddenly grew stern. "Previously, you argued that the realm was in turmoil and that it was unwise to proceed with the selection. I acquiesced to your reasoning. Now that the realm is pacified, how much longer must we wait? Mother, there is no need for haste. The realm has only just begun to stabilize. We must allow time for recuperation." Chen Xinghe replied calmly. "Might I request an extension of 1 month?" The Empress Dowager's fingers rapped on the table, producing a dull sound. "Your Majesty, without offspring, how can the court remain stable? During the reign of the late emperor, the princes vied for succession, leading to the decline of the royal family. In these times, if you do not assume the responsibility of expanding the family lineage, shall we allow the bloodline of the late emperor to be severed?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "Severed?" At this moment, he possesses a millennium of lifespan and is supported by 6 grandmasters at court. In the future, countless capable ministers and valiant generals will continuously serve him. Establishing an everlasting empire would be a trivial matter. What talk of severance? Yet, observing the earnest expression of the Empress Dowager, Chen Xinghe understood her concerns. His mother had seemingly become quite obsessed with the matter of heirs. The worries of the Empress Dowager are well understood by her son. With a calm demeanor, he lightly caressed the edge of the teacup. "And since his mother is so concerned, let us proceed with the selection of candidates as you wish." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's eyes brightened. Her son's understanding of her heartfelt intentions brings her great comfort. She set down the teacup, her tone becoming noticeably lighter. Coincidentally, her cousin's daughter has come to the palace these days and is currently resting in the rear hall. "Cousin's daughter?" Chen Xinghe furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze lingering on the Empress Dowager's smiling face, and he soon comprehended the underlying intent. It appears that today's summons for the selection was merely a pretext, with the true purpose lying elsewhere. Noticing his hesitation, the Empress Dowager smiled even more deeply and, without waiting for his response, called out toward the rear hall. Her voice tinged with impatience. "Warner, why do you not come out to meet His Majesty?" The beaded curtain of the rear hall stirred slightly. A breathtakingly beautiful young woman emerged, clad in a white silk gown, her skin fair as snow, with exquisite features that seemed to be painted by the finest artist. "I am Su Warner, paying my respects to your majesty. Chapter 66. Xiongyin Pavilion. Chen Xinghe's gaze sharpened as he beheld the young woman. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, her waist delicate as a willow. The pure white gown enhanced her ethereal beauty, a visage that was truly unparalleled. His eyes shimmered with a golden light as his piercing gaze quietly discerned her essence. As distractions faded, he noticed a faint crimson glow surrounding her. There were no malicious intents, nor any murderous aura. "Honor is the daughter of my cousin," the Empress Dowager said, her smile radiant. "Her purpose in entering the capital is indeed for the selection. I thought it best to allow her to enter the palace directly." Upon hearing this, Su Wanner's cheeks flushed crimson. Chen Xinghe inwardly shook his head. His mother's eagerness was clearly a ploy to ensnare him in a realm of tenderness. In previous times, he might have been swayed by such unparalleled beauty. However, under the scrutiny of his discerning eye, he sensed an enigmatic aura surrounding her. This was his mother's arrangement. He spoke with indifference. Adding another person to the harem was inconsequential. He had always devoted himself to cultivation, rarely entering the harem more than a few times in a month. Yet, it was necessary to investigate the background of this young woman through the Eastern Depot. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, was visibly pleased and promptly inquired, "What position shall His Majesty bestow upon Wanner?" "A noble consort," Chen Xinghe replied, his tone calm yet firm. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly. "Is that position not a bit too low? Perhaps she should be granted the title of beauty." "Mother," Chen Xinghe interjected, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. "This is already an exception. According to ancestral regulations, newly entered maidens should begin as selected attendants." He cast a meaningful glance at the Empress Dowager, recalling that when she first entered the palace, was it not also as a selected attendant? The Empress Dowager's expression momentarily froze. Her fingertips gently tapped the table, and she ultimately sighed, conceding, "Very well, I shall abide by your words, Your Majesty." Chen Xinghe nodded slightly, rose, and gracefully said, "Mother, please take care of yourself. I shall take my leave." As his words lingered in the air, the dark dragon-patterned robes swept past the palace door. Lu Jin, standing outside, promptly led a group of guards to follow closely behind. Upon reaching the corridor, Chen Xinghe suddenly halted and commanded the Eastern Depot to investigate the background of this Su Wanyuan. His gaze deepened as he thought, "I must ascertain her true origins." Although it had been confirmed that this woman bore no ill intentions, the sharp aura glimpsed through the eye of illusion undeniably belonged to a congenital master. How could a woman of the boudoir possess such formidable cultivation? Chen Xinghe, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed towards the distant palace walls, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In this grand inner palace, whether she is a dragon or a tiger, she shall not stir up significant waves. Nonetheless, this unexpected encounter has grown increasingly intriguing. With a decree from Chen Xinghe, the vast intelligence apparatus of the Eastern Depot immediately sprang into action. Cao Zhengchun personally presided over the operations, dispatching hundreds of agents like a spider's web across the capital. Horses raced to and fro at the relay stations, while spies scoured through the household registers sent from various prefectures, with others infiltrating the underworld to gather intelligence. Within a day, a stack of confidential reports was presented to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Xiongyin Pavilion? Chen Xinghe lightly tapped the table, meticulously perusing the reports personally organized by Cao Zhengchun. The chief of the Eastern Depot bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, upon investigation, this woman is the third disciple of Shangwan Yuqing, the leader of Xiongyin Pavilion, which has been established for 280 years. 90% of the disciples are women, specializing in feminine cultivation techniques." Under the flickering candlelight, the characters on the report appeared particularly clear. Su Wanyuan, age 19, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Huai Prefecture, entered Xiongyin Pavilion 8 years ago and was accepted as a direct disciple 5 years ago. Chen Xinghe suddenly chuckled coldly. The Su family? Xiongyin Pavilion? Do they intend to emulate the calamity wrought by the seductive demonists of the previous dynasty? Do they take me for Emperor Xiaogui? Cao Zhengchun quietly remarked, "Your Majesty, this woman may harbor ulterior motives for entering the palace. Let them create their turmoil. I wish to see what they can stir up," Chen Xinghe replied, closing the report with a casual air. "What waves can they possibly generate?" That night, the capital of Tianjin was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere, the bright moon resembling a hook casting its cold light. In the Fuchin Tower and in the west of the city, for foreign figures sat encircled in a room. The flickering candlelight illuminated the intricate dark patterns on their luxurious Persian garments. The shadow envoy, with a slight smirk, remarked, "I see that the royal family of the Wu dynasty is already waning, with even the grandmasters unwilling to serve. Why waste our time here? We should directly invade the palace and demonstrate the might of our Persian holy sect to that Wu dynasty emperor." The eclipsing wind envoy's curved blade traced a chilling arc in the candlelight, the Persian inscriptions on its blade glowing with an eerie blue light. Ridiculous. The once mighty Wu dynasty royal family has fallen to such depths that they lack even a single grandmaster. He abruptly drove the curved blade into the table, the blade vibrating with a low hum, declaring, "If the royal family of the Wu dynasty possesses such strength, then this imperial city is but a plaything in our hands." The frost causes the crimson lips beneath the silver veil to curl into a chilling smile, while the ice crystals at her fingertips refract a kaleidoscope of colors in the candlelight. "Indeed, Shadowmaster, you have overthought this matter. I have confirmed with the ancestor that the royal lineage of the Wu dynasty has been severed. If the Wu dynasty truly possessed a grandmaster of such caliber, how could it have fallen to such a state?" Listening to the murmurs of the assembly, the Shadowmaster's black cloak shifted slightly. His voice gravelly and somber. "Let us not forget the teachings of our leader. The Wu dynasty has stood for 8 centuries, even in its decline. It surely possesses hidden cards and means. Remember, 30 years ago, the legendary 7-kill elder, who once instilled fear in the western regions, infiltrated the imperial palace and has since vanished without a trace." The wind devourer scoffed, his curved blade carving a cold arc in the candlelight. "The 7-kill elder? Huh. That ancient relic from 30 years past is hardly worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the 4 envoys of our holy sect." With a deft turn of his blade, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. "Even if a half-step grandmaster were to descend upon us, with our combined secret techniques, we could stand against him. Unless, of course, that long-extinguished royal lineage of the Wu could somehow foster another true grandmaster. Otherwise, who within these city walls could possibly restrain us?" The flame wielder suddenly rose, the dark red flames woven into his robes igniting with brilliance. "You speak wisely. Midnight approaches. An opportune moment to strike." He licked his lips, eagerly anticipating the cries of the emperor. The frost enchantress elegantly stood, raising her delicate hand, a frigid aura coiling around her fingertips, instantly solidifying the surrounding candle flames into crystalline ice. Her gaze was as frigid as the frost itself. "Once I claim the emperor's head, I shall seal it with this ice spirit and return it to Persia for our leader's perusal." The Shadow Master rapped his fingers on the table, his voice a rasp akin to sandpaper. "Since you are all intent on acting tonight, I request but one thing." "Speak," the wind devourer replied impatiently, flicking his curved blade. 3 breaths are all you have." The Shadow Master's black robe fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, revealing a row of poisoned azure daggers at his waist. "Should we encounter formidable foes, if we cannot subdue them within 3 breaths, we shall retreat immediately to avoid being besieged by the palace's skilled fighters." The frost enchantress paused slightly, her ice crystals momentarily halting. "You may be placing too much faith in these Central Plains warriors. Remember." The Shadow Master slammed his hand on the table, embedding a crimson token deep into the mahogany surface. "Our leader has sent us to ascertain the true strengths and weaknesses of the Wu dynasty, not to engage in reckless bravado." His cold gaze swept across the assembly. "Survival is paramount for us to relay the intelligence back home." The flame wielder, with flickering firelight in his blue eyes, ultimately snorted in agreement. "Very well. Let it be as you say, the old rule stands. If we are unable to prevail within 3 breaths, we shall make a hasty retreat." Chapter 67. Astonishment. 4 grandmasters engaging in fishing law enforcement. That night, the Forbidden City was engulfed in an inky darkness, with only the torches flanking the palace path flickering in the wind, resembling dying fire dragons struggling to emit their final glow. For shadowy figures glided through the moonlit corners of the palace, their forms ghostly and enchanting. Not even the sound of the wind disturbed their passage. The wind devourer perched atop the eaves of the Chen Xinghe palace, his black robe billowing, looking down upon the patrolling imperial guards, a mocking smile slowly spreading across his lips. Absurd. Through the secret arts of Persia, he transmitted his voice, serpentine and venomous. In the grand imperial palace of the Wu dynasty, they cannot even muster a few competent masters? It appears that the martial world of the Central Plains is in a state of utter decay. It should be my Persian Empire's cavalry that tramples through. The shadow wielder did not respond, but instead narrowed his abyss-like eyes, slowly surveying the inner palace. His gaze lingered momentarily on several concealed sentinels before he murmured, 13 masters. Neither too many nor too few. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, laced with an unsettling stickiness, and the Martial dynasty's royal family had managed to endure until now, undoubtedly possessing some cunning to avoid pitfalls. The crimson flame wielder's crimson eyes blazed fiercely, flames swirling around him, scorching the glazed tiles beneath his feet, yet curiously, he emitted not a whisper of breath. With a sinister grin, he exclaimed, Shadow Wielder, when did you become so timid? A mere 13 individuals. I lament the lack of worthy sacrifices for my heaven-burning palm. The Frost Wielder's fingertips crystallized with ice, reflecting a chilling glow under the moonlight. Following the plan, if an opportunity arises, she slowly licked her scarlet tongue across her lips. Let that Martial dynasty emperor sleep forever. The Ebon Wind Wielder chuckled ominously, indeed. Let these arrogant Central Plains people know. His fingers slowly curled, knuckles cracking with a chilling sound. To underestimate Persia is to court annihilation. The shadow wielder fell silent for a moment, fingers beneath his black robe lightly caressing a pitch-black bone flute, whispering, Do not be too ostentatious. If matters become untenable, withdraw immediately. His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable chill. Our purpose here is to probe, not to seek death. For shadows swooped through the palace like night owls, swiftly alighting in the center of the Chen Xinghe Palace's inner court. The gilded floor tiles reflected the cold moonlight, yet the surrounding guards stood unusually still, their blades drawn but not advancing. Bold ruffians, who dares to intrude upon the forbidden palace at night? The captain of the guards barked, gripping his sword hilt tightly yet refraining from unsheathing it. Dozens of elite guards halted at his signal, forming a defensive formation around them. The shadow wielder's black robe stirred as though caught in a breeze, a warning flaring in his heart. Something is amiss. His hoarse voice carried a weight of gravity. Why are these guards so vigilant? The crimson flame wielder's flames surged, the blue bricks within 3 feet of him beginning to melt. Let us charge indirectly. However, just as the four were about to move, 4 figures appeared like phantoms, dispersing to the 4 corners. The eastern figure, Cao Zhengchun, covered his mouth with a light laugh, his fingers elegantly poised. Oh, isn't this a little mouse from Persia? How did you find our last humble gift we sent to your emperor? Was it to your satisfaction? To the west, Yu Huatian's white python robe flapped in the night wind, his stern features bearing a mocking smirk. You send such lowly figures to probe our martial dynasty's strengths and weaknesses? Your emperor truly seems to be regressing. In the south, the azure dragon, embracing the embroidered spring blade, had dragon patterns on its sheath glimmering in the moonlight. It seems Lord Chao's previous gift was too light. How about today? He suddenly flashed a grin, revealing a row of stark white teeth. Let me offer a more substantial gift. To the north, Zhuge Liang gently swayed his feather fan, smiling without a word. Yet beneath his feet, the blue bricks subtly revealed the patterns of an 8 trigrams formation, completely sealing off the retreat of the 4. They had fallen into a trap. The Frost Wielder's ice crystals shattered instantaneously. The 4 wielders formed a defensive stance back to back, their hearts filled with dread. Their mission had been shrouded in utmost secrecy. How could this be? The Ebon Wind Wielder's curved blade trembled violently as he cried out, Impossible! Cao Zhengchun suddenly let out a chilling, low laugh, his fair complexion glimmering with a ghostly hue under the moonlight. What do you mean by what? He drawled leisurely, caressing a jade pendant at his waist, his voice soft yet sinister. Do you truly believe that our keen eyes are mere ornaments? With narrowed, predatory eyes, he continued, hissing like a serpent, From the moment you set foot in Tianjin City, we have been watching you. Those disguises and tricks of yours. He abruptly splayed his fingers wide before clenching them tightly. They are merely the antics of ants in our grasp. Just as his words hung in the air, torches flared up around the palace walls, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The shadow wielder's hands trembled beneath his dark robe as he grasped the situation. Those guards had not attacked because it was a trap designed to ensnare them. The 4 were poised to flee when they suddenly felt a weight pressing down upon them. The azure bricks beneath their feet shimmered with intricate patterns, silently unfolding into a vast bagua formation. What was happening? The Wind Eater felt his legs turn as heavy as lead. Even lifting a foot became an arduous task. The shadow wielder's black robe billowed, yet within the formation, the dual energies of yin and yang swirled, completely sealing off his escape. The frost wielder's face paled, and the ice crystals forming at her fingertips shattered before they could take shape. The crimson flame wielder's flames were stifled to mere flickers. Their expressions shifted dramatically, cold sweat soaking their backs. Such a profound technique could only belong to a grand master. What shattered their resolve further was the presence of 4 figures, each emanating a breath more profound and terrifying than the last, as suffocating as the depths of the abyss and as unfathomable as the vast sea of stars. The martial dynasty had 4 grand masters in residence. Impossible, the Wind Eater's pupils dilated, his voice trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. Our ancestral master clearly stated. Before he could finish, an invisible hand seemed to grip his throat, rendering him mute. The harsh reality loomed before them. Despite their unwillingness to accept it, despair was their only companion. The eyes of the 4 wielders constricted, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if every bone in their being was steeped in icy dread. They could not fathom why such formidable grandmasters, with senses sharp enough to detect threats from miles away, had not crushed them earlier. Instead, they had laid this intricate web, observing their struggles and fears with cold detachment. Like a cat toying with a mouse, Cao Zhengchun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, mocking, "TSK, TSK, I expected to stretch my limbs a bit. But it seems you are rather useless." His slitted eyes narrowed, and his voice turned icy. How dreadfully boring. The azure dragon, holding his blade, stood resolute, the moonlight dancing upon the dragon patterns of his embroidered knife. "Chao Duzhu, Yu Changgong, I suggest you leave the disposal of these 4 heads to me." He nudged the hilt of his knife, revealing a glint of cold light. "Once I have organized the Jinui, I shall personally pay a visit to Persia to collect the head of their emperor as an offering." Upon hearing this, Cao Zhengchun's fingers subtly tightened beneath his sleeve. "Lord Azure Dragon, you possess a fierce bloodlust." He chuckled softly, "But it depends on who strikes first." Yu Huatian remained silent, his white python robe rustling in the night wind as his figure vanished like a wraith. A flash of cold light flickered in the azure dragon's eyes. Before the sound of his blade's dragon chant could fade, he had transformed into a fleeting shadow. Cao Zhengchun let out a sinister chuckle, his sleeves swirling as he darted forth like a hawk. The 4 individuals within the formation felt a chill at their necks, and the world around them suddenly spun into chaos. Their final consciousness registered the sight of their own headless bodies maintaining a combat stance, swiftly followed by an abyss of darkness. With a thud, the 4 headless corpses collapsed simultaneously to the ground, geysers of blood erupting from their severed necks, tracing 4 enchanting arcs beneath the moonlight. The scalding blood splattered onto the tiles, emitting a hissing sound. Yu Huatian, in his immaculate white python robe, held aloft 2 still dripping heads in his right hand. The fair visage of Han Shuang bore a frozen expression of horror, while the eyes of Qi Feng retained an air of disbelief. As the Qinglong's embroidered spring knife returned to its sheath, a string of blood droplets trailed behind, and the head of the shadow weaver rolled a few times on the ground, its gaunt face etched with resentment. Cao Zhengchun's fingers curled like claws, deeply embedding themselves into the head of the infernal flame master. The enraged head dangled in his grasp, exuding an icy chill. "Clean it up." A voice of authority resonated from the depths of the grand hall, devoid of anger, yet reverberating like thunder in the ears of all present. Chen Xinghe's tone conveyed an undeniable imperial command, laced with a hint of nonchalance, as though the preceding slaughter were merely an inconsequential interlude. "Zhuge Aiqing, step forth and join me in completing this game of chess." "We shall obey." Cao Zhengchun, Yu Huatian, and Qinglong bowed in unison, their movements synchronized, their voices imbued with respect. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang's lips curled into a composed smile. He gently waved his feather fan and ascended the jade steps with a measured gait. The moonlight bathed his pristine white robe, reflecting an air of tranquility and grace. As he waved his fan, the lingering scent of blood outside the hall seemed to dissipate, swept away by the refreshing breeze. The following day, as dawn broke and the sun ascended, casting brilliant rays upon the majestic imperial city, the golden lawn hall stood resplendent, adorned with the 9 dragon pillars and the gleaming jade steps. Civil and military officials stood solemnly along the sides, the atmosphere hushed and reverent. Chen Xinghe reclined against the dragon throne, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, his gaze calm as water, yet hinting at an underlying sharpness. He awaited a certain individual, one who had once been ridiculed by the court as an unknown figure, yet now instilled fear across the realm, the butcher Bai Qi. In merely 4 months, Bai Qi had eradicated the entrenched system of territorial divisions that had plagued the great Wu dynasty for 8 centuries, a task that had confounded generations of emperors. These regions, akin to a malignant growth, had persisted for centuries, with previous emperors either attempting gentle persuasion or employing iron-fisted suppression. Yet to no avail. Even the illustrious Wu Zhao emperor, renowned for his sagacity, could only maintain the kingdom's fortunes through compromise. Yet today, that once derided Bai Qi had unleashed a tempest across the land, uprooting the entrenched powers that had lingered for centuries. With mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he forged his fearsome reputation. Wherever his iron hooves tread, legions bowed in submission. The assembly of civil and military officials stood with bowed heads, beads of cold sweat beating upon their foreheads, their hearts fraught with anxiety. They harbored a genuine fear of this merciless harbinger of death, and an even greater trepidation of the emperor seated upon the dragon throne, the one capable of wielding such a formidable weapon. It is imperative to hasten our pace, to avoid any delay, and after conquering the world with an unstoppable momentum, to seamlessly transition into the next realm. For we are currently in a state of overwhelming dominance, sweeping across the vast expanse as if it were a mere formality. There is no need to linger any longer. Chapter 68. Bai Qi returns to court. The renowned General Bai Qi, the Grand Marshal pacifying the northern tribes, entered the court. The sharp sound of his commanding voice pierced through the solemn silence of the court, slicing through the layers of the hall like a blade, reverberating outside the gates of the imperial palace. Along the palace path, a figure strode forth, illuminated by the morning light. The black iron armor glinted coldly under the sun, and the dark cloak billowed dramatically, adorned with the fierce visage of a mythical beast that seemed poised to devour. With each step Bai Qi took, the steel boots clashed against the jade imperial pathway, producing a resonant sound akin to the clash of metal, startling the soldiers flanking him, their fingers tightening around their halberds. As he reached the jade steps before the hall, the captain of the guards, Wang Huan, stepped forward, cupping his hands and solemnly requesting, "Please, Lord Wuan, disarm and remove your boots." Before he could finish, a sharp voice rang out from within the hall, belonging to Lu Jin, who spoke with an unmistakable authority. By the emperor's command, Lord Wuan is granted permission to enter the hall with sword and boots. There is no need for haste. Wang Huan's pupils dilated, his outstretched hand frozen in midair. He gazed at the ancient bronze sword at Bai Qi's waist, stained with the blood of countless foes. His throat constricting as he took 3 steps back, kneeling on one knee to clear the path. This humble soldier humbly welcomes Lord Wuan. Bai Qi acknowledged with a detached nod and ascended the first step of the golden platform. Inside the hall, the air seemed to thicken. The steady sound of his footsteps echoed, each step resonating with the hearts of the civil and military officials present. Countless eyes slyly darted toward him, only to quickly avert their gaze, fearful of locking eyes with the legendary butcher of men, breathing more softly in his presence. Zhuge Liang's hand, which had been gracefully fanning himself, momentarily paused. The infamous war god of the warring states stood before him, not even 10 paces away. Beneath the fan, his eyes flickered with a complex light, a mixture of reverence for history and curiosity for this legendary general. The accounts of the battles he fought, 24,000 heads at the Battle of Yik, the flooding of the Chu capital at the Battle of Yanning, and the execution of 400,000 surrendered soldiers at the Battle of Chongping, flashed through Zhuge Liang's mind. This general had annihilated over 1 million enemies throughout his life, nearly decimating half of the soldiers of the warring states. His strategic methodologies of encirclement and annihilation influenced countless future generals, instilling a chill in the hearts of those who read about him even a millennium later. At this moment, Bai Qi, clad in dark armor and wielding an ancient bronze sword, bore silent witness to the bloodstains on his scabbard, a testament to the slaughter of the past 4 months. The flickering candlelight within the hall cast a long shadow of his figure on the ground, as if even the sunlight dared not encroach upon him. Lu Jin stood beside the dragon throne, his narrow eyes squinting into slits. He noticed that the civil and military officials instinctively took a half-step back. In the entire Golden Hall, only the individual seated upon the dragon throne maintained an air of composure. As Bai Qi entered the hall, and slowly lifted his gaze. The nearest civil officials felt a chilling sensation shoot up from their feet to the crown of their heads. Those eyes, chillingly fearsome, resembled the calm surface of a sea before a tempest, seemingly tranquil, yet concealing a power capable of engulfing all. Bai Qi advanced steadily, his dark armor glinting dully under the flickering candlelight within the hall. He knelt on one knee, the sound of his iron boots striking the golden bricks resonating crisply. And as he clasped his fists to salute, the clang of his armors rang out. I, Bai Qi, pay my respects to your majesty, wishing you long life, prosperity, and eternal glory. Chen Xinghe leaned against the dragon throne, his eyes betraying unreserved admiration as he gestured. Rise, my loyal minister. I thank your majesty for your great kindness. Bai Qi replied in a deep voice, rising slowly, the rustle of his armor echoing softly. His imposing stature, steady as a mountain, caused the courtiers flanking him to involuntarily hold their breath. Bai Qi had quelled the regional turmoil that had persisted for 8 centuries in merely 4 months. Chen Xinghe's voice rang clear within the hall. Your military prowess is unparalleled, and the title of Martial King is rightfully yours. Bai Qi clasped his fists once more, his voice resonant and powerful. All credit is due to your majesty's wisdom and the soldier's dedication. I merely fulfill my duty. Hearing this, Chen Xinghe chuckled lightly. Casting a glance at the assembled ministers, I declare you a renowned general of our time, yet you insist on humility. He tapped the armrest lightly. Now, who in this court does not recognize Bai Qi's formidable reputation? Bai Qi knelt heavily once again, the clash of his armor against the golden bricks producing a thunderous sound. With his right hand clenched against his chest, he proclaimed in a voice like thunder, Your Majesty. The oath I took remains vivid in my ears. The entire Golden Luan Hall seemed to tremble, the glazed tiles overhead rattling. A palpable aura of solemnity enveloped the room, causing several elderly officials to stagger back, grasping the pillars to steady themselves. I seek not hollow fame. I desire not wealth or nobility. Bai Qi's crimson gaze lifted slightly, each word dripping with fervor. What I desire in this life is to be your majesty's sharp sword, wherever the blade points, even through a sea of blood spanning 1,000 miles. I shall not hesitate. He pressed his right hand firmly against his chest armor, the metal clanging resonating throughout the hall. If I were to die on the battlefield one day, it would be my honor. As his final words fell, the candlelight within the hall dimmed abruptly. At this moment, aside from Zhuge Liang and Cao Zhengchun, who had also been summoned by Chen Xinghe, all the ministers felt their spirits quake. Chen Xinghe's eyes shimmered with satisfaction. He could sense the unwavering loyalty residing deep within Bai Qi's soul, and he was moved by the heartfelt devotion of this ancient deity of death reborn. Suddenly, Chen Xinghe rose, the golden threads of his black dragon robe shimmering in the morning light. He descended from the red platform, personally aiding Bai Qi to his feet. I shall not allow you to perish. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly with the entire court. I wish for you to live on, to forge an everlasting empire for me. Bai Qi bowed deeply, clasping his fists in salute. As you command. I have prepared a residence for you in the west of the city, and I bestow upon you 1,000 taels of gold. Rest for a few days. Chen Xinghe returned to the dragon throne, speaking slowly. When the time for war arises again, I shall summon you. I am ever ready. Bai Qi's voice remained steady and powerful, but upon closer inspection, a hint of emotion could be discerned. He paused briefly before adding, the moment your majesty commands. I shall set out for battle. Chen Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. Go now. Rest well. Everything you need will be provided. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. I thank your majesty for your grace. Bai Qi once again bowed before departing, his black armor shimmering with a cold, piercing light in the sunlight. His stride, though still steady, carried a newfound lightness. As Bai Qi's figure vanished beyond the palace gates, a collective sigh of relief escaped the court officials. Several elderly scholars discreetly produced handkerchiefs to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. The oppressive aura emanating from the general, known for his merciless reputation, was indeed suffocating. Just as tranquility returned to the hall, Minister of War Yang Tingyue hastily stepped forward, his hands trembling as he held a report. Your Majesty. Urgent news from the northern frontier. Chen Xinghe furrowed his brow, his fingers lightly drumming on the dragon table. Is the northern barbarians still entangled in conflict? Your Majesty. Yang Tingyue's voice was heavy with concern. The northern barbarians have allied with the Xianbei, amassing 400,000 cavalry in Jinbei. What is more vexing? He raised his voice sharply. These brigands, emboldened by their swift cavalry, continually send raiding parties to harass our border villages. The old minister unfolded the report, his voice quivering. 17 villages in Jinzhou have been raided, with thousands of innocent lives lost. Despite General Lan's desperate defense, the disparity in forces rendered him powerless. A glint of cold light flickered in Chen Xinghe's eyes as he forcefully rapped his knuckles on the dragon table. Do these barbarians truly believe that our great Wu's border is unguarded? The flickering candlelight cast a somber glow upon the faces of the assembled ministers. Zhuge Liang stepped forward, gently waving his feather fan. Your Majesty. With autumn deepening and the grass turning yellow, the northern barbarians are facing a food shortage. Their large-scale invasion must be an attempt to plunder winter supplies. He slightly bowed, his voice clear. I propose a strategy of fortifying defenses and clearing the fields. We should relocate all border civilians in Jinzhou into the city, transporting all foodstuffs and supplies. Once the northern barbarians' cavalry penetrates deeply, he gestured with his fan in a sweeping arc across the hall. Our forces can lie in ambush at strategic locations. At that point, with their supplies exhausted, they will be like trapped beasts, ripe for annihilation. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe pondered for a moment, then decisively struck the dragon table. Agreed. Issue an immediate edict to Jinzhou. The emperor's voice was as sharp as a blade. Within 30 miles of the border, all civilians are to be relocated into the city. Not a single grain of food or twig shall be left for the northern barbarians. Lu Jin, standing nearby, quickly bowed. This old servant shall draft the decree at once. Chen Xinghe rose slowly, the golden threads of his black dragon robe shimmering in the candlelight, summoned Bai Qi again. He paused, a murderous intent glinting in his eyes. In 10 days, we shall march to the northern frontier. The Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of War must prepare the necessary provisions and supplies for the army. Suddenly, a gust of autumn wind swept through, rustling fallen leaves against the crimson-painted palace doors with a sharp sound, as if rallying for this decree of slaughter. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Chen Xinghe's voice bore a chilling intensity. I shall offer the heads of 400,000 northern barbarians as a tribute to the vengeful spirits of our great Wu's border. All present in the court were struck with solemnity. Several military generals, their blood boiling, clenched their fists with determination, eager to join the campaign. Zhuge Liang gently waved his fan, a flicker of approval in his eyes. This was the audacity befitting a mighty sovereign. Chapter 69. The doomed fate of the Jurchen tribes in the northeastern region of Liaodong. The fierce northern winds swept across the scorched earth, carrying the scent of desolation. Once dotted with thriving tribal encampments, the landscape now lay barren, marked only by the grim remnants of fortifications. The broken spear and tattered banner are thrust into the mountain of corpses, while crows circle above, emitting their harsh caws. For the past 2 months, Huatian's iron cavalry has ravaged Liaodong like a harbinger of death. His tactics are ruthless and precise. Upon arriving at each tribe, he first slaughters the able-bodied men, then incinerates their tents and poisons their water sources, sparing not even the infants in their mother's arms. Wherever his horses tread, only scorched earth and cadavers remain, leaving not a single living beast behind. This is not warfare, but an extermination of a race. Yu Huatian stands atop the city walls of Jianqing, gazing at the billowing black smoke rising in the distance, his face pale, fists clenched until they crack. His tribe is being systematically erased, and he can only watch helplessly. He once mobilized 100,000 troops to encircle the enemy, yet Huatian's cavalry moves like the wind, before the encirclement of the Jurchens could even close. This devilish army had already breached their lines, cutting through his forces like a scythe through wheat. On the battlefield, Huatian appears almost superhuman, charging into the fray alone. His spear strikes down Jurchen warriors as if they were mere blades of grass. He commands his cavalry to maneuver and infiltrate, and before the Jurchen army can form ranks, they are thrown into disarray. From an initial 100,000 troops, fewer than 10,000 managed to escape back to Jianqing. Even the bravest of the Jurchen warriors, the Bachalu, whose strength rivals that of a master-level fighter, fell pierced by Huatian's spear. Now, Jurchen soldiers tremble at the mere mention of Huatian's name. Too fearful to venture out of the city to engage in battle, they can only huddle behind the city walls, praying that Huatian's iron cavalry will retreat before their supplies are exhausted. Yet Nuahan knows all too well that Huatsubing will not grant them a moment's respite. Jiansheng has become a solitary fortress, utterly trapped in a dead end. 30 miles outside Jiansheng, the north wind sweeps through the military camp, laden with the scent of blood. Huatsubing stands alone before his tent, the dried blood caked on his dark armor. 7,000 iron cavalrymen stand resolutely in the camp, their steeds snorting restlessly and their iron hooves scraping against the frozen earth. These warriors, who have accompanied him through countless battles, are imbued with an indelible aura of bloodshed. Outside the tent, Li Chuangang enters, lifting the flap. The Marquis of Wuyang, who has fought alongside Huatsubing across 1,000 miles, now gazes at him with respect. General Hua, reinforcements from the court have arrived. Deputy General Li Kai leads 30,000 infantry awaiting orders outside the camp. Huatsubing nods slightly, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the long spear in his hand. Unlike in his previous life, where Wei Qin could secure the rear with ease, he must now employ the most brutal methods to maintain the front lines. After each raid, he leaves no prisoners. Every encampment must be utterly destroyed. This is not mere bloodlust, but a strategy to ensure that Jiansheng becomes a complete island of isolation, devoid of reinforcements, devoid of supplies, filled only with despair. Li Chuangang gazes at the young commander's profile, and memories of the astonishing battle from half a month ago flood his mind. Huatsubing personally led 1,000 cavalrymen, piercing like a dagger into the heart of the Jurchen army of 30,000. The iron cavalry carved bizarre arcs through the enemy lines, splitting them into disjointed fragments unable to support one another. To this day, the head of the Jurchen commander still hangs from the flagpole at the camp entrance. Summon Li Kai and the generals into the tent. Huatsubing suddenly speaks, his voice raspy as if from grinding stone. It is time to close the net. Li Chuangang nodded, clasped his fists in salute, and turned to exit the tent. As the tent flap lifted, the distant military formations emerged in the twilight. Shrouded in a ghostly haze, 30,000 foot soldiers stood in a dense array, while siege engines such as cloud ladders and catapults loomed ominously behind the ranks, with supply convoys winding for miles. As several generals entered the main tent, Huatsubing's gaze swept over the rudimentary model of Jianzhou City laid out on the sand table. General, Li Kai stepped forward, his armor clanking. All siege apparatus, including the cloud ladders and assault vehicles, are ready. May I ask when we shall commence the attack? Huatsubing lowered his eyes, grasped a command arrow, and traced 3 sharp trajectories on the sand table. The art of war states, surround with 10 and attack with 5. Although we are equipped with siege instruments, our available troops number merely over 30,000. Therefore, this battle must be won through strategy, not brute force. A solemn silence enveloped the tent, and the generals instinctively held their breath. One general, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward with a heavy thud of iron boots. Does the general possess a brilliant strategy to defeat the enemy? Indeed, Huatsubing replied, his finger pausing as he pointed to a valley west of the city. The Jurchen's supply lines have been severed for over a month. The tragedy of cannibalism within the city has surely begun. The morale of the defenders is at an all-time low, and even their patrols are performed half-heartedly. Clearly, this is a prime opportunity to breach the city. Squinting, Huatsubing drove a command arrow forcefully into the eastern section of the city. Addressing the gathered generals, relay the order. The 30,000 troops shall be divided into 3 routes. The first route will construct a dam upstream along the moat to divert the water. Once the city's water reservoir is depleted, we will suddenly open the floodgates to saturate the foundations of Jianzhou's walls, and then use the assault vehicles to breach them. The second route will establish earthen mounds and arrow towers 100 zhang outside each of the 4 gates. During the hour of the rat each day, we shall rain down arrows upon the city, not with the intent to injure, but specifically targeting the granaries. At this point, Huatsubing's lips curled into a cold smile. I have heard that the Jurchen hoard their supplies to the west. Then we shall shoot 300 fire arrows daily towards the western gate, aimed directly at the granaries. I intend to ensure that the defenders are awakened each night, exhausting themselves as they shuffle their provisions. The generals suddenly grasped the cunning of his plan. This was not merely an attempt to burn supplies. It was a strategy to sow discord. As for the third route, we shall select 300 skilled soldiers fluent in the Jurchen tongue, who will take turns calling out at dawn and dusk. Those who offer 1 shur of grain shall be rewarded with a sheep. Those who contribute 10 shur shall be granted a rank. If Nehru severely punishes those who supply grain, he will undoubtedly lose the hearts of his soldiers. If he turns a blind eye, his supplies will inevitably dwindle. This is a scheme of overt strategy, leaving him with no avenue for escape. As the last word was spoken, a cruel smirk graced his lips. Remember, surround 3 and besiege 1. We must allow the Jurchen to glimpse a path to survival, making them more willing to betray their master. The hand of the scribe nearby trembled slightly. This insidious plan was more ruthless than simply burning the granaries. It would incite suspicion among the defenders while genuinely depleting their supplies. The generals exchanged glances, and Li Kai was the first to clasp his fists. General, this scheme is truly remarkable. Starving the enemy and unsettling their hearts is indeed the superior strategy. Another general nodded in agreement. The Jurchen tribes are always motivated by profit. This method strikes at their very essence. I shall immediately select soldiers proficient in the Jurchen language. Yet another general pledged, we shall ensure that the calls resound day and night. Huatian slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled generals. Remember, the heart must be conquered first. I intend to make Nua witness the disintegration of his forces with his own eyes. The generals responded in unison, their fists clasped, the sound of armor clanking echoing within the tent. Their eyes reflected utmost reverence for Huatian, who not only possessed extraordinary martial prowess, but also wielded strategies as inscrutable as the divine. This seemingly simple siege tactic had firmly grasped the lifeline of the Jurchens, akin to a chess master calculating each move with precision. Chapter 70. The madness of Nua. Above the city battlements, dark clouds loomed ominously. Khan Nua stood alone atop the tower, his rough fingers gripping the parapet tightly. Outside the walls, the encampments of the Wu dynasty's army stretched like a relentless storm, with 30,000 reinforcements sealing the city's fate. Bai Qi, the second son of Khan Nua, spoke with a tremor in his voice. That Huatian has shattered my 100,000 troops with just a few thousand cavalry. Now the Wu dynasty has bolstered their ranks by another 30,000. At this, Nua scoffed. What is there to fear? There are still 80,000 defenders within the city, and we can muster another 50,000 from the youth of our clans. He pounded heavily on the brick wall, dismissing the mere 30,000 infantry as insignificant. However, when he cast his gaze towards the distant Hua flag, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. It was this very young general, Huatian, who had single-handedly defeated 8 of his fierce commanders just half a month prior. With every thrust of his spear, a tide of blood surged, where the iron hooves trampled. Corpses lay strewn. In that battle, his 100,000 troops were sliced and slaughtered by Huatian's cavalry. The mere thought of Huatian's prowess sent shivers down his spine. For this young man had claimed over 10,000 lives, instilling terror into the hearts of his soldiers. Nua felt the oppressive weight of needing at least 200,000 troops. This notion clung to him like a festering wound. Without such numbers, it was impossible to vanquish that monster. Thus, even with the capability to rally over 100,000 Jurchen warriors, he dared not open the gates to confront Huatian in battle. Each time he considered facing Huatian in open field, cold sweat would inevitably bead down his back. How long can our supplies last? Nua asked, his voice low and grave. Bai Qi bowed his head in response. At most, a little over half a month. Nua's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. At that moment, a figure clad in indigo cotton armor ascended the city wall. It was Huang Taiji, Nua's 4th son. Though merely 28 years of age, he exuded an extraordinary presence. With a square jaw and broad features, his slender, phoenix-like eyes concealed a sharp glint. Adorned with a gilded warm cap and a glossy, braided tail of hair, he bore a scimitar embedded with turquoise at his waist. Why should father be worried? Huang Taiji's piercing gaze swept across the slave quarters within the city. Do we not have ample provisions at hand? Nua was momentarily taken aback. Then comprehension dawned on him. You mean those captured Wu people? Huang Taiji's lips twisted into a sinister smile. Precisely. Rather than let these slaves consume our rations daily, we might as well put them to use. He pressed his palm against the parapet, his knuckles whitening. As long as we can endure until Huatian withdraws, our Jurchens will surely rise again. Preposterous. Bai Qi's face turned pale. To use humans as sustenance is no different from beasts. Second brother. Huang Taiji abruptly turned, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light. Throughout history, those who achieve great feats often disregard trifles. In the face of life and death, what need is there for benevolence or morality? He seized Bai Qi's collar, demanding, "Are you truly willing to watch my Jurchen clan face complete annihilation?" Bai Shan's countenance shifted dramatically, ready to retort, but was interrupted by Nuhaha's sharp rebuke. Enough. His sinister gaze swept over his two sons before settling on the cowering slaves within the city. "This plan is remarkably astute." Nuhaha's voice was like a dull blade scraping bone. "These lowly citizens of the Wuzhou dynasty. If they can fill the bellies of my Jurchen warriors, it is their fortune. As long as we can endure until Huatian withdraws his forces, my clan still has a chance to rise again." At this point, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Nuha's eyes. "Once I regroup, I shall trample the central plains. Let Huatian pay for his blood debts in kind." In the days that followed, a strange standoff emerged inside and outside the city. The brutal siege Nuha anticipated did not transpire. Instead, Huatian's army engaged in extensive construction outside the city. 12 earthen mounds rose abruptly, and arrow towers stood like a forest, completely encircling the city. What alarmed Nuha further was that Huatian's forces had diverted the upstream river, causing murky floodwaters to relentlessly erode the foundation of the city walls day and night. Those walls he had reinforced several times were now softened by water, and even the ironclad city gates began to ooze rust. One night, a sudden blaze erupted in the western granary, flames soaring high into the sky. Some flaming arrows from the arrow towers accurately struck the grain stacks, incinerating nearly half of the stored provisions. Thick smoke lingered for 3 days, silently reminding the inhabitants of the increasingly dire food shortage. Most perilous of all was the incessant shouting from outside the city. "Those who surrender food shall live. Those who submit shall be rewarded." This chant, like a malevolent spell, gradually eroded the resolve of the Jurchen defenders. By now, 4 to 5 dozen Jurchen soldiers had attempted to steal away with grain under the cover of night. And though Nuha had issued strict orders for public execution of any caught, the atmosphere of panic continued to spread. Each day, as Huang Taiji patrolled the city defenses, he could see soldiers exchanging anxious glances. The guards in front of the granary had tripled, yet they could not deter those greedy eyes. Within the palace, the candle flames flickered violently, illuminating the fierce faces of the assembly. Bang! Nuhaha's son, Magartai, smashed a table with his fist, splinters flying. That despicable Huatian. He dare not attack the city openly, but resorts to such vile tactics. His eyes were bloodshot, muscles taut. "Father, have our Jurchen warriors ever endured such humiliation? Why not gather our forces and charge out, to cut down that little beast?" Upon hearing this, many generals in the hall displayed fear, involuntarily stepping back. Huang Taiji let out a cold laugh, lightly tapping the hilt of his sword. "Brother, such bravado. Do you know how many in our ranks tremble at the mere mention of the name Hua? Preposterous." Magartai thundered, "My Jurchen lads are warriors who fight to the death. There are no cowards among us." At that moment, a personal guard stumbled into the hall, breathless. "Report. 30 more men have fled from the southern camp. They even set fire to 2 granaries." Magartai froze. An immediate silence enveloped the entire hall. Huang Taiji suddenly burst into laughter. Yet within that laughter lay an unmistakable sense of desolation. What a remarkable figure, Huatian. What a masterful psychological tactic. Without the need for a single soldier, I am left to witness my own troops descending into chaos. He abruptly drew his saber, its cold gleam flashing forth. "Isn't it war that you seek, third brother? Now, it seems we cannot even muster 50,000 soldiers brave enough to leave the city." Nuha tightly gripped the armrests of the throne, his knuckles turning white. In a fit of rage, he kicked over a gilded censer, the words "Hua Subing" nearly forced through gritted teeth. "I swear to consume your flesh and strip your skin." At that moment, the sound of thunderous war drums erupted from outside the city. Following this was a roaring chorus. "Those who surrender shall live. Those who resist shall die." This cacophony resounded like a thunderclap, causing the beams of the palace to tremble and dust to fall. Huang Taiji slumped down, muttering, "It is over." He is preparing for a full-scale assault. Within the palace, an air of despair surged like a tidal wave. Heaven seeks to destroy the Jurchens. Nuha suddenly threw back his head and laughed maniacally, his laughter piercing like the cry of an owl in the night, causing the flickering candlelight to dance erratically. He drew forth his golden blade, its edge carving a sanguine arc in the firelight. "All commanders, heed my orders. Assemble our finest 8 banners warriors to engage that rogue Hua in a decisive battle." Huang Taiji knelt on one knee, his armor clanking. "Father, please take heed. Though the rogue's cavalry may be formidable, they will struggle to maneuver within the streets. A glimmer of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes. Let us lure them into the city, surrounding them with a sea of men. Nuha grinned wickedly as he plunged the golden blade into the ground, the blade vibrating ominously. Excellent. With the blood and flesh of our Jurchen warriors, we shall bury that god of slaughter. He abruptly turned to Majoritai, commanding, You, third brother, select 10,000 death warriors to focus solely on Huatian. Majoritai immediately clasped his fists. I shall obey. Outside the palace, thunder rumbled ominously as a bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the fierce expressions of the gathered warriors. Huang Taiji slowly rose, a cold light shimmering across his armor. I request permission to personally lead the elite forces of the right yellow banner into ambush. Granted. Nuha laughed maniacally, appearing almost deranged. Come forth, Huatian. I shall use your head as a goblet. Chapter 71. The Destruction of the Jurchens. The thunderous cries of battle tore through the clouds above the city, as the dark and formidable forces of the Wuzhou surged toward the walls like an angry tide. The morale of the Jurchen defenders had plummeted in recent days. The scarcity of provisions had left these once ferocious barbarian warriors with sunken eyes, their hands trembling as they clutched their weapons. Nuha had allocated the remaining food entirely to his trusted 8 banners troops, while the ordinary soldiers received only a bowl of thin porridge mixed with unrecognizable meat each day, their resentment growing silently but fiercely. The hunger-driven defenders began to steal from the granaries, and some even resorted to drawing blades over a morsel of food. When Huatian's army finally launched their full-scale assault, these famished soldiers, their eyes glinting with desperation, could scarcely muster the strength to raise their bows. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of catapults roared simultaneously, hurling massive stones like falling stars against the city walls, the compacted earth of the fortifications trembling under the relentless assault. On the ladders reaching the battlements, countless black-armored soldiers swarmed upward like ants, their blades glinting with a chilling brilliance in the sunlight. At the city gates, 16 bare-chested warriors pushed a massive siege hammer, the ironclad wooden mallet crashing against the gates with each battle cry. 1-2 break. Boom. The city gate trembled violently under the relentless assault of the battering ram. Yet it remained steadfastly closed. Behind it, dozens of Jurchen warriors, their faces contorted with rage, pressed their shoulders against the heavy gate. Sandbags piled at their feet. The ironclad bolt emitted a piercing groan under the impact, yet it stood resolutely firm. Outside the walls, Huatian's eyes glinted with cold determination. He abruptly spurred his steed, which surged towards the city gate like a bolt of black lightning. Soldiers on either side hastily retreated, clearing a path. Stand back. A chilling command echoed, as if winter's frost had descended. The battering warriors swiftly withdrew, and in that fleeting moment, Huatian thrust his spear forward, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy. Buzz! A tempest of violent energy erupted around him, swirling the dust into a circular maelstrom, forcing the surrounding soldiers to stagger back, their faces sliced by the forceful winds. In the next heartbeat, his spear shot forth like a dragon. The weapon, enveloped in devastating energy, transformed into a blinding silver arc, distorting the air in its wake, accompanied by the thunderous roar of its passage. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the already loosened city gate burst apart like paper. Fragments of iron scattered like shrapnel. The reinforced earthworks collapsed with a resounding crash, and a cloud of dust mixed with splintered wood surged skyward. The Jurchen warriors behind the gate barely had time to scream before being swept away by the overwhelming force. Their bodies soared like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground, the sound of shattering bones resonating clearly. As the dust began to settle, Huatian stood poised, spear in hand, before the shattered gate. Behind him surged an army clad in black armor, like a tidal wave. The gate had been breached. Kill! With a decisive gesture of his spear, Huatian commanded Li Chuangang and several martial masters within the ranks to lead the iron cavalry, which surged through the broken gate like a torrent of steel. Hooves shattered the blue bricks, sending sprays of blood mist into the air. Huatian charged ahead, his spear tracing a tragic arc, as the heads of numerous Jurchen warriors flew from their shoulders. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, reflecting an eerie crimson glow in the morning sun. Those defenders caught off guard became mere souls claimed by his spear in an instant. Those who stand in my way shall perish. His icy words carried an ominous intent. as energy surged around him like flames. With each step he took, countless bodies fell behind him. Where he passed, severed limbs scattered and blood rained down. A furious Jurchen warrior charged at him, wielding a curved blade that whistled through the air. Huatian did not even lift his gaze. With a subtle tremor of his spear, the finely forged blade shattered upon contact, his momentum unyielding as he impaled the warrior against the city wall. The Jurchen soldiers lining the streets were struck with terror. Some knelt in supplication, others fled in panic, while many stood frozen, their eyes wide with horror as the figure of the demon-like warrior drew ever nearer. In the blink of an eye, the entire street had transformed into a hellscape. Severed limbs and broken blades lay amidst pools of blood, with the still-living wounded emitting anguished cries. Huatian, treading through the bloodshed, was soaked in crimson, dragging a horrifying trail behind him. "All troops, heed my command. Flatten the Khan's palace." Huatian's roar reverberated through the heavens. Thousands of iron steeds swept through the long street like a surging tide of darkness, their hooves shattering the blue bricks and causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Along the way, fleeing Jurchen soldiers scattered like startled birds, pushing and trampling one another before the palace gates, their cries echoing in despair. The heavy palace doors struggled to close amidst the chaos, as if awaiting something inevitable. Li Chuangang rode forward, his blood-stained armor glinting a dark crimson under the sun. He looked at Huatian, who had suddenly reined in his horse, and urgently inquired, "General, why have we halted?" Before he could finish his sentence, Huatian's lips curled into a cold smile. "A mere display of trifling skills dares to flaunt itself before me." At this, Li Chuangang's pupils constricted, and after a brief pause, realization dawned upon him. Could it be that Nuaha, indeed? Huatian's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the seemingly chaotic palace gate, deliberately leaving it ajar to lure the enemy, for there must be an ambush inside. Li Chuangang clasped his fists and declared, "I shall go and mobilize the siege troops." Unnecessary. Huatian slowly raised his long spear, his aura surging dramatically, as if the air within 100 paces had solidified. A cold, austere smile graced his lips. In the face of absolute power, any ambush is futile. As his words lingered, the champion domain erupted. Thousands of iron steeds drew their long blades simultaneously, the chilling bloodlust coalescing into a palpable force that stripped the gilded paint from the palace gates. Li Chuangang felt his blood boil, his battle blade vibrating uncontrollably in his grasp. "Kill!" With Huatian's command, the iron cavalry surged into the palace gates with unstoppable momentum. At the very moment the torrent of cavalry breached the gates, countless banners suddenly rose around the palace walls, and tens of thousands of elite soldiers clad in varied armor surged forth like a relentless tide from every corner. At the highest point of the palace wall, Huang Taiji, encircled, laughed sinisterly, "What thief! You have fallen into my trap. Today marks your demise." Huatian, upon hearing this, allowed a chilling smile to creep upon his face. The word noisy slipped from his lips, resonating like thunder. With a flick of his wrist, the spear in his hand transformed into a streak of silver lightning. Vibrating with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, the spearhead tore through the air, creating a deafening blast, as it carved a vacuum trajectory through the sky. Huang Taiji's pupils constricted, every hair on his body standing on end. The spear loomed larger in his sight, and the shadow of death swiftly enveloped him. He attempted to evade, but found his limbs weighed down like lead. Huatian's murderous intent had him completely locked in its sights. "No, it can't be." With a splatter of blood, the long spear pierced through his chest, and in that moment, Huang Taiji felt the world spin. His body was hurled backward by the violent impact, ultimately crashing against the palace wall with a resounding thud. The spear's tail continued to tremble violently, emitting a chilling hum. Blood trickled down the gilded palace wall, shimmering with an eerie red glow in the sunlight. Huang Taiji's eyes widened in disbelief, even in his final moments. He could not comprehend why, despite standing 100 paces away, he could not escape this fatal spear. Amidst the rain of blood, the entire battlefield fell eerily silent. The soldiers of the 8 banners stared at Huang Taiji's twitching corpse affixed to the palace wall, their hands gripping their weapons, trembling involuntarily. Several soldiers instinctively retreated, only to be abruptly cleaved in two by the flashing blade. Those who flee in the face of battle shall face no mercy. Magurtai, wielding a blood-drenched longsword, bore a visage as fearsome as a demon. The Hua bandits number but a few thousand. A single spittle from my 8-banner sons could drown them. He raised his bloodied sword high, his voice hoarse with fury. Hear my command. Whoever brings me the head of Huatian shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold pieces. A title of a 10,000-man commander. An inheritance without end. Kill. Under the lure of such generous rewards, 30,000 troops of the 8 banners erupted with a feral howl, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson. The sound of swords being drawn resonated through the heavens, surging like a tidal wave toward the central cavalry. Come forth. Huatian laughed heartily to the skies, his laughter infused with indomitable battle spirit. He unsheathed his longsword, pointing forward, and simultaneously, thousands of cavalry charged forth in a counteroffensive. Though surrounded, these warriors' eyes blazed with a disdainful fire, as if they were the hunters encircling their prey. Kill. The torrent of cavalry surged against the tide, colliding violently with the 8-banner troops. The cacophony of bones shattering, metal clashing, and arrows whistling filled the air. Huatian led the charge, his blade slicing through the air, a veritable wave of blood in its wake. The blade in his hand radiated a terrifying aura, with each swing. Dozens of 8-banner soldiers were severed in half. Magurtai, observing from the rear, felt his eyes bulge in rage. He clearly saw the cavalry, under Huatian's command, carving a bloody breach through the ranks of the 8 banners, as if slicing through butter. On the blood-soaked battlefield, the 30,000 8-banner troops were collapsing. Limbs and shattered blades flew through the air, accompanied by wails of despair. Where Huatian passed, corpses piled like mountains, and blood flowed in scarlet rivulets across the ground. Even more chilling was the fact that this terrifying demon showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, his battle spirit intensified with each moment. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted into the sky, freezing the 8-banner warriors within 100 paces. They were horrified to realize that Huatian had transcended his limits amidst the slaughter. Though they could not discern his true power, the suffocating pressure had undeniably multiplied several times over. A demon, a soldier of the 8 banners, comparable in strength to the innate realm, trembled and retreated, his curved blade clattering to the ground. He is not human. We cannot kill him. Fear spread like a plague. In the blink of an eye, hundreds, if not thousands, of 8-banner soldiers cast aside their weapons, collapsing into cries of panic and fleeing in all directions. Magurtai, accompanied by the enforcement team, frantically slaughtered the fleeing soldiers, cutting down dozens in mere moments, yet still unable to halt the tide of collapse. No retreat. Kill. Magurtai's furious roars were drowned out by the cries of the fleeing soldiers. In despair, he witnessed Huatian advancing over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the bloodied blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. In a flash of cold light, Magurtai felt a chill at his neck, his vision spinning uncontrollably. His last awareness was of his headless body still seated upon his steed before it collapsed to the ground. As the 8-banner forces disintegrated, outside the palace gates, countless siege troops surged in like a tidal wave, swiftly encircling the entire palace, rendering it impregnable. Nuhar staggered backward, surveying the surrounding dark mass of enemies, suddenly erupting into a chilling, mournful laugh. How ridiculous that my hundreds of thousands of Jurchen warriors could be annihilated by a single Huatian. What a remarkable Huatian. As his haunting laughter abruptly ceased, the gleaming blade traced a tragic arc across his neck. Thus, the saga of a legendary hero came to a close. The setting sun, like blood, stained the hall of sweat crimson. Huatian stepped onto the bloodied jade steps, casting a cold gaze upon Nuhar, sprawled in a pool of blood. Bring forth the head of the Jurchen chieftain Nuhar and display it upon the city ramparts. This simple command caused the temperature in the hall to plummet. A personal guard stepped forward, and with a swift motion, the aged head rolled upon the gilded tiles, its murky eyes still wide open. Li Kai hastened into the hall, clasping his fists in salute. General, in this battle, our forces have captured 60,000 surrendering soldiers, and the city's countless elders, women, and children are all under our control. What are your orders for their disposition? Upon hearing this, Huatian pondered momentarily, then replied with a steely voice, by the emperor's decree. Those who exceed the height of a cart shall be dispatched to the borders for road construction. The rest shall be executed. Chapter 72. Let the blood of Shaolin Temple establish rules for the Jianghu. In the Forbidden City, at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the morning light filtered through the intricately carved windows, casting a golden halo within the chamber. Before the fragrant imperial desk, Chen Xinghe reclined upon the gilded dragon throne, the broad sleeves of his dark robe cascading down, while his long, jade-like fingers idly played with several memorials. Since Zhuge Liang assumed the position of prime minister, the affairs of the court had been managed with meticulous order. The operations of the 6 ministries flowed smoothly, allowing Chen Xinghe to devote more time to his cultivation. Consequently, his skills had advanced at an extraordinary pace during this period. Your Majesty, these are the memorials for your review today. Lu Jin bowed respectfully, presenting a stack of documents that had once seemed mountainous, now reduced to a mere few. Chen Xinghe nodded slightly, lifting the top document. A confidential report from the Eastern Depot. The memorial was sealed with patterned brocade and bore a wax seal still fragrant with ink. Upon unfolding it, he discovered it pertained to the establishment of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. The site had been determined to be in the northwest corner of the Forbidden City, near Yinghua Hall and Yuhua Pavilion, which had once served as the residence of the imperial concubine, spacious yet long neglected. Following replanning and initial repairs, these once abandoned halls were now officially in use. Chen Xinghe set the memorial aside, gently tapping his fingers upon the desk. Quite commendable. These 4 simple words brought a discreet sigh of relief from Lu Jin, who stood by. In recent days, the commanders of the 2 depots and the guard had exerted themselves to gain favor before the emperor. The Eastern Depot's Cao Zhengchun tirelessly scrutinized martial artists day and night, while the Western Depot's Yu Huatian had elevated the selection criteria to an exceedingly rigorous standard. The Jin Yiwei's Qinglong even personally participated in assessments, striving to select the most loyal and capable hounds of the court. 3 memorials lay side by side upon the imperial desk, their ink still glistening with moisture. Chen Xinghe casually picked up the topmost one, which meticulously recorded the lineage, qualifications, and past experiences of each selected martial artist. His gaze flickered like lightning, swiftly scanning the densely packed list, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. In truth, to him, any martial talent was of secondary importance. After all, the divine artifact, the Tianwu steel, was sufficient to transform mediocrity into genius. What he sought were true loyal hounds of the court willing to lay down their lives for him. Only such individuals were worthy of enjoying the resources of his royal lineage. He commanded that a decree be issued for the Tianwu Pavilion at the 3rd watch. As he closed the memorial, a glint of golden light flickered in his eyes. The eye of breaking illusions could perceive the depths of the human heart. The final trial for the 1,500 warriors would be through his discerning gaze. At that moment, loyalty or treachery would be laid bare before him. Contemplating this, Chen Xinghe's gaze pierced through the ranks of guards standing solemnly outside the hall, within the realm of the eye of breaking illusions. These palace guards were enveloped in a vivid crimson halo, a symbol of unwavering loyalty. The loyalty of Lu Jin, who presided over the inner court. And the palace guards was undoubtedly assured, as they had all undergone rigorous selection before entering the palace, deserving of careful nurturing. After all, to forge an everlasting empire, the guards protecting the palace must possess unparalleled strength. Masters, in his view, they were merely at the threshold of greatness. Your Majesty, shall I arrange for the meal? Lu Jin's voice resonated at the opportune moment, imbued with just the right amount of respect and concern. Chen Xinghe casually waved his hand and turned to open another stack of memorials. This was a report regarding land audits presented by Zhuge Liang. However, after reading just a few lines, his brows furrowed in displeasure. Interesting, Chen Xinghe scoffed coldly. The memorial clearly stated that, with the cooperation of the various eastern factories across the regions, numerous aristocratic families had concealed millions of acres of fertile land. Even more absurd was the fact that some sects, which prided themselves on their transcendence, possessed considerable land holdings as well. Shaolin Temple? Upon seeing this name, Chen Xinghe's eyes narrowed. This so-called sanctuary of the Buddhist order, reputed for its purity, not only boasted tens of thousands of acres of prime farmland, but also supported thousands of tenants. With a finger lightly tapping the imperial desk, he spoke in a calm, measured tone, summoned Cao Zhengchun, Yu Huatian, and Qinglong to the palace to pay their respects. Your humble servant obeys. Lu Jin bowed and gracefully retreated, his footsteps soundless. Moments later, the 3 entered the hall in succession, their robes rustling softly. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Be exempt from courtesy. Chen Xinghe raised his hand in gesture, pushing the memorials forward. Take a look. One by one, They received the documents, which detailed the land holdings of various sections. When they reached the page detailing the Shaolin Temple, Cao Zhengchun's gaze grew serious, and he respectfully closed the book, stepping forward to bow solemnly. "Your humble servant has an important matter to report to your majesty." His voice, though sharp, was steady and powerful, devoid of frivolity. Merely presenting the facts, the Shaolin Temple is an ancient establishment, historically granted imperial favor, flourishing in incense offerings with a wide array of followers. After a brief pause, he held the book with both hands, slightly bowing his head, and continued. "Recently, the Eastern Factory has discovered that the temple is hoarding an enormous amount of wealth, far exceeding the needs of an ordinary monastery. Furthermore, its 3,000 martial monks are all well-trained and formidable in their skills, likely not solely for the purpose of temple protection." His tone remained calm, devoid of any incitement, simply presenting the intelligence clearly, awaiting the emperor's judgment. Yu Huatian stepped forward, coldly interjecting, "Your Majesty, the land under the auspices of Shaolin Temple is widespread throughout the Central Plains, and its lay disciples manage banks and pawnshops across various locales, even involving themselves in grain transportation. Last year, during the famine in Hunan, many disaster victims were compelled to sell themselves into servitude, with men becoming temple slaves and the fate of women remaining uncertain." Qinglong stood with clasped fists, reporting solemnly, "The 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin command respect in the martial world, and the abbot, Master Wujia, is highly esteemed, revered by the rivers and lakes as a guiding star. Furthermore, the martial monks within the temple possess astonishing strength, with over 108 masters and 36 grandmasters stationed in the Arhut Hall. Such martial prowess greatly surpasses that of ordinary sections." Upon hearing this, Cao Zhengchun bowed once more. This old servant believes that while Shaolin is a sacred Buddhist domain, should we allow its influence to expand unchecked, it may prove detrimental to the governance of the court. Should we not impose restrictions? Please, Your Majesty, provide your guidance." Chen Xinghe paused, the sound of his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping. The hall fell into a profound silence, the faint crackle of the candle wick audible. "What a formidable Shaolin!" He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet as deep and cold as a still pond. 3,000 martial monks, 530,000 acres of fertile land, and 800,000 tenant farmers sustain them. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, pondering whether this truly was a sanctuary of Buddhism or a power that sought to carve out its own dominion. The atmosphere grew heavy. Cao Zhengchun lowered his gaze, yet a faint smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Yu Huatian gently caressed the intricate patterns of his sleeve, his expression inscrutable. Qinglong stood with arms crossed, his demeanor as unyielding as iron. Outside, the autumn wind swept through, rustling a dried leaf that slapped against the vermilion palace door, akin to a silent reprimand. "It is time for your two factions and the guards to take action," Chen Xinghe spoke in a tone devoid of discernible emotion. "Let the blood of Shaolin Temple serve as a lesson for these martial sections. I wish for them to understand the consequences of concealing lands and overstepping imperial authority." At this, the three bowed in unison, "As your command dictates." Chapter 73. The Royal Commerce and the Ministry of Commerce. As the footsteps of Cao Zhengchun and the others receded into the distance, the Grand Hall returned to its former tranquility. Chen Xinghe casually picked up the last memorial, the character for Hua embossed in wax glistening vividly in the morning light. This was a battle report urgently delivered by Huatian. The Jurchen had been vanquished. The 4 vermilion characters pierced through the paper, the strokes sharp as a blade. A faint smile graced Chen Xinghe's lips, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Huatian had indeed not let him down. In a mere 2 months, he had swept through Liaodong with relentless vigor, completely obliterating the Jurchen tribe. The report noted the capture of over 300,000 prisoners. And Chen Xinghe lightly tapped the imperial desk. These captives could be utilized as forced labor to construct border roads. Providing them with coarse grains would ensure they did not starve while maximizing their labor potential. After all, the future of the empire required continued military expansion, and a smooth supply route was indispensable. However, as he contemplated this, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. The frequent military campaigns of Dao had begun to resemble a reckless pursuit of war. Each expedition entailed substantial military expenditures. The troubled visage of Qian Tao, the Minister of Revenue, flashed before his mind. Although Zhuge Liang had organized logistics meticulously, the undeniable truth remained. The treasury was increasingly depleted. Especially in light of the recent dual-front warfare, the consumption of provisions had become akin to an insatiable abyss. The matter of finances truly presents a conundrum. Chen Xinghe rubbed his temples. Over the past few months, despite seizing considerable assets from noble families, the aftermath of several fierce battles, along with the disbursement of pensions, the replenishment of military supplies, and the establishment of the Tianwu Pavilion, has rendered even the most substantial treasury insufficient against such extravagance. What was once a bountiful national treasury has now been depleted. Although confiscating properties may quench an immediate thirst, it is hardly a sustainable solution. Chen Xinghe lightly tapped the Zetan imperial desk, his gaze darkening. With the treasury in disarray and warfare ongoing, should a method to generate revenue remain elusive, the very foundation of Dawu could be irrevocably eroded. If only the system could summon a capable minister adept in wealth generation, he murmured to himself, suddenly lifting his gaze to Lu Jin. Hearing his name, Lu Jin, who stood at the steps, promptly approached and bowed, saying, "This humble servant is here. Please instruct. Your Majesty, summon Prime Minister Zhuge into the palace for deliberation. This servant shall attend to it at once." Lu Jin bowed and exited the grand hall, his footsteps gradually fading. Shortly thereafter, steady footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Zhuge Liang approached with his feather fan in hand, his moon-white cloak billowing gently with the breeze, the sound of his 8-trigram jade pendant jingling at his waist. He halted before the red platform, lightly closing his fan, and respectfully declared, "I, Zhuge Liang, humbly wish for your Majesty's peace. Rise, my dear minister." Chen Xinghe gestured for him to stand, his attention drawn to the open financial ledger on the table, his fingertips tracing the glaring red figures. "I have summoned you urgently to address a pressing matter." Zhuge Liang's eyes flickered as he opened his fan, letting a refreshing breeze waft through. "I am eager to hear the details. The revenue from agricultural taxes is but a drop in the bucket, insufficient to support our military endeavors." Chen Xinghe lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with resolve. "I intend to impose a commercial tax to replenish the empty treasury. What are your thoughts, my dear minister?" Zhuge Liang paused, his feather fan halting midair, the soft light filtering through the window casting a gentle glow upon the fan's surface. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Your Majesty's insight is commendable, but the toil of farmers yields meager returns. Should we impose additional taxes, it may harm the foundation of the nation." He lightly waved his fan, allowing the breeze to flutter over the documents on the table. "Meanwhile, merchants accumulate vast fortunes yet contribute nothing to our coffers, which reflects a flaw in our taxation system." A faint smile graced Chen Xinghe's lips as he lifted his teacup, observing the swirling tea leaves within, and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Indeed, the profits from the silk of Jiangnan, the brocade of Shu, exquisite porcelain, and fragrant teas far surpass agricultural taxes." Sipping his tea, he continued, his gaze deepening. "I wish to establish a Ministry of Commerce alongside the 6 ministries, dedicated to the collection of commercial taxes. Furthermore, I shall select adept merchants from among the populace to establish a royal trading company on my behalf. The treasures of our realm, such as tea, porcelain, and silk, can be sold overseas in exchange for gold and silver." Pausing, he gradually rose, his fingertip lightly tracing a map on the wall until it rested upon an island nation. "Moreover, I have heard tales of the abundant gold and silver in the land of Sangban. I intend to seize it." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang's fan momentarily halted, and he pondered aloud, "Your Majesty's strategy is indeed astute. However, since ancient times, the intertwining of officials and merchants has been intricate. Should your Majesty openly collect commercial taxes, it is likely the merchants will not remain passive. They will surely conspire with officials within the court to argue that your Majesty is competing with the people for profits." Hearing this, Chen Xinghe let out a cold laugh. "Competing with the people for profits? Do they think I am the Chongzhen of my previous life?" The mere utterance of those 3 words filled the grand hall with an icy chill. Grasping the metaphorical knife of governance, he remained indifferent to the cries of mere ants. Zhuge Liang nodded slightly, fully aware of the formidable methods possessed by the sovereign before him. Thus, there was no need to ponder such matters. While collecting commercial taxes was undoubtedly feasible, maritime trade and military expeditions required careful deliberation. He leisurely approached the maritime map hanging in the hall, his feather fan gently tapping the southeastern coastline. "Recently, I have perused the naval archives and uncovered 3 significant concerns. Our warships are predominantly suited for rivers rather than the open sea. Our sailors are primarily trained for close combat instead of long voyages, and our commanders are more versed in inland river operations than naval warfare. Chen Xinghe furrowed his brow. To elaborate, firstly, the current warships are too shallow in draft to withstand tempestuous seas. I propose establishing a shipbuilding office in Xuanzhou to refine designs based on the merchant vessels of the South China Sea. Secondly, our Navy is largely trained in boarding actions. While naval battles prioritize the use of bows and crossbows, necessitating a complete retraining. He paused momentarily. Most critically, we lack commanders proficient in naval warfare. I recommend 2 individuals, Li Tsong, the commander of the Lingnan Navy, who has successfully led troops to eliminate pirates on 3 occasions, and Wang Jun, the deputy commander of the Mingzhou Navy, who excels in astronomy and cartography. Chen Xinghe contemplated briefly. I recall Li Tsong. He reported his achievements in suppressing banditry last year. However, I have not heard of Wang Jun. Wang Jun is the son of a military family. His father once served as the commander of East Sea defenses. He possesses an in-depth understanding of monsoon currents and has produced detailed maps of the southeastern seas. Chen Xinghe nodded slightly. Issue a decree. Summon Li Tsong and Wang Jun to the capital immediately. Additionally, establish a shipbuilding office in Xuanzhou, overseen by appointed officials from the Ministry of Works. He gazed out the window. As for investigating the mulberry fields, Zhuge Liang understood. I shall select several interpreters familiar with the South Seas, disguised as merchants to undertake this task. Very well, Chen Xinghe replied. Turning, this matter must be conducted in secrecy. During the naval reorganization, no information should leak. Moreover, we must promptly address the structuring of the commercial department and the Royal Trading Company. Starting today, imperial edicts will be posted in all provincial capitals. Anyone proficient in trade and adept at managing finances, regardless of their background, may come to the capital to take the examination. Zhuge Liang lightly closed his fan and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is wise. This measure will surely attract exceptional talents from across the realm. Remember, Chen Xinghe's finger lightly tapped the memorial on the table. What I seek is not merely accountants skilled in arithmetic, but true statesmen who comprehend the principle of enriching the nation through commerce. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to this task, Zhuge Liang replied with a respectful gesture. At the 3rd watch of the afternoon, the autumn sun cast a slanting light. The vermilion doors of the Tianwu Pavilion creaked open slowly. 2 factories and 1 guard, comprising 1,500 warriors clad in various attires and wielding embroidered spring sabers, marched in formation under their respective captains. The hall, which had appeared dilapidated a fortnight ago, now radiated a renewed vigor. The gilded beams and pillars glimmered under the slanting rays, while the newly laid jade-black floor reflected the solemn expressions of the assembly. Countless secret texts were meticulously arranged on sandalwood shelves lining the 4 walls. In the center, a dark iron pedestal showcased rare treasures like century-old Ganoderma and Millennium Snow Lotus. Emanating an alluring glow, Qinglong, donned in a flying fish outfit, stood resolutely on the crimson terrace, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembled warriors. These martial artists came from diverse backgrounds. Some were castaways disowned by their families, others were traitors pursued by their sects, while many were elite assassins nurtured by the court. Yet, without exception, they were all trusted confidants handpicked by him. Esteemed guests, Qinglong suddenly spoke, his voice resonating like the clash of metal, echoing within the vast hall. Are you able to see these martial arts manuals? He casually retrieved a scroll shimmering with golden light from the jade rack, and as the aura surged, the pages fluttered autonomously, revealing the intricate diagrams of profound meridians within. These techniques were graciously bestowed by His Majesty. They were treasures extracted from the esteemed Sutra Pavilion of the Imperial Palace. Upon hearing this, a wave of suppressed gasps resonated throughout the hall. The gazes of the martial artists were fervently fixed upon the scroll, their throats involuntarily constricting. The Imperial Grace is vast. You are granted this rare opportunity for advancement in the Academy. You must repay the Emperor's benevolence with your lives, lest you fail to honor His Majesty's sacred favor. At this juncture, the Azure Dragon stepped forward decisively, his boots thudding heavily against the ground. Today marks the final trial before your admission to the Academy. You need only to pass this challenge set by His Majesty. His hawk-like gaze swept over the crowd, promising elixirs of immortality, secret manuals of martial arts, and divine weaponry for your taking. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the hall, causing all martial artists to instinctively tense their bodies. Among the throng, a young officer of the Imperial Guard, donned in resplendent attire, had a piercing gaze. His long fingers unconsciously caressed the cord around the hilt of his blade, the knuckles slightly paling from excessive pressure. This individual was known as Lu Zhao, once celebrated as the most gifted disciple of the Laozhou Mount Sword sect. 2 years prior, a calamity had irrevocably altered the trajectory of his fate. A fellow disciple had surreptitiously poisoned him during a competition, leading to a moment of fury where he inadvertently took a life, thus bearing the ignoble title of fratricide and traitor and becoming a target of the entire sect. Amidst the bloodshed and chaos, it was the Imperial Guard that provided him sanctuary. Over the past 2 years, he had meticulously integrated the essence of the Laozhou swordsmanship into the standardized blade techniques of the Imperial Guard, fully embodying the role of a court enforcer. To establish his merit within this realm of power, he had personally executed 3 of his former sect elders who came to cleanse the ranks. Furthermore, in myriad operations, he had led the charge, eliminating numerous lawless individuals from the rivers and lakes. This had rendered him a mortal enemy to the entire realm, with many wishing for his swift demise. Chapter 74. The Establishment of the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. However, Lu Zhao harbored no fear of these bullies of the weak. In his eyes, those disciples of righteous sects, who spoke of benevolence and morality, were merely a band of cowards cloaked in the guise of chivalry. They dared not confront the majesty of the court directly, resorting instead to clandestine collusion with traitors, employing underhanded tactics to oppress the weak in order to flaunt their so-called righteousness. He had witnessed too much of this over the past 2 years. Those so-called righteous sects had shown no hesitation in annihilating entire families for the sake of a couple of advanced techniques. Their ruthlessness, no less than that of the most notorious villains. The most ludicrous part was that once he was promoted to a junior officer in the Imperial Guard, the Laozhou sword sect had quietly rescinded the order for his assassination. Yet, the self-righteous elders had not ceased their efforts. Instead, they fervently disseminated tales of his misdeeds throughout the martial world. Fratricide and treachery, the slaughter of kin, they painted him as a villain beyond redemption, a merciless enforcer of the court. Thus, they incited the entirety of the martial world against him. Lu Zhao scoffed at this. He had long since perceived that in this brutal world of survival of the fittest, only power served as the foundation of existence. The attire of the Imperial Guard was his best talisman. Thus, even at the onset of Chen Xinghe's reign, when the Eastern and Western censors were arrogant and domineering, dictating terms to the Imperial Guards and delegating the most unsavory tasks to them, Lu Zhao accepted it with equanimity. He was acutely aware that to survive in this arena of power, one must align oneself with the strong. During that period, he was servile and obsequious, ingratiating himself with those in authority. Though he did not attain promotion, he secured abundant resources for cultivation. Now, in his youth, he has already reached the threshold of a half-step master. Just one final opportunity is needed for him to truly enter the ranks of the masters. Therefore, this once-in-a-lifetime chance must be tightly grasped in his hands. By climbing the lofty rope of imperial power, he vows that one day, he will see the hypocrites of the Laozhan sword sect kneel in a pool of blood, witnessing the ancestral sword pavilion engulfed in flames. His Majesty has arrived. The sharp announcement sliced through the silence like a blade. At the palace entrance, the dark dragon robe swept past the vermilion railing, the 12-patterned brocade shimmering under the autumn sun. Chen Xinghe approached with his hands clasped behind his back, his jade-like visage as frosty as winter, each step resonating with the heartbeat of those present. The 3 chief eunuchs, Cao Zhengchun, Yu Huatian, and Lu Jin, followed closely, their golden-threaded official robes dazzling under the sunlight. "We pay our respects to your Majesty." The thunderous sound of 1,500 warriors kneeling echoed through the hall, their knees colliding like rolling thunder. Lu Zhao pressed his forehead against the cold tiles, yet he could distinctly hear the rush of his own blood coursing through his veins. As Chen Xinghe's gaze swept over the bowed figures, he raised his right hand slightly, and the dragon pattern in his sleeve rippled. "You may rise." "Thank you, your Majesty." The collective assent of over 1,000 individuals created a formidable gust, stirring the thin drapery within the hall. The moment Lu Zhao lifted his gaze, he locked eyes with the emperor's unfathomable depths, those eyes like ancient wells reflecting his soul, causing his muscles to tense instantly. His pupils constricted. At that fleeting moment, As the emperor's gaze passed over him, he clearly perceived a glimmer of golden hue emerging from those profound eyes. It was as if the blazing sun pierced through a frigid pool, illuminating him from within. The sensation of being thoroughly perceived sent a chill down Lu Zhao's spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. He instinctively held his breath, yet as he dared to look up again, he found Chen Xinghe standing with his hands behind his back upon the crimson dais, the crown's adornments glimmering between the pearls, his gaze as deep as an abyss, surveying all beneath him. I do not see 1,500 warriors today. With a gentle clash of the crown, he slowly raised his dragon sleeve, but rather 1,500 unsheathed blades. As his gilded gaze swept over the assembly, the air seemed to freeze. The heavenly martial pavilion does not harbor idlers, nor does it tolerate treacherous ministers. Remember this. From this day forth, your soul shall bear the mark of the great Wu. I grant you wealth and glory, the pinnacle of martial arts. But should you entertain treacherous thoughts, the vast expanse of this land shall offer you no refuge. As Chen Xinghe's final words resonated within the hall, an invisible pressure surged, as if the very air had solidified. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. We pledge our lives in loyalty. The chorus of 1,500 warriors resonated, shaking the dust from the beams above. Chen Xinghe's eyes flickered as his piercing gaze swept across the crowd, revealing a sea of crimson light within the hall, varying shades of brilliance swirling around each individual. Most of the warriors were enveloped in a deep, blood-red hue, with only a few areas appearing somewhat faint. However, these slight differences are but a drop in the vast ocean of this crimson expanse. A barely perceptible smile graced the corners of his lips. This so-called final examination merely serves to allow these martial artists to personally experience the majesty of imperial authority. After all, under the gaze of the eye of deception, their loyalty or lack thereof had already been laid bare the moment they stepped through the palace gates. Stand at ease. Chen Xinghe spoke lightly, and as he turned, the dragon robe billowed like clouds. In 3 days, the Tianwu Pavilion shall officially commence. I hope you all labor diligently and relieve me of my burdens soon. Outside the palace, the autumn wind rose abruptly, lifting the corners of the dark dragon robe. Accompanied by Cao Zhengchun and others, the imperial procession departed from the main hall. Behind them echoed a thunderous chorus of farewell. We humbly bid farewell to your majesty. Upon reaching the side hall, Chen Xinghe's dragon sleeve brushed lightly. In an instant, spiritual energy surged within the hall, and an ancient stone tablet materialized out of thin air, its surface adorned with swirling dark golden runes. Lu Jin's pupils constricted, instinctively taking half a step back, while Cao Zhengchun and others remained unfazed. This place demands heavy guarding, Chen Xinghe said, lightly tapping the stone tablet. An invisible wave instantly enveloped the entire forbidden city, declaring that any intruder would be dealt with ruthlessly. The old servant will attend to it immediately. As Lu Jin bowed, beads of sweat formed at his temples. The emperor turned, the 12 royal tassels reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. The actions of the 2 factories and the imperial guards have been conspicuous lately. I expect to see results. His tone was calm, yet it caused the temperature in the hall to plummet. Remember, one must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. As all present bowed in acknowledgement of the decree, the dragon carriage and its retinue arrived at the palace entrance. The autumn wind stirred the fallen leaves, laying a golden path for the departing Chen Xinghe. In the Hunan province, Mount Song, the ancient temple of Shaolin stands amidst the towering peaks of Songshan, shrouded in mist. With the sound of morning bells and evening drums resonating through the mountains, resembling a pure land of Buddhism. As the foremost leader of the righteous path in the martial world, Shaolin occupies a vast expanse of land, its magnificent halls gleaming with gold and jade. The Great Hero Hall features eaves that soar skyward, reflecting sunlight off its glazed tiles. The Sutra Hall rises into the clouds, its vast collection of texts resembling a sea of knowledge. The Arhut Hall houses a formation of bronze figures, embodying the essence of martial arts. The plaques bestowed by successive emperors hang high above the mountain gate, with fragrant smoke swirling perpetually throughout the years. During the Buddha's birthday celebrations, dignitaries and martial heroes flock here to pay homage, their carriages and horses forming a dragon-like procession, offerings piled high. Within the temple, the monk population exceeds 10,000, with the morning chants resonating like the tide, and in the evening, martial monks demonstrate their skills, their fists reverberating through the forest. 3,000 martial monks don their robes, wielding ritual blades and forming a formidable array with their staffs, exuding an imposing presence. Even the lay disciples learn the foundational techniques of Shaolin. Using brooms as staffs and practicing stances while fetching water, everyone in the temple is trained in martial arts, with hidden skills everywhere. Moreover, the depth of Shaolin Temple extends far beyond mere martial pursuits. Although it is a sanctuary of Buddhist purity, it is well versed in the art of political maneuvering. Centuries of management have woven a web of intrigue within the imperial court. Among the 6 ministries, some officials have been initiated into Shaolin's secular fold since childhood. Despite embarking on official careers, they still hold their masters in reverence. In local governments, officials have been enticed by Shaolin with gold, silver, and precious gems. And whenever major cases arise, they first consult the temple. Some imperial relatives and nobility maintain close ties with Shaolin, dispatching trusted aides to the temple for offerings during the Buddha's birthday. It is precisely for this reason that Shaolin nurtures its martial monks, intervenes in grain transport, and controls trade routes, while the court, though occasionally aware, has never delved deeply into the matter. Even though there are occasional impeachments by the censors, the memorials vanish as if cast into the sea, leaving no trace behind. Today, I must practice for the 3rd examination subject, and may update the next chapter a bit later. I kindly ask for the understanding of my esteemed readers. Chapter 75, Slaughter. Annihilate Shaolin. Mount Song, Shaoshi Mountain, Shaolin Temple. The morning bell resonates distantly, echoing through the ancient temple that has stood for millennia. As the morning meal comes to an end, the mist in the mountains has yet to dissipate, yet within Shaolin Temple, a silent storm begins to brew. Abbot Wuji holds a secret missive, the aged knuckles tightening slightly, a rare gravity flickering in his eyes. He slowly raises his gaze towards the autumn winds rising outside the hall and murmurs, "Does the court intend to eradicate our Shaolin?" Upon hearing this, the monks within the hall stiffen, though none lose their composure. These venerable monks, having cultivated their spirits for decades, remain as tranquil as still water, able to face even the fiercest tempests with equanimity. Amitabha, Master Wunan, the head of the Vinaya Institute, clasps his hands together, his voice steady and profound. Since the new emperor ascended the throne, he has imposed harsh levies, favored the eunuchs, and slaughtered the loyal and virtuous, causing the common folk to voice their grievances throughout the realm. While his tone remains calm, the speed of his prayer beads increases noticeably. Now, not even our sanctuary of Buddhism is spared from his tyranny. Master Wuxiang, the head of the Dharma Institute, shakes his head slightly, holding a Buddhist relic with a face full of compassion. The current emperor is exceedingly cruel, treating human life as mere fodder. How many chivalrous souls in the rivers and lakes have been slaughtered for defying the court? How many innocents have perished due to the wars he has incited? Now it is our turn at Shaolin. It is but a matter of time. Master Wuqing, the head of the Arhot Hall, speaks with a chilling tone, his white brows bristling with indignation. In recent years, the court has repeatedly meddled in the affairs of the martial world, oppressing martial sects. And now they have escalated their actions. Do they not know that even within our pure land of Buddhism, we have fierce protectors? Elder Wuchen from the Sutra Repository sighs deeply and joins his hands in prayer. Our Shaolin Temple has stood for 1,000 years, enduring the calamities of the 3 waves of Buddhist persecution without faltering. Our strength lies not only in martial arts, but in our Buddhist heart. He lowers his hands, gently caressing the sutras in his grasp, and addresses the assembly of monks. Why not reach out to those officials in the court who are friendly towards our Shaolin and negotiate? If we can preserve our temple's incense, it would be worth some concessions. My junior's words hold merit, yet the court's hounds have arrived. It is already too late. Abbot Wuji casts a glance at him, then surveys the other monks, solemnly declaring, "The Buddha teaches compassion, yet protecting the Dharma is also our duty. Issue orders to have 3,000 warrior monks guard the mountain gates and activate the mechanisms and formations along the mountain paths. The disciples of the Arhot Hall shall defend the Great Hero Hall." Remember, he lowers his head slightly, as if repenting for the impending slaughter. Do not let the killing karma grow too excessive. To cease hostilities with force is to exemplify our Buddha's great compassion. Amitabha, we shall faithfully obey the abbot's decree. The monks reply in unison, their voices resonating robustly, as if truly heeding a divine command to save all sentient beings. As dawn breaks, mist envelopes the foot of Shaoshi Mountain, Thousands of elite troops from the eastern depot surged like a black tide along the mountain path. Their dark uniforms and the glint of their spring knives flickering ominously in the thin fog. Cao Zhengchun, clad in a dark red python robe, stands at the forefront of the formation, his left hand resting behind him and his right arm crossing over his chest. The morning wind stirs the 2 strands of silver hair on his forehead, accentuating his pale, delicate features. Behind him, 14 guards stand silently, their blades at the ready. Commander. The imposing figure of Su Lichuan advanced with measured steps, bowing slightly as he approached. The Shaolin Temple had closed its gates, with the martial monks dispatched to form a formidable array of staff formations along the mountain path. Upon hearing this, Cao Zhengchun's fair complexion revealed a faint, enigmatic smile. These monks were indeed astute. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the western and northern trails, startling the birds nestled in the trees. Amidst the flurry of flapping wings, a scout rushed in to report, kneeling on one knee and stirring up a cloud of dust, reporting to the overseer. The Western Depot and the Imperial Guards have commenced their assault on the mountain. Oh, Cao Zhengchun raised an eyebrow, his voice smooth and velvety. It seems that Lord Yu and the Azure Dragon are eager to vie for merit before His Majesty. Beside him, Su Lichuan furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from stepping forward. Overseer, the Western Depot and the Imperial Guards have already breached the mountain gate. If we hesitate any longer, what is there to panic about? Cao Zhengchun replied leisurely, smoothing the creases of his sleeves. The ancient Shaolin Temple, after all, must possess some profound heritage. Moreover, I have an inkling that this temple harbors an intriguing secret. He lifted his gaze toward the mist-shrouded mountain gate, a significant smile gracing his lips. Remember, we must divert the attention of the Shaolin monks towards the Western Depot and the Imperial Guards. Once those monks are drawn away to provide support, we in the Eastern Depot shall seize the opportunity to strike. Su Lichuan, upon hearing this, suddenly comprehended and stepped forward. Flattering. Overseer, your wisdom is unparalleled. Once they are engaged with the Shaolin monks, we shall surge forth and seize the glory. Good, as long as you understand. Cao Zhengchun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dragon robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of commanding authority. Convey my orders. Let the subordinates advance slowly, feigning a lack of offensive capability. Once Shaolin reallocates their personnel to other areas, we shall storm into the temple. Understood. Su Lichuan clasped his fists in acknowledgement, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes as he turned away. The mountain winds grew fierce, swirling the fallen leaves into a dance. Cao Zhengchun remained poised, a signature warm smile gracing his face as he gazed at the ethereal silhouette of the Shaolin Temple emerging through the mist. Unbeknownst to him, a pure white handkerchief had appeared in his right hand, which he delicately used to wipe his nostrils while murmuring to himself with a lingering tone, "Yu Huatian and Azure Dragon, competing for accolades, you are still rather inexperienced. Kill." The shouts echoed throughout the ancient path of Shashu Mountain. Thousands of Imperial Guards surged like a black tide, their glimmering spring blades coalescing into a single, radiant stream. Rushing toward the mountain gate, the Azure Dragon leaped into the air, his flying fish attire billowing as he transformed into a fleeting shadow. He lightly tapped his toes on the stone steps, and as he passed, a gale erupted, catching the monks off guard as crimson lines blossomed in their throats, sending them sprawling backward. Blood droplets splattered onto the bluestone pavement, resembling scattered red plum blossoms, only to be crushed beneath the chaos of iron boots. Ahead, the mountain path widened dramatically, where over 100 martial monks formed a defensive formation. Staffs whirled through the air like coiling dragons, creating an impenetrable net of death amidst the gusts of wind. The Azure Dragon abruptly halted, standing at the forefront of the formation. As the mountain breeze swept past, a hint of derision crossed his stern visage. A staff formation? He chuckled softly, his fingers gliding over the iron mechanism of the Ming Dynasty's 14 stances at his waist. Break. With a flick of his wrist, 7 streaks of black light erupted from the mechanism. The flying dagger sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek akin to a dragon's roar. Wherever the blade passed, shock waves erupted, shattering stones into fragments. The seemingly impenetrable formation of staffs appeared as fragile as paper in the glimmer of the blade. With a series of dull thuds, blood mist filled the air. Staffs splintered, formations crumbled, and lives were extinguished. Over 100 monks fell as if reaped like wheat, scarcely able to utter a cry. The broken bronze staffs clattered to the ground, mingling with the still warm blood, staining the mountain path crimson. The azure dragon stood with hands clasped behind his back, his black robe untainted. He cast a calm gaze over the field of corpses and remarked, "The ultimate techniques of Shaolin are merely this. Follow my lead. Today, we shall eradicate Shaolin." Chapter 76. Dispatch orders for a bloodbath at Shaolin Temple. Meanwhile, on the western mountain path, the mountain wind grew fierce, stirring up a whirlwind of dry leaves and dust. Formed the Diamond Sutra Exorcism Formation. A booming chant echoed like thunder, as hundreds of monks responded in unison, their voices causing the mist to churn. In an instant, blades and staffs intertwined, their energies converging, and a faint golden figure, 3 zhang tall, materialized in the void, its fierce visage and vajra staff suspended in midair. The roar of dragons and tigers reverberating, causing rocks to tumble. On the mountain path, elite soldiers from the West Factory charged forward, their blades gleaming like snow. The 12 innate masters at the forefront, upon stepping within 3 zhang of the formation, suddenly found their movements halted. They seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, and like lightning struck, they were thrown back violently. The monks within the formation bore expressions of iron, their steps as steady as a mountain's advance. With each step, cracks resembling spider webs appeared in the blue bricks beneath them, and the Vajra figure solidified further, its pressure snapping ancient cypress trees from 10 zhang away. How intriguing! A soft yet piercing voice interrupted the oppressive silence. Yu Huatian stood with hands clasped behind him, his platinum python robe billowing in the wind. His elongated eyes narrowed. A cold glimmer within like a blade. 1,000-year-old temple, reduced to such trivial tricks? Before the last syllable escaped his lips, he vanished. With a resonant clang, the sound of a sword echoed through the mountain gorge. The moment the 3-edged sword was drawn, the surrounding air solidified abruptly within a 10 zhang radius. Yu Huatian leaped into the air, his sword pointing forth, seemingly tearing a rift in the clouds. Break! With this understated command, the sword's momentum cascaded like the Milky Way. The blinding cold light pierced the eyes, and wherever it passed, the Vajra figure shattered like glass. In that instant, as the shockwave erupted, the entire mountain path trembled violently. Hundreds of monks had not yet adapted to the formation, nor could they scream, as their bodies disintegrated mid-air. Boom! A rain of blood fell. Severed limbs scattered like precipitation. The remaining force of the sword plunged into the mountainside, ripping the bluestone ground open into a 3 zhang chasm, revealing the deep layers of rock below. A crack meandered up the mountain slope, cleaving the entire cliff in two. As Yu Huatian gracefully descended, drops of blood rolled off the sword's edge. With a flourish of his robe, he turned, conjuring a shower of blood. The inspector's might is unparalleled. We are in awe. Xikong Xian, along with my Yu Liang and the others from the West Factory, knelt in reverence, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Yu Huatian's expression remained indifferent as he sheathed his sword and commanded the West Factory soldiers to launch an all-out assault. Umitba! The chant resounded like the evening drum and morning bell, echoing through the blood-soaked mountain path. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to contain a profound rhythm that momentarily stilled the pervasive atmosphere of slaughter. The crowd turned to see an elderly monk with white eyebrows slowly emerging from the haze of dust. He held a 9-ringed staff, and with each step he took, the golden rings at the head of the staff emitted a clear and melodious chime. Strangely, the droplets of blood that splattered around him hovered mysteriously in mid-air at a distance of 3 feet before silently evaporating. The old monk came to a halt before the scattered remains, his murky eyes fixed upon Yu Huatian. With this sword, you have claimed 173 lives. He gently twisted the beads in his hand. Our Shaolin has always maintained a policy of non-interference with the court. Why then must you today bring bloodshed to the Buddhist sect? Yu Huatian suddenly chuckled softly. He leisurely drew a plain white silk handkerchief from his sleeve, his slender fingers pinching the corner of the cloth as he delicately brushed it across the still dripping blade. The crimson droplets spread upon the pristine silk, resembling red plums blooming in the snow. When the old monk lifted his gaze, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. When has the Western Factory required an explanation from the dead for their actions? The gold rings on the staff suddenly trembled violently, emitting a piercing clang. The monk's eyes blazed with fierce light beneath his white brows, and his emaciated form shimmered with an aura of diamond-like strength. Umitba, your malevolence is too heavy. And you have fallen into a demonic obstacle, he proclaimed, raising one hand, his body surging with energy, his robe billowing without wind. I would prefer not to intervene, but for the sake of all living beings, silence. Before he could finish, Yu Huatian's figure dissipated like smoke. A faint sound of air being sliced through echoed, and time appeared to freeze at that moment. Yu Huatian's silhouette gradually solidified 3 paces behind the old monk. A drop of blood slowly sliding from the tip of his sword. The monk's pupils suddenly contracted. His bony fingers remained suspended in midair, while a slender line of red appeared around his neck. This eminent monk of the Shaolin, who stood at the precipice of the Grandmaster level, was unable even to lift his staff at this moment. Blood surged in his throat, choking his unfinished words. The monk incredulously looked down to see his robe gradually soaked in blood. Yu Huatian's figure began to fade in his dimming vision, like smoke or mist, as if it had never truly existed. A Grandmaster, and not just any Grandmaster, in the face of true strength. His years of diligent training and half-step Grandmaster status felt as fragile as thin paper. That one sword strike surpassed the limits of sight and perception, as if time itself had been severed at the moment of unsheathing. The old monk's lips trembled slightly, yet he could no longer utter a single sutra. Those wise eyes, which had once seen through the myriad phenomena of the world, now froze in unprecedented shock and unwillingness. It turned out that the pinnacle of martial arts he had sought all his life was merely an illusion when faced with a true master. The staff fell to the ground, the gold rings shattering with a resonant sound. The blood mist dispersed, and the mountain wind wailed. This master of the martial arts world, who had commanded the Shaolin for decades, now fell to the ground like a withered leaf. The fine line of blood around his neck gradually spread, ultimately blossoming into a tragic red lotus upon the bluestone slab. Yu Huatian, indifferent, sheathed his sword, allowing a string of blood droplets to fall as his robe billowed. He raised his gaze towards the ancient temple atop the mountain, his voice as frigid as ice. Send the order, let the blood wash over Shaolin. I, the governor, shall hear no further echoes of the sacred chants from the Shaoshi mountain. As you command, my lord. Upon hearing this, the 12 captains, including the chief officer Kong Xian and Ma Yuliang, responded with a thunderous acknowledgement, unsheathing their embroidered spring blades simultaneously. The hidden thousands of soldiers surged forth like a tide, the clanging of metal melding into a deathly prelude as they swept towards the millennium-old temple. The chilling tone of command slithered through the air like a venomous serpent, spreading amidst the roaring flames. Cao Zhengchun stood with hands clasped behind his back amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The hem of his crimson robe soaked in viscous blood. His elongated eyes narrowed slightly, reveling in the meticulously orchestrated feast of slaughter before him. Let us purge these bald donkeys entirely, he remarked, delicately stroking his temple with his slender fingers, his voice smooth yet spine-chilling. Aside from the scriptures in the sutra repository, let us incinerate the rest of the halls completely. The shrill wails echoed through the sky. The soldiers of the eastern depot surged forth like locusts, their blades stirring up clouds of blood mist. The square before the Buddha, paved with white marble, had transformed into a portrayal of the Avicii hell. Severed limbs and sacred texts flew through the air, blood soaking the ground beneath. Report. A captain rushed through the bloodied mire, his iron boots leaving ghastly imprints. My lord, the remaining bandits have retreated to the Great Hero Hall. Cao Zhengchun chuckled softly, leisurely adjusting his gold-threaded wrist guards. He lifted his gaze to behold the imposing Buddha Hall, now surrounded by a throng of soldiers, tightly packed. Faint chanting resonated from within, sounding particularly mournful amidst the clash of swords and daggers. Oh, let us see whether it is your Buddha's divine intervention or the sharpness of my eastern depot's blades that prevails. Just as Cao Zhengchun raised his finger to strike, a sudden gust swept through the mountain path. At the end of the trail, a figure clad in a platinum python robe emerged from the crimson haze. Yu Huatian approached with hands clasped behind him, his steps appearing slow yet swift. As he passed, the soldiers of the western depot parted like waves, all kneeling in submission. His phoenix-like eyes narrowed, a hint of icy amusement gracing his lips. You have calculated well, Governor Cao, he said, his voice soft yet piercing, akin to a needle pricking the eardrum. With a deft motion, he caressed the hilt of his sword, the dragon patterns on the triple-edged scabbard shimmering coldly in the glow of the flames. I must commend you, Yu Huatian, he continued, for your astuteness. Cao Zhengchun paused, slowly turning around. The dark red hem of his python robe dragged through the blood, producing a sticky sound. Oh, the esteemed Yu Huatian has arrived? His eyes curved into crescent moons, his tone laced with a sinister softness. I thought the mountain path was treacherous, and was about to summon the guards to meet you. Yu Huatian suddenly chuckled, the blood jade pendant on his sword tassel swaying gently in the wind. Shaolin is but a mere assembly of humble fowl. He brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder, acknowledging Cao Zhengchun's cunning strategy with a hint of admiration. Ah, what words from the esteemed Yu Huatian. Cao Zhengchun covered his mouth with his wide sleeve, the gold-threaded embroidery sparkling in the dim light. Just as he was about to retort, a resounding and synchronized march echoed down the mountain path. Clang, clang. Thousands of imperial guards surged forth like a crimson tide, the azure dragon leading the way, the golden scales on their flying fish attire flickering in the twilight. His stern visage was bathed in a crimson hue by the flickering flames. Yet his voice remained as steadfast as granite. My esteemed supervisors, you are indeed swift. Today, I shall undertake the third part of my examination, and shall update the next chapter shortly. Chapter 77. From this day forth, the realm will no longer witness the presence of Shaolin. Ah, Lord Qinglong has also arrived. Cao Zhengchun's elongated eyes curved into crescent moons, his golden threaded sleeves lifted gracefully, reminiscent of a performer taking a bow on stage. However, beneath the layer of makeup, a glimmer of malice flickered in his gaze. The black cloak of Qinglong billowed ominously, the embroidered spring blade at his waist still sheathed. Yet an aura of lethal intent surrounded him. He cast a cold glance over the laden crates, his voice as unyielding as iron. Cao supervisor, you are indeed quick to act. Are you so fearful that the Eastern Depot might seize the credit? Ah, Lord Qinglong, your words are quite disheartening, Cao Zhengchun replied, his fingers delicately twirling a lock of hair, his scarlet robe gleaming like fresh blood under the waning sun. We are merely executing the Emperor's orders. As for the accolades. He suddenly chuckled lightly. It is only natural to see whose hand is swifter. Before his words could fully dissipate, dozens of Eastern Depot officers emerged, carrying gilded crates in procession. As the lids of the boxes opened and closed, the dazzling treasures blinded the eyes. Nanhai pearls, exotic agates from the west, and even a complete jade Buddha, all shimmering with an otherworldly glow in the firelight. Behold, my lords, Cao Zhengchun tapped the crate lightly with his fingernail, producing a crisp sound. They say the Buddhist sect is pure and serene, yet this trove of jewels surpasses even the royal treasury. He then lowered his voice conspiratorially. Moreover, I have heard that the Buddha statues in the Great Hero Hall are indeed made of solid gold. Yu Huatian remained motionless in his platinum robe, save for the bloodstone atop his sword tassel, which swayed slightly. His half-closed phoenix eyes appeared to observe a performance while simultaneously brewing a tempest. Qinglong's fingers, once crossed over his arms, suddenly tightened, the golden cloud patterns on his attire dimming in the twilight. On the surface, they feigned piety and purity,